Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 240, C240 Reveal. Diamond with a dot. Insert falling gifts here. Most likes wins diamond with a dot. When the car was parked, Peter hopped out and retrieved the unconscious Winter Soldier from the trunk. So, Peter spoke as he followed Fury into an elevator with Bucky over his shoulder. I didn't *SS you off enough that you'll reveal my identity, right? Fury didn't say a word, which only worried Peter even more, but when he finally spoke, it wasn't the answer he was hoping for. What did you do to Grace? She's a lot stronger than I remember. I'll tell you if you promise to keep my secret. Peter offers, though Fury didn't respond at all this time. He's *king with me. I'll just ask Grace. Fury thought. Although Peter knew that Fury was returning the favor from all of Peter's prior actions, he couldn't help but wonder whether he would cross the line. After all, it's all fun and games until secret identities are blown. Ding. Before Peter could say anything else, the elevator doors opened to the detainment floor. Come on, let's find him a good cell. Fury says, enjoying the power he has now. After a moment of thought, Peter decided that he wouldn't feed into Fury's revenge and just trust that his fellow councilman and friend wouldn't screw him over. After a short walk, Fury walked up to a control panel and started opening a nearby cell. These cells aren't good enough. Peter shook his head and kept walking deeper into the prison as these cells were far too weak for a super soldier like Bucky. Is it because of his arm? Fury asks as he wondered what Peter knew about their captive. Do you know who we captured? Peter asks Fury as they pass all sorts of security checks to get to a more fortified portion of the prison. No idea, but I'm guessing that you do. Fury says as he remembered Peter calling their prisoner Bucky when he was awake earlier. I'll explain once he's in his cell. Peter says as they walk up to an extremely fortified cell with a familiar man inside, drinking a cup of tea in what could only be described as the best prison cell anyone could ask for. He has a whole living room with a TV, a kitchen with working appliances, a bathroom with running water, and a bedroom, which also had a TV. There was even a Wi-Fi signal. Truly an introvert's dream, though everything couldn't be perfect. Although it was just like any other apartment outside of prison, the walls were sadly made of glass, allowing the security cameras as well as anyone that passes by to see everything happening inside. Including the bathroom. Spider-Man, it's been a while since you visited me personally. The man spoke in surprise with his English accent. I may not visit, Blonsky, but I read each and every status report on you. Peter says as he walks over to a control panel and opens the cell directly across from the Abomination. Who do you think allowed you to have your entire apartment? How's the Wi-Fi signal, any good? It's good enough to pass the time, so thanks, I suppose. Blonsky says as he watches Peter lay an unconscious and masked man in the cell across from his. Who's my new roommate? Maybe he'll tell you when he wakes up. Peter gave a non-answer as he waved his hand over Bucky's limp body. Instantly, his mask disappeared and his clothes were replaced with an inmate's uniform that matched Blonsky's. Everything that was on him seconds earlier appeared in a box next to Fury, except for his metal arm. Peter left his arm alone for two reasons. One, even if he hammered away with it for hundreds of years, Bucky wouldn't be able to break out of his cell, and two, leaving the guy armless just seemed cruel and unnecessary. I didn't know Spider-Man could do magic. Blonsky said in wonder as he watched it all with his very own eyes. Well, I didn't know anyone could do magic. We all learn something new every day. Peter says as he walks out of Bucky's cell and locks it up tightly with the push of a button. So, Blonsky. I've actually been meaning to come talk to you. Really? Am I being released on good behavior? He asks jokingly. Maybe. Peter says, shocking both Fury and the Abomination. What do you mean, maybe? Blonsky asks rather eagerly. Well, as I said, I've been reading every single one of your status reports, or should I say progress reports. Peter says as he picked up the box with Bucky's stuff. Your psychologist seems to think that your extreme aggression and destructive behavior was due to the Abomination part of you, which you seem to have under control these days. Yes, it wasn't easy, but with a little soul searching and hours upon hours of therapy, the need to destroy everything in sight just faded away. Blonsky says as he walked away from his precious furniture and electronics. Want to see? Before anyone could reply, Blonsky quickly morphed into a familiar hulking humanoid lizard-like monster. See? Blonsky said in a slightly distorted tone. I'm in complete control. As he says this, Blonsky began to shrink and turn back into his human self, though his clothes were ripped to shreds, leaving him completely naked. Sorry, I can't exactly fix this part. Blonsky covers his dangly bits with his hands. Here. Peter waves his hand and a new set of clothes appeared on him. That magic of yours is amazing. Blonsky looks down at his new clothes in interest before turning back to Peter. So, do I pass the test? The first one. Peter says cryptically as he turns and walks off with Fury following behind. Hey. What else do I have to do? Blonsky yelled as he rushed to the glass of his cell. Wait. Come back. As Peter and Fury took the elevator up to the council chambers, Fury spoke up. You plan on recruiting the abomination? Fury asks, sounding both interested and hesitant. No, I plan to recruit Emil Blonsky. Peter replies matter-of-factly. You saw him. Unlike Banner, who's afraid of his own shadow and refuses to leave his lab, Blonsky actually learned control. Banner has done nothing but try to cure himself since he joined the Avengers, though technically he's not an agent, but a scientist they hired, so he didn't have to go through the training like everyone else. Even Peter's small hints about how he should handle the Hulk are mostly ignored in favor of concocting serums to, hopefully, kill the green beast inside of himself. Although I agree with you, he could be playing us. Fury said cautiously. Which is why the only way he'll ever leave that cell is with a few precautions in place, though we can talk about this at another time. It's not like he's going anywhere. Arriving at the council chambers, Peter sets Bucky's belongings down. Jarvis, let Steve, Peggy, and Tony know that they're needed here urgently. Peter spoke to the air. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers dutifully. Question mark. Fury looked confused as Peter only called a certain group of people instead of the council as he suspected. Just wait and you'll see. Peter tells him as he curiously looks through Bucky's belongings. The first people to arrive were Steve and Peggy, who rushed over thinking it had something to do with Hydra. Of course, Peter refused to speak without Tony, who was late as always. Ugh. What could possibly be so urgent that I need to wake up at 3 in the morning? Tony asks as he grumpily walks in with his pajamas on. All right, he's here. What's this about? Steve asks eagerly. Fury, tell us about the myth of the Winter Soldier. Peter starts off the conversation. Instantly, a look of realization appeared on Fury's face. He's the boogeyman of every operative around the world. A master assassin that is said to be responsible for all sorts of high-level assassinations, including JFK. Fury explains. But he's not real. Peggy speaks up as she knew all about the stories from her time as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Winter Soldier is just the guy you blame when you don't know who really did it. Wrong. Peter says with a shake of his head. The Winter Soldier is real and he's currently in the cell next to Abomination. Okay, this is great that you caught the nightmare of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but I need my beauty sleep so. Tony says as he turns and starts walking to the door. He killed your parents, Tony. Peter reveals, stopping his friend in his tracks. No, my parents were killed in a car accident. Tony denied as he turned to look Peter straight in the eyes. No, they weren't. Fury says, shocking everyone in the room. The only one in the room who wasn't surprised by this reveal was Peggy, who still had high-level S.H.I.E.L.D. clearance at the time. We covered it up as an accident, but Howard and your mother were killed, there's surveillance video of it. Fury explains further. Tony didn't know what to say. Why? They had vials of super soldier serum with them and Hydra wanted it. Peter answers. So, the Winter Soldier is a Hydra agent. Steve joins the conversation. Yes and no. Peter says confusingly. What does that mean? Peggy asks. Jarvis put the security camera footage for our newest prisoner on the big screen. Peter says as a live video of Bucky sleeping face up in his cell appears. Immediately, Steve rushes up to the screen to get a better look as he couldn't believe his eyes. The Winter Soldier may be a Hydra agent, but he's also a member of the Howling Commandos. A/N, 1660 words. I or else I backhand index pointing down backhand index pointing down backhand index pointing down backhand index pointing down relieved face please smiling face with halo. Chapter 241, C241 Tony's timeout. Fire insert laughing gifs here, most likes wins fire. How is this possible? Steve walked up to the big screen and stared fixedly at Bucky, who remained asleep in his cell. I saw him fall. He died. Oh, he's going to be dead all right. Tony mutters as he stood beside Steve to get a better look at the man that supposedly killed his mother and father. I'm going to blow his F***king head off. No, you won't. Steve turns a warning glare toward Tony. I don't know what's happening, but that's my best friend in there. Nobody is touching him. Instantly, a dangerous air formed in the room as both Iron Man and Captain America were a pin drop away from pouncing on one another. Let's all just calm down. Peter says as he snaps his fingers. Before either of them knew what was happening, both men were pushed off of their feet and into chairs, which strapped them down tightly. Both of them jolted in shock as they found themselves restrained. Of course, each of them is a super soldier, so they both pulled against the chair with all of their might, yet they didn't budge a single inch. Fury watched on with an impressed look, vowing to himself to look into this magic business, as it seemed like a useful skill to have in his arsenal. Even if he couldn't perform magic himself, maybe a few agents who could do so would come in handy in the future. Now that we're all seated and relaxed, I can finish explaining what I found out about the Winter Soldier, or rather, Bucky Barnes. Peter says as everyone turns their attention back to him. You know, using magic is unfair. Tony says as he gives up on breaking free and glares at Peter. Thank you for restraining him, but I don't see why I should be bound as well. Steve asks as he never wanted to fight in the first place. Is this necessary? Peggy asks as she didn't like seeing Steve restrained. He only wanted to protect his best friend. Because, if I only tie up Tony, he'll complain about it non-stop for the next week. Peter explained with a roll of his eyes. I'd rather just restrain you both and avoid Tony's whining as much as possible. Hey! Tony shouts indignantly. I'm enjoying this. Fury comments from the side. Shut up, Baldy. Tony replied like a child. Okay, can I continue explaining what I know, or should I just leave you guys here for a while and come back later? Peter asks as he wanted to get this over with so he could sleep a bit more. After all, he only slept for a few hours before Grace's protection spell went off, waking him to her peril. I like that idea. Let's leave Stark here for the rest of the night. It'll help clear his mind. Fury agrees with a smirk. Don't you dare. Tony yells. Please continue. Steve looks at Peter. What happened to Bucky? Well, to be clear, I didn't know that the Winter Soldier was Bucky until I saw him today. Peter lies with a shrug. I only knew that the Winter Soldier was from your time, Steve. He had a mask on when you saw him earlier. Fury says doubtfully. Yes, but X-ray vision spells are rather easy. Peter explained, though he wasn't lying. Spells to see through objects are child's play for a sorcerer of Peter's skill. He could cast them in his sleep if he had to. You have to teach me that one. Tony says with a perverted smirk on his face. So, what do you know? Steve ignores Tony's outburst and asks. The Winter Soldier is a Hydra-made super soldier, who was brainwashed into following every order no matter the difficulty. He is periodically frozen, like you were, so that his service to Hydra can be prolonged for as long as possible. They only let him out when it's time for a mission. Peter explains. How do you know this? Peggy asks, as information like this is heavily guarded. I have my ways. Peter says vaguely. What's his mission? Steve asks. To kill me. Fury admits, drawing everyone's attention. Pierce did say he would take care of you, didn't he? Tony comments as he recalled the recording that Peter showed them. Of course, the recording was fake, but Peter knew Hydra would target Fury sooner or later, so it seems like his prediction was correct. This doesn't change anything. Tony says as he turns to glare at the screen. He killed my mother. I love my father, but he was AD*CK. My mother on the other hand is a very different story. I will kill him. The room went silent as everyone looked at Tony with a mix of both pity and sympathy. Okay, then you won't be leaving that chair for a while. Peter says as he waves his hand and released Steve. Hey! You can't just keep me as a prisoner in my own building. Tony yelled in anger as Fury chuckled from the side. Yes, I can. Although Bucky killed your parents, he wasn't the one responsible. Peter states as he turns to Steve. As for you, feel free to visit the prisoner, though he probably won't remember you. Thank you. Steve says as he rushes out of the door before anyone could speak further. I'll go with him. Peggy says as she walks off. Peggy. Peter calls, stopping her in her tracks. Just remind Steve that Bucky is to remain in his cell. We will try to find a way to fix the brainwashing, but he needs to be here for that to happen. Yes, sir. Peggy nods as she turns to rush after her boyfriend. As Peter and Fury were about to leave the room, Tony spoke up with a reluctant look on his face. Fine, I won't kill him. Just let me go already. Tony pleads unconvincingly. No, you're too emotional right now. Peter says as he knew Tony was lying. Once you calm down and fully understand the situation, I'll let you go. If not for Peter's actions, Tony would most likely follow in his movie counterpart's footsteps and go after Bucky, which would drag Steve and Peggy into the situation as well. You can't just drop the news that my parents were killed, show me the killer, and then say I can't do anything about it. Tony yells furiously. As I said, you're too emotional right now, Tony. Peter says as he waves his hand. I'll come to talk to you in a bit. Instantly, Tony and the chair that he was strapped to were swallowed up by a golden portal. F***CKU. Tony screamed as the portal closed. First I find out your real identity and now Tony is in a magical timeout. Fury smirks at Peter and lets out a small laugh. Could my day get any better? Tap tap tap. Steve stood outside of Bucky's cell, tapping the glass with his knuckles. You may want to visit another time, Blonsky said as he leans against the wall of his cell. I've been calling to him for a while now, but he just won't wake up. Bucky. Steve yelled as he kept tapping the glass, ignoring the other prisoner's words. Sadly, Bucky didn't budge a single inch. I told you. It's like he's in a coma or dash, Blonsky said, though he was cut off by the press of a button. That's better, Peggy commented as she used the control panel to mute Blonsky and fog up the glass of his cell. Now we can have our privacy. Thanks, Steve says as he keeps his eyes locked on his best friend. It's true. He's actually alive. He's been through a lot, Peggy says as she walks over. I don't remember the metal arm. He had 2 arms when I last saw him, Steve replies sadly. Don't sound so gloomy, soldier, Peggy says as she grasps Steve's arm and holds it close. This is a cause for celebration. Bucky is alive and well. We just need to break his brainwashing and he'll be back to normal. How do we even go about dash? Steve spoke, though he stopped as he saw some movement in the cell. Is he awake? Peggy asks as Bucky's eyes snap open and he sits up like the Undertaker. Okay, that was creepy. Question mark. Bucky looked around in confusion as his eyes landed on Steve and Peggy. Where am I? A cell in the Avengers Tower. Steve answers as he looks his old friend straight in the eyes. Do you remember who I am? Bucky didn't reply as he stared at Steve for a moment. After the small staring context concluded, Bucky stood up, walked to the glass, and started pounding on it with his metal arm. Bang bang bang. Each hit didn't even rattle the cell, let alone damage the glass, which stayed in pristine condition throughout every strike. Bucky, stop. It's pointless, Steve calls out as he moved to stand in front of his friend, hoping to somehow make him remember. Who's Bucky? A/N, 1532 words. Worried face or else pistol, light skin tone, hand pointing down, medium skin tone, hand pointing down, dark skin tone, hand pointing down, backhand, index pointing down, smiley face, please, upside down face. Chapter 242, C242 Stark Deaths. Red circle, insert dying gifs here, most likes wins red circle. After almost an hour of talking to Bucky, who didn't seem to recognize his own name, let alone his best friend who was almost like a brother to him, Peggy dragged Steve away from the cell. I'm not done, Steve complained as he was pulled into the elevator. He won't remember this way. Peggy takes hold of Steve's head and looks him in the eyes. We need to fix whatever Hydra did to him first. How are we supposed to do that? Steve asks as he truly had no idea what to do. I don't know, but Spider-Man probably does. After sending Tony somewhere nice to spend the night, so that he could hopefully clear his mind, Peter returned home to get some sleep. But sadly, the sleep would never come. You told some crazy gunman to shoot my mother, MJ yelled through the phone. I shouldn't have answered the phone, Peter thought as he lay in bed while getting an earful from his beautiful yet angry girlfriend. MJ isn't someone who's easily angered, though when she does get angry, which is extremely rare, it takes a while for her to cool down. By the time Peter got off the phone, the sun had risen and it was almost time to start the Hydra cleaning operation. I'll sleep when I'm dead, Peter thought as he hopped out of bed and got ready for the day ahead. Arriving at the tower in his suit, Peter first opened a portal that deposited a sleeping Tony Stark into his office. Huh. Tony jolted awake as the chair he was strapped to hit the ground with a loud thud. What the? Good morning, sunshine, Peter says with a smirk under his mask. F***CKU. Tony curses as he groggily stares at Peter. Should I send you back to timeout? Peter asks pointedly. Tony keeps his mouth shut though his glare intensifies. Have you calmed down enough to talk? Peter asks as he takes a seat in front of him. Because we're taking down Hydra today and I thought you'd want a shot at the real people responsible for your parents' deaths. Silence filled the room as Tony seemed to contemplate within himself. Fine, he wasn't in control, Tony grudgingly admits. But I don't want to see him anywhere near me or Pepper. I actually believe you this time, Peter says as he snaps his fingers. Instantly, the chair and the restraints disappear and Tony is released. So, who gave him the order? Tony asks as he stretches his stiff limbs. I don't know yet, but we'll find out, Peter says reassuringly. When we do, leave them to me, Tony says dangerously as he heads for the door, but stops to turn back before leaving. One more thing. Yeah. Peter nods. I want the video that Fury talked about. Tony demands. Of course, he means the surveillance footage of his parents' deaths. Are you sure? Peter asks reluctantly. It's hard to watch. Yes. Tony nods with a determined look in his eyes. Okay, give me a second. Peter says as he starts typing away on his PC. Tapping into the SHIELD database with the many backdoors that he's crafted throughout the years, Peter quickly found the surveillance footage in question. Come here. Peter says as he puts the video in full screen and hits play. Together, Peter and Tony watch as a car crashes into a telephone pole and a man that looked a lot like Howard Stark tumbled out of the driver's seat. He looked badly hurt as he crawled in the dirt, as if he were deliriously running from something chasing him. Meanwhile, through the passenger side window of the car, the figure of a woman could be seen breathing heavily and holding her head in pain. Seconds later, a man on a motorcycle appeared wearing the same mask that Bucky wore last night. At first, it looked like he might be there to help, but that idea was completely thrown away when he grabbed Tony's dad by the hair and lifted him up. After staring him straight in the eyes for a few seconds, Bucky wins back his free arm and starts bashing Howard's head in with a single fist. Thanks to his super strength, it only took a few hits for Howard's head skull cave in. Although Howard wasn't dead yet, Bucky knew he would die soon enough, so he dragged him by his hair and placed him in the driver's seat, where limply he fell onto the steering wheel and lay unmoving. Once the first target was taken care of, like an uncaring robot, the Winter Soldier walked around to the passenger side of the car and reached his hand inside of the window. The view from the security camera wasn't the greatest, but they could see enough to know what was happening. Bucky wrapped his metal hand around Tony's mother's neck and squeezed, slowly choking her to death without an ounce of remorse. Tears fell from Tony's eyes as he watched his mother flail around, grasping at Bucky's metal arm to set her free. Sadly, she would die scared and confused. After both Starks were dead, Bucky searched the car, grabbed something from the back seat, and left as if nothing happened. I still can't kill him. Tony asks as his hands grip into tight fists. Think of him as a brainless robot, Tony. Peter tried to reason with his very distraught friend. Someone programmed him to do that, and when we find them, I'll gladly help you torture them to death. Call me when we start. Tony nods as he heads for the door. I'll be in my workshop. Almost an hour after Tony was released, Peter called in every member of the Avengers. It was finally time to take down Hydra. Of course, whenever you call a meeting with so many people, it always takes time for all of them to arrive. A lot of them show up on time, but there's always a few stragglers in every organization. Though surprisingly, Tony showed up only a minute after the message was sent, showing how serious he was about Hydra and avenging his parents. Soon enough, one of the main meeting halls was filled with people, who were all wondering what the hell was going on. All right, listen up. Peter yelled as he gave a quick explanation of what the mission was. Once the buildings are locked down, all of you will split up into teams and I will portal you inside each base one by one. Remember to only kill if necessary. I don't want any innocent SHIELD agents getting killed by mistake. Any questions? How do we tell SHIELD and Hydra agents apart? Nightcrawler asks. You don't. Peter shakes his head. Capture them all. Anyone else? All right, everyone suit up and get your weapons. We'll get everything started while you're gone. Peter says as everyone rushes to get ready, leaving only the Avengers Council members behind. I'm ready when you are. Fury says as he pulls out his phone. Hang on, let me just see where they are, Peter says as he closes his eyes, feeling the tracking spells he placed a couple of days ago. Okay, I got it. With a wave of his hand, 6 golden portals opened on the ceiling and some very familiar people fell from each of them. Insert pictures of all 6 members of the World Security Council here. Ah. They all exclaimed as the ground opened up under their feet. As the 6 of them hit the hard floor, the 6 portals snapped shut as swiftly as possible. Call it in. Peter says as Fury hits a button on his phone and holds it to his ear. What the hell is going dash? A woman in a blue suit asks as she picks herself up off the ground, though she soon found that her voice was taken away from her. Peter merely waved in their direction and all 6 of them suddenly found it impossible to utter a single word. Shoo. Peter shushed them as he pointed to Fury. This is Director Fury. Authorization Alpha 17025621 Beta 4. Fury says as he puts the phone on speaker. Authorization confirmed. A woman on the other end replied. How can I help you, Director? Initiate alert level 5 and call in all agents. Fury orders as he turns to look at their 6 new guests. The World Security Council is missing and believed to be captured. As he said this, each member of the World Security Council looked between one another in both confusion and fright. Why yes, sir. The woman on the other end answered in shock. Initiating alert level 5. Please give me the authorization code. Tartarus 1168329902A. Fury answers with ease. Authorization confirmed. She stutters as she didn't expect this to actually happen. Good, I'll relay more orders soon, but for now I want every agent called into work. We need all the help we can get. Fury says as he hangs up the phone. How long should I wait? Peter asks as he ignores the captives in the room. Give it about half an hour and lock everything down. We'll start cleaning house after that. A/N, 1551 words. Kitchen knife or else dizzy face, light skin tone hand pointing down, medium skin tone hand pointing down, dark skin tone hand pointing down, backhand index pointing down, smiling face please hugging face. Chapter 243, C243 commence operation. Pizza insert food gifts here, most likes wins shortcake. What the hell do you think you're doing? Alexander Pierce exclaimed in both anger and confusion. He, like his fellow members of the World Security Council, was simply going about his day when the ground opened up and dumped him here. After listening to Fury call in their disappearance as if he wasn't a part of it, they all knew that the Avengers were up to something. Cleaning house. Fury answers as he glared at his former employers. Cleaning house of what? Pamela Hawley, the only female member of the World Security Council, asked. Of Hydra. Peter revealed as he watched a few of their guests reach for something in their pockets. Are you looking for these? As Peter spoke, everything from wallets, keys, and phones appeared in front of him, floating for everyone to see. Seeing this, each of the captives found their belongings gone, leaving only the clothes on their back and the shoes on their feet. You can't just hold us captive for no reason. Alexander Pierce spoke up for the group. Besides, Hydra has long been dead. I don't know what you're planning, but it won't end well for you. This mother of asterisk cur is good. Fury says with a laugh. Isn't he? Peter agreed with a chuckle of his own. What's so funny? Chow Yen, the only Asian member of the World Security Council, asks in confusion. Because out of all of you that could have said that it had to be the one we have actual evidence on. Tony says as he turns to glare at Pierce. Did you have my parents killed? What are you talking about, Stark? Pierce continues to play it off pretty well, though that would soon change. Jarvis, play the recording. Tony calls out and the recording of the conversation between Pierce and Zola started to play. Hearing how casually and gleefully they talked about Project Insight's death toll and how it would rise to over 20 million people, most members of the World Security Council were utterly shocked, though the real surprise came at the end. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! The two said their parting words and the recording came to an end. Instantly, all eyes were on Pierce, who was barely keeping it together at this point. Well, that's obviously fake. He looks around the room for some support, but no one offered any help. I never had that conversation. We've had the recording put through multiple checks. It's legit. Fury vouches for its legitimacy. Thank God for the reality stone. Peter thought as Tony took a step forward and stood face to face with Pierce. I'll ask again. Did you order the deaths of my parents? Tony was deadly serious as he spoke. No. Pierce answered back with a glare of his own. Tony remained in his face, staring like an angry predator. Tony, we can question them all later and find out, but now isn't the time. Peter spoke up, as he could see that Tony was close to getting violent. Fine, stick them in a cell. Tony says as he reluctantly turns away from his most likely suspect. Wait. Jakuna Singh, an Indian member of the World Security Council, yelled. Why are we all being detained? If Alexander is a Hydra operative, then arrest him and send us on our way. I don't have time to be imprisoned and I've done nothing wrong. Maybe. Peter says with a shrug. Maybe not. We'll find out the truth in time. As he finished speaking, Peter waved his hand and 6 portals swallowed up the captives, sending each of them to their own personal cell. Truthfully, Peter couldn't recall whether there were more than 2 Hydra agents in the World Security Council. Alexander Pierce and Gideon Malik are definitely Hydra, but he wasn't sure about the rest. Shortly after the captives were sent away, the geared-up Avengers started trickling in, looking like they're ready for war. Lock it all down. Fury says to Peter, as he was paying attention to the time. All right, give me a minute. Peter says as he gets to work. Question mark. Every Avenger who just arrived watched curiously as 2 very complicated spell circles drew themselves in the air in front of Peter. Hopefully, this works. Peter thought as he grasped the center of both spells and twisted them clockwise. Seconds later, a locking sound was heard as each spell shot up out of the building and disappeared into the sky. What was that? Sabretooth exclaimed in awe. Magic. As Peter sent the 2 spell circles flying, all around the world golden strands of light came crashing down onto all sorts of buildings and bunkers. As the light hit each location, a golden shield-like barrier would cover the outer walls of the buildings, drawing curious looks from anyone passing by. Inside these structures, it didn't take long for people to realize that their windows were glowing like giant neon lights. especially after they saw how the barrier blocked all communications from leaving the building, stranding the inside without a way to call for help. After some panic, many tried to escape and soon found that they were completely sealed inside the building. Even underground tunnels and rooftop helicopters were inaccessible, as the golden light surrounded everything. In some places, all sorts of firepower was employed to hopefully break their way out, from simple bullets to high-grade explosives, yet none could shake the unbreakable barrier. Did it work? Fury asks, but his phone started ringing like crazy, as hundreds of calls came in at the same exact time. I'll take that as a yes. Of course, he simply turned his phone on Do Not Disturb, as he would all be busy soon enough. Yeah, each barrier is up, though I wasn't able to hide them from the public. Peter explains, as deploying so many barriers at the same exact time all across the world was already hard enough. No problem, I'm sure that we can spin a story for the media later on. Magneto says as he floats off of the ground, ready to head out. How should we split everyone up? Magneto may not show it, but he and every other metahuman are very eager to head out. Hydra, and S.H.I.E.L.D. by extension, has kidnapped and experimented on metahumans for a long time, so this cleanup is something that they've always wanted to do. Even Charles looked excited to head out, and he despises conflict. Myself, Eric, Charles, and Tony will work alone. Peter says as they were all strong enough to do so. Fury, Steve, Peggy, Storm, and Wolverine will be team leaders. Pick whoever you feel most comfortable working with. Peter would have allowed Silk to have her own team as well, but MJ was sticking close to her mother after the Bucky incident, so she wouldn't be attending this mission. Listening to Peter's orders, everyone formed teams fairly quickly. All right, remember to detain everyone. We'll worry about where to imprison them afterward. Peter says as he opens 9 portals, leading to the lobbies of separate S.H.I.E.L.D. bases. Since Peter would have to act as the portal B*TCH, due to the fact that he was the one that could, he had to work quickly so he can be ready to shuttle the teams to their next locations. In order to work quickly, Peter tried the diplomatic approach first. Stepping out of a portal and into the main lobby of what appeared to be a government building, Peter was welcomed by some armed men and women, who seemed to be testing the barrier before his arrival. Spider-Man. A few of them muttered as they lowered their weapons. In the flesh. Peter says as the portal snaps shut behind him. Spider-Man, sir. A respectful woman with a pistol in hand walks up to Peter. We seem to be trapped inside the building. Are you here to help? No, I'm the one that put up the barrier. Peter admits as a few agents point their guns in his direction once again. Why? She asked in confusion. Because everyone in this building is being detained by order of your director and the Avengers. Peter says, shocking everyone into a stupor. I'm going to need each of you to place your weapons on the ground and stand aside. Why, have we done something wrong? She asks as a few agents start getting antsy. Not you particularly. Peter says with a shake of his head. Now put the guns down and surrender. The faster you give up, the faster you can be proven innocent. Or guilty. Guilty of what? A man in the back asks as a few agents have already dropped their weapons. Guilty of treason as a Hydra agent. Peter says and instantly half of the people in the room took aim and fired in his direction, including the respectful woman who was asking him questions. A/N, 1498 words. Upside down face or else pistol light skin tone hand pointing down medium skin tone hand pointing down dark skin tone hand pointing down backhand index pointing down pleading face please smiling face with halo. Chapter 244, C244 growling. Yellow circle insert gun / shooting gifs here, most likes wins yellow circle. As the bullets came his way, Peter smirked under his mask and stood unmoving. With a simple thought, every solid metal bullet was instantly changed into a foam Nerf dart, which fell short of its target and hit the floor at Peter's feet. Question mark. Each Hydra agent that just fired their weapons at Peter were utterly confused. That wasn't very nice, but thanks for outing yourselves. It makes my job a bit easier. Peter says as they try to shoot again. Pulling their triggers, each Hydra operative watched with shock-filled eyes as nothing but a weak stream of water shot from the barrel of their guns. Alright, enough fun and games. You're making a mess. Peter says as he gestures to the wet floor. Now line up against the wall like good little children. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by what just happened that a good portion of people actually followed his instruction and stood by the wall. Suddenly, almost all of the outed Hydra agents bit down on something in their mouths. Nope. Peter uttered as each of their cheeks expanded until confetti came flying out of their mouths. Suicide is never an option. All of them broke a fake tooth, which held enough cyanide to kill them in seconds, as all Hydra agents are brainwashed into doing when captured. Sadly, Peter noticed and immediately used the ether to turn the toxin into confetti, which they would spit out, saving their lives. Now against the wall, please. I don't have all day. Peter says as he motions toward the others. Why yes, sir. Someone stuttered as everyone followed Peter's orders this time. Good. Peter says as he webbed each of them against the wall. I'll be back. Sir. The woman from earlier calls out. What? Peter asks as he turns back. I'm in charge of this base. She says nervously. If you want everyone to listen to you, I can help. Sure. Peter shrugs as the web holding her against the wall disappeared, sending the nervous Hydra agent / base commander tumbling to the floor. Keep up. Scrambling to get to her feet, the woman rushed to catch up to Peter, who was already at the other end of the hallway. With the base commander's help, Peter was able to capture everyone in around 20 minutes, saving him a lot of time. If anyone was able to enter the building, they would find it littered with webbed-up shield and Hydra personnel plastered on the walls. As Peter finished up, he heard a voice in his ear. This is Charles. I've finished with my first location, though I may need assistance. Professor Xavier called. I'm on the way. Flashback. Charles' POV. Of course, Peter wasn't the only one who tried the diplomatic approach, though he had much more success than Charles. He's on the first floor. Go go go. Armed agents were notified as they rushed to Charles's location with assault rifles in hand. Upon his arrival at this dimly lit underground bunker, Charles tried to explain just like Peter did, but they wouldn't even give him a chance to talk before getting violent. Of course, as the professor didn't like violence, he simply put them to sleep with thought and continued forward, hoping that the next group would listen. Sadly, his actions were caught by the surveillance cameras, which started the situation he currently found himself in. He's around the corner. Agents matched Charles's location, ready to pump the unknown intruder full of lead. Luckily, Charles could feel the presence of his enemies with ease as he casually walked through the underground hallways. The second these armed shield / Hydra agents turned the corner, ready to fire in the professor's direction, each of them collapsed into a pile, leaving just enough room for Charles to pass by. After repeating this over and over, Charles found himself in front of a locked metal door, which needed both a badge and facial scan to get through. Sigh. Charles let out an annoyed breath as he lifted a nearby unconscious agent with his mind and slapped his face against the scanner. Access denied. The screen turned red as a robotic voice spoke negatively. Tossing the men aside with a single thought, Charles levitated another limp body and planted their face against the scanner. Access denied. After 4 failures in a row, Charles found the right man and was able to open the door, though he didn't like what he found on the other side. Once all of the guards behind the door were sent to sleep, Charles walked in and found a long hallway filled with cells on either side. In these cells were men, women, and children, though mainly children. It didn't take Charles long to realize what these people were. Metahumans. Seeing the horrible living conditions as well as the haggard and beaten states of some of them, Charles felt both pity and disgust. Pity for the poor people who were subject to this and disgust toward those who held them here against their will. No matter how much good the Avengers do, it feels like there will always be places like this. Charles thought dishearteningly. Knowing that this was the last room in the bunker, Charles tapped a device in his ear and spoke. This is Charles. I've finished with my first location, though I may need assistance. Professor Xavier spoke. I'm on the way. Peter's voice replied. Flashback end. Seconds after his reply, a portal opened up next to the professor, and out came Spider-Man. As Peter came walking in, everyone cowered at the back of their cells, while only one child held the bars of her cage and looked forward with eyes resembling a predator. She looked to be around 8 or 9 years old with black hair and dark brown eyes. Although she could be seen as a cute kid, the deadly glare and killer aura that radiated off of her was covering that up very well. Insert picture of Laura Kinney /X, 23 here. She looks familiar. Peter thought as he realized why Charles needed help. Are they all metahumans? I think so. Charles answers with a sad sigh. All right, I'll get them out of here. Peter said as he opened another portal. You can go to the next location. Okay. Charles sends one more sympathetic look toward his captured people before walking into the portal, which snapped shut soon after. Listen up. Peter exclaims, getting everyone's attention. Grrrrrrr. The little predator at the bars started growling softly in his direction. Relax, I'm here to help. Peter says as he walks over and yanks the door to her cell off with ease. I'll take you Dash. Just as Peter was trying to explain that he would take them to the professor's school, where they could be treated for any injuries, the rabid little girl launched out of her cell and jumped in his direction. Watching her in amusement, Peter saw 2 bony claws extend from each fist before they came swiping in his direction. Is she Wolverine's daughter? Peter wondered as he caught her outstretched wrist, stopping her attack with ease. Being aggressive and defensive is good, as it can keep you alive, but I'm not here to hurt you. Calm down. The little girl in his grasp seemed to relax for a moment, though it didn't last long. Hoping to throw off her enemy, the young girl pretended to listen to Peter before using her free hand to stab her long claws into his stomach. As the pointed tips of her claws made contact with Peter, the young girl smirked thinking she had won. Sadly, unlike Wolverine's, her claws were made of just bone. Sharp and pointy bone, but bone nonetheless. Feel better? Peter asks as he releases her wrists, allowing the girl to fall to her feet. Thanks to the enchantments on his clothes, the girl's claws couldn't even cut a single thread from his suit, let alone penetrate past it and into his stomach. Ag. Angered by her failure, the animalistic girl starts slashing her claws at Peter's stomach and legs. After allowing her to tire herself out, as her body wasn't in the best condition to begin with, Peter patted the angry child's head as she panted to catch her breath. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Peter reassured her as she looked up at him for a moment, studying his non-existent facial features to see if he was lying. As if confirming his words, the girl gave him a small nod before falling unconscious and crashing to the floor. Of course, Peter caught her before she could get hurt and held her like a princess. Kids shouldn't have to be like this, Peter muttered as he turned to see all of the other metahuman children, cowering in their cages. A/N, 1483 words. Backhand index pointing down I or nose else I rainbow please sunflower backhand index pointing down. Chapter 245, C245 Laura Kinney. Broken heart insert sad/depressed gifs here, most likes wins broken heart. Flashback. X-23's POV. Ever since X-23 was born, she lived underground, kept like a caged animal as all sorts of tests and experiments were performed on her. Using the DNA of Wolverine, Dr. Martin Sutter headed the project to implant X-23's mother with a metahuman child, though she never met her mother. X-23's earliest memory is the day that one of the female scientists unlocked her cell and rushed her out of the facility under the cover of darkness. She could still remember how infinitely excited she was to see the outside world for the first time. The sky, trees, dirt, grass, and the smell of fresh air were an absolute shock to someone who lived their entire life trapped in a windowless bunker. Sadly, their little trip outside of the facility didn't last long, as seconds after their departure, alarms sounded and men with guns came chasing after them. As they drove down the dirt path away from the bunker, two blacked-out Escalades blocked the path, and before X-23 knew what was happening, an expertly shot bullet tore through the windshield and hit the scientist in the chest. Instantly, the woman lost control of the car and crashed into some nearby bushes. After the crash, X-23 turned to see the scientist coughing blood and looking in her direction with feelings of both regret and love. "Your name is Laura Kinney." The woman coughed out as she smiled weakly. "I'm so sorry, Dash." Before she could finish talking, a man in uniform walked up to the driver's side window, pulled out his pistol, and put a single bullet in her head. As X-23 watched this happen, she noticed a badge on the woman's white lab coat with a name labeled under her smiling picture. Sarah Kinney. Mom. X-23 muttered in disbelief as she looked up to see the life drain from her bloody mother's face. After that day, the security around X-23 was upgraded, though that wasn't all. The experiments that she was forced to undergo turned much crueler as well. It was as if her mother's presence kept the more sadistic scientists at bay, and without her there, they started to run wild. They did everything from cutting her skin and beating her black and blue, to making her drink acid and infecting her with horrible diseases, all in hopes of finding the secret of her immense regeneration ability. Of course, as she was a subject of the Weapon X program, they also began her training as a killer, hoping to turn her into a beast that would slaughter anyone at the slightest instruction. For years past since the death of her mother, and X-23's life has been nothing but loneliness and pain. One day, while Laura, as she liked to call herself in private, was sitting alone in her dark cell, alarms started to sound as men and women rushed back and forth in the hallway. Seconds after the alarm went off, Laura was dragged from her cell in a hurry and thrown into a car. Although she had no idea what was happening, the gunfire and explosions that filled the air told her something big was going down. Though thanks to her increased security and a secret backdoor exit, Laura was evacuated before any intruders could get to her. This would be the second time that she saw the outside world. Using this as an opportunity, Laura put all of the skills her captors taught her to use and killed every guard that left with her, including Dr. Sutter, who took the same evacuation path. Luckily, they left so quickly that no one remembered to restrain her in any way whatsoever. It was the first time that Laura wet her claws with blood, killing for the very first time. She was 8 years old at the time, though she didn't cry or even think on it much. With her newfound freedom, Laura rushed into the forest and ran until her legs couldn't run anymore. Laura had no idea where to go, but she knew that she needed to get as far away as possible if she wanted to keep her newfound freedom. 2 weeks passed as Laura lived in the forest like an animal, using her claws to hunt for food, which she would eat raw, and drink from a clean stream that she found on her second day in the wilderness. As the days passed, Laura soon found that she enjoyed the life of an animal far more than life in a cage, living at the whims of others. She could eat and drink whenever she wanted. Go wherever she pleased. sleep whenever the need arises, and even use the bathroom without anyone watching. Life was good. Though it didn't last very long. Sadly, freedom isn't easily obtained, but it is easily taken away. Near the end of her third week in the wild, a man with a metal arm and face mask appeared. At first, she could smell and hear his arrival, though since it was only one person, Laura decided to simply kill him. After all, he entered her territory. Of course, when this plan was put into action, Laura instantly found out that her visitor wasn't some normal human. No, this was the Winter Soldier. After a short fight, Laura was beaten unconscious and her coveted freedom was stripped from her yet again. When she woke up on the following day, what greeted her was nothing but metal bars and men in lab coats. Instantly, she broke down into tears. Why can't they just leave me alone? Laura thought sadly. Just like before, the experiment started up again, though it was like these people didn't know much about her, so they repeated almost every experiment she ever went through at the old bunker. Of course, Laura didn't make it easy for them. Acting like a wild tiger, she would pounce and kill anyone that tried to approach her cage. In the months she stayed at this new prison, Laura killed a total of 7 people. 3 guards and 4 scientists. It got so bad that they had to put up a sign to make sure everyone knew not to approach her cell, and use tranquilizer darts every time she was needed in the lab. Though one day, a bald man with a shiny head arrived, knocking every one of her captors down with a single glance. Though that wasn't all. Seconds later, a big golden portal opened up and a masked man in a spidery costume stepped out. They talked for a moment before another portal opened out of nowhere. "All right, I'll get them out of here," the spidery man said. "You can go to the next location." As the bald man left through the portal, the masked spider guy said some words before ripping open her cell door like it was made of paper. Feeling threatened, Laura pounced out of her open cage and slashed her bony claws at him, as she did whenever anyone came near her. As if he were dealing with a toddler, the masked guy countered her attack with ease and stood there as she screamed and clawed at him, not doing a single speck of damage in the process. "It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you," he said reassuringly as she came to realize how futile her struggle was and gave up. Compared to this guy, the metal arm idiot was a pushover. Laura thought as her built-up adrenaline disappeared and she toppled over. The last thing that Laura could remember was the smell of the invincible man, who took her into his arms before she could hit the floor. Flashback end. Peter's POV. After dropping off all of the metahumans at Xavier's School for Gifted Children, Peter returned to the mission at hand. I wonder how Hydra got their hands on X-23. Peter thought. Peter knew that Wolverine's daughter was created in an attempt to redo the Weapon X program, which Wolverine escaped from. Was Hydra involved with that program as well? Peter questioned as he worked his way through a hostile SHIELD base. Or did my involvement with metahumans somehow change her life's trajectory? Saving these questions for later, Peter concentrated on the problem in front of him. SHIELD. One by one, Peter captured base after base, while simultaneously shuttling Avengers back and forth over and over. Some bases surrendered easily after either a brief conversation or a show of force, and others went into full battle mode. Peter found it amusing how the people you wouldn't expect always wound up being Hydra agents. In one building, Peter found a sweet old librarian, who kept track of some physical records for that base. At first, she seemed about as kind and loving as a grandmother could get, though the second she realized what Peter was there for, she pulled out an assault rifle from behind her desk and started spraying. Hydra really is everywhere. Of course, not all bases were as simple as capturing everyone inside. Some of them needed a bit of extra care, like the base he found X-23 in. Out of the 93 bases, around 20 of them held some sort of captives, which weren't approved by Fury. Metahuman or otherwise, though they were mostly metahumans, who seemed to be used for experimentation and possible indoctrination into Hydra. Speaking of metahuman indoctrination. Hail Hydra! A man whose body was covered in flames screamed fanatically as he jutted his hand forward, shooting beams of fire in Peter's direction. A/N, 1618 words. Backhand index pointing down honeybee or else snake hatching chick please rabbit face backhand index pointing down. Chapter 246, C246 Hydra Metas. Clown face insert clown/circus gifs here, most like wins clown face. Hail Hydra! A man whose body was covered in flames screamed fanatically as he jutted both of his hands forward, shooting beams of fire in Peter's direction. This is a first. Peter casually thought as he dodged the horizontal pillars of fire, which destroyed the walls behind him, drilling fiery holes, which spread up the walls and filled the area with black smoke. Peter has never had a run-in with a hostile metahuman before. Yeah, he had to beat Wolverine and his brother a few times, but that doesn't really count. Even his run-in with Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants was solved through communication, which led to a fruitful partnership. Even after Peter found out metahumans were in this world, they haven't popped up on his radar ever since. Maybe Charles and Eric have been handling it. Peter thought as he rushed forward, whilst still dodging all sorts of fire attacks. That made the most sense, as the cooperation between Eric and Charles is likely a huge nightmare for all villainous metahumans and anti-metahuman factions as well. After all, you have Charles who is constantly recruiting young metahuman students to his school, making it hard for anyone to snatch up any superpowered children. Then you have Eric, who literally made it his life's mission to hunt down anyone who would kidnap or hurt his people. Truthfully, it's hard out there for an evildoer, especially in the United States, where the Avengers' power is centralized. Out of the 20 bases that held metahumans inside, the large majority of them were outside of the United States of America, showing just how hard it is to operate there. Even Hydra, who has access to all of the resources and personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D., didn't seem to have many metahuman agents. This is the first I've seen. Peter thought as he appeared behind the fiery meta and clocked him in the back of the head. Huh. Peter grunted in shock as he watched his fist phase through the blazing man's head, as if he were a drunkard, trying to fight a fire with his fists. That's an interesting ability. Peter muttered as he watched his attacker's head morph back to normal once he pulled his hand back. Haha. The burning metahuman laughed like a victorious villain. You may be strong, Spider-Man, but since you can't touch me, you'll burn soon enough. They always do. Love the evil monologue, but I have like 30 more S.H.I.E.L.D. bases to raid, so let's get the show on the road, shall we? Peter said as he strolled over to the nearby fire alarm and pulled it. Instantly, the sound of a warning bell filled the building, as countless small sprinklers on the ceiling started showering out water, which covered everything. Afgaff. The fiery metahuman screamed in horrendous pain as the water poured all over his body. Water beats fire. Peter commented as he watched the man, who was just cackling like a Dark Lord a moment ago, crumble to the ground and huddle into a ball. Pokemon logic always prevails. Once the guy was thoroughly soaked and weakened, Peter dumped him in a cell back at the tower via a portal and flipped the fire alarm back up, turning off the sprinklers. Searching the rest of the building, Peter found a group of captured metahumans, similar to the group from his meeting with X-23, so he moved them to Xavier's school as well. After he dropped them off, Peter received a call from Fury's team. "Hey, we could use some help here," Clint exclaimed over the radio, followed by what sounded like an explosion. "On the way." Peter answered as he stepped through a portal to find Fury, Clint, Natasha, Daredevil, Loki, and Jessica being manhandled by a giant metahuman, who seemed to be made out of a copper-colored metal. Seriously, you guys can't beat some metal guy. Taking a closer look at the giant's facial expressions, Peter assumed that he was most likely brainwashed. His eyes were dull, and even in a stressful situation like this, he didn't seem the least bit worried or surprised by their arrival. Either this guy has some serious emotional issues, or he's a puppet like Bucky. Just as Peter thought this, the copper metahuman looked towards him and shot a bright beam of yellow light from his eyes, though Peter simply sidestepped it as he studied the ability with interest. As the beams passed him, Peter watched as they bored 2 tiny holes in the wall, which continued unimpeded all the way to his barrier before coming to a halt. He can do that too. Clint called out as he knocked an arrow and let it loose. With the aim of a legendary marksman, the arrow flew across the room and struck the laser-shooting metahuman right in the forehead, blowing up on impact. Although the arrow and the explosion did absolutely no damage to the assailant, the shockwave managed to knock him off of his feet, stopping him from continuing the deadly laser attack. He's also invulnerable to every attack we throw at him. Natasha explains as Jessica rushes forward and kicks his down form, sending the metahuman flying into the wall at breakneck speed. Anyone would think that the fight was over or at least close to its end, but that wasn't the case at all. As the dust cleared, the Copper Hydra agent could be seen standing beside a broken wall, as if nothing happened whatsoever. He was still in pristine condition without even looking the slightest bit tired or hurt. "Okay, I can see why this would be a bit challenging for you guys, but it really shouldn't be that hard," Peter says as he gets a glare from Fury's entire team. "We're not all monsters like you," Jessica yelled in frustration as she dodged another laser beam. "Well, how about I give you a hint?" Peter says as he had no intention of stepping in unless they really needed it. In Pokemon, metal types are weak to fire. Although they're probably the weakest team of them all, due to Loki, Clint, Natasha, and Daredevil, who have little to no superpowers, that doesn't mean they couldn't win on their own. They just have to use their brains a bit. What the hell does a children's game have to do with this? Jessica yelled as she glared in Peter's direction. "Do you want another hint?" Peter asks as he walks to the side and leans against a wall, enjoying the annoyed glares of his fellow Avengers. "If Pokemon isn't your forte, then how about this? Metal conducts electricity. I'll handle it. Keep him busy," Loki said as he ran out of the room. Although Loki wasn't an actual member of the Avengers, he acts as Jessica's assistant and uses that as an excuse to tag along throughout every mission. Of course, Peter allows it as he hopes to one day recruit the former villain, though time would tell whether he truly changes enough to become a hero or not. After watching the group fight and distract the copper metahuman for a while, Peter watched as Loki came running in with a bundle of long-cut wires. Attach the ends of these to your arrows and aim where they'll stick. Loki orders Clint as he starts plugging the wires into a nearby outlet. He's solid metal, where will they stick? Clint asked in confusion. I don't know. Figure it out. Loki yelled back. Fine. Clint muttered as he attached the wires and took aim. Waiting for the perfect shot, Clint fired as soon as Jessica managed to knock the guy off of his feet once again. Just as the copper metahuman hit the ground, an arrow grazed his side and pierced into the ground, though what followed was nothing but excruciatingly painful. Ah. The silent metalman screamed as the electrically charged arrow remained in constant contact with his body, sending a powerful current through him. Though that wasn't the end. Clint continued to fire and each new arrow introduced more electricity to the man's metal body, which was currently spasming in the ground uncontrollably. See, I said you could do it. Peter said happily as a portal opened up below the shaking metahuman, depositing him in his own cell in the Avengers Tower. You could have just done that from the beginning. Jessica says with a huff. Yes, but if I do everything for you, then what's the purpose of having you around? Peter says with a shrug. Jessica merely rolled her eyes at him as she stomped her foot in frustration, cracking the ground with relative ease. Remind me not to make her angry. Clint whispers to Loki, who nodded in agreement as he felt her anger before and would much rather stay on Jessica's good side. A/N, 1505 words. Backhand index pointing down oncoming police car or else police officer man bowing please $banknote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 247, C247 Zola. Money bag insert money/cash gifts here, most likes wins money bag. After helping Fury's team with their metahuman problem, Peter received a bunch of other calls, informing him of similar situations for the other teams as well. Of course, the other groups were able to handle their problems alone, so Peter only had to portal the beaten Hydra metas into their new cells. Once everyone was finished with their work, Peter counted exactly 9 Hydra metas, who were now permanent residents of the Avenger Tower detainment floor. Some had great powers, like the metal guy who had Superman laser beam eyes, and others were a bit of a letdown, to say the least. Like one man, who had the power to fart a deadly toxic gas. The X gene is truly random. Peter thought as he remembered the looks on Storm's face when he arrived to portal the guy away. Luckily, Peter wasn't there to witness the fight, but Storm described it well enough. We walked in and this pervert pulled down his pants, turned around, and... Peter couldn't hold back his laughter as he heard what happened. The poor guy got the worst role imaginable when it came to superpowers. He couldn't even attack with his clothes on and face his enemies head on. Unlucky. Peter thought with a shake of his head. With every base captured, Peter brought all of the teams together so that they could organize how to deal with the huge number of prisoners. Everyone go and take a 30-minute break, while we talk. Peter shooed the lower ranks away, leaving only his fellow council members, Steve, and Peggy behind. Sir, the media is in a frenzy with the barriers appearing all around the world, and the president has called multiple times, asking if the Avengers are involved. Jarvis spoke up as the room emptied. You couldn't have made the barriers invisible. Tony turns to Peter and asks. No, it would have complicated the spell even more than it already was. Peter answers with a shrug as he whips out his phone. I'll text Barack and let him know it's us. What about the media, sir? Jarvis asks as the TV on the wall brightens, revealing an image of a building surrounded by a golden barrier. Thankfully, Jarvis muted it so they didn't have to listen to newscasters argue over whether this was the work of aliens or some crazy phenomenon that couldn't be explained. I'll tweet - Peter stopped speaking as he saw the reply he got from the president. Forget it, Barack said he would hold a state of address and explain that it's us. Let's just let him handle it. Throughout his time as an Avenger, building this place from the ground up, Peter has learned the ebbs and flows of the political world. The president would stand to gain a lot of backing if he is the one to explain what's going on, as it would show that he has a good grip on the situation as well as a working relationship with the Avengers. And lucky for him, Peter has a good opinion of Barack, or else he would simply write a tweet and be done with it. Of course, most people in the room understood this and agreed with his decision. It's best to keep the politicians and world leaders happy. At least, for now. There are a lot of prisoners and not enough cells. Charles changes the subject as he knew this would be a headache. Yes, which is why we should start screening each person so the real S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can assist us. Peter says, receiving nods of agreement all around. How though? Tony asks as he flops down into a seat. We can't just read their minds and... Instantly, all eyes turn to Charles, who shook his head instantly. No, I don't like invading people's privacy, Nazis or not. Charles vehemently declined. We aren't asking you to mind our *PE them. Peter says, both happy and annoyed at Xavier's answer. On one hand, if he was more willing, then this entire situation would be sorted in a day or two. On the other hand, thankfully, Charles isn't a mind our *pissed, who would break anyone's trust and privacy at the drop of a hat. Either way, my mind has been protected for a while now. Peter thought in relief, though he suddenly remembered something. MJ doesn't have her mind protected and she's met Charles a few times already. Although Peter didn't think that Professor Xavier read her mind, he now has to fortify the mind of everyone who knows his real identity. I should have done this earlier. Peter reprimanded himself. Saving these thoughts for later, Peter finished speaking. We'll bring them into a room one by one and ask if they're Hydra, and all that you have to do is skim their surface thoughts to see if they're lying about their answer. Peter explains, hoping to sway him into accepting the plan. The whole room descended into discussion and sometimes arguments, as everyone spoke their part, adding ideas and disagreements. Though when it was all said and done, Peter's plan rose to the top as the clear winner. The professor didn't look very happy with his part in this, but in the end, he reluctantly agreed to do the job. Soon enough, everyone returned from their short break and was ready to get back to work. All right, here's what's happening. Peter explained the plan to everyone who wasn't there for its formation. Since we only have one mind-reading professor, we'll have to go through each captured base one by one. With the plan explained, Peter opened a portal and sent them on their way. Tony, stay behind. Peter calls out, stopping his friend from following the group. You two aren't coming? Steve asks as he and Peggy hang back. No, we have a Nazi computer to shut down. Peter shook his head. You're going after Zola? Peggy asks. Yup, as the oldest living member of Hydra, I thought it best to ask if he knows who ordered the deaths of Tony's parents. Peter revealed his plans. Upon hearing this, Tony, who was originally reluctant to lag behind, was instantly on board with Peter's idea. Let us come with you. Steve says as he points at the open portal behind him. Besides, they have more than enough manpower to go around. Fine, but there probably won't be much fighting. Peter agrees with a shrug as he closed one portal and opened another. Stewing in his terminal command center from the 1970s, Arnim Zola was currently confused beyond belief. Insert picture of Arnim Zola's computer body/room here. Hours ago, a golden barrier covered the entirety of Camp Lehigh, which included the room which houses this machinery, which in turn houses the brilliant mind of Nazi scientist Arnim Zola. In the early 70s, Zola received a terminal diagnosis. Realizing that he didn't have much time left to live, Zola concluded that science couldn't save his body's dying body but it could save his mind, literally. Without wasting time, Zola got to work constructing a supercomputer, dubbed his greatest masterpiece, to synthesize and emulate his own brain through 100 billion neurons that he recreated and replicated with microprocessors of his design. All of this left him trapped in the basement of the main building of Camp Lehigh, a former United States Army base, which was later turned into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first base of operations. Of course, as the barrier appeared around his home, Zola sent many of his flesh-bodied lackeys to collect data on the odd occurrence, finding the whole phenomenon both intriguing and worrisome. Someone wants me trapped in here. He thought as he ordered his men to use everything they could to break the barrier so that he could send out a distress signal. As the hours passed, Zola became even more fearful. No amount of force, finesse, or firepower worked against the indomitable force field. Just as the last lackey left after giving him another disappointing status update, Zola watched in realization as a golden portal appeared in the center of his room. Yes, the colors do match. Zola thought as he stared at the golden portal through the many cameras in the room. Spider-Man, I should have known that it was you. Zola welcomed Peter as he stepped into the room, followed by Steve, Peggy, and Tony. Yup, we decided that S.H.I.E.L.D. needed some cleaning up and you're last on the list. Peter says as the portal closed behind him. Zola, is that really you? Steve asks as he remembered the men from his fight against Hydra during the war. Oh, if it isn't the Star-Spangled Men with a plan. Zola says with a cybernetic laugh. You haven't aged a single day, have you? Incredible. And you're looking very computery. Steve replied as he stared into the monitor, which showed a black and green face that looked slightly like the original Zola. Truly a master of the English language. Zola says with a laugh. Have you seen Bucky yet? Instantly, the mood changed as Steve's face hardened into a glare. If I'm the last stop, then you must have found him. Zola speaks as if he were gleefully poking a bear with a stick. I put in a lot of work to mold him into the man he is today. Countless days went into programming Sergeant Barnes into a good little boy. In the beginning, he begged and pleaded for you to come save him, but you never showed up. Just as Steve was about to lose his mind and start breaking things, the image of Zola's face turned to Tony. Speaking of, how have you been, Mr. Stark? Zola sounded very amused with himself as he spoke. Losing your parents so early must have been hard. Sadly, they met an unfortunate accident, didn't they? Okay, let's calm down for a second. Peter could see what Zola was doing and tried to put a stop to it, but... You. Tony uttered in furious anger as his Iron Man suit formed along his body in an instant. Oh, sh*t. A/n, 1701 words. Backhand index pointing down skull and crossbones or else angry face with horns kissing cat face please crying cat face backhand index pointing down. Chapter 248, C248 Death by C. A/N, I was recently informed that I was misspelling Zola's name. It's Arnim not Armin. It's fixed in this chapter as well as the last one. I insert creepy gifs here, most likes wins I. Oh, sh*t. Peter muttered as he knew what Zola was trying to do. In the movie, Zola locked the Avengers that found him inside the room and called in an airstrike, hoping to kill his enemies alongside himself. Of course, he did that in order to stop them from revealing what they knew about Project Insight, though that wasn't the only reason. As a living supercomputer, Zola is a literal databank of everything related to Hydra going all the back to World War II. He was one of the main people who spearheaded the rebuilding of Hydra after being recruited into the United States during Operation Paperclip. If he were to be captured, then every bit of information he knew would be in the hands of his captors. Names, addresses, plans, and so much more were locked up inside his metal brain, waiting to be harvested. On top of that, unlike a normal human, Zola is unable to forget anything, making him a treasure trove of information. He isn't even human anymore, making the information readily available to anyone who could hack into his mind. He wants to commit suicide. Peter thought as soon as the provoking words started flying. After all, without the ability to call in an airstrike, since Peter's barriers were blocking all communications, Zola was left extremely vulnerable. Before Peter could reveal what was happening, Tony launched forward, propelled by the thrusters on his hands and feet. Crash! Smashing his metal fist into the monitor that showed Zola's face, Tony watched in satisfaction as the glass fell to the floor with small clinks. You really should be thanking me, Mr. Stark. Zola says as his smiling image appears on every other monitor around the room. Didn't you hate your father? I thought you'd be happy that I had him killed. After all, you inherited his kingdom, did you not? F***ck my dad. He was almost as smart as me, so he could take care of himself. Tony says as his palm thrusters start pulsing dangerously. You had that piece of SHT strangle my innocent mother to death. Boom. Tony held up both hands and fired his thrusters, simultaneously destroying two other monitors. Ah, yes. Zola says in amusement as his remaining images smirk toward Tony. Sweet Maria Stark. You know, I once bumped into her before changing bodies to this machine. I instantly knew why Howard was so infatuated. After all, anyone would be smitten with an A**S like that dash. Boom boom boom. Unable to listen any further, Tony starts repeatedly firing his palm thrusters, destroying every monitor in the room but one. All right, Tony. Peter says as he snaps his fingers. That's enough. With the snap of Peter's fingers, Tony's suit turned into Legos, which fell off of his body and created a pile on the floor. What? Tony turns to his friend in extreme irritation. Are you going to tell me that this one is a mind-controlled puppet as well? No, in fact, you can kill him in a moment. Peter says as he walks up to Zola's remaining monitor. Nice try, but you have a lot of information to hand over before dying. Then I better start erasing everything, shouldn't I? Zola said as his image disappears and a progress bar with a trash can icon took his place, filling at a snail's pace. I don't think so. Peter says as he gets to work. Not bothering with the outdated control panel, which was probably a decoy that didn't actually connect to Zola whatsoever, Peter studied the room for a moment. This should be it. Peter muttered as he tore a panel off a wall and found tons of wires and old-school processors on the other side. Have you given up? Zola asks mockingly. Go ahead. Tear me apart. No, I'm just going to rip out your processors until you're about as smart as a baby with Down syndrome. Peter says as he turns to Tony. You want to do the honors? Tony smirked as he walked up and grasped the first processor. No. Don't touch that. Zola yelled as Tony ripped it out and tossed it over his shoulder before grabbing another and another and another. Stop. One by one, Tony ripped them out over and over, as Peter tore the walls down and revealed even more processors. Please, stop. Zola stuttered and started talking slower, showing the immense impact that their actions were having on his mind. I can't think. As if Zola forgot or didn't have enough processing power to continue, the deletion bar, which was slowly filling up to 2% only a moment ago, had completely disappeared. Isn't this better than simply killing him? Peter says as he turns to Tony. After all, for a genius like Zola, the only thing he fears more than death is losing his brilliant mind. Tony silently agreed as he took great pleasure in scrambling the brains of the men who ordered the deaths of his parents. This is kind of sad. Peggy muttered as she watched Zola whimper and beg, growing stupider and stupider with every second that passes. Steve nodded in agreement, though his body refused to move, unwilling to help the man that hurt his best friend. I think that's enough. Peter muttered as he looked at the image of Zola, which stared forward with a blank look. Arnim, can you hear me? Peter calls out as if he were talking to a young child. Why yes. He replied meekly, sounding like a stuttering idiot. Do you know where my mommy is? Although he spoke like a child, his voice hadn't changed, creating a weird atmosphere in the room. We may have taken out one too many processors. Peter muttered as he walked up to the remaining monitor. Yeah, she just needs you to do something before she gets here. Oh okay. Zola replied readily. Good, where do you keep your memories? Peter asked. In my head, idiot. Zola answered with a stupid laugh. And where is that? Peter asks, ignoring his childlike response. This form of questioning continued until Peter got a good enough answer. Found it. Peter called out as he crawled through a vented panel and found a hidden room filled with giant old-school hard drives, which looked to have been upgraded to a certain extent. Let's see. Getting to work, Peter hardwired his ghost laptop in and started downloading every bit of information. Of course, he made sure to isolate everything that was being downloaded, leaving it in a heavily secured portion of his laptop, which didn't have any access to the internet, just in case Zola tried anything funny. I'll have to be careful later on. Peter thought as he finished the download. Before leaving the secret room, Peter used the ether to create countless bricks of C for explosives, as well as a detonator. Leaving the bricks behind, Peter crawled back out and handed Tony the detonator. Come on. Let's leave the room so you can blow it up. Peter says as he walks toward the door. Are you leaving? Zola asks like a lonely child. A wavering look appeared on Tony's face. I don't think that I can do it with him like this. Peter turns to look over his shoulder and snaps his fingers. Instantly, the processors that were on the floor flew back into place, fixing themselves in a matter of seconds. There, better now. Peter asks as the screeching voice of Zola fills the room. You won't get away with this. He screams angrily, sounding just like before the processors were removed. Cut off one head and two more shall rise to take its place. Yeah, whatever. Peter muttered as he left the room, followed by everyone else. Go ahead. Peter nods toward Tony as a barrier appears, which surrounded the room in order to contain the coming explosion. Staring down at the detonator, Tony took a deep breath before giving it a squeeze. Hail Hydra! Zola fanatically yelled his last words. Boom. Instantly, everything on the other side of the barrier was covered in fire and smoke, turning the entire room into nothing but rubble. Today marks the end of the brilliant Arnim Zola. Peter said uncaringly. I'm sorry that it took me this long to avenge you. Tony thought of his parents as he turned his head away from the destruction. Hands in the air, now. Marching footsteps were heard as a group of armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came rushing down the hall. Okay, you guys deal with capturing this base. Peter says as he opens a portal and steps through. I have to go and shuttle the others around. Wait. Steve called out, ignoring the armed gunman. Did you get any information on what he did to Bucky? I don't know yet. Peter turns and shrugs. Deal with what's in front of you for now. We'll fix up Bucky soon enough. A/N, 1510 words. Backhand index pointing down fire or else firecracker man bowing please loudly crying face backhand index pointing down. Chapter 249, C249 Poetic Justice. Man zombie insert zombie gifs here, most likes wins woman zombie. After the death of Arnim Zola, Peter focused his complete attention on helping Charles speed along the screening of every captured agent. By the time Peter showed up, Charles was done with the first base that he sent them to. Fury was already leading his cleared S.H.I.E.L.D. subordinates in imprisoning those who failed the screening. Once the trusted S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were released and vindicated of any treasonous activity, they were put right back to work under Fury, who thankfully had their full cooperation. After all, he is their director. Some agents were skeptical of what was happening, as many of the proven Hydra agents were friends of theirs. Everything happened far too suddenly, making it hard for them to believe anything just yet. Especially since they weren't allowed to see any of the proof against their co-workers. All they knew was that they were brought into a room one by one, and asked a simple question. Are you a member of Hydra? Those that came out unrestrained were good and those that didn't were bad. Simple as that. Then they were asked to treat the people they worked with and trusted their backs to like prisoners, which was an odd situation for them. Thankfully, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are trained to follow orders, so the large majority of them stepped in line and didn't cause any problems. However, those who did cause trouble were instantly jailed as well. Of course, they were separated from the Hydra plants, as it would be extremely idiotic to put them in a situation where they can be turned to the other side. All that it would take is a few comforting words from trusted friends and Hydra could have a few more operatives on their side, or at least some sympathizers, which wouldn't be good either. By the next morning, Peter watched as Charles cleared the last remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. base, finishing off the long operation, which Peter liked to call Operation Housekeeping. "I'm so glad that we're finally done," Tony said as he flopped down into a comfy chair. "Technically we aren't done," Peter says as he turns to Fury. "Fury has to change all sorts of protocols, passwords, safe houses, and a million other things." Don't make me think about that right now," Fury groaned as he prepared himself for the nightmare that was to come. Due to the fact that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to such a crazy degree, Fury now had to change all of the locks, so to speak. It was like breaking up with a psycho ex. Either you change the locks or they'll come knocking soon enough. Or just move altogether if they're crazy enough, and Hydra certainly fits that description. Who knows how much of Hydra still remains in the shadows, waiting to rebuild once again. Speaking of the remaining Hydra bases and agents, Peter then turned to Steve and Peggy. "We'll also need people to work with the new S.H.I.E.L.D. and hunt down the remnants of Hydra that are still out there," Peter says and receives a nod from both of them. "Good, but other than that, yeah, we're done." "What about Project Insight?" Eric asks, as he stares out of a nearby window. On the other side of the window is a huge hangar with one of the giant helicarriers, which was still being built for the project that started all of this. "Should we destroy them?" Charles asks tiredly. After all, he did most of the work near the end of Operation Housekeeping. "No, that's a waste of a Beta**S airship." Tony disagreed instantly. "Especially since they all belong to us now. I see no problem with keeping the helicarriers." Peter agreed with a shrug. "The only problem is Zola's algorithm. Shouldn't we use the algorithm?" Eric speaks his mind. "No, it's an extreme invasion of privacy." Charles swiftly disagreed. "But we may be able to use it to help locate our people," Magneto argues. "It might even be able to find children before they fully develop their X gene. It could also help locate high-level criminals, metahuman or otherwise." Fury says, knowing this could make his job easier. "We could also employ it to find any remaining Hydra agents." Instantly, everyone who disagreed in the beginning turned deathly silent. If the public were to find out about this, I don't think they'll be very happy, even if Spider-Man was involved. Tony says, knowing how much people like their privacy, especially in the United States of America. "Whether we do it with good intentions or not, we would still be spying on the entire world." Thankfully, everyone but the Avengers Council, Steve, and Peggy was privy to this conversation, as everyone else left to get some sleep after a long mission. After all, this is a conversation that may end up being a heavily kept secret. If we were to do this, Peter starts to speak. "We would have to be extremely careful and make sure that our intentions are always good." Instantly, the room descended into ideas and arguments, as everyone had something to say about the current topic. Meanwhile, Peter remained quiet while listening to everyone speak. He wasn't exactly for or against using Project Insight and would simply let everyone else decide the fate of Zola's algorithm. After an hour of deliberation, no official decision was made, though it looked like everyone was on board with using the algorithm against the remnants of Hydra. Truly, it was poetic justice. Hydra builds an AI to find and kill their enemies, but their enemies steal it and turn it against them. Not one person in the room had an argument against that. Meanwhile, every other idea was still up in the air. As everyone knew that a decision wouldn't be made today, all parties went their separate ways, as none of them have slept since the beginning of Operation Housekeeping. Peter wanted to go home and sleep as well, though he had a friend to look out for before any of that could happen. Los Angeles. Opening a portal, Peter stepped out into a sunny cemetery, filled with well-kept tombstones, freshly mowed grass, and flowers, which were placed at almost every grave in sight. "Hey." Peter makes his presence known as he walks up and stood behind Tony, who was staring down at a single large gravestone. "Howard and Maria Stark. You know, the last thing that I told my dad before he died was that I hated him. Really and truly hated him, but that isn't my worst regret from that day." Tony spoke, keeping his back turned to Peter. "We fought over something insignificant as always, and my mother did her best to mediate both sides, but I didn't see it that way. I saw her as taking my father's side yet again and told her to go f***ck herself before storming out of the house." Tony wiped a stray tear from his eye, making sure to keep his back turned. "I never spoke to my mother like that before, yet those were the last words she heard from her son." Tony sniffles, though he held himself together. "I haven't told that to anyone. Not even Jarvis. We all say crazy things when we're arguing," Peter says as he reaches out and places a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Especially when it comes to those we love, but we never actually mean them." I'm sure that she knew that. "Maybe," Tony says, unconvinced by Peter's words. Peter opted to simply remain quiet for a while and just be there for his friend. After a few minutes of silence passed, Tony turned to Peter with a serious look on his face. "I need to talk to Bucky," Tony says as his face hardened. "Why?" Peter asks in confusion. He killed my parents, and if you don't want me to kill him too, then we need to settle our problems. Tony says as his hands gripped into fists. I know I said that I wouldn't kill him, but I've already come up with 50 ways to get my revenge. One of which is by simply sucking the air from his cell and watching him suffocate like a fish out of water. Peter was a bit shocked by Tony's admission. Okay, but maybe you should wait until we fix the brainwashing that was done to him. Peter reluctantly agrees. He's only going to either stay silent or antagonize you right now. Fine, but when he's all fixed up, I want to meet him in his cell, alone. Tony says as he stares Peter in the eyes. I don't think that's a very good idea. Peter knew that wouldn't turn out well. It's either that, or I plot his death behind your back. Tony gives Peter an ultimatum. You may be able to protect him for a while, but sooner or later you'll miss something. Whether it be a bullet to the head or a drop of poison in his food, Bucky will die unless you give us some alone time to work things out. Fine. Peter says after a moment of silent staring. I'll have to keep a close eye on their conversation. A/N 1543 words. Backhand index pointing down, thundercloud and rain, or else cloud with tornado, sun with small cloud, please sun, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 250, C250 Star Boy. Spiderweb, insert spider gifs here. Spider most likes wins spiderweb. Once Peter got home after dropping Tony off with Pepper, he found the place completely empty. Lily and MJ were at school and May was at work, leaving him all alone for the time being. I need a shower and a long nap, Peter muttered as he turned on the shower. Once he was clean and comfortable in bed, Peter was about to fall asleep when he caught a glimpse of his ghost laptop sitting on his desk. Peter tried to ignore it, but his curiosity far outweighed his tired body. Pulling the laptop over with a quick web shot, Peter opened it up and got to work. The complete contents of Zola's database were downloaded and locked behind a million failsafes, just in case the Nazi scientist had a backup plan to escape death once again. Due to the fact that accessing the downloaded data may set off a trap laid by Zola, Peter started working on a way to scan through it and find any red flags. Like a supercharged virus scanner, which could then be used to remove and delete any found virus. This is going to take a while, Peter muttered as he whipped out his phone and ordered some food. After all, he hasn't eaten in a while either. By the time Lily and MJ got home, Peter was still crafting his ultimate virus detection program, though he decided to take a break when he heard them talking downstairs. Mom, I want sushi, Lily whined as she held her growling stomach. Didn't you eat lunch at school? MJ asks as they both flop down on the couch together. No, school lunch is disgusting, Lily said as she stuck her tongue out. Today was hot dogs and I swear they make them with some type of rubber. This one girl dropped hers and it bounced 4 feet off of the ground. 4 feet? Peter asked incredulously as he walked down the steps. Ned and I set a record of 3.5 feet when we were in middle school. Dad. Lily leaped out of her seat and rushed over to hug Peter. You're back. Sorry, it took so long, Peter says as he wraps her in his arms. It was a lot more work than I thought it would be. Is my mom still in danger? MJ asks worriedly. She shouldn't be, but maybe it would be best if she moved in with us, Peter offers, knowing it would be much safer at his house. At least for the time being. Okay, I'll text her. MJ nods in agreement and takes out her phone. Grandma is moving in with us, Lily practically squealed. I'll go get her room ready. Without another word, Lily rushed past Peter and up the stairs to prepare everything. After portaling Grace over as well as some of her belongings, Peter spent a bit of time with his family before heading back to his room, where he would continue working on the supervirus detection and deletions program. I need to come up with a better name for it, Peter thought as he typed away in bed. While working into the night, Peter felt a pulse of magic run through his body, signaling him to a certain event taking place. I might as well have a look, Peter thought as he opened a portal and stepped through, leaving his sleeping girlfriend behind. Morag. Whilst Peter was working in his bedroom, another Peter in a metal mask with glowing red eyes trudged through the hellish planet of Morag, dodging gushing geysers that shot out chemical waters. Insert picture of masked Star-Lord here. Taking out a handheld device from his pocket, the man in the mask hit it against his palm a few times before it lit up, projecting a holographic image of what Morag once looked like. Adults rushed around, children played, large buildings created an alien-like skyline, and greenery was mixed in at every possible location, showing a healthy and thriving society. Comparing it to the watery wasteland that it is today was like night and day, making anyone wonder what could have happened to cause such a catastrophic change. Following the holograms, the masked man arrived at a crumbling temple, ravaged by the harsh waters of the toxic planet. Stepping into the temple, the man pressed a button on the side of his mask, which caused it to collapse backward and disappear, revealing his face. Insert picture of Chris Pratt here. After admiring the temple ruins for a moment, the man pulls out an old cassette player from Earth. Donning his headphones, the odd yet handsome man pressed play on the cassette player and started dancing his way through the temple, as if he were in some sort of musical. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. He sang loudly and out of tune as he made his way to a broken doorway in the back of the temple. Eyeing the destroyed door for a moment, the man shrugged and continued dancing his way inside, where he found a vault with a single pillar in the center of the room. In the middle of the pillar was a glowing force field-like cage, which held a metal ball about the size of a softball. Pulling a white glowing orb from his pocket, the man places it on the floor in order to light up the room, revealing the odd alien symbols that covered the vault's walls. Found you. He muttered as he removed his headphones and got to work. Placing a triangular device close to the central pillar, he watched as the metal ball was sucked out of the force field and magnetized to the device. Picking up the freed ball with ease, the man turns to find a group of heavily armed Chitauri soldiers blocking his exit. Oh, *T. He exclaims as he throws his hands in the air. Let's all just calm down, okay? I'm Peter Quill. Just your average junker. The only reply he received was some bug-like clicking sounds as well as an angry shriek from the monster-looking leader of the group. Oh, hang on. I have a translator here somewhere. Quill reaches into his pocket, but he soon learned that was a horrible idea. Shriek. Instantly, the Chitauri soldiers released a high-pitched scream and fired their weapons. F***CK. Quill blurts out as he dropped to the ground, letting the energy bolts fly past him and into the wall, knocking it down and revealing the harsh wasteland outside. Tapping a button behind his ear, Quill's mask reforms, and his boots light up, shooting him across the floor and out of the destroyed wall. There he goes. Peter watched in amusement as Star-Lord flew out of the temple and ran for his life with the empty orb in hand. Of course, he doesn't know that it's empty. No one does except for him and the Ancient One. Following the Chitauri soldiers, who chased Quill all the way back to his ship, Peter enjoyed the show as an unseen voyeur. It was smart of me to place that notification and tracking enchantments on the orb. Peter thought as he felt excited about meeting the Guardians of the Galaxy. Especially, Groot and Rocket. Maybe I should become a member of the Guardians. Peter thought as he smirked under his mask. After all, with Ronan dead, Thanos will probably send out one of his best enforcers to acquire the orb. The Guardians will most likely need all the help they can get. Although seeing Quill run around like a madman with hundreds of Chitauri chasing after him was entertaining, Peter started to wonder whether he would have to come to his rescue or not. Are these guys stormtroopers? Peter wondered, as not a single energy bolt has managed to so much as graze Quill's clothing. Soon enough, the great Star-Lord escaped into his ship and flew off, leaving the Chitauri behind as he blasted off. As the ship flew away, Peter ignored the remaining Chitauri and opened a portal. Heavy breathing. Peter Quill caught his breath as he sat on the floor of his ship, processing the entire ordeal that he just went through. That was impressive. An unfamiliar voice filled the ship. Sloppy but impressive. What the dash? Quill yelled in surprise as he scrambled to a nearby table and picked up a blaster pistol. Where are you? The great Star-Lord spun around, looking for whoever stowed away on his ship, but found nothing but open air. Oh, sorry. I forgot that I was invisible. The voice says again as a man in a blue and red spider costume appears out of nowhere. How did you do that? Quill asks in shock as he keeps a distance and points his pistol toward the intruder. Magic. Peter says as he always does. I'm Spider-Man, by the way. Nice to meet you. A/N, 1507 words. Backhand index pointing down goblin or else ogre clown face please clown face backhand index pointing down. Chapter 251, C251F***CK boy. A/N, since I baited some of you into thinking that there was 2 chapters yesterday, which was kinda funny to be honest, I decided to be nice for once and actually give you guys a bonus chapter. Enjoy, 'cause times like these are rare, face blowing a kiss. Police car light insert kissing gifs here kiss mark most likes wins police car light. I'm Spider-Man, by the way. Nice to meet you. Peter introduced himself without a care for the alien pistol pointed at his chest. Spider-Man. What are you, some comic book character? Quill asks jokingly as he felt confident with the gun in his hand. How did you get on my ship? Magic. Peter answers casually as he walks over to take a seat. Hey. Don't move. Star-Lord backs up as he keeps his pistol trained forward. Relax, if I wanted you dead, you'd be headless by now. Peter says as he got comfortable in his seat. Yeah, last I checked, I'm the one with the weapon here. Quill says as he gives his pistol a quick glance. Now take off your mask, Mr. Magician. No. Peter answers simply as he looks at the weapon in Quill's hands. Are you threatening me with a banana right now? What? Quill asks in confusion. I mean, look at it. It's a banana. Peter says with a nudge of his head. Is this some kind of sh*tty trick to make me look away or something? Quill asks as he keeps his eyes on the stowaway. Yeah, you got me. Peter says with a teasing tilt to his voice as he reaches behind his back. Instantly, Star-Lord squeezed the trigger of his gun, but the familiar pew sound never came, nor did the red laser that should have pierced the Peter's chest by now. Splat. Instead of that, the gun in his hand squished from the force of his grip and some yellow banana guts oozed out before flopping onto the metal floor. What the? Quill looked down in shock and found a mangled banana in his hand. How did you do that? Meanwhile, Peter pulled a can of Coke out from behind his back and cracked it open. A magician never reveals his secrets. Peter says as he takes a sip of the soda through his mask. Wait a minute. Throughout all of his confusion, Quill's eyes locked onto the familiar red can that his intruder was drinking from. Is that a real can of Coca-Cola? Before Peter could respond, a metal grate on the floor popped open and a beautiful pink-skinned woman came crawling out with her hair in a complete mess. Insert picture of Barit here. Peter. What happened? She looks to Quill and asks worriedly. One moment she was asleep and then the ship started flying erratically, sending her soaring across the bedroom like a rag doll. Having another Peter around is going to be confusing and annoying. Peter thought as he enjoyed the awkward atmosphere that suddenly bloomed between Star-Lord and his lady friend. Hey, Quill tries to remember her name and fails horribly. Barit. She says with an annoyed stare. Barit. Quill exclaims in realization as he scratches his head awkwardly. Look, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I forgot you were here. Barit looks at him in shock. Wow, I found myself a real space playboy. Peter says as he finishes off his can of soda. Though even for AF*CK boy, like yourself, forgetting the name of a woman who you've slept with is just disappointing. What's AF*CK boy? Barit asks, finding the name fitting without actually knowing its meaning. A weak or contemptible man, who has many casual sex partners. Peter explains it to her as she took a seat close by. Do you want something to drink? Whipping out another can of soda, Peter handed it over to her, completely ignoring Quill, who was still gripping his banana. Thanks. Barit says in confusion as she takes the strange can from him. Let me see that. Quill walks up and snatches the soda in an instant. Hey! Barit exclaims as he cracks it open and gives it a sniff before throwing it back and chugging the whole can down, like a dying man in a desert. Oh! As he finished chugging the entire drink, Quill let out a loud deep burp, which caused Barit to jump in surprise. Star-Lord stared down at his empty can in wonder. It's really Coca-Cola. He muttered as he turned to Peter. Are you from Earth? Yep. Peter answers with a nod. Peter Quill was born and raised on Earth before he was abducted by the Yondu Ravager clan, and turned into one of their members. He always wanted to go back and at least see his old home, or possibly meet any of his living family members, but he never had the chance to separate from his new family. And even if he could get away from the Ravagers, Quill didn't have a single clue as to where Earth was. The universe is endless and he didn't have any clues, except that everyone seemed to call it Terra. Ever since then, Quill has treasured the very few earthly possessions he still had, like his cassette player. Holy sh*T! Quill exclaimed as his former hostile demeanor completely disappeared. Do you have any other Earth stuff? Where are you from? Oh my god, do you have Doritos? I still dream about eating Doritos. While the great Star-Lord was freaking out about meeting another person from his home planet, a low and incessant beeping sound filled the room. Peter, I think you have a call. Barit presses a nearby button. No, wait, don't. Quill panics as a blue man with a short metal red mohawk embedded into his head appeared on the monitor. Insert picture of Yondu Udanta here. Quill. The angry-looking blue man called with his sort of country southern accent. Behind him, Peter could see a glimpse of the hellhole that is Morag. Hey, Yondu. Quill smiles awkwardly at the monitor. I'm here on Morag. Ain't no orb, ain't no you. Yondu sounded P** said off. Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd save you the hassle and pick it up myself. Quill says, as if he planned to give the orb to Yondu. Well, where are you at now, boy? Yondu asks, feeling suspicious of this whole situation. Instantly, the facade crumbles and Star-Lord's fake smile drops. I feel really bad about this, but I'm not gonna tell you that. Quill says as all of Yondu's suspicions were instantly proven true. I slaved putting this deal together, Yondu complained. Slaved. Making a few calls is slaved. Quill asks incredulously. And now you're gonna rip me off. The Blue Ravager yelled in anger. I mean, really. Quill rolls his eyes. We do not do that to each other. We're Ravagers. We got a code. Yondu lectured as he pointed to the camera. Yeah, and that code is, steal from everybody, dot. Quill countered. When I picked you up on Terra Dash, Yondu tries to guilt trip him now. Picked me up. Quill says in disbelief at what he's hearing. These boys of mine wanted to eat you. Yondu continued. Aha. Grunted as he heard this a million times already. Every time Yondu wanted him to do something, he would whip out this whole song and dance. They ain't never tasted any Terran before. I stopped M. You're alive because of me. I will find you, I will. Before Yondu could say his threats, Quill cuts him off by ending the call. He didn't sound happy. Peter states the obvious. You think? Quill asks sarcastically. Is it because of this? Peter asks as he held the orb in his hand, playing around with it as if it were a toy. How did you? Quill stopped himself from asking that again, as he knew the answer he would get. Give me that. Peter watched in amusement as Star-Lord paced over and ripped the orb from his grasp. First rule of being on my ship. Don't touch my stuff. Quill said as he stashed the orb in his coat yet again. Aye aye, Captain. Peter exclaimed as he jokingly gave him a salute. I truly can't tell if I hate you or not. Star-Lord sighed as he walked past Peter and took a seat at the controls. So, where are we going? Peter asks as he watched Quill set a destination on the alien controls. I'm going to Xander to meet with a buyer. Quill says matter-of-factly. You, on the other hand, are a stowaway, who I will graciously take with me in exchange for some earthly goods. Otherwise, I'll throw your costume-wearing *S out the airlock, comprendo? Sure thing, Captain. Peter says with a small laugh. What would you like? What you got? He asks expectantly. How about I give you a surprise box? Peter says as he opened a portal and steps through. I'll be back. Before either Quill or Barit could peek through the portal, which they were utterly shocked to see appear out of nowhere, it snapped shut, leaving the two of them alone in the ship. Only a few minutes later, another portal opened up and Peter came back with a box full of goodies. What's all that? Ignoring the portal as it swiftly closed, Quill excitedly hopped out of his seat and rushed to see what Peter brought. The box was filled with all sorts of snacks, candies, and drinks, but that wasn't what drew the great Star-Lord's attention. Is that McDonald's? A/N, 1577 words. Backhand index pointing down pile of poo or else pile of poo face blowing a kiss please smiling face with hearts backhand index pointing down. Chapter 252, C252 Godly Encounter. Toilet insert toilet related gifts here pile of poo most likes wins toilet. So, how long until we arrive? Peter asked as he watched Quill stuff his face with McNuggets. As soon as he took hold of the bag of fast food, Quill hoarded it all to himself, moaning with every new bite. About 8 hours. Barit answers as Quill had his mouth full at the moment. Okay, then I'll be back later. Peter says as he opens a portal and steps through. Varshki Gong. Where's he going? Star-Lord asked after taking a bite of a delicious Big Mac. Barit merely shrugged with a disgusted look on her face. I can't believe I slept with that. She thought self-deprecatingly. As the portal snapped shut, Quill continued eating, as he was far too distracted to care about Peter's movements at the moment. In a large Chitauri flagship, 3 very alien-looking people stood around a table, which projected a hologram of the galaxy as well as their current position in it. Father is growing impatient. A horned woman whose face is half pitch black, spoke with a raspy voice as she gripped her spear tightly. Insert picture of Proxima Midnight here. We must obtain the orb as soon as possible. A long-faced man with light purple skin spoke in a deep rumbling voice. As he finished speaking, odd clicks were heard from his body, as if he was some sort of bug or something. Insert picture of Corvus Glaive here. I've discovered that the man who took Father's orb has an agreement to sell it to an intermediary known as the broker. A beautiful green-skinned woman with colored hair explains. Insert picture of Gamera here. Good, it seems that you aren't Father's favorite for nothing. Corvus comments and Proxima scoffs. You promised Father that you would retrieve the orb for him. Proxima states as she glares at Gamera. So, find this broker and get the orb. As the more senior children of Thanos, Corvus, and Proxima far outrank the likes of Gamera and Nebula, though of course Nebula abandoned Thanos a while ago. Though it wasn't all about seniority, as Gamera knew that these elder siblings of hers could easily rip her in half. The Black Order was no joke, after all. Although the Black Order was simply the congregation of Thanos' adoptive children, Gamera and Nebula were never qualified to join. Only his strongest children were allowed membership. It would be my honor. Gamera accepted her orders dutifully, though she had other thoughts on the matter. After today, I will never step foot near Father or these siblings of mine ever again. Don't disappoint us, Gamera. Corvus spoke with a pointed glare. Your sister was already a disappointment enough for the both of you. Gamera heard Proximus snide comment as she left the room, ready to leave this hellhole behind for good. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm jealous of Nebula. Gamera thought as she packed her things and prepared to follow in her lesser sister's footsteps. Arriving back at home, Peter climbed into bed next to his beautiful girlfriend and finally had the chance to sleep. I'll check in on Quill when I wake up, Peter thought as he drifted off into unconsciousness. Dad. Dad. A voice called out as Peter stirred from his deep sleep. Dad. Wake up. It's already time for lunch. Ah. Peter groaned as he hesitantly opened one eye and found his daughter standing at the side of his bed with a frown on her cute face. Opting to ignore her and hope that she goes away, Peter closed his eye and tried to fall back into the sweet arms of unconsciousness. Hey. I saw your eye open. Lily exclaims as she started shaking Peter's shoulder. Wake up. Drastic times call for drastic measures. Peter thought as he swiftly grabbed his daughter and dragged her into bed with him. Ah. Lily let out a high-pitched scream as Peter wrapped her tightly in the blankets and left her trapped in the bed. Wait. Where are you going? To find some breakfast. Peter says as he strolls out of the room. It's lunchtime. Lily corrected him as she shook back and forth on the bed, trying to escape her bindings. Don't leave me here. Mom. After spending some time with his family, while also working on the super virus detector and deleter, Peter was ready to head out once again. Checking his phone for any emergencies, Peter donned his suit and portaled near the orb's general location. Stepping out of the portal, Peter arrived in an empty alleyway on Xander, the capital of the Nova Empire. Where is he? Peter has been to Xander before, so the sights weren't new to him. Looking around, he spotted Quill and Berit in the distance. As he saw them, Berit wound her hand back and slapped the infamous Star-Lord across the face. Damn, I could hear the slap from here. Peter watched her storm off as Quill held his reddening face. I guess they broke up. Suddenly, a familiar cynical voice filled the air. Xandarians. What a bunch of losers. All of them are in a big hurry to get from something stupid to nothing at all. Pathetic. Peter turned to see a raccoon talking to a tall human-shaped tree, which was currently drinking from a large water fountain. Insert pictures of Rocket and Groot here. Look at this guy. Can you believe they call us criminals when he's assaulting us with that haircut? Rocket makes fun of the pedestrians passing by. As he laughs to himself, Rocket uses a clear glass tablet to scan their faces, hoping to find someone with a bounty to capture. After making fun of a few people, including children, Rocket locks onto an elderly Xandarian man who was chatting up a pretty young woman. Holy sh*T. Peter thought as he recognized the old men from their meeting in LA a while ago. Stan Lee. Look at Mr. Smiles over here. Where's your wife, old man? What a class A pervert. Rocket laughs at who is probably the god of this universe. Right, Groot. Groot. Not hearing a reply, Rocket looks over to find Groot with his mouth wide open over one of the fountain's jets. Don't drink fountain water, you idiot. That's disgusting. Rocket reprimands him. Groot shakes his head pretending he didn't do it. Yes, you did. I just saw you doing it. Why are you lying? As they were arguing with one another, Stan Lee smiled at Peter and winked before walking off with a beautiful Xandarian woman on his arm, disappearing into the crowd. Suddenly, Rocket's tablet starts beeping like crazy, which broke Peter from his shocking encounter. Whoop. Looks like we got one. Okay, how bad does someone want to find you? Rocket instantly got to work. Checking his tablet, Rocket caught sight of Quill in the distance and saw that there's a hefty bounty on his head. 40,000 units. Rocket exclaims in excitement. Groot, we're gonna be rich. Looking over his shoulder, Rocket finds Groot drinking from the water fountain again and sighs in exasperation. Ditching the two criminal bounty hunters for the moment, as he knew they would meet again soon enough, Peter quickly caught up to Quill, who was already in the broker's shop. What is it? Quill asked the broker as Peter listened in on their conversation from outside the front door. It's my policy never to discuss my clients or their needs. The broker replies resolutely as he studied the orb carefully. Yeah, well, I almost died getting it for you. Quill says as Peter turns to see a familiar green woman walking his way. Gamera. Peter thought as he pretended not to notice her arrival. An occupational hazard, I'm sure, in your line of work. The broker said uncaringly. There were these creepy gray bug-like soldiers. They just started clicking and shrieking at me and then all hell broke loose. Quill explains his encounter on Morag. Instantly, the broker's face goes pale. I'm sorry, Mr. Quill. I truly am, but I want no part of this transaction any longer. The broker hurriedly gives the orb back to Quill and starts pushing him toward the exit. Meanwhile, Peter noticed the arrival of Rocket and Groot, who were hiding behind some nearby bushes, waiting for the right time to strike. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on? Quill asks as he's shoved out of the store. If there's even a chance that the bug-like soldiers you spoke of are who I think they are, then my participation in this deal has come to a swift halt. The broker states as he locked the shop down with a single gesture. Hey. We had a deal, bro. Quill yells as he kicks the reinforced metal door. Ouch. Smooth. Peter comments as he watches the great Star-Lord hop around while holding his aching foot. Where have you been? Quill turns to Peter and shouts. I have a life, you know. A/N, 1514 words. Backhand index pointing down, face with raised eyebrow or else face with bandaged head, rose please tulip, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 253, C253 *, T show. Oncoming police car, insert police gifs here, police officer most likes wins oncoming police car. What happened? A voice asks as Quill turns to see Gamera leaning against the broker's sealed shop. Instantly, Quill became infatuated with the beautiful green woman who appeared before him, forgetting that Peter was even there in the first place. This guy just backed out of a deal on me. If there's one thing I hate, it's a man without integrity. I'm Peter Quill, but everyone calls me Star-Lord. Watching the great Star-Lord turn into a simpering moron at the sight of a stunning woman, Peter laughed to himself as he enjoyed the show. You have the bearing of a man of honor. Gamera states, trying to flirt with her target. These idiots are made for each other. Peter thought as he held back his laughter at the usually stoic Gamera's attempt at flirting. Although her attempt to woo her enemy was lackluster, Quill fell for it without a second thought. Playfully throwing the orb up and down in his hand, Quill did his best to look cool in front of the Mad Titan's daughter. Well, you know, I wouldn't say that. People say it about me, all the time, but it's not something I would ever say about myself. He tries to seem less egotistic, but somehow Quill's words had the opposite effect. Here we go. Peter thought as he made some distance between himself and Quill. Suddenly, Gamera launches forward and snatches the orb from Quill's hand. Huh. He grunted in surprise and pain as she swiftly kicked him in the stomach before running off with her prize in hand. Acting quickly and ignoring the pain in his stomach, Quill reaches into his coat and throws some sort of short magnetic rope, which wrapped itself tightly around Gamera's ankles and sends her tumbling to the ground. As she scrambled to get the rope off of her legs, Quill catches up and tries to take back the orb. Sadly, Gamera managed to kick him off and mounted his chest, sending punch after punch to his face, which he did his best to block with his flailing arms. This wasn't the plan. Gamera states in regret as she pulled out a long knife. Spider guy. Some help here would be nice. Quill frantically yelled for assistance as he saw the knife appear above his head. As Gamera was about to stab him in the head, a golden portal opened between her and Quill. I'll take that. Peter comments as he reached through the portal and took Gamera's knife away with ease. Besides, you could poke somebody's eye out with this thing. Staring through the portal in shock, Gamera caught a glimpse of Spider-Man, who waved at her before snapping it shut. That's my magician. Quill exclaimed with a smirk as kicked Gamera off and jumped to his feet. Before either side could continue the fight, a clothed raccoon appears out of nowhere and latches onto Gamera's back, knocking her down to one knee. As Gamera is attacked, she drops the orb on accident and reluctantly watches it roll in Quill's direction. Put him in the bag. Put him in the bag. Rocket yells as he does his best to keep Gamera away from their target. Hopping into action, Groot extends his roots and goes to grab Gamera, who was thrashing around like an angry bull. No. Not her, him. Learn genders, man. Rocket yells as Gamera manages to wrestle him off her back and tries to bite him. Biting. That's not fair. This is a *T show. Peter thought as he watched in amusement. As Rocket is fighting with Gamera, Quill uses this opportunity to grab the orb and runs off, though he wouldn't get far. Take it easy. Rocket yells as he's forced to release Gamera, due to her excruciating biting power. As she manages to free herself from Rocket and Groot's clutches, Gamera throws Rocket's aside, picks up a piece of metal, and throws it at Quill's hand, making him drop the orb. As she rushes to pick up the orb and tries to escape, Quill manages to catch up and tackles her to the ground, though Gamera was able to easily overpower him once again and take the dominant position. Fool. You should have learned. Gamera reprimands him with a glare, ready to beat his face in. I don't learn. It's one of my issues. Quill replied without any shame as he grabs the orb from her hand and slaps a small rocket thruster onto Gamera's chest. Bye. Instantly, the favored daughter of Thanos was sent flying backward. Just as Quill thought he was in the clear, suddenly, Groot appears behind him and places a bag over his head. What the? Quill muttered as Groot wrapped the bag in his branches and carried it over his shoulder. Hey. Let me go. Quit smiling, you idiot. You're supposed to be a professional. Rocket admonished his wooden friend as he caught sight of Gamera heading towards them, looking extremely set off. You gotta be kidding me. Kicking Rocket aside like the small animal he is, Gamera pulls out another knife and uses it to cut off both of Groot's arms. Where was she keeping that? Peter wondered as he sat comfortably on a conjured beach chair. As Gamera slices open the fallen bag, Quill popped out and shot her with his gun. Instantly, a blue current of electricity impacted Gamera's body, sending her crashing to the floor whilst shaking uncontrollably. Before he could run off, Rocket pulls out his gun as well and aims it at Quill. I live for the simple things, like how much this is gonna hurt. Rocket comments with a smirk as he squeezes the trigger, which shoots a ball of electricity at Quill, sending him shaking to the floor beside the future love of his life. Yeah. Writhe, little man. While Rocket was celebrating, he turns to Groot who was sadly staring down at his severed arms. It'll grow back. Quit whining. Rocket scoffs as they're all instantly surrounded by the Nova Corps. Should I stop them from going to jail, or join them for the fun of it? Peter wondered as he knew where this whole situation was leading to. I do have a good relationship with the current Nova Prime. Subject 89P13, drop your weapon. A Nova Corps soldier orders Rocket. Oh, crap. Rocket mutters as he reluctantly drops his gun. By the authority of the Nova Corps, you are under arrest for endangerment to life and the destruction of property. A soldier states as they rush in and detain everyone. Of course, Peter was left alone as he was a good distance away from the action. All right. Come on up. A Nova Corps member arrests Quill and smirks as he recognized him. Hey. If it isn't Star-Lad. Star-Lord. Quill corrects him with a frown. Oh, sorry, my lord. The soldier nods sarcastically as he picks up the orb. Hey, don't touch that. It's mine. Quill yells. Well, it's evidence now. A Nova soldier replies as he places the orb into a clear bag. You can claim it when you're released from prison. Magician. Quill starts yelling and thrashing against his bindings. Help. Open a portal or something. Hearing Quill's odd ramblings, the Nova Corps look at him like he's insane. He might take in some stardust. One of them reasoned as he pulled out a gun-shaped object with a small needle positioned at the end of it. Let's just sedate him. Spider. Help. Quill exclaimed as the needle was pushed into his neck. Magician. Instantly feeling the effects of whatever he was injected with, Quill becomes woozy as he swayed a bit before collapsing into unconsciousness. Fascists. Rocket yells as he's thrown into a small cage, like an animal, and carried away. While they were all being carted away, Peter stood up and casually left the crime scene. Office of Nova Prime. I cannot control the actions of others. A high-level Kree official spoke through a large screen. These people mourn the death of their savior and see themselves as martyrs. Nothing will change that. Ronan is dead. These actions won't bring him back. Irani Rail, the current Nova Prime exclaimed in furious anger. They are bombing civilian areas, schools, and homes. These terror attacks on Xandarian soil must stop. Although Ronan's death significantly cut down on the number of attacks from radical Kree factions, it did, however, create a terrorist group that killed in the name of completing Ronan's dream of Xandarian genocide. We signed your peace treaty, Nova Prime. What more do you want? The Kree men on the screen asked uncaringly. At least a statement from the Kree Empire saying that they condemn these horrid actions. Irani replies in exasperation. If you don't care for the victims, then at the very minimum you must see how cowardly these terrorists are. They hide like rats and only strike the weak and helpless. Is that truly the Kree way? Knowing how the Kree respect strength in battle, Irani tried to appeal to the officials' baser instincts. That is your business. Now, I have other matters to attend to. The Kree official frowned at her words as he ended the call in a hurry. Prick. Irani spat venomously as she tiredly collapsed back into her chair. Hard day. A voice asked out of nowhere, scaring the hell out of the Nova Prime. Leaping out of her chair and pulling her pistol, Irani turned to find Peter leaning against the door to her office's balcony. Spider-Man. What are you doing here? I need a favor. Peter states as he walks in and takes a seat in front of her desk. Though after hearing the conversation, maybe we can assist each other. A/N, 1641 words. Backhand index pointing down bow and arrow or else dizzy face dancer please woman dancing backhand index pointing down. Chapter 254, C254 The Destroyer. A/N, I know that I said this would be rare, and it will, but I wrote 3 chapters last night, instead of the usual 2, so I decided to be nice once again. Enjoy 2 chapters today. Police car light insert jail/prison gifts here, most likes wins police car light. While Peter was striking a deal with Irani Rail, Quill, Gamera, Groot, and Rocket were immediately taken to the KYLN, high security space prison. The KYLN is a huge prison ship, built to make escape almost impossible, as leaving the prison would land anybody in the cold airless embrace of outer space. In the Zendarian criminal system, if there is overwhelming proof against you, the Nova Corps doesn't bother with a trial as it's a waste of time and money. Especially when their empire covers most of the galaxy, making it hard to effectively manage a large-scale court system. I guess most of the Nova Corps wanna uphold the laws, but these ones here, they're corrupt and cruel. Rocket explains as they march through the halls of the prison and watch how the guards mistreat the prisoners. One scrawny orange alien stepped out of line, and a couple of guards rushed up and started beating him with electrified batons. But, hey, that's not my problem. I ain't gonna be here long. I've escaped 22 prisons, this one's no different. You're lucky that Broad showed up, because otherwise, me and Groot would be collecting that bounty right now, and you'd be getting drawn and quartered by Yondu and those Ravagers. Rocket reveals who placed the bounty on Quill's head. I've had a lot of folks try to kill me over the years. I ain't about to be brought down by a tree and a talking raccoon. Quill replies with a small laugh. What's a raccoon? Rocket asks in confusion. It's what you are, stupid. Quill answers pointedly. Ain't no thing like me, except me. Rocket says as they're being led to their cell block. So, this orb has a real Ark of the Covenant sort of vibe. What is it? Quill ignored Rocket and turns to ask Gamera, who opts to remain silent. I am Groot. Groot explains in depth. So what? What's the orb? Quill shrugs off Groot's wise words and continues to pester Gamera. I have no words for an honorless thief. Gamera answers harshly. Pretty high and mighty coming from the daughter of a planet-harvesting maniac. Rocket cuts in and receives nothing but a glare from Gamera in return. Yeah, I know who you are. Anyone who's anyone knows who you are. Yeah, we know who you are. Quill says confidently as he turns to Groot and asks. Who is she? I am Groot. Groot explains everything. Yeah, you said that. Quill responds in annoyance. I wasn't retrieving the orb for my father, I was betraying him. I had an agreement to sell it to a third party. Gamera explains her plans. I am Groot. Groot didn't believe a word out of her mouth. Well, that's just as fascinating as the first 89 times you told us that. What's wrong with the Whomping Willow, here? Quill asks Rocket. A/N, yes, I know Quill wouldn't have been around for Harry Potter but I liked the reference. I wanted to use the apple trees from the Wizard of Oz but I didn't know how to word it in a good way. Well, he don't know talking good like me and you. So his vocabulistics is limited to I and am and Groot. Exclusively in that order. Rocket explains as Groot sagely nods his head. That's gonna get old, real quick. As soon as the 4 future Guardians were escorted into their cell block, every inmate went ravenous and bloodthirsty as they all eyed Gamera. Murderer. I'm coming for you first, Gamera. You're dead. You're scum. You're scum. Many of them called for blood as they all blamed her for the deaths of their families and loved ones. After all, Thanos has brought balance to many planets over the years. I hate you. No cell's gonna protect you for long. You're dead. Dead. After settling into their cell block, it wasn't long before they were told it was time to sleep. Take her down to the showers. It'll be easier to clean up the blood down there. Quill woke from his sleep just in time to see a group of inmates taking Gamera away at knife point. Jumping into action, Quill rushes after them without a second thought. Quill, where you going? Quill. Quill. Rocket woke up and hurriedly followed after him. Gamera, consider this a death sentence for your crimes against the galaxy. A tannish brown-skinned alien man with horns declares as he and his fellow prisoners surround Gamera in the dimly lit shower room. You dare. Suddenly, an angry voice fills the room, as every inmate turns around and freezes in fear. You know who I am, yes. Why you're Drax, the Destroyer. One of the inmates stuttered. A bald muscle-bound man with gray skin covered in red markings came walking into the room with a furious rage-filled look on his face. Insert picture of Drax here. And you know why they call me this? Drax asks as he prowls forward. You slayed dozens of Ronan's minions. An inmate elaborates. Ronan murdered my wife, Ovette, and my daughter, Cameria. He slaughtered them where they stood. And he laughed. Drax said in both anguish and rage. Her life is not yours to take. I may have missed my chance to kill Ronan, but I will end the life of all who were related to him. Oh, of course, Drax. Here. One of the inmates hands over their knife. With a pointy weapon in hand, Drax stomps toward his target, though things didn't go as planned. Just as he was within arm's reach, Gamera acted quickly and twisted his wrist, which caused Drax to drop the blade. Using her foot, Gamera kicked the falling knife upward, snatched it out of the air, and held it to Drax's neck. I have no relation to Ronan. Gamera argues. He was your father's lackey. Drax counters, unafraid of the blade on his neck. Thanos is not my father. Gamera clarifies with an angry growl. That's not what I heard. One of the inmates says as the others all nod in agreement. Gamera gritted her teeth and took a deep breath before tossing her weapon aside. When I was a child, Thanos brought his soldiers to my planet and separated everyone into two groups. While his army was doing the dirty work, he gave a grand speech about balance and how he was there to help us survive. Silence filled the room as everyone, including Quill and Rocket, who were listening from the door, felt the emotion in Gamera's voice as she spoke. Once the speech was over, he picked a group, and all of those people were slaughtered like animals. The only reason I'm still alive today is because that madman took a liking to me. Gamera says with a bit of heat in her voice. My real parents died that day, so no, I'm not related to Ronan or Thanos. Now, get out of my face. Two sides glared at one another in silence. Meanwhile, Quill was shocked by what he heard. Who's Thanos? He wondered as he felt nothing but sympathy toward the woman he was smitten with. Before anyone could say a word, a commanding voice spoke over a prison's loudspeaker. Inmates 356745, 356791, 356792, 356793, and 356794 report to the entrance of your cell block, now. Huh. Drax grunted in confusion as he heard his number being called. Eyeing Gamera one last time, Drax was caught up in indecision. On one hand, he really wanted to chop her head off and hang it in his cell for all to see, and on the other hand, her story was very convincing and similar to his own. Even the initial group of inmates didn't have the heart to kill Gamera anymore. This is not over. Drax declared as he stormed out of the room, passing Quill and Rocket on the way. Let's go, idiot. Rocket calls as he turns to follow after Drax. Huh? Why? Quill asks in confusion. Because our numbers were called, you moron. Rocket explains as he starts walking. What about Gamera? Quill asks in worry. Her number was called too. Minutes later, Drax, Quill, Gamera, Groot, and Rocket were all stood impatiently at the entrance of their cell block, waiting for whatever they were called for. Why the hell would they call us in the middle of the night? Quill asks as he paced back and forth. Who knows, but it could be a good chance to get the hell out of here. Rocket says as he nods to Groot, who nodded back, ready to initiate their escape at any moment. Meanwhile, Drax and Gamera remained silent and stoic about the whole situation. Here they are, sir. The warden of this prison spoke with extreme respect as he guided a very important person up to the cell block's gate. Good, open it up. A familiar voice filled Quill's ears as he stopped pacing and looked toward the gate expectantly. Open cell block 12C. The warden yelled and the gate started opening only a moment later. As the gate slowly rose upwards, Quill caught sight of the recognizable colors, red and blue. Hey, Starboy. Peter says with a wave. I'm here to bail you and your friends out. Did you learn your lesson, young men? A/N, 1562 words. Backhand index pointing down dizzy face or else pistol dark skin tone pregnant woman please medium light skin tone pregnant woman backhand index pointing down. Chapter 255, C255 Suicide Squad Vibe. Alien monster insert alien gifs here alien most likes wins alien monster. Spider Guy. Quill exclaimed in excitement as he ignored Peter's incorrect use of his code name. Where have you been? Spider-Man. Peter corrects him. And I was making a deal with Irani Rail. You made a deal with the Nova Prime? Rocket asks doubtfully. I am Groot. Groot was surprised as well. Even Gamera and Drax were shocked by the news. Though that was mainly because none of them knew who the hell Spider-Man or Guy was. Yep, in exchange for us dealing with the Kree terrorist cell, Irani agreed to set you all free. Peter reveals. Of course, Peter could have easily broke them out of prison with a single portal, but this way would be more fun. After all, they needed to bond as comrades in order to become the guardians they were meant to be. Upon hearing Peter's words, the only one who seemed excited by the news was Drax. Good. Drax stepped forward, ready for war. You will have my assistance, Spider. Count us out. Rocket refused to participate as he and Groot strolled out of the cell block. Me and Groot don't work for free. I am Groot. Groot nods in agreement with his friend's words. Seconds after stepping a few feet out of the cell block, the bounty-hunting duo was stopped by a line of armed Nova Corps members. That's good because she also agreed to pay each of us 100,000 units for our service. Peter offered the carrot, while the soldiers showed them the stick. When he was negotiating with Irani, Peter knew that the gift of freedom wouldn't be enough to sway people like Rocket and Quill, so he put a price tag on their service as well. Irani was confused at first, as she had no idea how Peter would lead a band of misfit criminals against a terrorist cell, but the fact that this was the men who killed Ronan assured her enough to agree. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Rocket asked as he and Groot turned back around. "That's more than double Starkid over there is worth." "It's Star-Lord." Quill corrects in annoyance. "And I'm in too. 100,000 units is a good payday." "Good, because those who refuse to participate will remain in the KYLN for the remainder of their sentence." Peter explains as he looks to Gamera and awaits her decision. "Fine." She mutters as she joins the group. "But once this is over, I'll be taking the orb." "You mean this?" Peter asks as he pulls the orb out of nowhere, and spins it on his finger like a basketball. As soon as the Guardians caught sight of the orb, each of them locked onto it with hungry looks in their eyes, except for Drax, who had no idea what it was. Even Rocket and Groot, who only knew it was worth a big sum of money, crafted plans in their minds to snatch it when the time was right. "My orb." Quill rushed up and tried to take it, but Peter tossed it in the air, where a portal appeared and swallowed it whole before snapping shut. "Hey, what the hell, man? I'll be keeping the orb safe until we finish this mission," Peter says, leaving no room for complaints or arguments. "Once our end of the bargain is fulfilled and we're all 100,000 units richer, we can come together and decide how to deal with the orb." "Fine." Quill reluctantly agreed as everyone else remained silent. "Good." Peter nodded as he turned to the warden. "Have your men bring their belongings, so we can be on our way." "Yes, sir." The warden agrees easily as he turns to his soldiers. "You heard the men. Bring their belongings and I don't want to hear about anything going missing." As the soldiers jumped into action, all of the Guardians were beginning to wonder who Spider-Man really was. After all, he had enough of a reputation to order the Nova Corps around like it was nothing. Sir?" The warden asks nervously. "Yes." Peter replies. Is it true that you killed Ronan the Accuser and his army?" The warden asks like a child to his hero. "Yeah, though I didn't do it alone." Peter answers with a nod, trying not to brag too much. Instantly, each member of the Guardians went wide-eyed as they realized why Spider-Man was so respected by the Nova Corps. "You!" Drax and Gamera exclaimed in tandem. "Me?" Peter answers in amusement. "You took my vengeance from me." Drax yells in hostility as Gamera decides to keep her mouth shut, for now. "Sorry." Peter apologized in confusion. "Was it painful?" he asks hopefully. "What? You mean his death?" Peter asks and receives a nod. "Not really. I took his hammer and broke his neck with it. He was pretty weak for some big galactic bad guy. You should have taken your time." Drax starts to lecture Peter. Ronan deserves nothing less than excruciating torture in his dying moments. "Truthfully, I thought he would be stronger and killed him by accident." Peter explains with a shrug, shocking all of the Nova Corps as well as the Guardians. "If he was so powerless, then you should have left him alive." Drax argues in rage. "His death was mine." After some awkward silence, as Peter didn't know how to deal with Drax's illogical anger, everyone had their belongings returned and were set free. "My baby!" Quill exclaimed as he saw his ship parked in the hangar that the warden escorted them to. "It was an honor meeting you, sir," the warden says genuinely as he and his men salute in Peter's direction. "Thank you for your hospitality, warden." Peter replies respectfully as he and the Guardians board the ship. "Thank you for your hospitality." Rocket repeats with a laugh as the ship's door seals shut. "You know that piece of sh*T runs one of the worst prisons in the galaxy, right? He's only being respectful to you because you killed his boogeyman." "True, but that's no reason to burn bridges," Peter says with a shrug. "After all, who knows when I'll have to fish my new friends out of jail again." "Look here, you costume-wearing freak," Rocket says to Peter without fear. "I ain't your friend. I'm here for money and that's it. Once this job is done, me and Groot will be on our way." "I am Groot." Groot turns to Rocket. "Oh, shut up, you walking plank of wood," Rocket says and storms off. "I am Groot." Groot ignores Rocket's departure to the cockpit of the ship and turns to Peter. "You want to be friends?" Peter asks for clarification. "I am Groot." Groot nods. "Cool, so do you eat food?" Peter asks as he ignores Gamera's beaming stare. "Or do you just drink water and sit in the sun like other plants?" "I am Groot." Groot explains intricately. While Peter was getting to know Groot, Quill and Rocket started fighting over who would be flying the ship. Once they finally flew out of the KYLNS hangar, Peter called a meeting to fully explain the mission they were given. "So, where are these terrorists?" Rocket asks as he was able to somehow convince Quill to let him drive. "Here, plug this in." Peter hands over the Zendarian equivalent of a flash drive. As Quill plugged it in, a nearby screen lit up, showing the Nova Empire's second most populated planet, Xanav. According to Nova intelligence, Xanav is infested with a terrorist group known as the Sons of Ronan. They practically worships Ronan like a god. Peter explains as Drax perks up at the mention of his most hated enemy. Our job is to simply find and capture every member. As Peter explains this, videos and images appear, showing the bombings that the Sons of Ronan have taken credit for. We can't kill them. Drax asked as he watched a school burn on the monitor. Even Quill couldn't help but agree with Drax's sentiment. Killing children is just messed up. Killing is allowed, but a living terrorist is a lot more talkative than a dead one, so try to keep them alive. At least, until we can question them. Peter answers. Do we have any leads? Gamera asks, as even she didn't like seeing the targets of these terrorists. We'll be meeting with the Nova Corps on Xanav. Peter explained. They'll give us everything they have, which will hopefully be enough for us to get a good head start. After answering some more questions, Rocket and Quill rush off to set their destination while everyone else got comfortable for the long journey ahead. Where's my sister? Just as Peter took a seat away from everyone else, Gamera found her time to strike and started questioning him. You mean Nebula? Peter asks and receives a nod. She is currently on my home planet, living her life away from her abusive father. Good. Gamera says simply. Is she happy? I think so. Peter nods as he takes out his phone and shows her a picture of Nebula eating ice cream. She's been learning how to enjoy her life lately. Gamera smiled warmly as she saw the foreign look of happiness on her angry sister's face. Although she would never consider Thanos or the Black Order as her family, Nebula always felt like a real sister, especially with how often they fought. Both physically and verbally. You should be careful. Gamera warns him. Nobody has ever taunted Thanos as you have and walked away unscathed. Oh, did Daddy Dearest tell you about our little discussion? Peter asks jokingly. No, I was there for the whole thing. Gamera says as an amused smirk graced her lips. I see you enjoyed the show then. Peter matches her smirk, though she couldn't see it. I'm not kidding when I say you should be careful though. Gamera turns serious in an instant. My father plans to send the Black Order to your planet soon enough. A/N, 1687 words. Backhand index pointing down pouting cat face or else angry face with horns raising hands please folded hands backhand index pointing down. Chapter 256, C256 Zola's data. Stop sign insert driving/traffic gifs here, most likes win stop sign. What's the Black Order? Peter asks, though he already knew a fair bit about them from the movies. Gamera explained everything, hoping that Peter could use the information to protect Nebula. Based on his knowledge from the movies, the only two in the Black Order that would be tricky to deal with are Ebony Maw and Cull Obsidian. Especially Ebony Maw, who seemed to be the real brains behind the Black Order. With his genius-level intellect as well as his supreme power in telekinesis, Maw would be the hardest of Thanos' children to take down. As for Obsidian, due to his great size, he possesses an incredible level of superhuman strength that could even match the Hulk, not to mention his incredible durability. And sadly, due to Peter's interference in this world, the Hulk hasn't had much of a chance to do anything. Since Banner continues to bury himself in research and was never needed to help out the Avengers, this world's Avengers is short one angry green musclehead. Maybe I should separate Banner and Hulk somehow. Peter thought as he didn't see Banner changing his ways anytime soon. Besides, when Banner fused with the Hulk in the movies, I found myself missing the lovable idiot. Banner would most likely thank Peter for accomplishing what he couldn't. Although that would be a good plan to deal with Obsidian, Peter had multiple other ways that could also do the trick. Abomination has been progressing well and could easily become a member of the Avengers, making him a good opponent for the Mad Titan's strongest child. Otherwise, Peter could either handle the guy himself or put a team together to get the job done. Though the more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea of separating Banner and Hulk into their own individual bodies. When I have some free time, I'll raid Kamartaj's library and see what I can find on alter egos and their possible separation. Peter thought as he listened to Gamera. If we're unlucky, you'll be able to meet two members of the Black Order on our journey. Gamera says as Quill walked by, overhearing her words. Black Order. Sounds kinky. He comments as he takes a seat between Peter and Gamera. Easily seeing through his actions, Peter found his new friend's jealous behavior amusing. Of course, Gamera was completely oblivious to the meaning behind Quill's actions. The Black Order is not kinky. Gamera says in distaste. They are elite killers who could tear you apart with a flick of their wrist. Even meeting one of them would mean death for us all. Okay. Quill was officially spooked. Why would we cross paths with them? Because they're after the orb as well. Peter assumed and received a confirming nod from Gamera. Yes, they dispatched me to retrieve the orb for them. Gamera reveals with a frown. And soon enough, they'll figure out that I've betrayed them and come looking for the orb themselves. You worked for them. Quill exclaims in shock, as he still didn't know much about his current love interest. They are my siblings. Gamera said with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Before Quill could ask 100 more questions, Peter cut into the conversation. Which members did Thanos send to get the orb? He asks curiously. Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive. As soon as Peter heard those two names, he tuned out the rest of the conversation. I think Proxima and Corvus are the weakest of the Black Order, which is good. Peter thought as he wanted to give the Guardians a chance against at least one of them. They needed to grow as a team and couldn't do that without some obstacles to overcome. After all, even if all of the members of the Black Order came at once, Peter could probably handle them with ease. Especially since he has full access to the Reality Stone's power. The only person in the universe that Peter isn't 100% confident in fighting is Thanos, who currently held the Mind Stone in his grasp. In Peter's mind, they're evenly matched. Each of them has an Infinity Stone. Though Peter has 3, he can only wield 1 at the moment. When it comes to physical strength, Peter was sure that Thanos bested him in that category, though that doesn't mean he would win in a fight between the two. Peter may be physically weaker, but he's definitely faster, more dexterous, and has a lot more abilities than the Mad Titan. If they fought now, Peter would definitely bet on himself, as he felt confident in his skills and abilities, but the odds would realistically be around 50-50. Of course, this is all speculation about a man that Peter has never met in person. And they wouldn't remain so evenly matched forever. I need to finish putting my conduit together. Peter thought, as Thanos wouldn't stand a chance against all 3 of his Infinity Stones. Just adding the Power Stone to his arsenal would be more than enough. Wow, your family is worse than mine. Quill admitted as he received a brief overview from Gamera. I thought being kidnapped and raised by Ravagers was as bad as it could get. Boo-hoo, life is so hard as a space princess. Rocket appears from the cockpit. You had it easy if you ask me. Hey, it ain't a competition. Quill immediately comes to Gamera's defense. Simp. Peter thought with a shake of his head. Because if it was, you'd definitely win. I mean, what are you? Did some mad scientist put your brain in the first roadkill he could find? Quill asks jokingly. I'll show you roadkill. Rocket leaped off of the floor and latched onto Quill's face. I think that's my K. Peter says as he stands up and opens a portal. I'll be back when you reach Xanav. In front of Gamera's shocked gaze, Peter stepped through the portal and disappeared. How did he do that? Gamera asks, dumbfounded. I am Groot. Groot answered as he extended his roots, pulling Quill and Rocket apart. Let me at him. While the Guardians were soaring through space, Peter returned to the Avengers Tower, as he needed to at least check in on everything. They just absorbed a worldwide spy agency, after all. Yo, how are things going? Peter asks as he found Fury in his office. Hectic, where have you been? Fury answers from behind a desk full of paperwork. I've been off-planet. Peter says as he peeks over at the papers on his desk. Any problem with the new shield? Some, but it's been handled. Fury says as he leans back in his chair. What were you doing off-planet? I'll explain later. Peter says as he makes his way to the door. By the way, your wife moved in with me for safety reasons. Just until Hydra is fully dealt with. Fury frowned, though he kept his mouth shut, knowing that she would be safer this way. What about MJ? She practically lived with me before all of this, so nothing has changed. Peter says as he turns back to see Fury's grumpy face before taking his leave. See ya. Heading to his own office, Peter opened a portal and grabbed his laptop. I should finish this up. Peter thought as he sat down at his desk and got to work. A couple of hours later, Peter's door swung open, revealing an eager-looking Captain America. Did you find anything that could help Bucky? He didn't bother with pleasantries and asked immediately. Perfect timing. Peter says as he turns the laptop towards Steve. I just finished scanning the data we stole from Zola. Viruses found, 169. Anomalies found, 13. Conscious minds, 1. What the hell does that mean? Steve asks in confusion. It means Zola had a backup plan in case someone killed him and swiped his data. Peter says as he points to the screen. Click this please. Run cleaner. Ah. Okay. Steve says as he had his pointer finger to tap the screen. Your age is showing, old man. Peter comments as he reaches around and uses the touchpad to click the button himself. Instantly, a loading bar appeared on the screen, which quickly filled under Steve's curious gaze. Clean successful. There we go. Peter says as he turns the laptop to himself. Now, let's see what Zola has on Bucky. As Peter unlocked the data and searched the keyword, Winter Soldier, Steve invited himself to the other side of the desk and eagerly watched over his shoulder. Peter hummed as he scrolled through everything faster than Steve could follow. What? Can we help him? Steve asks impatiently. They seem to have used some sort of memory-suppressing machine. Peter says as he continues to scroll. Ouch, they performed electroconvulsive therapy on him, which severely damaged his limbic system. The limbic system is the part of the brain involved in behavioral and emotional responses, especially when it comes to behaviors needed for survival, like feeding, reproduction, caring for children, and fight or flight responses. Seeing that Steve barely understood what he was saying, Peter explained in simpler terms. Hydra shocked the hell out of him, which made Bucky forget himself while also damaging his brain. They then manipulate his broken mind with images and code words, turning him into the killer he is today. Is it fixable? Steve asks hopefully. Yes, but we would need to heal his brain and then have someone like Charles uproot all of his buried memories. Peter nods. Hearing the confidence in Peter's words, Steve couldn't hold back the smile from forming on his face. Though it soon disappeared. How the hell are we supposed to heal his brain? Steve asks worriedly, as that sounded complicated. Thinking for a moment, Peter suddenly remembered something. Follow me. A/N, 1656 words. Hand over the gemstone or I'll send an elite squad of kitchen knife assassins pistol to chop off your eggplant ***** eggplant. As for my few lady readers, peach need I say more. Chapter 257, C257 Extremis. Kitchen knife insert horror movie gifs here, most likes wins kitchen knife. Taking the elevator a few floors down, Peter escorted Steve through the halls and security checkpoints before arriving in a spacious laboratory, filled with all sorts of healthy-looking plants. Maya, are you here? Peter called out and moments later a beautiful woman in a lab coat peeked her head out of an office door. Maya Hansen. Is there a problem? Maya asks as no one but Tony visits her lab. Speaking of. Just as Peter was about to speak, the doors behind him swung open and Tony came strolling in. Hey, I came to check - Tony froze when he found Peter and Steve in front of him. What are you two doing here? Good timing. Peter says as he walks over to a nearby table and plugs in a flash drive. Gather around. Tapping the table a few times, everyone watched as a projection of a brain appeared in the air. What happened to the limbic system? Maya noticed the damage immediately. It's fried. Tony commented with a frown. This is Bucky's brain. Peter reveals as Tony's frown deepens. I cracked open the data I stole from Zola and learned what they did to make him like that. Who's Bucky? Maya asks in confusion. That's not important right now. Peter says as Tony speaks up. They cooked his brain, huh? He asked. Yes, probably beyond repair. Peter says as Maya nods in agreement. Steve frowned at Peter and Tony's poor choice of words. Is this person even alive? She asks curiously and receives a nod from Peter. Tapping the table a few times, everyone watched as the live cameras from Bucky's cell appeared. That's him. Peter says. It's a miracle that he's not a vegetable. Maya comments as she watches Bucky pace back and forth in his cell. Captain America's fists tighten at the way they're talking about his best friend. Can you heal him? Peter asks. After dealing with the whole Extremis situation, Maya was hired as a scientist for the Avengers. Ever since then, she and Tony have been working on Extremis together, as she wanted all those years ago. Of course, Pepper wasn't so happy in the beginning, as Maya and Tony had sexual relations in the past, but she soon got over her possessive feelings. Especially since Maya started dating a certain man, though that's not important right now. Maybe. Maya answers unsurely as she hits a few buttons on the table. Instantly, a video of an armless monkey projected into the air. This is Bubbles. She says as she gestures to the holographic video. He lost his arm in the local zoo when a tiger escaped into the chimpanzee habitat. Watch. Bubbles was strapped down to a table and seemed to be heavily sedated. Suddenly, a pair of arms appeared in the frame, holding a syringe with a golden honey-like liquid inside. Screwing the needless syringe into an 4, which was already connected to the monkey's bloodstream, a short countdown was heard before the plunger was pushed in, injecting the golden fluid into the monkey. Eek. Eek. Oh. Instantly, Bubbles was woken from his sedation and screamed in excruciating pain. Its body seemed to glow in a red hue for a moment before something miraculous happened. The stub on its left shoulder that used to be a hairy arm began to morph and grow at an extremely rapid pace. Within seconds, the monkey's missing arm was grown back and the red hue on its skin simmered down until it completely disappeared. Wow. Steve muttered in awe. Although the arm was currently hairless, which didn't match the rest of the monkey's body, it was back and looked better than ever. Is Bubbles still alive? Peter asks as he knew the usual end of those who are given extremis. Follow me. Maya says as she leads everyone to an empty room, where a one-way mirror showed a small makeshift habitat for a monkey. Inside this habitat, Peter could see Bubbles with both of his arms, playing on a tire swing that was attached to a fake tree. We've run every test and found nothing wrong with him. Maya says with a proud look on her face. It's completely stable. As she said this, Bubbles suddenly let out a loud burp, though that wasn't the only thing he let out. A long stream of golden fire shot out of his mouth, shocking everyone in attendance. Though we haven't been able to remove the fire powers yet. Maya admits as she planned to make a form of extremis that only heals, leaving out the superpowers so that the general public could make use of its miraculous healing properties. Have you tested it on humans? Steve asks hopefully. Because Bucky isn't a monkey. The look on Maya's face said it all. They haven't started human trials yet. No, but chimpanzees are our closest relatives in the animal kingdom. Peter says as he turns to Maya and Tony. What are the odds of it working on Bucky without a problem? Peter asks, as they knew more about extremis than him, though he would look into their research soon enough. Fire powers and regeneration would be useful. Looking at one another, Tony and Maya communicate with their eyes. 85%, Maya revealed after a moment of thought. That's not good enough. Steve instantly disagreed. I just got Bucky back and I won't risk his life as a lab rat. Steve, 85% is really good. Peter tries to reason with him. It's better odds than a lot of major surgeries out there. Steve turned silent and contemplative at Peter's words. What if someone else tests it first? Would the odds go up then? Yes, but you would be risking your life for no reason. Tony answers with a frown. True, but he also gets more superpowers out of it, so the pros and cons even out. Peter thought as he looked at Steve seriously. Are you sure that you want to do this? You just reunited with Peggy. She would be heartbroken if you were to leave her so soon. 85% is good odds, right? Steve throws Peter's words back in his face. Besides, I can't let Bucky get an edge over me. It wouldn't be right. Peter couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Maya, prep the lab. Peter nods and turns to Maya. We're doing it now. She asks in confusion. Yup. Peter says as he turns back to Steve. Go and talk to Peggy. We'll be ready in an hour. Make it 2. Maya yelled as she rushed off to set everything up. You heard the lady. Peter says as Steve nods and runs off as well. So, we're going to give the trained super assassin that killed my parents fire powers? Tony asks sarcastically. Yeah, pretty much. Peter responds dumbly. Great. Tony sighs as he follows after Maya to help with the prep work. 2 hours later. After setting everything up, Steve and Peggy came walking into the lab together, right on time. If he dies, there will be hell to pay. Peggy whispers as she passes Peter with a serious yet worried look on her face. Is everything ready? Steve asks as he stood in front of a large padded table, which was covered in all sorts of straps. Yeah, take your clothes off and hop on. Maya says and Steve starts pulling his shirt off. Just as he got to his boxer briefs, Maya spoke up in a hurry. That's enough. You can keep your underwear on. She says with a light blush on her cheeks while receiving an evil glare from Peggy. After all, Steve has the perfect human body, thanks to the super soldier serum, so any woman would feel attracted. Ahem. Peggy clears her throat. You won't find my boyfriend's eyes down there. Sorry. Maya turns away as Tony laughed at her plight. Get on the table. Tony says as he held back his laughter. Silently doing as he's told, Steve lays on the table, which instantly came to life and strapped him down tightly. Comfy? Tony asks. Not at all. Steve admits. Good. Tony says as he opens a nearby lab fridge and pulls out a syringe filled with a familiar golden liquid. Hold still please. Maya says as she expertly puts in 4 into Steve's left arm, and turns to Tony. Ready when you are. Are you sure you want to do this? Peter asks before Tony could connect the syringe to the 4. Do it. Steve answers resolutely. Sadly, sedation doesn't work when it comes to this, so you'll have to stay conscious throughout the whole process. Tony explains as he screws the needless syringe into the 4. Hit me with your best shot. Steve says, eliciting a smile from Tony. Someone's been catching up on their music. Tony says as he presses the plunger, injecting the golden liquid into Steve's arm. Exclamation point. Before Steve could utter another word, he felt a searing pain run up his arm and spread throughout the rest of his body at a rapid pace. Ugh hi. Within seconds, Steve's skin began to glow red, as if he were a cartoon character that ate a very spicy pepper. Is that normal? Peggy asks in worry as she rushes to Steve's side. Yes, it should be over soon. Maya explained as she and Tony nervously watched their work in action. "Eh!" Steve yelled in pain, shooting a long stream of fire from his mouth, as his skin sizzled and smoked with heat. Everyone watched in silence, hoping for success. After all, the monkey didn't shoot fire out of its mouth in the video. Almost a minute later, Steve's scream settled down and the redness on his skin slowly faded. "Ow!" Peggy yelped as she grasped his hand, feeling just how hot he really was. "This will go away, right?" "Yes." Maya replied as she and Tony started using the many machines in the lab to scan Steve's body. Did it work?" Steve asks as he groggily tries to stand up, straining against his bindings. "Yes, but stay on the table." Maya shouts as she heard the metal restraints groan from Steve's strength. Steve didn't listen and continued to try and stand, though thankfully Peggy was there to help. "Steve. Steve, look at me." She gets his attention by grasping his head and burning her hands in the process. "You need to relax, okay?" As Peggy was doing her work, Maya and Tony ran every scan they could, looking for the slightest red flag. Thankfully, they found none. Once Steve's body cooled down, they took multiple samples, such as blood, flesh, hair, and saliva. Peggy watched in awe as Steve healed instantly after the blood and flesh were taken. "Amazing," she muttered. "How is it?" Peter asks as Tony and Maya look over the data from the samples. "It worked," Maya says proudly as she collapses into her chair with a relieved sigh. "Of course, it worked," Tony says with his trademark smirk. "Good." Steve speaks up as he lifts his head to look Peter in the eyes. "Because it's Bucky's turn now." A/N, 1865 words. Police car light hand over the gemstone and I'll give you this chocolate chip cookie wow, what a great deal starstruck police car light. Chapter 258, C258 long-awaited talk. Pistol insert gun gifts here, most likes wins pistol. Checking the clock, Peter saw that he still had some time before he needed to return to the Guardians. "All right." Peter agreed as he turned to Maya and Tony. "Do you have enough extremists for another go?" While Tony and Maya prepared everything once again, Peter was tasked with retrieving the brainwashed super assassin from his cell. Since Bucky wouldn't come willingly, Peter didn't even bother talking and simply opened a portal under him, dumping him straight onto the same table Steve just occupied only moments ago. "Ugh!" Bucky grunted as he hit the table. Before he could fully assess the situation, the table straps tightened around his arms and legs. Groan. The metal bindings creaked and groaned under the pressure of Bucky's enhanced strength. "Let's fix that," Peter says as he waves his hand. Instantly, golden markings appeared on the metal restraints, reinforcing them to a crazy degree. "Ag-hi!" Bucky shouted as he did his best to break out. Sadly, the metal wasn't making any sounds anymore and wouldn't break any time soon either. "You could have done that earlier," Peggy comments from the side as she iced her red hands. "Sorry," Peter says as Bucky continues to yell and scream. "Okay, that's enough." With a snap of Peter's fingers, the room instantly becomes silent, though just by looking, everyone could see that Bucky was still screaming like a madman. "That's useful," Steve mutters as Peggy nodded beside him. "You won't be needing this either," Peter says as Bucky's metal arm disappeared. Similar to Steve, Bucky went through the same process without any problems. He even shot fire from his mouth as well. Though one thing was different. Just like Bubbles the monkey, Bucky's lost arm grew back in a matter of seconds, which made Steve happy, as he blames himself for everything wrong with his best friend. Once the process was completed, Steve rushed up to Bucky's side to check on his well-being. After all, there was a lot of screaming. Although they couldn't hear it this time around, thanks to Peter's spell, everyone could still see Bucky screaming in silent agony the entire time. "Bucky, can you hear me?" Steve asks, hoping his healed brain may help jog some memories. "Do you remember who I am?" As Bucky groggily peered up at him, Steve felt he may have remembered something, though those thoughts were swiftly stomped out as the Winter Soldier lunged his head forward, smashing it against Steve's waiting face. "Ack!" Steve was knocked backward as he held his bleeding nose. "I told you that we still need to unearth his suppressed memories. Simply healing him isn't enough," Peter says as he turns to Tony and Maya. "Scan his brain to make sure his limbic system is actually healed." "On it." Maya nods and gets to work. After going through some scans, a 3D image of Bucky's brain was projected for everyone to see. "It's healed." Steve sighs in relief as the damage that he saw earlier was now nowhere to be seen. "Good work everyone," Peter says as he opens a portal below Bucky, sending him tumbling back into his cell. Seeing the worried look on Steve's face, Peter rolled his eyes. "He's in his cell," Peter explains as pulls up the live footage, showing Bucky breathing fire at the glass of his cell, trying to escape. "See, now go and rest." You've just been through a tiring procedure. What about Bucky? Steve asks, eager to help his friend. I need to talk to Charles about that, and he doesn't like invading other people's minds, so it may take a bit. Peter explains with a sigh. Just let me know when Charles comes to the tower. I'll help convince him. Steve says and receives a nod from Peter as he and Peggy leave to get some rest. As soon as they were gone, Peter turns to Tony. You ready for your conversation? Peter asks. Yeah, thanks for keeping Capsicle out of it. Tony says as he could tell that Peter was covering for him. No problem. It's the least I can do. Peter says as he opens a portal. Meet me at Bucky's cell and I'll bring Charles to fix his memories. Once he's done, you can have Bucky all to yourself. Thank you. Tony says genuinely. Of course, just remember no killing, okay? Peter reminds him. At the end of the day, Peter knew that this wouldn't actually be a conversation. Tony and Bucky would fight, and hopefully, come to some sort of understanding. And with Bucky's newfound regeneration, Tony could kick the CR*P out of him as much as he wanted without any issue. I know. Tony nodded as Peter stepped through the portal and disappeared. Tony. Are you okay? Maya came back into the room and asks, as Tony seemed to be in a daze. Do we have another dose of extremis? He asked over his shoulder. Yeah. Why? Maya confirms as she checks the fridge. Staying silent, Tony hopped into the table and was immediately strapped down. Give it to me. Stepping out of the portal, Peter arrived in Professor Xavier's office, where the professor was currently doing paperwork at his desk. How can I help you, Spider-Man? Charles asks as he continues to sift through papers. I need you to help someone with suppressed memories. Peter says as he explains Bucky's situation. I see. Charles says as he stands from his desk and looks toward Peter expectantly. Let's go. I have a lot of work to get back to, so we might as well get this over with as quickly as possible. Although Peter wasn't lying when he told Steve that Charles didn't like invading other people's minds, he may have misled him a little bit. Charles has no problem invading the mind of another, as long as it's for their own good. Luckily, a broken and brainwashed super assassin was right up the professor's alley. Sorry, Steve. But I promised Tony some alone time and you would never agree to that. Stepping through a portal with Charles following closely behind, Peter appeared in between Bucky and Blonsky's cells. Spider-Man. Blonsky exclaimed as he rushed to the glass wall of his cell. Can I become an Avenger now or what? Blonsky was very eager to leave his cell. Question mark. Charles looked at Peter in confusion. I'll explain later. Peter says as he turns to Blonsky. Not right now. I have a meeting with your neighbor. Blonsky grunted in disappointment. Fine, but hurry it up, will you? I'm dying to see some sunlight again. I'll bring your situation up in the next council meeting, I promise. Peter says as he walks over to the controls and isolated Blonsky's cell. Instantly, his cell was muted and the glass became foggy, blocking him from seeing outside for the time being. All right, sorry about that. Peter says as he and Charles turn to see Bucky shooting a stream of fire in their direction. Thankfully, the glass separating them is extremely strong and heat-resistant, so no flame that he can produce would ever work against it. You didn't say anything about this. Charles comments. The fire is new. Peter says as he turns to see a curious look on the professor's face. He's not a metahuman if that's what you're thinking. I see. Charles nods in confusion. Can you do it from here, or should I put him to sleep so you can go inside? Peter asks. I got it. Charles says as Bucky suddenly collapses to the floor unconscious. Open it up. Tapping a few buttons on the control panel, the cell swings open and Charles strolls inside. Let's see. Charles mutters as he sits beside Bucky and places his hand on his forehead. As soon as he touched Bucky's head, it was like both of them froze in time, remaining completely still for minutes at a time. Silence filled the cell as Peter waited patiently for Charles to finish whatever he was currently doing. Soon enough, Peter heard the sound of footsteps headed his way. Hey, is he Dash? Tony appears, looking oddly disheveled compared to before. Shoo. Peter shushes him and points inside the cell, where Charles was working his magic. Taking a minute to eye him up and down, Peter could see that Tony's clothes were slightly out of place and his body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Not only that, but he was giving off a lot of heat as well. Did he think I wouldn't notice? Peter wondered as he instantly figured out that Tony took a dose of extremis. Most likely in preparation for the fight to come. As Peter was thinking this, Bucky started to whimper and shake in his sleep, as if he was having some sort of seizure. Ah! Bucky groaned as a few stray tears rolled down his cheeks. As this was happening, a frown formed on the professor's face and didn't leave it for the remainder of the process. This continued for a few minutes before Bucky suddenly calmed down and slept peacefully. He's been through a lot. Charles comments as he felt nothing but pity for Bucky. I know. Peter nods in understanding. Is it done? Are his memories back? Yes, when he wakes up, Bucky should remember everything about himself. Both good and bad. Charles clarifies as he steps out of the cell. Thank you. Peter says as he opens a portal. I know you have a lot of work to do, so don't let me hold you from it any longer. No problem. It's times like these where I can appreciate this intrusive power of mine. Charles says as he steps through the portal and ends up back in his office. Snapping the portal shut after saying farewell, Peter turned to Tony, who was silently staring at Bucky in contemplation. Go ahead. Peter says as he motions to the open cell. I'll lock you both inside. Without uttering a single word, Tony enters the cell, which locks tightly behind him. You can go now, Peter. Sure, remember Dash. No killing, I know. Tony finishes Peter's words, as he's heard them a million times already. Walking down the hall, Peter waits until he's out of sight before turning invisible and backtracking to the cell once again. In the cell. As the cell locked itself shut and Peter walked away, Tony had no idea what he was going to do. At first, he planned to trick Peter into allowing him the chance to kill Bucky with his own hands, but did he really want that? He's been through a lot. Charles's words replay in his mind. After learning all that Bucky has been through, and looking him up out of curiosity for his enemy, Tony couldn't help but feel pity for the man. Though that pity soon faded when he recalled the image of his father's caved-in skull and his mother struggling for air. Rise and shine. Tony exclaims as he gets a running start and kicks Bucky's head like a soccer ball. Killing or not, Tony would decide that after showing him 1,000 times the pain his parents felt in their dying moments. Ugh. Bucky woke with a start as he was punted across the cell and smacked into the glass wall. Where am I? Leaning against the cell wall, Bucky froze as every suppressed memory he ever had came crashing down on him. From the happy blissful days as an oblivious child to the sickening assassinations of innocent people, Bucky remembered everything. What have I done? He muttered in horror as he started shaking. Get up. Tony yelled as he waited in the center of the cell. I'm not done with you yet. A/N, 1923 words. Hand over the gemstone and I'll grant you a single infinity stone of your choosing: blue circle, red circle, orange circle, yellow circle, green circle, purple circle, make your choice. Chapter 259, C259 Beef Squashed. Ghost insert ghost gifts here, most likes wins ghost. Wait. Bucky held his hands up, hoping to calm the situation somehow. No. Tony stalks forward and grabs Bucky by the neck. Lifting him off of the ground with a single hand, Tony chokes Bucky, who was still in a state of confusion and refused to fight back. Stop. Bucky struggles to speak as he grasped Tony's arm. Did you stop when my mother begged you to? Tony asks as his grip on Bucky's neck tightened. Could my father even speak as you beat his head in? Copying the actions he saw in the video of his parents' deaths, Tony made use of his free hand and started raining superpowered punches down on Bucky's face. Blow after blow, Bucky's face started to contort and bleed, though it was soon covered in a golden light, which healed any wounds he incurred in a matter of seconds. Seeing Extremis do its work, Tony took it as a challenge and quickened his pace, hoping to outdamage Bucky's healing ability. After almost a minute of gasping for air and being berated by heavy punches, Bucky had enough and pulled his leg up, sending a powerful kick to his attacker's stomach. Instantly, Tony was forced to drop Bucky as he tumbled backward, holding his stomach in pain. Wait. Bucky gasps as fell to the floor, breathing heavily to fill his oxygen-deprived lungs. You're Tony Stark. Did you stop when my mother begged you to? Tony's words echoed in his mind. Could my father even speak as you beat his head in? Realization dawned on him as the chilling memory of murdering Howard and Maria Stark surfaced in Bucky's mind. I killed your parents. Bucky muttered in shame and disgust with himself and his actions. Just figured it out, huh? Tony scoffs as he picks himself off the ground. Get up. Bucky remained seated on the floor, staring up at Tony in both sympathy and shame. Get up. Tony yelled angrily, though Bucky didn't budge. I said, get up. Just kill me. Bucky said as he waited patiently on the ground. That's what you're here for, right? Just get it over with. I deserve it. After seeing all of his horrible actions throughout the years, Bucky was already feeling suicidal, so having Tony here to do the dirty work for him was a win-win for both sides. One wanted revenge while the other wanted to repent. Glaring down at Bucky, Tony's hands gripped into tight fists. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Tony turned away from Bucky and called out. Open the cell. I'm done. Bucky looked up at Tony in shock as the cell door swung open. Wait. Kill me, I won't resist. Bucky practically begs as Tony ignored him and continued his way out of the cell. No. Tony said as he turned to look Bucky straight in the eyes. You want to die? The look on Bucky's face was more than enough to confirm Tony's statement. Killing you would be mercy. Tony says as the cell seals itself shut. You don't deserve my mercy. No, you deserve to live every day of your long life, hating everything about yourself. Bucky just sat in his cage with a dumb look on his face. He didn't want to be alive anymore. The screams of his victims seemed to always fill his mind, throwing him into a crippling depression. Without another word, Tony turned away and marched down the hall, leaving Bucky to stew in his cell. Wait. Come back. Bucky scrambled to the sealed door of his cell and started banging on it. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Please kill me. Peter stayed behind long enough to see Bucky break down into tears, hoping for someone to end his suffering. It's a good thing that every cell is made to be suicide-proof. Peter thought sadly as he rushed to catch up with Tony. You knew I was there. Peter says as he followed Tony into the elevator and removed his invisibility. You were too worried that I'd kill him. Tony solemnly stared forward. Can you blame me? Peter looked at Tony worriedly. Are you okay? No, but I will be. After dropping Tony off with Pepper, who is far better equipped to handle Tony's emotions, Peter stood outside Steve's apartment door. I feel like a kid who's about to get an earful from his parents. Peter thought as he hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. Yeah. Peggy asked as the door swung open, finding Peter on the other side. Did Charles agree to help? Yeah. Peter says as he peeks inside the door. Is Steve awake? Yes, I am. Steve eagerly rushes to the door. Is Charles here already? About that. Peter sighs heavily as he explains what happened as well as his deception. As he finished speaking, the piercing glares of two super soldiers weighed down on him. Peter's heart might have been in the right place, as his actions settled the mounting tension between Tony and Bucky, but it was hard for them to see it that way. Pow. Suddenly, Steve wound his fist back and socked Peter across the face. Of course, Peter could have easily dodged it but chose to remain still and take the hit. He deserved it for deceiving them, after all. Where's Bucky? Peggy asks flatly as Steve seemed to realize what he just did and froze. In his cell. Peter says as Peggy grabs Steve's hand and pulls him down the hall without another word. Wait. Stopping in their tracks, Steve and Peggy turn to look over their shoulders. He's suicidal. Peter reveals with a frown. If you want him to live past the night, don't let him out. He won't be able to do anything to himself in the cell, especially with his new regeneration. Nodding her head, Peggy pulls Steve away in a rush to check on Bucky. That went about as well as it could have. Peter sighed as he opened a portal to his house. I still have a couple of hours to kill before the Guardians arrive on Xanav. When Steve and Peggy arrived at Bucky's cell, they found him sitting in the corner by the door, staring off into the distance. Bucky. Steve tapped the glass. Bucky instantly recognized who it was. Turning to look, he saw both Steve and Peggy looking at him with hopeful eyes. Do you remember me? Steve asks. Yeah. Bucky sounded devoid of all happiness. Where did we meet? Steve asks just to make sure. A small, almost unnoticeable smile formed on Bucky's lips as he recalled one of his fonder memories, which managed to drown out all of the bad for just a single moment. You were getting your scrawny A*S handed to you by a few neighborhood bullies. Bucky's voice held a fond touch to it this time around. I stepped in and gave them a dose of their own medicine. You're back. Steve exclaims as he rushes to open the cell. As the cell door swung open, Steve practically ran inside and pulled Bucky into his arms. A/N, truly, a bromance for the age's loudly crying face. I missed you, buddy. Steve says as Bucky stiffened for a moment before reluctantly returning the hug. Bucky eyed the open cell door as they separated. Can I leave? Ah. Steve hesitated as he looked toward Peggy. No. Peggy answered resolutely as she stood in the doorway, blocking the path out. It'll be safer for you in here. If this is about Stark, then we already settled it. Bucky argues. No, Bucky. Steve says with a shake of his head. It's about you. We know you're suicidal. Peggy states bluntly. Turning over his shoulder, Steve looked at her as if to say, really? What? Tiptoeing around the subject won't solve anything. Peggy rolls her eyes and turns to Bucky, who was currently looking down in shame. It's okay, Bucky. You've been through a lot. We'll find you a good psychologist and maybe get you some antidepressants as well. And once you're feeling better, we'll go out on the town and visit all of our spots. Steve says in support. Did you know Joe's Pizza is still open? They closed Freddy's about 20 years ago though. Sure, sounds good. Bucky hesitantly agreed as he did all he could to hold himself back from rushing out of the door. He knew that he wouldn't get far anyway. Good. Steve smiled happily as he walked over to close the door, locking all three of them inside. No one said you have to be alone in here. Thanks, Steve. While Steve and Peggy were spending the night with Bucky, hoping to help him through what's probably the worst point in his entire life, it was finally time for Peter to return to space. After tucking Lily into bed and saying goodbye to his loved ones, Peter donned his suit and opened a portal. Stepping back into Quill's ship, Peter found all of the Guardians sitting around the room, glaring at one another. Groot was missing some of his bark. Gamera looked a lot more P***ed than usual. Drax had all sorts of doodles drawn on his face, though he didn't seem to notice. Quill's face and arms were littered with small animal scratches. And lastly, Rocket was missing clumps of his fur, as if someone pulled them out by the fistful. What the hell happened while I was gone? A/N, 1589 words. Hand over the gemstone and I'll grant you Genie 3 wishes Genie * no wishing for more wishes or godly powers *. Chapter 260, C260 Hypnosis. Woozy face insert drunk gifs here beer mug most likes wins woozy face. What the hell happened while I was gone? Peter asks as everyone started complaining all at once. After hearing everyone throw their complaints at him, Peter let out a sigh as he put the puzzle pieces together. Let me get this straight. Peter speaks as all of them finished whining. All of this started because you guys couldn't decide on sleeping arrangements. After Peter left, Groot was able to separate Quill and Rocket, though the petty arguments didn't stop there. Soon enough, it came time to decide who slept where, and the ship only had 2 bedrooms. Of course, Quill, being the love-struck man he is, offered the guest room to Gamera, leaving his bedroom as the only other option. Luckily, Drax didn't mind and fell asleep on one of the couch-like benches alongside Groot, who didn't need much in terms of comfort to get a good night's sleep. The only problem left was Rocket, who refused to sleep anywhere else but Quill's bed and wouldn't share. Quill instantly refused and a fight broke out between the two, which eventually woke everyone up. Groot was the one to break up the scuffle, though he took a small bit of damage in the process. Whilst Peter was trying to figure out how to deal with this, both Quill and Rocket were sneaking peeks at Drax and doing their best to hold back their laughter. They must have done that to Drax before the fight broke out. Peter thought as he saw a vein P***NIS drawn on Drax's forehead. Drax, go and wash your face. Huh. He grunts in confusion as he touches his cheek. Is there food on my face? The low snickering of both of his assailants could be heard, causing Drax to grow even more confused. You'll see, just go to the bathroom. Peter says as Drax walks off, wondering what the hell's going on. While he's washing the graffiti off, I'll add some rooms to the ship so everyone can have their own sleeping space. Peter says as a loud shout could be heard from the nearby bathroom. Scoundrels. Drax sounded said. Before heading off to remodel the ship, Peter looked toward Quill and Rocket, who seemed nervous after hearing Drax's reaction to their little prank. If I were you, I'd either apologize and hope he forgives you, or find somewhere to hide until things blow over. Peter says as he walks off. Quill. Rocket. An hour later, Peter used his knowledge of the mystic arts to swiftly remodel the ship, turning the 2 bedrooms as well as some unused storage space into 6 medium-sized bedrooms with their own personal bathrooms. One for each member of the crew. Although Peter didn't exactly need a room, as he could easily portal home and sleep, he made one for himself anyway. Maybe I'll give it to Mantis if she still joins the crew. Peter thought as he arrived at the cockpit and caught sight of the busy spacefaring planet of Xanav growing closer and closer. Looks like you guys won't be getting back to sleep just yet. What did you do to my baby? Quill exclaims as he finally saw all of rooms Peter constructed. He was far too busy hiding from Drax until now to notice. What? If we're going to be a crew, then everyone needs their own room. Peter says as Quill came storming over. Who the hell said we would be a crew? Quill asked as he complained. My bedroom is half the size it was before and most of the storage room is gone. You didn't need that much space and the storage room was completely empty, to begin with. Peter argues with a shrug. That's not the point. Quill shouts in exasperation as a faint beeping sound could be heard from the controls. We got an incoming transmission from the fascist corps. Rocket yells as he hesitates to answer the call. Answer it. Peter leaves Quill to his tantrum and joins Rocket at a large screen, which lit up just in time for his arrival. An older pink-skinned man in a Nova Corps uniform appeared, eyeing Rocket and Peter suspiciously. Unidentified Milano M-class ship, wait patiently while a patrol ship is dispatched for inspection. Failure to do so will result in your fiery deaths. The soldier warned with a stern glare. Damn Nova scum. Rocket mutters just loud enough for the men to hear. Hello, I'm Spider-Man. Peter ignores Rocket's attitude and introduces himself. Irani Rail should have informed your superiors about my arrival. Please hold. He says as the screen darkens. I'm gonna clean my guns. Rocket turns and walks off. Let me know when we land. Seconds after Rocket left, the screen lit up again, and a man who looked to be a much higher rank than the last appeared. My apologies for the harsh welcome. The orange-skinned man says with a reverent look on his face. Ever since the Sons of Ronan appeared, we've had to up the planet's security by a large margin. It's no problem. Peter nods understandingly. That's good to hear. The Nova official seemed to sigh in relief. If you wait in your current position, I'll dispatch a couple of patrol ships to escort you to our headquarters. Sounds good. Please prepare all of the relevant information on the Sons of Ronan in the meantime. I'd like to get started as soon as we land. Only 10 minutes later, 2 patrol ships painted in the colors of the Nova Corps appeared and escorted them to the capital city of Xanav, Varus. Finally, I can wet my blades with the blood of the Sons of Ronan. Drax exclaims as he holds his dual knives at the ready. Well, we have to find them first. Peter says as they land at this planet's Nova Corps main base. Stepping out of the ship, Peter and the Guardians were greeted by a congregation of high-level officials, who were being led by the orange-skinned men from earlier. Welcome. He says as all of the officials look at Peter in either awe or skepticism. Please follow me. I've prepared everything as you asked. Lead the way. Peter says as they're led into the building. As you already know, the Sons of Ronan have terrorized our planet ever since you killed Ronan and his men. The Orangeman explains as he hands a handheld tablet to Peter. We've managed to capture a few of their members, but they're all fanatics who would never betray their cause. Can't we just round up all of the Kree on the planet? Quill asks as Peter scrolls through all of the information on the tablet. Sadly, no. The man shakes his head. Although our Kree citizens make up the lowest percentage of our population, that number is still in the millions. We don't have the manpower or the authority to detain millions of law-abiding citizens. Where are these prisoners? Peter asks as finished reading and handed the tablet over to Gamera. Follow me. The Nova official in charge says and leads them out of the room. This is our high-security prison. He says as they pass multiple security checkpoints before finding themselves strolling through the halls of what looked like a high-tech solitary confinement wing. Each of these cells holds members of the Sons of Ronan. Gesturing to the sealed doors, the Orangeman waits patiently for whatever Peter would ask next. Peter thought for a moment. Which one is the highest-level member? This one. He replies instantly. Open it up. Peter practically orders. Are you sure? The man asks but Peter simply nods. All right. Open cell 6257. Beep. A brief high-pitched sound is heard as the door swings open, revealing a scar-faced blue Kree man, sitting on the toilet with his pants around his ankles. That's disgusting. Rocket comments harshly. I am Groot. Groot nods in agreement. Finish your business quickly. Peter says awkwardly as he swiftly closed the door. Minutes later, the door opened once again and thankfully this time the man was fully clothed and off the toilet. Let's try this again, shall we? Peter says as he strolls into the cell. I'll ask once, where's the base of operations for the Sons of Ronan? The men smirked and simply remained silent. Okay, let's start the fun. After his door was sealed shut once again and he was left alone, the scarred Kreeman could hear the screams of his comrades, who most likely chose to remain silent as well. For days at a time, the Kreeman was forced to listen to the excruciating wails of his people, growing antsy with every one passing moment. Why have they left me alone? He thought in confusion and dread for what was to come. Boom. Suddenly, the screams stopped and a huge explosion rocked his cell, tearing a hole in the wall big enough for him to fit through. Thyan. A voice called from the other side of the hole. Jaren. Is that you? The scarred Kree prisoner asked as he rushed up to the hole. Who else would it be? The voice replied gruffly. I'm here to save you, hurry up. What about the others? Thyan asks in hesitation. They're all dead, Thyan. The voice says in sadness. You have to hurry. We don't have much time. Listening to the voice, Thyan rushes through the hole just in time for his cell door to bust open with Nova guards swarming inside. What did you do to him? Gamera asks Peter as he stood in front of the scarred Kree prisoner, who was currently staring forward in a hypnotic trance. Peter never left the cell and only a few minutes passed since he stepped inside. As soon as the prisoner refused to speak, he quickly formed a spell circle, which shot into the man's forehead and sent him spiraling into a fantasy world of Peter's choosing. Quiet. Peter shushed the crowd of onlookers as he stared into the dazed eyes of his mind-scrambled victim. You have to escape, Thyan. Find your comrades and bring about the future that Ronan dreamed of. I have to escape. Ronan's dream. He mutters hazily. Yes, but where will you escape? The Sons of Ronan need you. they're hopeless without you. You need to find them as soon as possible. Everyone watched in shock as Peter manipulated the prisoner with ease. They need me, he uttered. Yes, now where will you go? Peter asks. The provincial tower, floor 217. He reveals. Although he got what he wanted, Peter didn't stop there. No, he kept pushing for more and more information. Peter constantly changed the scenario unfolding in Thion's mind, dragging the hypnotized Kree terrorist on a crazy journey whilst draining him dry of all relevant information along the way. Throughout Peter's manipulation, he was able to get 8 different locations, such as bases and safe houses, as well as the names and addresses of over 16 high-level members of the Sons of Ronan. And it took less than 30 minutes. Sleep. Peter orders as the men collapse onto his bed like a puppet without strings. That's the scariest sh*t I've ever seen. Quill comments as everyone couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. A/N, 1904 words. Hand over the gemstone and I'll give you a hot, thick, and long hot dog glizzy hot dog. What a great deal. Starstruck. Chapter 261, C261 Divided They Fall. Baby insert baby gifs here. Baby bottle most likes wins. Baby Gamera isn't responding. Corvus Glaive frowned as he lay in bed with his wife. I said this would happen. His wife, Proxima Midnight comments, draped over her husband's lean naked alien body. A/N, Corvus is sorta ugly, so enjoy picturing that. P.S. They are married in the MCU. Google it. She's just like her sister. Traitors, all of them. Proxima scoffs in distaste. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Corvus nods. I never understood how father could fawn over them so much, especially that SL*T, Gamera. Proxima hisses in jealousy. After a while, the Mad Titan started to treat the Black Order and its members more as subordinates instead of adopted children. This turn of events was easily noticed by their members, especially Proxima, who practically worshipped the ground her father walked on. Even Nebula, who was constantly verbally and physically abused by their father, was the subject of Proxima's unending jealousy. In her mind, Nebula was at least receiving the attention of their father. Proxima would gladly undergo the same hellish upgrades that were forced upon Nebula as long as her father would pay even the slightest bit of attention to her. It seems that we'll have to act before father grows even more impatient than he already is. Corvus ignores his wife's usual hate toward his other sisters as he untangles himself from her and climbs out of bed. Not only did that SL*T ruin father's plans, but now she's ruined our evening together as well. Proxima spat venomously as she reluctantly got up and paces off in a fit of anger. I can't wait for the day Gamera and Nebula are dead. Corvus thought as he wouldn't have to hear his wife's complaining nearly as much. With a long list of names and locations, thanks to the hypnosis spell he learned a few months ago, Peter turned to the orange-skinned Nova commander, who was looking at him with shock and awe written all over his face. After all, he tried everything he could to get even a fraction of the information that Peter was able to get in less than a half an hour. Ready your men. Peter ordered as he left the Kree terrorist sleeping in his cell. I want to hit every location at the same time. Once the properties are finished, we can start hunting the names on the list. Why yes, sir. The commander stuttered as he ran off to prepare everything. Dude, you'd tell me if you mind-controlled me before, right? Quill asks nervously. He wasn't the only nervous one in the group either, as each member of the Guardians looked at Peter with wary eyes. Quit looking at me like that. I would never use that spell on you guys. Peter rolls his eyes as they stare at him skeptically. That's actually the first time I've ever done that to someone. Sure. Rocket says in doubt. Just keep your mind voodoo away from me and Groot. We don't consent to nothing. I am Groot. Groot nods at his friend's words. I wasn't planning on it. After waiting almost an hour for the Nova Corps to gather their members and prepare, Peter and the Guardians accompanied the commander and his men, who would be assaulting the main base of the Sons of Ronan. The Provincial Tower, floor 217. Talk about an easy payday. Quill says with a giddy smile on his face. Peter and the Guardians were currently in a fairly high-end Nova ship alongside the commander and his trusted soldiers. Surrounding them were dozens of patrol ships, each filled with Nova soldiers, ready to unleash hell on the people who have been terrorizing their planet. It's safe to say that the Nova Corps took this situation very seriously. With all of these soldiers helping us, we'll all be 100,000 units richer in no time. Quill smirked in greed. Seeing the greedy look spread from Quill to Rocket, Peter couldn't help but roll his eyes. They both looked almost relaxed as if this would be a walk in the park. Just because we have help doesn't mean we should slack off. Peter reprimands them a bit. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Yeah, whatever. Rocket waves his hand uncaringly. Hearing Rocket's response, Peter opted to remain silent. If they wanted to act foolishly, then Peter would let them and, hopefully, it will lead to a good lesson for them. Who owns the 217th floor? Gamera asks as they flew to the tall shard-shaped tower in the distance. Drax and her seem to be the only two members who took this mission even remotely seriously. That would be a company named Aaron Productions. The commander says as he looked into each location before leaving. Seriously? Peter asks incredulously as he instantly understood the anagram. They scrambled the letters in Ronan's name and used it for their company and you never found out. Hearing Peter's words, the commander's eyes went wide in shock as he just realized it now. Soon, the ship was filled with all sorts of alien curse words, as the commander started reprimanding his men for missing such an obvious clue. Arriving at the tower, the dozens of Nova patrol ships surrounded the place while others landed in order to evacuate the building. While this was happening, the commander's ship landed on the roof. All right, listen up. Peter calls out as everyone exited the ship. You follow my commands and dash. We don't work for you, Jacka *S. Rocket comments as he and Groot stroll past Peter and enter the building. You know what, okay. Peter nods to himself as he steps aside. Does anyone else want to work on their own? One by one, Quill, Gamera, and Drax entered the building, amused and unwilling to work with others. Sir, should we stop them? The Nova commander asks. No, let them deal with the repercussions of their actions. Inside the building. I'm Groot. Groot commented as he followed after Rocket, who held a large high-tech assault rifle in his hands. What the hell are you talking about? Rocket asks as they enter the elevator and head down to the 217th floor. We never needed nobody but us, and that ain't changing just cause you made some friends. I'm Groot. Groot disagrees. If you like them so much, then go. Rocket blows up on his longtime friend. I don't need ya. Ding. Suddenly, as they were arguing, the elevator doors parted, revealing a line of blue-skinned men with weapons aimed in their direction. Oh, *T. Meanwhile, seeing that the elevator was already taken, Drax chose to instead take the stairs. Driven by bloodlust, he rushed down as fast as he could, passing each floor swiftly as he grew closer and closer to 217. Just as he passed floor 218 and turned to head down one more flight of stairs, Drax was too caught up in his own anger and drive for battle to notice the thin tripwire on the next step. Boom. With a single step, Drax was blown across the stairwell by a hidden explosive, dropping his knives as he tumbled down the rest of the steps, where an armed group of Kree men and women stood. Not nearly as dumb as Drax, Groot, and Rocket, Quill, on the other hand, chose to utilize the large ventilation system to make his way to floor 217. Crawling through the metal vents, he endured many drops and slides before finally arriving at his destination. Just one more drop and he would go from floor 218 to 217. Here goes nothing. Quill thought as he maneuvered himself backward and fell feet first. Bang. Sadly, unlike all of the other drops he took to get here, this one led directly to a grated vent, which instantly buckled and broke under his weight. Ugh. Quill grunted as he tumbled out of the vents and crashed onto the floor. Huh. Looking around him, Quill found himself surrounded by a shocked group of blue men and women, who instantly pulled their weapons on him. *CK. As for Gamera, she watched all of this take place from the safer of the building's security room, hoping to gain some useful information before facing the enemy. She watched from the cameras in the stairwell as Drax blew himself up, and in the elevator when Rocket and Groot were forced to surrender. As for Quill, she only saw him enter the vents but later assumed that a similar fate befell him as well. Thinking to herself for a moment, Gamera left the security room and made her way back to the rooftop, where she found Peter and the Nova Corps standing around leisurely. Gamera, you're back. Peter smirked under his mask as he leaned back onto the nearby wall. Did one of you finish the job already? No, they're all captured. Gamera admits, taking a bit of pride in the fact that she wasn't among them. I see. Peter says uncaringly. It's your turn now, I guess. Don't worry. I know you don't want my help so I won't interfere. Gamera instantly went quiet as a frown formed on her face. What? You forget something. Peter asks. I was wrong. She admits and receives a knowing nod from Peter. And what were you wrong about? Peter asks, enjoying the moment. Rolling her eyes at him, Gamera plays along. We should have worked together as you said instead of rushing in separately. Just as she said this, a nearby Nova soldier ran over with a tablet in hand. Sir, the terrorists want to trade hostages for free passage out of the building. He says as he hands over the tablet, which showed a live image of the captured Guardians with over a dozen rifles pointed in their direction. All of them looked unhurt, except Drax, who seemed to be unconscious and slightly burned, though he was breathing steadily, which is good. Hello, who am I speaking to? Peter says as the image changes to an elderly Kree man in a nice suit. My name doesn't matter. He says in a tired yet confident tone. I have your men, and if you want them back alive, then you'll let us go. Let me talk to the hostages one by one and you have a deal. Peter offers. Of course, they wouldn't be leaving here, unless it's in cuffs, but Peter wouldn't say that. Why must you dash? This isn't negotiable. Peter cuts him off. You can listen in on our conversation, but this needs to happen before anything else. The elderly man seemed to think for a moment before nodding his head. All right, one moment. Muting the tablet while waiting, Peter turns to the Nova commander beside him. Are all of the civilians evacuated? Yes, it's only floor 217 that's currently occupied. He nods. Good. Peter says as he unmutes the tablet and sees a Rocket on the other end. Hey, Rocket. How's it hanging? Fine, I got these punks right where I want them. He replies in fake confidence. Sure you do. Peter says sarcastically, eliciting a glare from his furry acquaintance. If you admit that you were wrong, I'll help you out. Not gonna happen, you witchy freak. Rocket exclaims in anger. Are you sure? Peter asks as he saw 5 different rifles pressed up against Rocket's head. Because this looks serious. Yeah, I got this covered. He continues to lie. I am Groot. Groot disagreed from off camera. All right, if you say so then the deal is off. Peter shrugs as the tablet is instantly turned back toward the aged Kree man. You would leave them to their deaths? He asks in confusion. If my men can't be team players, then what use do they really have? Peter shook his head as Quill started yelling in the background. I was wrong. I'll be a team player. Just get me the hell out of here. He called out. It's a package deal, I'm afraid. Peter says uncaringly. Rocket would have to admit that he's wrong as well. That ain't happening. Rocket yelled sharply. You know what? Peter says as he looks the old man in the eyes. I'll give you 10 minutes. If Rocket changes his mind by our next call, then our deal will be back on. Though please do remember that any physical actions taken against my men will result in the deaths of every Kree in the building, including yourself. Wait, this is not Dash. Bye. Peter ends the call with a wave. You're evil, Gamera comments with a smirk. Is it okay to do this? The Nova commander asks worriedly. Your companions may not make it out of this alive. They'll be fine. Peter taps his ear. I'm listening in. If things get rough, I'll go down and end this, but until then, Rocket needs to learn how to play with others. A/N, 2168 words, smiley face. Long boy today. Honeybee bzzz honeybee hand over the gemstone stones gemstone or get stung honeybee bzzz honeybee. Chapter 262, C262 Harsh Lesson. French fries insert fast food gifts here, most likes wins French fries. Floor 217. Just as Peter abruptly ended the call, Quill could be heard berating Rocket. What's wrong with you? Quill shouted angrily. Just tell him that you were wrong. You don't even have to mean it. Rocket simply remained silent and looked forward, ignoring Quill's words completely. What should we do? An armed Kreeman asks the elderly leader. I can get him to say whatever you want. A very muscular man with a bald head eyes Rocket with a bloodthirsty grin. Just give me a knife and some cleaning supplies. He'll follow any script we give him after that. No, the hostages are our way out of this. The elderly man shakes his head. We can't afford to anger the Nova Corps. The room goes silent as everyone looked between one another. Sighing to himself, the Kree leader turns to Rocket and looks him in the eyes. Will you do as he wants? He asks. No. Rocket answers defiantly. All right. The man nods his head as he turns to his subordinates. Set the charges as we initially planned. In the corner of the room sat a long table full of high-tech bombs, which were originally planned to be used for future targets. Are you sure? Someone asks as this plan didn't guarantee their escape. In all likelihood, the majority of them would die, allowing for only a select few to escape among the wreckage. Yeah, just get it done. The nameless leader orders solemnly. Instantly, half of the men and women in the room grab a few explosives each and rush off. Though one of them didn't leave the room and stayed behind to set multiple charges on the support beams. I'm Groot. Groot says in dread. Seriously. Quill hisses at Rocket, who continued to remain silent, watching the bombs get placed and armed to blow at any moment. Time ticked by slowly as those who went to place the bombs filled the room once again, finished with their job. Sat at his desk, the elderly leader stared down at a small device with a single black button, which would be used to detonate the many explosives. I think it's been 10 minutes, sir. One of the Kree men says. Should we call Dash? Someone spoke as the tablet on the desk started beeping, indicating an incoming transmission. Hello. The elderly man answers as the room goes deathly quiet. Hello again. Peter says as he stares down at the tablet. Did Rocket change his mind? Of course, Peter already knew the answer, as he was listening in on them the entire time. No, he refuses to do as you say. The man states as he sends an annoyed glare to the stubborn raccoon. So we've decided to change the deal. Allows us free passage out of this situation, and we won't demolish this building into the ground. And how are you planning on accomplishing that? Peter asks. The man says as he reaches to grab the detonator but finds nothing there. You mean this? Peter asks as he held the detonator up to the tablet. Or maybe this. He then turns the tablet around to show a pile of disarmed explosive charges, which he portaled over shortly after they were placed. Of course, the Nova Corps brought their own version of a bomb squad, as they were dealing with terrorists who've been using explosives left and right. So Peter let them do all of the work when it came to disarming. Oh, I forgot these as well. Peter says as he opens a few small portals and reaches his hand through. The first to notice what was happening was Quill, who saw the portals open next to the few remaining bombs in the room. Though just as everyone else began to catch on, Peter had already reached his hand through each portal and snatched the last of the bombs. Hey, disarm these too. Peter orders as he hands off the remaining explosives to a couple of very nervous-looking Nova soldiers. Soon enough, realization dawned on the old Kree leader's face. His hostages were worthless and his backup plan was thwarted before it could even be revealed, leaving him nothing. Bring the hostages forward. He orders, breaking his subordinates from their state of panic. Doing as they're told, the hostages are prodded forward by the barrels of multiple high-tech rifles. Hey! Quit pushing. Quill yells irritably. Rocket remained silent as he was kicked forward. I'm Groot. Groot looks at Rocket one last time. ZZZ. Drax remained asleep as he was dragged forward by his arms. Let's start with the tree. The leader says as he pulls a pistol from his desk and aims it at Groot. Exclamation point. Rocket's heartbeat quickened as he stared worriedly at his only friend. Allow us free passage or I'll start killing hostages one by one. The leader threatens as he shows Peter the lineup of Guardians. Okay, go ahead. Rocket watched in shock as Peter shrugged uncaringly. The old man seemed to hesitate for a moment, as they would be killing their only leverage, but his gaze soon hardened as he turned the tablet to look Peter in the eyes. Remember, you brought this on yourself. He said as he turned the tablet back to Groot. Alright, execute dash. Stop. Rocket yells as he thrashes in the hold of multiple Kree men. I admit it. I was wrong. Are you happy now? What were you wrong about? Peter asks through the tablet. Rocket remained quiet for a moment, though the guns trained on Groot got him talking again. I was wrong to go off on my own. You were right about working as a team. Now get us out of here. Although Rocket was frantic at first, now he just seemed very angry with Peter. Was that so hard? Peter asks as the tablet is turned back to the old leader. Do we have a deal? He asks, looking much more relieved. Sure. Peter says as he waves his hand and opens 4 portals in the air. Instantly, the floor below the captured Guardians opened up, dropping them onto the roof in front of Peter. Quickly, Peter snapped the portal shut and looked toward the shocked Kree leader, who just lost his last hope of escape. Here's the deal. Peter says as the Guardians pick themselves up off the ground, realizing that they're safe. We won't kill any of you as long as you surrender peacefully. Aye. The elderly man was lost for words by this point. I'll give you another 10 minutes to make your decision. Peter says as he could see the P** set off looks of the people that he just rescued. Choose your next actions wisely. With those final words, Peter ended the call for a second time. You mother ****. Quill exclaimed as he charged over to Peter with everyone following closely behind him. Though Drax, who was still knocked out, was currently being treated by some Nova medics. What? Come to thank me for saving you. Peter asks as Rocket grabs the gun of a Nova soldier and starts firing in his direction. That's not very nice. Peter comments as he sidesteps each laser bolt with ease. Not very nice. Rocket repeats in anger. Groot almost died because of you. Me. Do you actually believe that? Peter asks incredulously. First of all, you were the one who didn't want to take any orders and ran off alone, though I think we can all see where that got you. Secondly, I offered you an easy way out and you refused to take it until the very end like the stubborn moron you are. Pew pew pew. Upon hearing Peter's response, Rocket didn't verbally reply and simply started shooting once again. Of course, Peter continued to dodge each shot with ease. Stand still and take it like a man. Rocket shouted as he kept firing. Okay, I think that's enough. Peter says as he shoots a web and used it to yank the gun from Rocket's hands. Give me that. Rocket jumps toward Peter, but receives a boot to the face, sending him tumbling back to Groot. I don't know why you're all so angry. Peter says as he aims the gun forward and fires at the newly rescued Guardians. Pew pew pew. Everyone watched in shock as he shot at his own comrades, though that shock soon grew as the red laser bolts seemed to bounce off of them, leaving Rocket, Groot, and Quill completely unharmed. You weren't in any danger, to begin with. Peter says as the spell he placed on them for protection fades away. I'm alive. Quill muttered as he thought for sure that he was dead. Why you? Rocket stutters in frustration, as he didn't know whether to feel P*** or thankful anymore. I'm Groot. Groot says in confusion. While they were arming the bombs, I was able to open a small portal and place a spell for protection on all of you, though it's all used up now, so don't go getting yourselves killed. Peter explains as the tension on the rooftop started to simmer down. What was the point of all this? Quill asks in confusion. To teach you a bit of a lesson. None of you are strong enough to be running into dangerous and unknown situations alone. Peter explains his mindset. That orb that you're all dying to get your grubby little hands on is going to bring you far worse opponents than this. You'll need to learn how to work together to overcome them because I won't always be around to save you. They all turn silent, as if their parents just lectured them into the ground. He's right. Gamera nods in agreement. The dangers ahead of us are much deadlier than a group of weak Kree terrorists. Fine, so what's the plan? Rocket sounded a bit hesitant, though he seemed ready to work as a team now. I'm willing to work together. Quill sighs and agrees as well. I am Groot. Groot seemed happy with the outcome of the situation. I'm with you as well. Drax, who managed to wake up in time to hear Peter's little speech, shouted as he shoved the medics away and joined the group. The plan is simple. Peter smirks as the Guardians started to finally come together as a team. If they don't surrender peacefully, we go in and raise some hell. A/N, 1754 words. Snake SSSS Snake hand over the gemstone stones gemstone or get bit, Snake SSSS Snake PS, the death noodles are venomous as well. Honeybee don't foray my stones, honeybee. Chapter 263, C263 wrapping up. Person in lotus position insert cultivation gifts here, most likes wins woman in lotus position. Sadly for the Guardians, who wanted a bit of good old-fashioned revenge against the terrorists that bested them, the sons of Ronan gave themselves up as soon as Peter called them again. Their elderly leader seemed to have a good head on his shoulders. He realized that Peter wasn't even taking him seriously, to begin with. In fact, they were used as a sort of training tool for the former hostages, as if this was a harmless exercise for new recruits. Though what really helped him make his decision was the portals. If the Nova Corps could open those portals anywhere, then they could be flanked and killed at any moment, making any sort of resistance literally impossible. With nothing else to do, the men chose to surrender in hopes that the Kree Empire would trade for their release. After all, they had to be funded by somebody, and everyone knew that the Kree Empire was forced into the treaty that sparked all of this. Of course, the Kree Empire would never admit to funding a terrorist cell, which would be more than enough to skate away from any responsibility, as the Nova Empire wants to maintain the peace more than anything. This was a good mission. Peter says happily as he watches the Nova Corps drag the sullen sons of Ronan away. For you, maybe. Quill says with a scoff. The rest of us had the pleasure of learning your lesson. Well, it was an important lesson to learn, don't you think? Peter asks as he turns to Gamera. As Gamera nods her head, Rocket speaks up. Yeah, we learned that we're useless and weak. He sounded both annoyed and sullen about the whole situation. Just a bunch of powerless losers. True. Peter agreed with a nod. Hey. You ain't supposed to agree with him. Quill shouts in protest. But you could be great if you worked together. Peter clarifies as he continues to watch the terrorists being arrested. I was hoping they would put up a bit more resistance so that you guys could have your first fight together, but I guess I scared them a little too much. There's always next time though. Who are you? The captured terrorist leader asks as he passes Peter on his way to the patrol ships. Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter responds cheerfully with a wave. Question mark. The confused man felt that he was being played with as a Nova soldier prodded him forward. So, how did the other locations go? Peter asked as they returned to the Nova Corps headquarters. The rest of the Guardians ran off to get some food, leaving him to finish up the work. Although they asked for him to join them, Peter has always been the type of person to finish his work before anything else. Just as planned. The commander replies readily. I sent more than enough soldiers to deal with them. Sadly, a few of my men didn't make it back, but that's always expected in an operation like this. I'm sorry to hear that. Peter says respectfully as he eyes a short list of names. Are these the highest-ranking members that were captured today? Yes, sir. The commander nodded. All right, I'll extract information from them one last time and then leave you to finish the cleanup. Peter says after a moment of thought. That would help us immensely. The commander was very eager for the treasure trove of information that Peter would give him, especially from the elderly Kree, who seemed to be the headman in charge of the Sons of Ronan. Good, let's get it done then. Hours later. After a few hours, Peter finished hypnotizing each high-level terrorist, providing the Nova Corps with far more information than they thought was possible. First, they found all of the remaining bases and individuals related to the Sons of Ronan. Acting quickly, the commander started the hunt as soon as the information was brought to him. Secondly, the Sons of Ronan seemed to be sponsored by quite a few people, including the Kree Empire, though the commander didn't seem all that surprised by that information. As for the other sponsors, there seemed to be a handful of wealthy radical Kree sympathizers on Xanav, sending money whenever they could. One of which was also the Connect who supplied the Sons with explosives. Of course, these people would be quite surprised when the Nova Corps came knocking at their doors. I believe that wraps up everything. Peter says as he stood before the Nova commander. Yes, we can handle the rest from here. He says with a tired yet accomplished look on his face. I want to thank you on behalf of Xanav for all that you've done. Without you, we would still be chasing shadows while more of our civilians died in droves. I'm happy to help. Peter says as he shook the man's hand one last time and went on his way. After leaving the Nova Corps headquarters, Peter found the Guardians in what looked like an alien noodle shop, eating and drinking together. Unlike before, they seemed to be a bit more friendly with one another. Rocket was actually talking to everyone without his usual gruffness. Drax looked to be drunk off of some blue alien wine. Quill was still fawning over Gamera, who didn't seem so distant anymore. And lastly, Groot was drinking from a pitcher of amber liquid with a happy look on his face. Either today's lesson was a good one, or they feel more united in their annoyance with me. Peter thought with a shrug. Either way, the outcome was worth it. After watching them for a moment, Peter strolled over and joined them at their table. Spider. Drax shouted drunkenly as he held up his cup of wine. You must try this Zendarian juice. It is splendid. Looking at Quill and Rocket, Peter could instantly tell that they were behind Drax's misconception. You know what? Sure, why not? He shrugged uncaringly and took the cup, downing the entire thing through his mask. It's too tiring to be the responsible one all the time. After a long night out that some among the crew wouldn't remember, everyone awoke on Quill's ship, groggy and extremely hungover. My head. Quill muttered in pain as he regained consciousness on the floor of the ship's bathroom. Pulling himself off of the floor, Quill left the bathroom and found his new friends in a similar state to his own. Drax was puking into a bucket with a dead look in his eyes. Groot seemed to be in a similar state, though instead of throwing up, he was losing a few leaves on his branches as if fall had come early. Rocket was still passed out on the floor in front of Groot, hugging a bottle of booze like a teddy bear. Gamera. She looked completely fine. How come you're not hungover? Quill asks, feeling the dryness in his mouth with every word. I didn't drink last night. Gamera admitted. You're no fun. Quill rolled his eyes as he found a bottle of water and downed it in a matter of seconds. Good morning. Peter shouted as he walked in from the cockpit. Instantly, Quill twitched and covered his ears as Rocket woke with a start, holding his liquor bottle like a weapon. Fascist scum. He screamed as he threw the bottle, which shattered against one of Quill's naughty posters of a naked alien woman. I hope you enjoyed your sleep because we just arrived on Xander. Peter continued to speak loudly, knowing exactly what he was doing. Can you keep it down? Drax asked as he emptied his stomach into the bucket once again. Wait a minute. Quill muttered as he looked at Peter in confusion. You definitely drank last night. I remember you downing a bottle of what looked like battery acid. How are you not like us? Perks of having superpowers. Peter shrugs as everyone glares at him in jealousy. What? Don't look so negative. You should be happy. We're all about to be 100,000 units richer. As Peter says this, both Rocket and Quill seem to turn a complete 180. The hangover symptoms quickly vanished as they rushed into the cockpit, where they saw planet Xander in the distance. Haha. We're gonna be rich. Hours after the Guardians left the peaceful planet of Xanav behind, a large Chitauri fleet appeared on the horizon. Are you sure they were spotted here? Corvus asks his wife, as they both stare at the peaceful planet below. Yes, my information broker is hardly ever wrong. Proxima sounded very sure of herself. Suddenly, before they could say another word, an image of an orange man in high-level Nova Corps garb was projected before them. Unknown invasion force, you are ordered to turn your army around this instant. Any attacks on this peaceful planet will not be taken lightly. The Nova Empire will not stand idly by. My love, look at him. Proxima smirks at the Nova commander. Barking orders like a scared little animal. It's always the weakest that make the most noise. Corvus agreed in distaste. Seeing the lack of fear in the people he was talking to, the commander changed his tactics in hopes of settling this without bloodshed. Why are you here? Now we're talking. Corvus says with a smirk. Your puny planet may make it out of this alive, after all. Get to the point. The commander says impatiently. Maybe not. Corvus muttered as he sent some information over. We have information that these life forms have visited your planet. Give them to us and we will not invade. As the images of Zanav's saviors appeared before him, the commanded eyes widened in shock. You've seen them. Corvus read him like a book. No, they aren't here. The commander shakes his head, only partially lying. Of course, he met them but they left about 10 hours before this invasion fleet arrived. Turn your ships around and leave. His eyes harden as he glares at the children of Thanos. He had a debt to Spider-Man and refused to give him or his friends up so easily. That was the wrong answer, I'm afraid. Corvus shook his head. After he spoke, the Chitauri fleet came to life once again and rushed to the planet below. This is an active dash, the commander screams, but the call was swiftly cut off. I'll kill that one myself. Proxima commented as she grabbed her spear and walked off. Whatever you want, dear. A/N, 1773 words. Police car light, hand over the gemstone and I'll do a dancer dance woman dancing for you police car light. Chapter 264, C264 6-way split. Police car light A/N, enjoy 2 chapters today smiling face with halo police car light. Syringe insert Dr. Gifts here, most likes wins pill. Hurry up and land already. Quill complained as Rocket took the controls and sped into Xander's atmosphere. You don't gotta tell me twice. Rocket replied, matching Quill's energy perfectly. Both of them wore greedy looks as they stared down at the planet, ready to collect their credits. How shameless. Gamera commented from the side. They barely do anything yet they're ready to take an equal cut. Hey. Whose ship do you think ferried all of you to and from Zanav? Quill argued back. Yeah. Rocket agrees. Besides, you didn't do much either. The woman is right. Drax marches over and takes Gamera's side. The woman has a name. Gamera said in annoyance, though Drax didn't seem to notice. We should give our shares to Spider. He did all of the work. Drax said. Hell no. Quill exclaimed as Rocket stood on the pilot's chair beside him. There ain't no way I'm sharing my money with nobody. Rocket denied vehemently. Guys, relax. Peter inputs himself into the conversation. My cut is more than enough. All of you can keep your credits. After all, there are a lot more credits to be made together in the future. Hearing Peter's words, everyone went quiet as they all looked around, feeling uncertain about that possibility. They all may have started to like each other, if only a tiny bit, but that didn't mean they would definitely be sticking around. Reading the atmosphere, Peter knew what they were thinking and could only sigh internally. I'll turn them into a fully fledged crew soon enough. Welcome back, Spider-Man. Irani Rail welcomed Peter and the Guardians as they landed. You handled my terrorist problems far faster than I thought possible. I aim to please. Peter smiles under his mask. Can we get this show on the road? I got credits to spend. Rocket complains. Ah, yes. Irani nods as she pulls out 6 thick-looking alien credit cards and passes them out. Since you finished the job far faster than expected, I threw in an extra 50,000 credits as a bonus. Easiest money I've ever made. Quill laughed as Rocket snatched Groot's card and stashed it away with his own. I am Groot. Groot instantly used his roots to bind Rocket. Hey. Relax, big guy. Rocket shouts as he tries and fails to break free. I'm only keeping it safe. Last time you had money, you got scammed into buying a jar of P*SS for 1,000 credits. You. Gamera groans in disgust. I am Groot. Groot reluctantly conceded as he released Rocket. You sure picked up an odd group of characters. Irani says to Peter as she watched the small squabble unfold. Yeah, but at least they're interesting. After getting their payment, Peter and the Guardians didn't stick around much longer. Irani Rail watched as they boarded their ship and flew off into the sky, leaving the planet at full speed. After all, Rocket was driving. While Irani was feeling happy with her transaction as she initially doubted the Guardians' success rate, especially since they were all criminals except Peter, a man in a Nova Corps uniform came running in her direction with a distraught look on his face. Ma'am. He yelled in a panic. Question mark. Turning around, Irani wondered what the hell was going on. Ma'am. It's Zanav. The Chitauri have invaded Zanav. He rambled. Instantly, Irani's good mood was turned upside down. I'm rich. Rocket muttered as he stared in awe at the card in his hand. I'm gonna buy a new multi-shot hand cannon. Maybe an energized electron blaster too. I want to upgrade the ship a bit. Quill says as he held his card as well. The brakes on this thing ain't been so good lately. After that, I'll spend the rest on whatever catches my eye. I'll set my funds aside for the war against Thanos and Ronan's surviving minions. Drax joins in. Gamera remained silent. Good, but we have to come to a decision now. Peter says as he pulled the orb out of nowhere, catching the eye of everyone around the room. What are we doing about the orb? It was mine, to begin with, so I don't see how everyone else should have a say in this. Quill complains. You took it from some ruins on Morag. The orb never belonged to you in the first place. Gamera counters with a hostile look in her eyes. Yeah, the orb belongs to me and Groot. Rocket throws himself into the argument. We saved your life back on Xander. Without us, you would have been offed by this witch. You owe us. What? You were only trying to capture me so you can sell me off to Yondu and his Ravagers for a quick payday. Quill was starting to get heated, as everyone seemed to have a claim to his property. And you dash. Quill turns and locks onto Gamera next. I did take the orb from a ruin. An abandoned ruin on an empty planet. It belonged to no one until I took it. Quill was fed up with everyone's greed. I would like to point out that possession is 9/10 of the law. Peter says as he plays with the orb in his hand. Also, it's 10/10 of the law when you're strong enough to do whatever you want. Quill couldn't help but sigh in frustration, as he didn't see a possibility of getting his orb back anymore. He could argue with everyone else for days and even fight them for it if he had to, but Peter is a different story altogether. Now, since this orb belongs to me, Peter says as he enjoys the annoyed looks on everyone's faces. That means that I can do whatever I want with it. And I'd be more than happy to share it with my friends. Instantly, everyone's mood seemed to perk up a bit. Just like our last job, we can split the profit 6 ways. Peter says, knowing that there probably won't be any profit since the orb is completely empty. Though maybe we can scam somebody. After all, it would definitely be a very Guardians thing to do. I'm fine with an even split. Rocket was the first to agree, as he knew that his claim was fairly weak anyway. I am Groot. Groot agreed as well. I don't care for this orb. Drax shook his head uncaringly, detaching himself from this conversation. The only reason he still stuck around was the fact that Gamera's family may come around. Drax wanted nothing more than to kill everyone related to Ronan, and that included Thanos and his children. Of course, Gamera was able to get a pass, but that was only due to her severing all ties with her father. Fine, I'll share my orb. Quill says, feeling like he was screwed over in this situation. But I don't have a buyer anymore. He backed out when he heard about my run-in with the Chitauri. Thanks to his talks with Gamera, Quill learned about the odd alien bug soldiers that attacked him on Morag. That only leaves you. Peter turned to Gamera, who looked extremely reluctant. You must have been offered a sh*t ton of money to be this hesitant to share. Hearing Peter's assumption, both Quill and Rocket looked toward Gamera with greed shimmering in their eyes. Now that you say it, I do remember her saying she had a buyer. Quill says as he leans in. How much did they offer? That's none of your business. Gamera replies defiantly. Oh, he's right, isn't he? Rocket joins Quill in staring fixedly at Gamera. Just tell us how much it is. It's not like you can take the orb now. Silence fills the room for a moment as Gamera slowly gave in to their demands. Fine. She says as she whispers the price. Nobody else was able to hear her but Peter, and although he knew the price already, he was still surprised to hear such an astronomical number. It is an infinity stone after all. Peter thought to himself. Speak up, come on. Quill prodded her excitedly. 4 billion units. Gamera states, shocking everyone. Rocket, who was probably the most money-hungry of them all, dropped his 150,000 credits onto the ground in complete shock. Even Drax, who wasn't interested earlier, couldn't help but feel tempted by such a large amount of money. Did you say billion with a B? Quill asks in disbelief. Yes. Gamera uttered in frustration. After all, she would be losing most of that money in the 6-way split. How the hell did you get a buyer willing to spend that much? Quill jumps to his feet. My broker was only gonna give me a few million and I thought it was the payday of a lifetime. Sounds like he was scamming you. Peter says as Quill's eyes widen in realization. That weasel mother ***. He shouts in anger. Once Quill and everyone else calmed down, it was time to figure out where the hell they were going. So, who's the buyer and where are we headed? Peter asks. He calls himself the Collector. He has the largest collection of interstellar fauna, relics, and species in the galaxy. The orb is just another relic for his growing collection. Gamera explains, leaving out the fact that the orb held an infinity stone. Alright, where to? Rocket rushed to the cockpit, ready to make his money. Nowhere. Gamera answers, confusing everyone. What? Where are we going, woman? Don't waste my time. There's money to be made. Rocket starts complaining, like usual. Gamera couldn't help but sigh in frustration. First, she has to share her billions and now she has to deal with this. A/N, 1636 words. Chapter 265, C265 Nowhere. Person bowing, insert bowing gifs here, most likes wins, woman bowing, A/N, bow to my generosity, peasant's unamused face. With their destination known after some explaining from Gamera, Rocket ran off to set the coordinates and fly to his next big payday as quickly as possible. How long until we get there? Peter asks as everyone started separating to either sleep or do what they would normally do. Let me see. Rocket hummed as he took a seat in the cockpit and started hitting random buttons and switches. About 6 hours, but I can cut that down to 4 or 5. Anyone could see that Rocket was in a hell of a hurry. After all, this is his biggest payout yet. If the collector actually pays them without any sort of trickery, each member of the Guardians would make over 600 million units each. The money-grubbing raccoon's eyes practically flashed with money signs as he pushed the ship into overdrive. All right, I'm going to take a nap, Peter says as he walked off to his bedroom. Don't get everyone killed while I'm gone. Yeah, whatever. Rocket muttered uncaringly. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, just as Peter left, an incoming transmission rung in the cockpit. Looking toward the monitor, Rocket frowned as he saw the Nova Corps insignia on the caller ID. Nope. He refused flatly and swiftly declined the call. Rocket went even further to block whoever was calling when they ended up trying a second time. Rocket. Did someone call? Quill asks as he ran over. Nah. F***CK. Irani Rail cursed as she failed to get in contact with the Guardians. She was sending an army to Xanav in order to combat the Chitauri, but she wanted to hire the Guardians to accompany them. After all, Spider-Man is a one-man army, so having him involved with this would all but guarantee victory. And he would most likely be thrilled to join, as the Avengers already have bad blood with Thanos. But sadly, the Guardians didn't answer her call. Of course, she did get in contact with Jarvis, but she was told that Spider-Man wasn't reachable at the moment. Most likely because he isn't on the planet. She thought in frustration. Right when I need him, he disappears. Ma'am, the ships are ready to go. A well-dressed Nova soldier informs her. Send them out. Irani reluctantly orders. Without Spider-Man, the fight would be harder, but she couldn't hold off any longer. Yes, ma'am. Soon enough, Irani watched from her office balcony, as the sky over the city was filled with large Nova warships. She looked on solemnly as they all rushed off into space, headed for war. Xanav. In the burnt and destroyed city of Varus, Proxima Midnight stood over a disheveled and heavily injured orange-skinned man in a Nova Corps uniform. The beautiful city that once matched the capital city of Xandar was nothing but a graveyard now. If Peter and the Guardians were shown an image of the wreckage, they wouldn't recognize it whatsoever. Now, tell me what I want, or we'll spread from the city to the rest of your world, bringing nothing but death and destruction in our wake. Proxima glared down at the dying commander with a predatory look in her eyes. The Nova commander was silent for a moment as he battled within himself, though soon enough one side won. They came to do a job for us, but they left about 10 hours before you arrived. That's all I know, I swear. What a pity. She mutters in distaste as the spear jetted forward, piercing the commander's neck. What a waste of time. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Corvus appeared behind his wife as she flicked her spear, throwing the commander's corpse aside like trash. What is it? She asks hopefully. Take a look at this. Corvus held up a tablet, which showed the security footage from the Nova Corps headquarters. What about it? Proxima asks as she watched the Guardians walking through the halls together. That's right, you weren't there when Father learned that his newest lackey was dead. Corvus nods in understanding as he pauses the image and zooms in on Peter. This is the man that killed Ronan the Accuser and challenged our father. As she heard this, a big almost horrific smile bloomed on Proxima's face. Good, killing him would please our father very much. Bloodlust emanated from Proxima's entire being. We should call Father and let him know. No. Proxima hurriedly cuts him off. Imagine the surprise on his face when we bring him his latest enemy on a silver platter. Corvus remained silent as Proxima started daydreaming about the smile that would grace her loving father's lips. Let's hurry, we need to find them. Proxima rushes off toward the ship, leaving her husband behind. Corvus stood among the ruins of Varus in uncertainty. As much as he loves his wife, she tends to think irrationally when it came to their father. After a moment of thought, Corvus opted to ignore his wife's words and secretly send a message to his father. Once the brief but informative message was sent, Corvus walked back to his ship while poring over all of the data he stole from the Nova Corps. There we go. Corvus muttered as he found the make, model, and registration number of the ship that the Guardians left in. Hurry up, my love. Proxima yelled impatiently from the large hangar door of their ship. Yes, dear. Earth. In his large and messy workshop, Tony Stark could be seen wielding a blowtorch with an Iron Man-style welding helmet. In front of him was a large machine of his making, which would hopefully be capable of producing nanobots, which he would use for many things, like biomedicine, environmentalism, food production, etc. Although all of that was great, Tony was far more excited about the nano version of his Iron Man suit. A full Iron Man suit that would cover his body at a moment's notice. Never again would he have to carry around a suitcase or call for a delivery when a situation occurred. Truly the pinnacle of technology. Once it's done, I can program the nanobots to etch the armor pieces in those runes. Tony thought as he peeked over at the tall stacks of books that Peter gave him. Tony had the distinct urge to cackle like a mad scientist as he thought of the unlimited applications, but... Sir, there's a situation. Jarvis spoke from the speakers in the room. What is it? Tony asks as he switches off his blowtorch and pulls up his mask. The Nova Corps called. Jarvis reveals as he explains the conversation that he just had with the Nova Prime. That little sh*T went off to have to play in space and left me here. Tony complained as he tossed his torch and mask aside. It would seem so, sir. Jarvis didn't agree with his master's language, but he was correct. Thinking to himself for a moment, Tony clicked his tongue as he donned his welder's helmet once again and grasped his torch. Prepare one of the Kree ships. He ordered as he lit his torch and got back to work. We're heading out once my new armor is finished. Tony wouldn't miss out on alien wars and other adventures for much longer. In fact, he might even make his own if he can't find Peter. Yes, sir. Jarvis replied readily. Maybe I'll invite Rhodes and Pepper. Tony thought as he peeked over at all of the other Iron Man models he made, which were locked up behind glass cases. Rhodes did seem like he wanted his own suit. After a nice nap, Peter woke up and used the bathroom before donning his suit and leaving his room. As soon as the automatic door swung open, Peter was forced to step aside as Rocket, Quill, and Groot came tumbling through with surprised looks on their faces. What are you doing? Peter asks as they hit the floor and looked up at him, like children who were caught red-handed with their hands in the cookie jar. They were trying to sneak in and peek under your mask while you slept. Gamera snitched on them from the hall. Hey. You wanted to see it too. Quill counters with a betrayed look on his face. Of course, Gamera knew better than to confirm anything and simply kept quiet. Yeah, you lying witch. Rocket yells as he picks himself up and looks at Peter curiously. Just show us already. It can't be that bad. Me and Groot don't got anything against ugly. Just look at Quill. Hey. I'm handsome. Quill protests. Whatever you say. Rocket says unbelievably. Before a fight could break out in his room, Peter threw them all out one by one. Hey, watch the fur. Rocket yelled as he flew out last and landed in Groot's waiting arms. Are we there yet? Peter asks as he follows them out and walked to the cockpit. Everyone instantly sighed in disappointment as Peter changed the subject completely, unwilling to show what's under his mask. Arriving at the cockpit, Peter caught sight of a cloudy space illuminated by bright green and blue-colored gases. And in the center of it all was a giant severed head. Freaky, right? Quill asks as he and everyone else joined Peter in the cockpit. Is that a head? Peter pretended to be clueless. It's hard to believe that was a celestial, though it's even weirder that people live inside of it. Oddly enough, the giant head reminded Peter of the journey he went on before meeting the Great Weaver for the first time. At that time, Peter witnessed two colossal figures fighting on a dying world. Every blow they landed on one another shook the planet worse than the strongest earthquake possibly could. They say it's the skull of a fallen god. Gamera briefly explained the lore behind it. The men were going to meet mines the remains and sells them for a very high price. What kinda sick ***stards would buy that? Rocket said in disgust. There's all sorts of crazies out there. Quill said in agreement. Whatever, let's just hurry up and land. A/N, 1714 words. Police car light, hand over the gemstone and I'll give you this iPhone mobile phone with arrow. This is definitely not a scam. Smiling face with halo. Police car light. Chapter 266, C266 empty. Right facing fist. Insert fighting gifs here, most likes wins. Left facing fist. Just as Peter and the Guardians started their journey toward nowhere, Yondu Danta was still on the hunt for Quill and the orb. Stepping into the broker's shop on Xander followed by a few of his more intimidating crew members, Yondu casually perused the broker's goods. Do you got any other cute little buggers like this one? I like to stick 'em all in a row on my control console. Yandu asks as he eyes a tiny blue figurine. I can't tell if you're joking or not. The broker spoke nervously. He's being serious. A Ravager spoke up from the side. In that case, I can show you. The broker nods as he walks over to the figurine, but he was stopped by Yandu, who stepped in front of him. But first, you're gonna tell me what this orb is, and why everybody cares so damn much about it. Then you're gonna tell me who out there might wanna buy it. Yandu says with a smile as he straightens the broker's suit for him. Sir, the high-end community is a. He says, but Yandu interrupts. Havina Kal Jan Shibek. Yandu started speaking absolute gibberish, which both confused and somehow intimidated the meek broker. The high-end community is a. He tries to speak, but Yandu continues to make up his own language. It's a tight-knit. Tight-knit. The high-end community is a very tight-knit. Yandu kept acting like a crazy man, making all of his men laugh as they crowded around the shaking broker. I cannot possibly betray the confidentiality of my buyers. The broker had enough and shouted in order to finally get his point across. Whistle. Yandu stops speaking gibberish and whistles, calling his trademark arrow out of its holster. Don't raise your voice at me. Yandu turned seriously in an instant as his arrow hovered inches away from the shivering broker's face. That's disrespectful. My apologies. The broker looked like he was about to *T his pants. Now, who is this buyer of yours? In the center of the carved-out habitable portion of nowhere sat parked a large ship, which belongs to the collector. Inside the ship, the collector himself, Tanalier Tyvan, walked through his museum with a scrutinizing eye. Tyvan wore expensive clothes made from the finest silks and furs. His skin was pale and his white hair stood straight up, defying gravity. Insert picture of the collector here. Karina. Tyvan calls out as he swiped his finger across a nearby table, finding a tiny speck of dust on his glove. Yes, master. A scared-looking pink Krylorian's girl answered readily. Behind her was a big glass display case, where a pale dark elf lay trapped. Your people do have elbows, do they not? The collector asks pointedly. We do, master. Karina answers in confusion. Then use them. I don't have to remind you what happened to the last attendant who disappointed me. Do I? The collector lectures her as he gestures to another display case. Karina fearfully turned around and looked at the collector's previous servant, who looked almost exactly like her. The poor girl was locked up in one of the glass cases, bound and connected to some sort of torture device. Karina shook with crippling fear as she stared at what could be herself if her master deemed it so. Chop chop. Our guests will be here soon. The collector says, snapping the poor girl out of her fearful state. Acting quickly, Karine grabs a rag and goes back to cleaning the glass cases with much more attention to detail than before. Walking the streets of nowhere, Peter and the Guardians admired the alien metal city before them. Due to the fact that they were currently in a floating celestial skull in the middle of space, the city didn't have any dirt, grass, or stone. It seemed to be completely crafted out of metal, from the floor underneath their feet to the shops and buildings all around them. Hundreds of years ago, the Tyvan group sent workers in to mine the organic matter within the skull. The bone, brain tissue, and spinal fluid. All rare resources, which are highly valued in black markets across the galaxy. It's dangerous and illegal work. Gamera explains and she turns to Quill. Suitable only for outlaws. Well, Spider and I come from a planet of outlaws. Billy the Kid, Bonnie and Clyde, and John Stamos. Quill brags with a smirk. Robin Hood, Rambo, Captain Jack Sparrow. Peter continued the list. Oh, I know Robin Hood. Quill sounded excited that someone could finally relate to him. Who's Rambo and Captain Jack? Is he like Captain Crunch? No. Peter chuckled as he shook his head. You know what? Once we're done with this, I'll go pick up some movies for you to watch. Rambo and Pirates of the Caribbean is probably a good start. Can we eat McDonald's again too? Quill gave Peter his best puppy dog eyes, though it wasn't cute at all. Fine, just stop looking at me like that. Peter shrugged as his head whipped to the side and he reached out to grab the hand of a small raggedy-looking homeless child. Give it back. Holding out his other hand expectantly, Peter waited as the kid reluctantly handed over a black wallet. Here. Peter says as he hands it over to Quill. What the? Quill muttered as he felt his empty pockets and realized what happened. Keep a lookout for pickpockets. Peter reminds everyone as he pulls a bag out of nowhere and hands it to the kid. Here, enjoy. Reluctantly taking the bag, the young thief didn't stick around for long and disappeared into one of the many maze-like alleyways. What did you give him? Gamera asks curiously. Just some food. As the young pickpocket found a safe place to stop after quadruple checking for anyone tailing him, he hesitantly opened the bag with a hopeful yet scared look on his face. On one hand, The oddly dressed man could have been kind and given him something good, but on the other hand, he could have given him trash or something dangerous, like a bomb. Peeking his little head inside, the ragged alien child was shocked to find it full of both food and credits. Ignoring the food for now, which was hard as he hasn't eaten since yesterday, the kid did his best to count the money, but sadly there was just too much of it for him to know for sure. It's not like he went to school or anything. Though he did know one thing, it was a lot of money. A/N, I just realized that this is the author's equivalent of a bad I fed/gave dollar to the homeless YouTube video. LOL. After walking the streets for a while, Gamera led Peter and the Guardians to a rundown bar with a lot of shady-looking aliens inside. We have to wait here for the collector's representative to pick us up, she said as everyone spread out among the bar. Although some of the shady characters tried to pick a fight here and there, the Guardians could easily handle themselves in a place like this. Taking a seat at the bar, Peter looked over the bar's menu, which was written in a language he didn't understand, and ordered himself a drink at random. Sipping his bright green drink, which tasted far better than he thought it would, Peter watched through the window as Gamera and Quill talked outside the bar. They seemed to become fairly intimate as Quill put his Walkman's headphones on Gamera, who seemed pleasantly surprised by the music that played. Soon enough, the two were swaying back and forth in each other's arms, like real lovers. Quill's got some game, I'll give him that, Peter thought as Quill leaned in for the kiss. Well, maybe not. Just as their lips were about to touch, Gamera pulled a knife from her belt and held it against Quill's throat. Maybe next time, bud, Peter thought as he noticed a familiar pink woman entering the bar, taking a seat in the corner. Isn't that the collector's slave girl? A moment later, Gamera came back inside after what appeared to be a bit of an argument. As soon as Karina laid eyes on Gamera, she left her seat and rushed over. "Milady Gamera, I'm here to fetch you from my master," she says with a respectful bow. As Karina escorted the Guardians to the collector's ship, Peter was wondering what he should do about this pink alien girl. First of all, he doesn't like slavery, no one does. Second, she kills herself with the Power Stone in the movie in order to free herself, but sadly for her, the orb is empty this time around. Although her death was tragic, it also freed her from a life of hellish servitude at the hands of a sadistic and cruel master. Now she wouldn't have that opportunity anymore. While Peter was thinking of how to save this poor slave girl, they arrived at the collector's huge ship and were swiftly taken to his museum. I present to you, Tanalier Tyvan, the collector. Karina introduces the man himself as he came strolling in. Oh, my dear Gamera. How wonderful to meet in the flesh. Tyvan leans down to kiss Gamera's hand as his eyes wander around her body. Exclamation point. Quill did not look happy about the way his love interest was greeted. Let's bypass the formalities, Tyvan. We have what we discussed. Gamera felt annoyed at the way he was looking at her, though she wouldn't say anything about it. At least, not until the money was in her hand. Eyeing the group behind Gamera, Tyvan's mood seemed to brighten as he noticed Groot. What is that thing there? He asks with a look of awe and wonder in his eyes. I am Groot. Groot answers as the collector rushes to his side. I never thought I'd meet a Groot. The collector poked Groot's body a few times. Sir, you must allow me to pay you now so that I may own your carcass. At the moment of your death, of course. I am Groot. Groot looked to Rocket for advice. Why, so he could turn you into a frickin' chair. Rocket didn't like the idea at all. Is that your pet? Tyvan asks Groot. His what? Rocket exclaims angrily as he reaches for his gun. The collector laughed as Gamera rushed to Rocket and stopped him from ruining the deal. Tyvan, we have been halfway around the galaxy, retrieving this orb. Gamera says as she got Rocket under control. Very well, then. Let us see what you brought. The collector acted as if his fun was taken away. Gamera looks to Peter, who pulled the orb out of thin air and tossed it over to the collector, who scrambled to grab it out of the air. This is a priceless treasure. Do not throw it around like a child's plaything. Tyvan turned serious as he held the orb like a loving mother would hold her baby. It's empty anyway, Peter thought with a shrug. As the collector put the orb into a device, which started unlocking it before everyone's eyes, he goes into a very dramatic explanation. Oh, my new friends. Before creation itself, there were 6 singularities and then the universe exploded into existence. He tells them all about the Infinity Stones and their beginning. Dude, every sketchy bad guy I've ever met explains stuff like this. Quill whispers to Peter. You're telling me? Peter has dealt with dramatic villains like this more times than he can count. Alongside Tyvan's detailed explanation of the Infinity Stones, he also showed them a video of giant beings, who used the Infinity Stones as weapons. These carriers can use the stones to mow down entire civilizations like wheat in a field. The collector explains as the video ends with a giant planet-covering explosion. There's a little pee coming out of me right now. Quill comments half-jokingly. Ignoring the snide comment, the collector turned to the orb, which was finally unlocked and slowly opened, revealing. Question mark. Tyven stared in confusion as he found absolutely nothing inside the orb. That was anticlimactic. Peter mutters. Instantly, Tyven turned to the Guardians with a suspicious glare, though they all looked just as confused as him. After all, none of them but Gamera knew that the stone was inside the orb. They didn't even know that it could open. What's the meaning of this? A/N, 2114 words, smiley face. Long boy chapter once again. Police car light, gimme the stones or I'll cry. Police car light. Chapter 267, C267 Freedom. Video game, insert gamer gifs here, most likes wins video game. What's the meaning of this? The collector looked said, like a spoiled child who opened his Christmas present and found nothing but an empty box. Question mark. Gamera was stunned into silence. How the hell are we supposed to know? Quill comes to her rescue. You asked for this orb and we brought it. Now, pay up. Hearing Quill's demanding tone, Tyven looked furious as he reached into his pocket and pressed a bottom. In an instant, the ceiling opened up and countless blaster turrets descended into the museum, each of them taking aim at the Guardians. I agreed to pay for the contents of the orb, not the orb itself. The collector says as he glares at the group menacingly. Now, which of you insignificant little bugs is greedy enough to think that you can trick me? Watching the group suspiciously, Tyven began to wonder if it was only one of them that tried to cross him, or if all of the Guardians were involved. Meanwhile, poor Karina was cowering in the corner, shaking like leaf. As the Guardians stared down certain death, each of them could only think of one person. In tandem, each of them turned to look at Peter in suspicion. After all, he was the one that took possession of the orb last, unless the Nova Corps somehow swiped it beforehand, which was unlikely. Don't look at me. Peter lies with a shrug. I didn't even know the thing could open. Seeing every suspect turn to the masked man in red and blue, the collector made a motion with his hand, directing the majority of the turrets toward Peter. Where is my Infinity Stone? Tyven asked threateningly. I don't know. Have you checked that bird's nest on your head? Peter answers uncaringly and without an ounce of fear. This may be a good opportunity for them to learn how to fight together. Wrong answer. The collect says as the turrets all fire at Peter, ripping him into shreds. Everyone watched in shock as the strongest member of their crew was turned into Swiss cheese and collapsed onto the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Karina, dear. Tyven runs a hand through his hair as he turns to his pink slave girl. Clean up this mess and make an appointment with my stylist. I'm having second thoughts about my hair. Maybe something shorter would be better. Why yes, master. She stutters in fear as she rushes off to get the proper supplies. Spider. Drax was the first of the Guardians react as he drew his blades and rushed forward. Wait, Drax. Gamera exclaims as she tries to stop him. Motherf asterisk cur. Quill broke from his shock as he pulled his blaster and started firing at the turrets, hoping to give Drax some cover as he goes for the attack. Meanwhile, Rocket watched on before scrambling toward the door. I am Groot. Groot shouts as his roots grew and tangled themselves around his longtime friend's ankles. Groot. Let me go, right now. Rocket reprimanded his tree companion as he was pulled backward. We need to get the hell out of here, you brainless moron. I am Groot. Groot pulls Rocket up to his eye level and says decisively. After a brief staring contest, Rocket was released and crashed onto the floor headfirst. Fine, stay here and die for all I care. Rocket huffs as he looked over his shoulder one last time before rushing out of the room on all fours, leaving his friends behind. Ag. Drax let out a loud war cry as he rushed forward. Fool. The collector commented as the turrets shifted toward Drax. No. Gamera gave up on stopping Drax and pulls out a handful of throwing knives, joining Quill in destroying as many turrets as they could. Pew pew pew, A/N, PewDiePie LOL. As the turrets locked onto Drax, they instantly let loose 100 lasers in a single second. Just as everyone thought another person would be joining Peter in the afterlife, countless brown tree roots swiftly crept their way across the metal floor before shooting upwards, interweaving with one another and creating a thick wooden shield for Drax. I am Groot. Groot shouted as his roots took all of the damage. Haha. Drax laughed as he was saved. This dumb tree is my ally. Hearing that unneeded insult, Groot grunted as his roots began to burn, catching fire from the hundreds of lasers that he just endured. Rah. Gamera roared as she kicked off Drax's shoulder and leaped over the burning root barrier. And this green WH*re is as well. Drax exclaimed happily as Gamera expertly threw one of her larger knives in the collector's direction. Hey. Don't call her that. Quill reprimands Drax as he ran to the edge of Groot's barrier and fired a few shots at Tyven as well. As the knife and blaster shots were only inches away from the collector's body, a blue force field lit up, deflecting all attacks easily. Your efforts are useless. Just as he was about to continue taunt the Guardians, Tyvan caught sight of Groot's fire spreading to one of his bookshelves, igniting it fairly quickly. How dare you ruin my collection? Is he always like this? A voice asks, scaring Karina as she cowered behind one of the doors with cleaning supplies still in hand. Turning around quickly, the poor slave girl came face to face with a ghost. Why, you're dead. She stuttered in fright as Peter waved at her disarmingly. Nah, just a little sleight of hand, see? Peter says as he points to where his corpse once was. How? Karina asks in shock as she turned to see a clean and empty floor, where a mangled body once lay. Just a bit of magic. Peter says as he gives her a magician's bow. The reality stone is really useful for times like this. Are you not going to help your friends? She asks hesitantly. Are you not going to help your master? Peter counters with a question of his own. No. She admits, hoping that Tyvan would die in this encounter. Same, though I think that we both have a different reason for that. Peter says knowingly. See, can they win? Karina asks nervously. Sure, as long as they work together. Peter says as they watched Groot save Drax's life. So, why do you want your master dead so badly? He's horrible. Karina went into detail about all of the abuse she and the Collector's former slaves were put through. It seemed like the Collector's is an extremely sadistic psychopath. Not only did he torture his slave woman in all sorts of horrid ways, but there was a reason why each of them was of Krylorian's descent. The rich pervert had a thing for torturing in our *ping beautiful pink-skinned women, which only made Peter even more clear on what had to happen. Especially after the poor slave girl started bawling her eyes out in front of him. I see. He muttered as this whole conversation just became extremely serious. How would you like to set yourself free? Why can't that idiot just listen to me? Rocket muttered under his breath as he marched through the halls of the ship, looking for the exit. Sentimental overgrown houseplant. As he grew closer and closer to the exit, Rocket's hushed insults for his friend began to disappear and his speed seemed to slow. Soon enough, Rocket stood frozen at the exit as his tiny raccoon hands gripped into fists and his jaw clenched shut in frustration. F***K this. How dare you ruin my collection? Tyvan screamed in furious anger. Never has anyone dared to enter the Collector's museum and even so much as touch one of his pieces, let alone set a whole shelf of priceless tomes on fire. I'm Groot. Groot groaned in pain. The fire started spreading from his roots and toward his body. Ignoring the screaming man-child, Drax rushed to Groot's side and used his blades to sever the burning roots, saving the tree's life in return. Now we're even, my dash. Before Drax could say another word, Groot toppled onto the floor and remained unmoving. Although he was saved from the fire spreading to his main body, Groot was still extremely dried out and exhausted from the whole experience. He would need a lot of water and rest in order to recover, or else Groot would continue to dry out completely and die. Groot. A shocked voice muttered from the nearby doorway. Heads turned to see a devastated raccoon standing there with a large cannon-like alien blaster in hand. Just in time for his arrival, the root barrier that shielded the Guardians crumbled into a pile of flaming ash and twigs, revealing the men behind all of this. You. Rocket exclaimed as he marched into the room with his weapon pulsing menacingly. You killed my friend. What a shame that his carcass has been damaged. The Collectors lamented as he did his best to ignore his burning tomes. It isn't good enough to be put on display in my museum anymore, but perhaps I can mount his head in my bathroom. Arg. Rocket screamed in rage as he charged up his cannon-like weapon and fired. Boom. As he pulled the trigger, Rocket was blown backward by the recoil as a giant basketball-sized body of energy soared across the room. Just like before, the Collector's barrier appeared, saving his life, though it couldn't absorb all of the impact. Ugh. Tyvan grunted as he was thrown across the room by the force of it. Master. Karina burst through the doors and rushed over to the Collector's side. Slap. Don't touch me. Tyvan exclaimed as he picked himself up and backhanded the poor slave girl across the face, sending her falling to her knees. Disgusting filth. Turning to the group of Guardians, who were surprised to see him still alive after all of that, the Collector smirked evilly as every remaining turret shifted into place once again. This has gone on long enough. The Collector says as an unnoticed figure rises to its feet behind him. First, you try to rip me off, and then you destroy my dash. Shink. As Tyvan spoke, a long knife melted through his force field and pierced into the back of his head, poking out of his eyeball. A shocked look froze on the Collector's face as the life drained from his body and he fell to the floor, dead. Aye. Karina stuttered in disbelief as she gripped the bloody knife, which was just in her master's head only a second ago. You did a good job, Karina. Peter comforted her as he walked into the room and took the knife from the petrified girl's hand. He deserved far worse than that. You're free now. Karina stared down at her former master for a moment before turning her gaze back to Peter. I'm free. Yes, congratulations. No one can hurt you anymore. Peter as he waves to the Guardians. Hey, guys. Before any of them could voice their feelings about Peter's fake death, a loud southern voice echoed across the ship. Quill. Where are you, boy? A/N, 1884 words, smiley face. Police car light hand over the gemstone and I'll give you this taco wow, what an amazing deal starstruck police car light. Chapter 268, C268 Recruitment. Sponge insert SpongeBob gifs here, most likes wins sponge. Quill. Where are you, boy? A loud southern drawl echoes through the ship. Oh, sh*T. Quill mutters as he rushes to the door and locks it shut before destroying the control panel with a few blasts of his pistol. Groot. Rocket exclaims as he rushes over to his fallen friend. Let me have a look. Peter says as he walks over. Putting out the fire and smoke in the room with a wave of his hand, Peter stood above Groot and casts a quick spell on him. Don't touch him. Rocket yells as he turns his gun on Peter. He's alive, relax. Peter says as he opens a small portal above Groot's dry open mouth. Instantly, fresh spring water from Earth pours out of the quarter-sized portal and quickly fills Groot's mouth, forcing him to swallow. Before Rocket's very eyes, Groot's dried-out body slowly but surely started to rejuvenate. He's dehydrated and exhausted. Peter explains as he ruffles the fur on Rocket's head. After a good night's rest and some watering, he'll be back to normal. After explaining everything, Peter opened a portal under Groot, sending him falling into his bedroom back on the ship. Quill. Yondu yelled as he banged on the locked door a few times. I know you're in there. Don't you move, boy. I'm coming for you. Okay, now is a great time for one of your portals, Spider. Quill rushed up to Peter and practically begged. What? You don't want to introduce us to your Ravager space daddy? Peter asks jokingly. He is not my dash. Boom. Suddenly, the door was blown open and a blue-skinned man with a flat red metallic mohawk came strolling in. Daddy's home. Yondu made his entrance as his eyes locked onto Quill. What a coincidence to see you here. Hey, Yondu. Quill waves awkwardly as about 30 Ravagers came pouring into the room. You betrayed me. Tried to steal my money. Yondu exclaims as he points a blue finger Quill's way. When I picked you up as a kid, these boys wanted to eat you. They ain't never tasted Terran before. I saved your life. That seemed to be the last straw for Quill, as his awkward demeanor vanishes and is replaced with furious anger. Oh, will you shut the F***ck up about that? God. For 20 years you've been throwing that in my face, like it's some great thing not eating me. Normal people don't even think about eating someone else. Much less the person having to be grateful for it. You abducted me, man. You stole me from my home and my family. Quill ranted. You don't give a damn about your Terra. You're just a scared soft little boy. Yondu shouts as he marches toward Quill with his men at his back. You can't even begin to understand the good I've done for you. You're only alive today because of me, eaten or not. I raised you into the men you are today, and you spit in my face. Exclamation point. The time for words came to an end, as Quill pulled back his fist and clocked Yondu square in the face. Just as the surrounding Ravagers were about to pounce on Quill, a golden dome-shaped barrier blocked their path. This is a fight between father and son. Peter says as he walked up with the Guardians and Karina at his back. Let them solve it on their own. Are you sure this is a good idea? Gamera asked worriedly as she watched Quill take an elbow to the face. Yeah, I'm getting some pretty heavy daddy issue vibes from this. Peter explained. He knew that Yondu cared for Quill in his own way, so the two of them would have to settle their differences and now seemed like the perfect opportunity to do just that. While Yondu and Quill were slugging it out, a few Ravagers, who didn't look happy about the situation, tried to attack Peter and the barrier, but... Ugh. Arg. Ah. Each time someone stepped out of line, Peter sent them tumbling through a pair of portals, leaving them screaming as they fell infinitely at the back of the room for all to see. When both sides calmed down, the fun could finally start. Taking bets. Peter shouts like an expert bookie. Odds are 2-1 in Yondu Udanta's favor. Place your bets with me and hand your credits to my furry friend here. That seemed to liven up the mood as a bunch of Ravagers rushed up to bet on their captain. Of course, Rocket was more than happy to take their money. 300 credits on Captain. 1,000 credits on Yondu. 50 credits. 2,000 credits on Quill. One of the Ravagers said in a hushed tone, though everyone seemed to hear it. Every Ravager turned to him with betrayed looks on their faces. What? If he wins then I double my money. Inside the barrier. You took me from my home. Quill exclaimed as he kicked Yondu in the stomach. I showed you the universe, you ingrate. Yondu countered as he dipped past a punch and elbowed Quill in the ribs. I'm sorry that I'm not grateful for being kidnapped. Quill rebutted with a fist to the face. I saved you, boy. Yondu roared as he missed a punch and took a knee to the stomach. Saved me from what? A loving family. Quill asked as he knocked his opponent on his back and follows after him, sending hammer punches to his face in the process. Whistle. Yondu shielded his face with his arms as he let out a loud whistle, which caused his Yaka arrow to shoot out of its holster and rest on Quill's neck. You didn't have a family. Your mommy died and I took you in. Yondu says as Quill froze in place. Don't you talk about her. Quill says threateningly, as if he was the one with an arrow to Yondu's neck. Face it, kid. I saved you from a mediocre life on some mediocre world. Yondu smirked as he looked up at Quill tauntingly. Hell, I might as well be your daddy. Exclamation point. Quill didn't take too kindly to that statement as he went to attack once again. Whistle. I don't think so. Yondu's smirk widens as the arrow at Quill's throat presses forward slightly, breaking his skin open. I already won, boy. Give up. Sadly, that isn't the case. Peter says from the other side of the barrier, confusing the Ravagers who were celebrating their win. This was a fist fight, not an arrow fight. Quill takes the win by default. As Peter says this, the arrow vanished from Quill's neck, shocking Yondu and his Ravagers. I won. The sole Ravager that bet on Quill exclaimed in victory as he collected his winnings from Rocket, who reluctantly handed it over. What the hell is going on? Yondu stood up alongside Quill and seemed to finally notice the barrier around them. Where's my arrow? That would be my friend's doing. Quill says as the barrier surrounding them disappeared. He's a magician. Well, tell M to work his voodoo and hand over my arrow. Yondu says threateningly as the Ravagers circle around Peter and the Guardians. Sure, but first let's come to an understanding. Peter says as he snaps his fingers and conjures a long table with chairs and took a seat. Every Ravager including Yondu were shocked as the table appeared. After all, a barrier could be explained through technology, but this was just crazy. Everyone take a seat. Peter says as he turns to the Ravagers. Except you grunts. Feel free to wait outside the door while we talk. They ain't going anywhere. Yondu says as he took a seat at the head of the table. Without uttering another word, Peter gestured to the few Ravagers at the back of the room, who were still falling through the portals. They weren't even conscious anymore. Why you know, boss. We'll wait for you outside. One of the Ravagers says as he and the rest rush out of the door in fear. Yondu didn't know how to handle the situation anymore. His men were scared sh*less and he didn't even have his Yaka arrow anymore. What do you want? Yondu asks, knowing that he wasn't the one calling the shots anymore. It's good that you understand the situation. Peter says with a nod. Since a member of my crew wronged you, we will come to an agreement for compensation. Your crew? Quill shouts incredulously. Whose ship have you been staying in rent-free? I'd say the 150,000 credits I brought you was more than enough to make up for that. Peter says as he turns to Quill. But if you'd like the captain position, then we can decide it like warriors. Quill fell silent as he turned his head away. Even Rocket, who wanted to weasel his way into being the captain, didn't say a word after that, 4 billion credits. Yondu states plainly. What? Quill and Rocket jumped out of their seats in disbelief. You greedy mother dash. That orb you stole from me is worth 4 billion, and I won't take a unit less. Yondu enjoyed the look on Quill's face. The orb was empty, so it wasn't actually worth that. Peter says as he gestures to the corpse of the collector. As you can see, he refused to pay. Yondu didn't look happy after hearing that. But, since you're my first mate's daddy dash. Stop saying that. Quill shouted in distaste. I can offer you a few things. Wait, did he say first mate? Quill asks though everyone ignores him. Well. Yondu hurries Peter along. First, we can give you a small cut of what we take from the collector. Peter says as he motions to the museum around them. There's probably a vault in here somewhere as well. What else? He asks in interest. Second, you could become a member of our crew dash. What? No, not happening. Quill immediately shouted though Peter continued to ignore him. We split everything equally, so your cut of the collector's stuff would be much larger. Peter explains, hoping to recruit Yondu. He's one of the cooler characters in the MCU. Hee hee, I like you. Yondu laughs at Quill as he leans back in his chair. Though, I don't know if I could be in the same crew as a traitor. Good, don't. Quill said in relief. Don't try to play me, Yondu. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. I looked you up and I know all about your little kidnapping spree. It even got you exiled, didn't it? Ravagers don't traffic children. It's against the code, right? Question mark. Quill never heard that part of the code before. Why would he kidnap me then? The money was good. What's your point? Yondu asks. Why didn't Quill get to his destination? Peter asks, knowing the answer already. In 1988, Yondu was hired by Ego, Quill's celestial father, to travel to Missouri on Earth and kidnap Quill. Aware that the other children he had delivered had been murdered, Yondu chose to keep Quill and raised him to be a Ravager. You took a liking to him, didn't you? Peter asks as he leans forward tauntingly. He wasn't like the other snot-nosed brats you picked up. You saw potential in him and decided to raise him like your son instead of sending him to his death. Yondu practically jumped out of his skin as he heard that. How do you know that? Everyone watched in silent shock, especially Quill, who was learning a bit more about his origins. It's not hard to see that every child you took never appeared again. Peter says as he looks Yondu in the eyes. But you wouldn't let that happen to Quill, would you? He would be your son. A Ravager through and through. Fine, you're right. Yondu admits, shocking Quill even further. But that don't mean he still ain't a traitor. Who were you supposed to bring me to? Quill asks, curious to know who was killing all those children. You know what? Forget this. Yondu gets up and walks to the door. How odd. A Ravager leaving without his payment. Gamera speaks up in confusion. If you leave, you're saying goodbye to the biggest score of your life. Peter calls out, stopping Yondu in his tracks. Trust me, this guy was loaded. I wouldn't be surprised if he has triple the amount of credits he offered on this ship alone. Silence filled the room as Yondu seemed to battle within himself. After all, 1 billion credits is a hard thing to turn down. Fine, I'll join your crew, but keep that little traitor away from me. A/N, 2,139 words, smiley face. Long boy again. Police car light, hand over the gemstone, stones gemstone, or I'll set Bareface Boris Bareface after you, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 269, C269 loot. Nauseated face, insert sick gifs here, most likes wins face vomiting. What the hell did you do? Quill started screaming his complaints as soon as Yondu left the room. Do you have any idea the sh*T storm you just brought on us? He will ruin everything. How could you think that this is a good idea? Waiting until Quill finished ranting, Peter finally found a chance to speak. I think it's a great idea for him to join, especially since I actually believe that he cares for you. Peter says as he watched Quill stare at him as if he were mentally unsound. What could have possibly given you that idea? He asks incredulously. As I said earlier, I looked Yondu and his Ravager clan up. When the other Ravager clans found out that your blue daddy broke the code dash. Ugh. Please, stop. Quill hates hearing that. By trafficking children, they exiled him and his clan. Then he went and picked you up on Earth for whatever reason. Peter explains as he places a hand on Quill's shoulder. Why do you think he chose not to deliver you as planned? Because he's a sick freak with an unhealthy obsession. Rocket answered for him, though Quill certainly appreciated the backup. No, because he didn't want you to die. You were probably like the son he never had and chose to raise you instead of sending you to die. Peter explains clearly for Quill. I'm not saying that he isn't an A*Shoal for what he did, but at the end of the day, I truly think that he cares about you. But does he have to join us? Quill whined like a child. Can't we just go our separate ways? He can even keep my portion of the job's pay as long as he's gone. Seriously? You would give him billions of credits just to go away? Peter asks as Rocket pulls out his gun again. Give me your share and I'll blow his head off for you right now. Rocket was ready to double his share in an instant. No, nobody is blowing anyone's head off. Peter sighs in exasperation. Yondu has already joined the crew, so there's no changing that. What about his crew? Gamera brings up a slight problem. Are we taking in his whole clan as well? Maybe. Peter says uncertainly. My ship isn't big enough to hold everyone. Quill states. Well, I was thinking we could use an upgrade anyway. Peter says as he gestures around them. It's a bit big. Drax says in distaste. That's true. Peter agreed as he thought for a moment. A smaller ship helps bring everyone together. If we switch to a huge one like this, it'll ruin the feeling. Looking toward Karina, who was standing at his side like an attentive servant, Peter spoke up. Does your old master have any other ships? It's like heaven. Rocket muttered as they were shown to the ship's hangar, where around 15 other ships were parked. This one could work. Peter says as they toured the ships. In front of them was a fully blacked-out Benatar-class ship, just like the second ship that the Guardians use in the movies, though it was a bit different. First, it was about double the size of a normal Benatar M-class ship, giving the Guardians more than enough room in case Yondu plans to take his Ravagers along with them. Second, the whole thing was extremely high-tech and lavish, making it obvious that the Collector had it upgraded to a crazy degree. What about the other ships? Rocket asks as he sees nothing but credits when he looks around the hangar. We could sell them. Gamera replies. While the Guardians were figuring out the logistics, Peter followed Karina through the ship toward the Collector's vault. Have you ever been in here? Peter asks as they arrived at a giant metal door, which was locked shut with multiple forms of security. No, Master never allowed anyone access. Karina replies dutifully. Well, he's dead now, so let's check it out, shall we? Peter says as he waves his hand. Before Karina's shocked eyes, the vault door transformed into a much smaller normal door, which Peter opened with ease. Following him inside, Karina stared in awe at the contents of the vault. In the center of the room, a giant pile of credits was stacked high up to the ceiling, which was definitely more than 4 billion as Peter thought. What is this? Peter asks as he found many sealed containers of odd-colored liquids and what appeared to be white dust. That's what was collected from the mines. Karina explains. Oh. Peter muttered in realization. It's blood, bone, brain tissue, and spinal fluid. As Peter eyed the containers filled to the brim with celestial body parts, he suddenly had an idea. What would happen if I made the resurrection elixir with celestial ingredients? Peter wondered. After a moment of thought, Peter opened a portal under the containers and sent them to Earth, where he would research them later on. Karina's worship of Peter seemed to only grow as he continued to show his awe-inspiring abilities. You're amazing, Master. Karina mutters as she covered her mouth, realizing what she just said. Peter immediately felt something awaken in him. After all, a beautiful pink alien slave girl just called him Master. It's every P*RN addict's wet dream. Peter thought jokingly. Quickly getting himself under control while also planning to visit MJ to relieve some stress later on, Peter turned to Karina with a stern look. Karina, you have no master anymore. Peter makes things clear. Although I'm flattered, you should learn to live your life normally from now on. Why yes, sir. Karina stuttered as she looked down at the ground like a scolded child. Good, now let's go back. Peter says as he empties the vault and strolls out with Karina following closely behind. When Peter returned to the hangar, the Guardians were taking pictures of the other ships. What are you guys doing? Peter asks curiously. We're posting these ships online. We already sold 2 of them while you were gone. Quill explains as he pointed to 2 of the ships. A/N, did the MCU have a name for the Galactic/Universal Internet? Nice, I have all of the credits, but it's far more than I can count at the moment. Peter says as he walks over to their new ship. I'll dump them in the ship for now. After leaving a huge pile of credits in a locked room of their new ship, Peter followed Karina to the museum, hoping to find something interesting. Everything else would either be sold, left behind, or destroyed based on how dangerous the items are. Who's that? Peter asks as he was led to a room with a sleeping dark elf and what appeared to be Karina's twin in some sort of torture device. The Collector's former slave. She explains without using the word master this time. I see. Peter nods as he waves his hand, releasing the poor girl in an instant. She didn't seem to fully understand what was happening as she sat there with a dumb look on her face. Once Karina explained what was happened to her, the poor traumatized girl broke down crying as she thanked Peter over and over again. It's no problem. You're free now just like Karina. Peter says warmly as he looks around the museum. Would either of you know about anything interesting in this place? Following the 2 former slaves, Peter was shocked at the amount of weird and overpowered objects in this museum. Biogram image creates a controllable image of the wielder while hiding his real location. Birthstones can summon a vulture of Nepenthe, whose claws are allegedly electrified. Boxers, rectangular interdimensional traps that can weaken a victim's strength and sanity. Coats of Hercules, animated animal hides that engulf their targets totally, cutting off their oxygen supply enough to render them unconscious. Etherian armor, an armored battlesuit made of the alien metal Etherian, which amplifies the wearer's strength to superhuman levels, and it has jets that permit flight. Tony would like this. Peter muttered. Dragosian gun, a large artillery weapon fires pellets that freeze the surroundings upon impact. Cosmic viewer, a mirror that can be used to monitor events on various worlds. That could be useful. Peter thought. Electrified comb, a comb that produced a low level of electricity, which allows it to stay attached to anyone touching it. That's extremely useless. Peter muttered as he moved on. Incendiary capsules, grenades that burst into flames a few seconds after being discarded. Chameleon flute, can translate any language. I haven't really had to worry much about language barriers yet. Peter chalked it up to being in a comic book/movie world, which was originally made in English. Magic beans, seeds that can conjure up warrior giants. Obedience potion, an elixir that compels the drinker to do the supplier's bidding, though it wears off over time. I need to keep this out of the wrong hands. Peter wondered whether he should destroy the potion. Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemical substance capable of turning base metals into gold. It is also capable of creating the elixir of life that provides the user a semi-immortality. The drinker wouldn't age and be immune to all sickness, but getting killed by other means was always possible. Damn. Peter stared in awe at the stone before quickly stashing it away. I'll play with that later. Shockwave gong, a gong that sends out a shockwave against enemies when struck. The poison, the most powerful poison in the known universe. I wonder if this would work on Thanos. Peter wondered as he carefully stashed away the vial. Tibetan crystal balls that emit mystical rays. Vampire stones, when hit together, can summon or banish a swarm of vampires. Vampires exist. Peter hasn't seen a single one yet. Maybe they're aliens. The collector also had zoos of alien beasts, like one snake which Peter stayed far away from and even contemplated killing. Snake Eyes, an enormous alien serpent with hypnotic powers. Though there were two objects in the collection that Peter was extremely tempted to use. Ali Baba's lamp, a lamp that can summon a four-headed jinn with mystical powers. Ali Baba's flying carpet, a Persian flying carpet, which could morph into a cape for personal use. Obviously, one of these things is far more appealing than the other. Ali Baba's lamp. Peter stared at the Persian-style lamp with greedy eyes. Has the collector used this lamp yet? No, he was incapable of summoning the jinn. The newly freed Krylorian spoke up. He toiled over that lamp for a year before giving up. Maybe it needs a magical nudge. Peter thought as he was tempted to experiment on the lamp. Genies or jinns are supernatural creatures from pre-Islamic and Islamic mythology. They are associated with shape-shifting, possession, and madness. In later Western popular representations, they became associated with wish-granting and often live in magic lamps or bottles. This could be dangerous. Peter thought as he quickly stashed the lamp and carpet away. On one hand, he could get 3 wishes and that would be amazing. On the other hand, the whole idea of granting wishes could be a lie, and releasing the jinn could bring about some sort of untold calamity. I need to talk to the Ancient One. A/N, 1922 words. Police car light, give me your gemstone and I'll give you this hamburger what a great deal. Starstruck police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 270, C270 Death in the Family. Alarm clock, insert TikTok gifs here, most likes wins alarm clock. While Peter was carefully looking through the collector's museum, making sure to take what he wanted and destroy anything that could cause problems in the future, the Guardians finished up posting the extra ships for sale and headed out to the bar to unwind. So, can we pick up where we left off? Quill took Gamera into his arms as they stood outside the same bar once again. I know who you are, Peter Quill. And I am not some starry-eyed waif here to succumb to your pelvic sorcery. She refused him harshly. Reaching up, Gamera pushes his face away before it could get too close and strutted into the bar. Quill's head snaps to her swaying hips. Damn. She's gotta be doing that on purpose. Just as Quill was enjoying the view, a furry figure flew past Gamera as a commotion started in the bar. Whoa. Whoa. What are you doing? Quill rushed in to see what was happening. This vermin had a few drinks and started picking fights with my boys. Yondu spoke up from the bar. Seconds after speaking, his many Ravager subordinates stood up from their seats and drew their weapons. Ain't we supposed to be on the same side here? Yondu asks as Rocket pulls out his gun and aims it in his direction. That is true. Rocket shouts drunkenly as he swayed on his feet. He has no respect. Yondu continued while leisurely enjoying his drink. That is also true. Rocket yelled as Drax stood beside him with his blades drawn, ready to fight if needed. Hold on. Hold on. Quill stood between the bloodthirsty Ravagers and his drunken friend. Meanwhile, poor Karina and her lookalike were hiding in the corner, regretting accepting the invitation to join the Guardians for a drink. Keep calling me vermin, tough guy. You just want to laugh at me like everyone else. Rocket waved his gun around, scaring a few of the regulars who were watching the spectacle. Rocket, you're drunk. All right. Quill says as he slowly steps forward to take the gun for him. No one's laughing at you. He thinks I'm some stupid thing. He does. Well, I didn't ask to get made. I didn't ask to be torn apart, and put back together, over and over, and turned into some little monster. Rocket broke down as he recalled some bad memories. Rocket, no one's calling you a monster. Gamera spoke from the side. He called me vermin. They called me rodent. Let's see if you can laugh after 5 or 6 good shots to your F***kin face. As Rocket went to wave his gun around again, Quill rushes forward and ripped it out of his hands. Just as everyone let out a calming breath, suddenly, the loud and powerful engines of a large spacecraft shook the building, confusing everyone inside. What the dash? Quill muttered as he peeked out of the windows and found a fleet of Chitauri ships entering the mouth of nowhere. Even those on the streets outside were rushing back to their homes and ships, hoping to avoid the well-known planet-culling army. Gamera! He yelled nervously. Rushing up to Quill with the rest of the bar following closely behind, Gamera saw some very familiar ships getting closer and closer. We need to leave, now. Why? What's so scary? Yondu spoke casually as he strolled up and caught sight of the incoming army. Back to the ship. Instantly, everyone rushed out of the bar just in time for the Chitauri riders to pour out of the ships and rush to the defenseless city with their weapons drawn. Oh. Agar. No, please. Gamera and the Guardians did their best to ignore the dying screams of the unsavory civilians of nowhere as they hurriedly rushed back to the collector's ship. Watch out! Quill shouted as he drew his pistol and fired a few inches above Gamera, who was about to be beheaded by a Chitauri soldier on a hoverbike. Luckily, his aim was perfect as the soldier took an energy bolt to the face and crashed into one of the many bars in the city. Boom. Whistle. Quill. Yondu yelled as an arrow came shooting his way. I knew it. Quill froze as the arrow whizzed past his ear and tore through 5 different Chitauri soldiers behind him before returning to Yondu's holster. Get moving, you idiot. Yondu said as he pushed Quill forward. Why yeah. Quill stuttered as he rushed to catch up to everyone else with Yondu at his back. As the group of Guardians and Ravagers ran through the city, defending themselves from the invading army, they could hear and see that everyone else in the city wasn't faring so well. Of course, they wouldn't rush to save these people, especially when their lives were on the line. When they finally caught sight of the collector's ship in the distance, the Guardians sighed in relief, though it might have been too early for them to relax. Hello, sister. A voice spoke. Gamera froze as Corvus Glaive dropped in front of their path with a spear in hand. See Corvus. Gamera spoke nervously, still refusing to call him family. Just as the Guardians were looking to turn back and run, another voice appeared from behind. Why so scared, sister? Proxima Midnight dropped down behind the group with a sword hung at her waist. You should welcome your family with open arms. Corvus reprimanded her. Unless, of course, you're a dirty little traitor who betrayed her family for some riffraff. Proxima exclaimed angrily, though she was certainly enjoying the moment. Father took you in and raised you as his own child, Gamera. Corvus was the next to lay on the guilt. Your actions disgrace his kindness. 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 Gamera snapped after hearing that. That lunatic killed my parents in front of me. Is that kindness? Was it kindness when he slaughtered half of my planet? No, you're right. It had to be kindness when that sick son of AB*TCH ordered his men to behead the children I went to school with. My friends. I didn't know you felt this way, little one. A deep rumbling voice spoke as a third much larger figure walked up the path behind Proxima. Gamera's eyes widened as her entire body shook with fright. Corvus instantly turned and dropped to his knees followed by Proxima, who looked absolutely shocked at Thanos' arrival. Father. Corvus greeted Thanos respectfully. Father, what are you? Shush, Proxima. Thanos dismissively waves at his eldest daughter. Father. Gamera ground out those words in distaste. Gamera. Thanos looks at her like a regretful father. Where is What's all this ruckus out here? Another new arrival entered the fray. I was in the middle of Spider-Man. Thanos finishes his question as he turns to see the man himself come strolling out of the ship behind Corvus. Oh. Peter grunted as he realized that Thanos was actually there. I expected those too. He points to Proxima and Corvus, who continue to bow to Thanos. But not you. He then points to Thanos. What's the matter? Come to take your favorite daughter home, or looking for this? Peter held his hand up as the sealed orb appears in his palm. Both. Thanos speaks plainly. I see. Peter nods as he looks at the trapped Guardians and Ravagers. Well, except Drax, who had his eyes trained on Thanos, ready for a battle. Can you guys fight? Peter asks, knowing they've been through a lot today. Af. Drax lets out a war cry as he grips his blades tightly. Yeah, what he said. Quill nods as he held his pistol at the ready. Hey. Give me my gun back. Rocket yells as he snatches his weapon from Quill. Ravagers are always ready for a fight. Right, boys. Yondu yelled as his clan let out their own war cry. Gamera. Peter asks the stunned and frightened woman. Thanos looks straight at her, waiting for her to make the choice. Aye. Gamera was petrified by the mere presence of her father. I see. Peter says as he waves his hand. Suddenly, a portal appeared under Gamera, sending her away before snapping shut. Gamera. Quill yelled as she disappeared. Where did you send her? Thanos asks demandingly. On Earth, Nebula woke up early to watch the sunrise as she sipped a hot cup of coffee with extra milk and sugar. Ever since she betrayed her father, Nebula has been staying in the Avengers Tower, though she wasn't a member just yet. Peter practically ordered her to enjoy life for a while before making any big life decisions, so that's what she's been doing. Touring the world, Nebula tried all of the foods and drinks that caught her eye as she took in the sights. Luckily, everything was paid for by Peter, so she was able to enjoy her life like a rich young lady. Of course, her inhuman appearance drew a bit of attention, but with the introductions of metahumans, she wasn't bothered much. This planet is beautiful. Nebula thought as a golden portal opened over her couch. Question mark. She watched as a very familiar green figure tumbled out. What dash, Gamera muttered as she looked up to see her scowling sister looking down at her with a mug in hand. What are you doing here? Nebula asks in annoyance. I was having such a good morning. She would either get herself or someone else killed, so Gamera can go visit her sister for a while. Peter says as Thanos nods his head in understanding. You should come to visit as well. I could use a few more ships. You can never have a big enough space fleet, after all. I plan to, but sadly, you won't be there to welcome me. Thanos states threateningly. We'll see. Peter shrugs as he looks at the kneeling Corvus Glaive. Let's even the odds, shall we? As Peter spoke, a portal opened underneath Corvus, causing him to fall through just like Gamera. Though, unlike his rebellious sister, the golden portal snapped itself shut a bit earlier, wrapping around his neck and decapitating the son of Thanos in an instant. Corvus. Proxima screamed in anger, disbelief, and despair as her husband's headless body fell in front of her and Thanos. A/N, 1730 words. Police car light, hand over the gemstone and I won't break out the pistol glizzy pistol on you, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 271, C271 Sisters Reunite. Rocket insert crypto scam gifts here, most likes wins rocket. Why are you here? Nebula asked gruffly as she stood in front of her sister. Did Spider-Man send you? I don't even know where here is. Gamera says with a scoff as she stands and walks past her sister. This is Earth. Why are you here? Nebula repeats herself as her sister peered out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Is this Spider-Man's planet? Gamera continues to avoid the question. Yes, he's very popular here. Nebula nods as Gamera caught sight of an electronic billboard in the distance with Peter's masked face on it. New York City, home of Spider-Man. Now stop avoiding the question. Why are you here? Nebula asks as Gamera felt the cold steel of a gun on her back. Is father planning something? No, I've already betrayed Thanos, like you. Gamera says as she whips around and throws Nebula over her shoulder, taking the blaster in the process. You're rusty, sister. F***CKU. Nebula spat as she groaned on the floor. Is this your new home? Gamera asks as she steps past her downed sister and tours around the place. Yes, now leave. Nebula spat as she picked herself up. You're not welcome here. Spider-Man sent me here, so apparently I am. Gamera commented as a knock could be heard from the door. A visitor? No, don't dash. Nebula tried to stop her but it was too late. The door opened, revealing a demonic-looking blue man with a sharp black tail. You're not Nebula. Nightcrawler commented as he noticed the gun in her hand. Before Gamera could say a word, Nightcrawler disappeared in a blue mist and appeared to her right, snatching the weapon from her hand, ! As Gamera tried to counter him, Kurt disappeared once again. Where's Nebula? Nightcrawler asks as he held the gun to the back of Gamera's head. I swear if she's hurt. Sister, is this your lover? Gamera asks over her shoulder. Following her gaze, Kurt saw Nebula standing behind him, safe and sound. That's none of your business. Nebula states as she walks up and takes the gun from Nightcrawler, prodding her sister out the door. As I said, you're not welcome here. Bam. Nebula slams the door in Gamera's face, locking her out. That's Gamera? Kurt asks curiously. Yes, now wait here. I'll be ready for our date soon. Giving up on talking to her sister, Gamera traversed through the tower until she ran into a roadblock. Access denied. A cybernetic voice said as she tried to use the elevator. Great, now what? She sighed in annoyance. ! Suddenly, the elevator closed, locking her inside as it climbed up to the higher floors. Who are you, pretty lady? The doors opened, revealing a smirking Tony Stark. Gamera. She says plainly. Spider-Man sent me. Alien then? He asks and she nods. Good. I could use a navigator. Follow me. What the hell did I get myself into? The look on the Mad Titan's face didn't change a bit as his son's headless body landed on the ground before him. On the other hand, Proxima wasn't taking it so well. She looked between her husband's lifeless body and his separated head at Peter's feet with an anguished look on her face. Haha. That was bad *SS. Yondu laughed as he stared at his new captain in awe. At first, he had second thoughts about becoming subordinate to another, as he's been the king of his own crew for a while now, but after seeing his new captain's display of power all of his doubts disappeared. Now, he just has to live through this encounter to reap the rewards of his smart decision. You. Proxima yelled as her hate-filled eyes turned to Peter. Me. Peter played dumb as he pointed to himself. You're dead. I'll rip you open and tear out your insides. Gouge out your eyes. Bleed you dry, feed you too. While the mad woman was ranting about what she would do to the men who murdered her husband, Peter turned to the guardians in front of him. You guys deal with the angry widow and I'll handle Gamera's daddy. Peter says as he looks at Thanos. Just remember that an emotional enemy is a sloppy enemy. She may be stronger than you, but her sights are set on me. Use that. Are you done preparing? Thanos asks knowingly. He waited patiently this entire time and was getting tired of it. Yeah, sorry. Usually, my lackeys would be better trained, but these ones are new. Peter apologizes as the guardians turn to glare at him for his comment. Good, let's begin. Thanos said as Peter kicks off of the ground and appeared in front of Proxima, punting her across the street towards the guardians. Good luck. Peter gave them a wave as he stepped to the side, dodging a big purple fist to his back. Try not to die. Using his spider senses to dodge a few more punches to his back, Peter turned away from his crew and gave Thanos his full attention. Attacking a man when his back is turned. How cowardly. Peter commented with a shake of his head. Did you not do the same to my son? Thanos motions toward the headless body between them. You got me there. Agar. Proxima screamed as she emerged from a pile of rubble. Instantly, her eyes lock onto Peter's back, though they don't stay there for long. Whistle. Suddenly, a Yaka arrow flew towards her head, but sadly, Proxima's hand moved swiftly and caught the arrow with ease. Our captain doesn't have time to deal with lackeys like you. Quill commented as Proxima's arm shook under the power of Yondu's arrow. Whistle. As Yondu's whistle grew louder and louder, Proxima found it harder to hold back the arrow from piercing her face. Weak. She muttered as her grip tightened and the arrow split in half, losing its power in the process. Arg. Yondu groaned in pain as his red mohawk flashed for a moment. You all right? Quill asked worriedly. Yeah, just give me a gun. Yondu said as one of his men tossed him a pistol. That arrow was expensive, you ugly B***tch. Without waiting for anyone else, Yondu started opening fire, though everyone else joined in soon enough. Exclamation point. Kicking off of the ground, Proxima weaved through the many energy bolts sent her way, growing closer and closer with every shot fired. I wonder how he'll feel if I slaughter all of you. Proxima asked menacingly as she appeared in front of one of Yondu's clansmen. Die. Piercing her hand forward, Proxima dug her hand into the poor guy's chest and ripped out his heart. Yo. Rocket groaned in disgust as she tossed the heart at his feet. Ah. Drax rushed forward and swung his blades toward Proxima's back. Clank. Swiftly spinning around, Proxima pulled her sword and clashed with Drax's dual blades. Prepare yourself, respawn of Thanos. Drax grits his teeth as she overpowers him, sending him crashing into an abandoned food cart. Pew pew pew. Just as Proxima was about to follow after Drax to finish the kill, Quill and everyone else opens fire on her. Ugh. Proxima grunts as a few shots land, though she managed to dodge most of them. She can bleed. Keep it up, boys. They seem to be having fun. Peter commented as he carefully weaved around Thanos' attacks. You may lose your fourth child today. You've only killed one. Thanos corrects him as the two stand across one another, merely testing out one another before the real fight begins. True, but the other two abandoned you, didn't they? Peter taunted. For the first time since they'd met, Peter saw the Mad Titan's calm facade crumble for a moment. Though I think we both know you only care about one of those children. Peter continues his poking and prodding. Compared to Gamera, the rest are all either disappointing or simply lacking, aren't they? Thanos' facade continues to crumble. It must hurt for her to betray you. I mean, Nebula didn't matter, but Gamera on the other hand. The Golden Child rebels. Peter continues. She'll return soon enough. Thanos gets himself under control as he steps forward. Let's stop playing around. Ah, you're no fun. Peter whines as he pulls out the orb and tosses it to his opponent. Here you go. Question mark. Thanos caught the orb in confusion, though that was a mistake on his part. Suddenly, the orb started glowing with golden spell lines and swiftly exploded, completely engulfing the Mad Titan. Boom. Father. Proxima turned just in time to see her father's figure disappear behind a bright golden explosion. Pay attention. Quill chided her as he rolled over a familiar-looking device, which stopped at her feet and opened up. Instantly, Proxima's sword was magnetized to the ground below, disarming her just in time for Drax to appear with his blades drawn. Die. He bellowed as he slashed his knives downward. Exclamation point. Proxima, who was far too distracted by her father's predicament, tried to dodge the attack, but, swish. Due to her carelessness, Proxima's right arm was severed cleanly from the shoulder, finally wetting Drax's blade with the blood of his enemies. Your move, WH** respawn. A/N, 1554 words. Police car light hand over the gemstone or I'll splash this test tube acid test tube on your face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 272, C272 Jack in the Box. Man Genie give me your best wishes here alongside a genie gif woman genie. Father. Proxima ignored Drax's taunt as well as her severed arm, which was still gushing blood everywhere, and rushed into the blast zone. Where do you think you're going? Rocket yelled as he and everyone else turned their weaponry in her direction. Instantly, a dense hail of colorful blaster bolts shot toward Proxima's open back, though she never turned back nor did she even try to dodge. Her father's safety was her and the Black Order's top priority, after all. Ugh. Proxima grunted as her back was pelted with blast after blast, trudging her way to her father's position. This lady is nuts. Rocket commented as another one of his shots hit her on the shoulder. Petty tricks. Thanos muttered as the smoke cleared, revealing his slightly disheveled form. Father. Proxima smiled weakly as she fell at his feet, continuing to leak blood everywhere. Although the explosion was powerful, it only left the Mad Titan with a few spots of black soot on his body and some torn clothes, making Proxima's dying efforts absolutely meaningless. His body didn't seem to have the slightest scratch anywhere, which was impressive because the area around him showed just how powerful that explosion really was. Thanos stood in a 10-feet-deep crater where the street once was. While the buildings around him, which were practically untouched only moments ago, have completely collapsed from the shockwave. Question mark. Thanos curiously peered down at the orb in his hand, completely ignoring his dead daughter's body. I wouldn't open that if I were you. Peter warned. Of course, the Mad Titan didn't heed his warning. Ripping it open with his bare hands, Thanos expected to see the bright light of a purple infinity stone. As the orb separated in the middle, a spring-loaded Jack-in-the-Box clown popped out. Clown face. Thanos didn't even flinch as he turned to look at Peter with a humorless glare. The game's end dash, Thanos spoke though he was interrupted by a wet surprise. PSSHHHT. A black liquid shot out of the mouth hole on the clown's head, spraying the Mad Titan's face. A few sprays even landed in his eyes, nose, and mouth. Thanos quickly threw the orb aside and started wiping his face. What is this? As he looked down at his hands, which were now covered in a black substance, Thanos could feel his strength slowly leaving his body. And as his strength went, the pain started to kick in. Starting from his mouth, nose, and eyes, an excruciating burning shot through his entire body, unlike anything he's ever felt before. Peter watched in interest as Thanos' skin turned pale and his veins began to show, turning a deep black in the process. I told you not to open it. Peter said in an I told you so sort of manner. What did you do? Thanos screamed. His former calm and collected persona disappeared completely. When we sold off the Power Stone to the Collector, I asked for something on top of the normal payment. Peter lies, as he doesn't want Thanos to know too much. Wait dash Drax was about to correct him when Quill reached over and covered his mouth in a hurry. That right there is called the poison. Peter reveals as Thanos' eyes widen in realization. Apparently, it's the strongest poison in the entire universe. I was only able to get a little bit of it from Tyvan before he ran off with his new purple pet rock, but it looks like it was enough. As Peter was speaking, Thanos began to stagger in place. This is not over. He muttered in torment before turning to run away, leaping over a large distance like the Hulk. Are we going after him? Quill asks as Peter remained unmoving. Nah, there's no antidote for the poison and I'd rather not get any of it on me in the scuffle. Peter says he points to the few drops of poison on the floor, which were melting through the metal street upon contact. Just punching Thanos in the face right now could transfer the poison to Peter, so the best bet would be to let Thanos escape and die on his own. So he's a dead man walking? Quill asks. Maybe. Peter says cryptically. What do you mean maybe? Rocket asks in confusion. Thanos is a very well-connected and powerful man. If he could hold out for long enough, then I have no doubt that he could get an antidote made. Peter explains with a shrug. It all depends on how long he can last. Silence filled the street as everyone hoped Thanos would have a swift death. Otherwise, they would have a very angry space warlord on their tail soon enough. They're leaving. Yondu said as he and everyone else watched the Chitauri retreat out of the city and fly off in a hurry. Good, you guys sweep the city for any leftovers, while I finish packing our spoils. Peter orders as he strolls back inside. I got some men that need taking care of. Yondu says as he gestures to his fallen clansmen. At the start of this, Yondu had around 40 Ravagers in his clan. Now, he has about 20. A handful died when the invasion started and the rest were killed off by Proxima, who now lay dead in a puddle of her own blood. We'll join you once we're done. Yondu nodded toward Quill as he and his men gathered their fallen brethren and walked off. All right, let's make this quick. I want to get back to the ship and take a long nap after this. Quill said tiredly as he, Drax, and Rocket started their search of the city, killing any and all of the Chitauri stragglers. As Thanos rushed into his ship and flew off, the effects of the poison had already started to worsen. Drowsiness, dizziness, weakness, high temperature, chills, headache, irritability, though that could be chalked up to his recent loss against Spider-Man, difficulty breathing, skin rash, blurred vision, mental confusion, etc. Name a symptom and Thanos was currently experiencing it to an extreme degree. The few Chitauri soldiers who rushed to help him instantly died upon contact with the black poison that coated much of their leader's body. Get Ebony Maw. The Mad Titan ordered before collapsing into a coma. Rest in peace. Peter saluted as he opened a portal under the collector's dead body, sending him straight to the nearest sun, and thanks for all of the cool stuff. Especially the genie's lamp. With Tyvan's body gone and his collection empty, Peter hoped that Thanos would believe his lies from earlier. After all, the collector is supposedly as old as the universe itself, so it's safe to say that he would be able to hide from the Mad Titan fairly easily. With this, Thanos will hopefully keep underestimating me. Peter thought as he got back to work cleaning out the collector's museum. I should probably kill that mind-controlling snake. Tony, what's so important that I have to rush here during a meeting with 3 generals? A dark-skinned man in a military uniform came storming into Tony's lab, and who the hell is that? Rhodes turned to the green-skinned woman who was leaning on a car in the corner. That's our navigator. Tony says excitedly as he grabs a thin glowing object and slaps it on his friend's chest. What are you doing? Rhodes asked as he looked down at the arc reactor attached to him. It's a present. Tony says as he taps the reactor like a button. Instantly, waves of metal shoot out of the reactor and covers Rhodes' body completely, forming an all-black War Machine armor set. Insert picture of War Machine Mark 7 here. Gamera watched on with an impressed look on her face. For a non-spacefaring planet like Earth, weaponry of this caliber was completely unheard of. Is this what I think it is? Rhodes shouted from inside the suit. Yup, I thought that since we're going to explore space together, you and Pepper would need your own suits. Tony says as the sound of high heels clacking could be heard. I get one too. Pepper asks with her arms crossed as she stood in the doorway, admiring Rhodes' new armor. Wait, did you say space? Rhodes kept screaming. You know, you don't have to yell. The helmet will project your voice to us. Tony explains. Oh, sorry. Rhodes practically whispered this time around. We're going to space. Pepper asks as she eyes a triangular-shaped arc reactor next to Tony. Who's going to run your company? Happy and Jarvis will have it covered. Tony says as he walks up to her with the arc reactor in hand. Come on. Don't you want to see what's out there? Visit an alien planet or two. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pepper seemed to hesitate for a moment before grabbing the reactor from Tony's hand. So, how does this thing work? She asked as Tony smirked in victory. Just put it on like this. Tapping her chest just like before, Pepper was covered in a blue and silver form-fitting Iron Man armor. Insert picture of Mark 49 Iron Man armor here. Looking good. Tony commented as he tapped his own chest. Once again, metal waves rushed out of the reactor and covered his body in his updated red and gold Iron Man suit. Insert picture of Tony's endgame suit here. Can I have one of those as well? Gamera asks. No. 3 voices deny her all at the same time. A/N, 1615 words. Police car light hand over the gemstone stones gemstone or I'll face vomiting puke face vomiting in your face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 273, C273 Sexy Time. Maybe. Fire insert sexy gifs here, most likes wins fire. After packing everything that the Guardians would be taking from the museum, destroying everything that was just too dangerous to continue existing, and stashing away all of the best stuff for himself, Peter returned to their new ship. ZZZZZ. As soon as he stepped inside, Peter found the common area filled with empty liquor bottles and passed-out Ravagers. Maybe recruiting Yondu wasn't the best idea. Deciding that he wouldn't be dealing with this right now, Peter made sure that the room holding all of the loot was secured by a spell before portaling away. Earth. Beware R18 ahead. Stepping out of a portal and into his bedroom, Peter arrived just in time to catch his girlfriend naked and wet from the shower, smelling like soap and roses. Although MJ is more of a thin beauty, the enhancements she went through enhanced her breasts and butt as well, giving her a bit more curves than she originally had. You become even more irresistible every time I see you. Peter comments as his spider suit disappears, replaced with casual clothes. Exclamation point. MJ jumps and quickly covers herself with her hands. What are you doing here? Well, I just want to fight against Thanos and most likely killed him, so I was thinking we could celebrate. Peter reveals as he walks forward and pulls her naked body into his arms. What? MJ exclaimed in shock. I thought you said you were waiting for him to come to you. We ended up bumping into each other. Peter explains as he leans down to kiss her exposed neck. But that's enough about him. I'm much more interested in you right now. Peter. Stop. MJ whined and moaned as he pushed her up against the wall and reached down to massage her lower lips. I have to wake Lily up for school. She can be late. Peter says uncaringly as he snapped his finger, vanishing his clothes in an instant. She has a. MJ tried to speak again, but Peter captured her lips. As they kissed, Peter lifted MJ up off of the floor and positioned the tip of his towering rod against her moistened slit. MJ could feel the heat of it as it rested against her, waiting for Peter to put it in, though it never came. Peter continued to toy with her body as she rocked her hips, hoping to entice him into finally piercing into her. Say what you want. Peter smirked as he looked at her. Put it in. MJ whined as she tried to push herself downward, but Peter held her securely against the wall. Put what in? Peter felt sadistic today. Put your D***CK in me already, asshole. MJ screamed in need. Smack. Before she knew what was happening, MJ felt a painful stinging sensation on her backside. Be more respectful. Peter chides her as he rubs his swollen tip up and down MJ's lips, making sure to hit her clit with every passing motion. MJ grew more excited after the slap, moaning like it was her first time again. Please, put your D***CK in me, sir. That's better. Peter nods as he slides her down the wall and pierces her just as she wanted. Ah. MJ moaned, feeling that full sensation that she loved so much. Knock knock. Mom. Are you in there? Lily, who awoke to an odd noise, sleepily trudged to her parents' bedroom and knocked at the door. Oh, F***CK. Peter muttered as he quickly separated from MJ, who immediately scrambled to find some clothes. Is this what being C***CK blocked feels like? This is your fault. You fix it. MJ says accusingly as she pointed to the door and rushed off to the bathroom. Sigh. Peter let out a sexually frustrated breath as his clothes reappeared. I'm coming. Though it's not the type of coming I was planning on. R18 end. Peter checked the room for any lingering evidence before opening the door. Good morning, princess. Peter greets his daughter with an awkward smile on his face. Dad. When did you get back? Lily asks as she perks up from her sleepiness. Just now actually. Peter says as he steps out into the hall and closes the door behind him. Mom's in the bathroom, but she'll be out soon. Where were you? She asks as Peter lifts her up into his arms. Taking care of some business in space. I beat up a very bad man and sent him running with his tail between his legs. Peter bragged with a confident smirk. Oh, can I go to space too? While answering all of his curious daughter's questions, Peter started cooking breakfast for everyone. Was it Thanos? Lily asks out of nowhere. How do you know that name? Peter asks in surprise. I hacked into the Avengers Tower. Lily admits as she turned her head away. Wow. Peter blurts out, impressed by her ability. And Jarvis didn't detect you. You mean that consciousness in the tower? Lily asks back and receives a nod. I just kept away from it. Peter was beyond impressed. His daughter was able to steal data out from under Jarvis' nose. Wait until Tony hears about this. Peter couldn't wait to see the look on his friend's face. You're not mad? Lily asks hesitantly. No, sweetie. Peter sends her a comforting look. Just be careful where you stick your nose. Others won't be as welcoming as me if they found out you hacked them. Okay. Lily answered in relief. She thought her father would be angry, though that did seem to be the case. If Lily was a normal girl, Peter would be a lot more strict with her, but since she's an AI given human form things are a bit different. I've actually been meaning to talk to you about something. Peter says as he walks over with a plate full of food. Question mark. Lily looked up at him curiously as she nibbles on a piece of bacon from her plate. How should I say this? Peter wondered out loud. When I first started making you, I wanted to make an assistant who would help me with my work, manage some of my responsibilities, and give me information while I'm out in the field. As Peter explains this, Lily begins to frown in contemplation. Am I not doing what I'm supposed to? Lily asks in realization. No, you're perfect exactly the way you are. Peter quickly explained the misunderstanding. That was just in the beginning. You're my daughter now and I love you far more than the cold and calculated assistant I was originally going for. Oh okay. Lily stuttered as she smiled happily at his words. What I'm trying to explain is, I need an assistant and since you're able to outwit Jarvis now, I was wondering if you were interested. Peter offers. She already knows every bit of data in the tower and had the ability for the job, so Peter wasn't worried about much. The job could even be done from home, as a Wi-Fi signal should be more than enough for her to do just about anything. Lily's brain is made from the strongest alien computer that Peter could find at the time. Shrinking it with a spell and etching some runes for the weight, cooling, power, and a few other things, Lily would become the smartest person on this planet soon enough. Though, if you don't want to, I can make another less lifelike AI for the job. Peter gives her a way out. Either way, I'm still your dad and your mom's still your mom. Nothing changes whatsoever. Although Peter would prefer to make a second AI for this, he wanted to give Lily the choice. After all, someone as smart as her would need challenges and a purpose, so maybe this could give that to her. She may be childlike, but Lily is already mature enough to make her own decisions. Lily remained silent for a moment before answering. Can I think about it? Sure, I don't need an answer right this second. Peter nodded understandingly. Maybe ask your mom and grandmas for advice too. I'm sure they can help. Okay, I will. After a quiet breakfast, where Lily seemed to be thinking about her decision, Peter left her to MJ and suited up before portaling to Camartage, ? Peter looked around in confusion as he found himself stepping into a different location than intended. Did you reroute my portal? Sat in front of him was the Ancient One, who was sipping a cup of tea with a serene atmosphere surrounding her. Yes, you stole from the restricted section and used my name to do so. She gets straight to the point. Yeah, sorry about that. Peter says as he whips out a picture from his pocket. I needed information for this. I know about your daughter, Peter. She says plainly. Look at the picture. He took a seat and pushed the photo in front of her face. She's the cutest, isn't she? Sigh. The Ancient One rolled her eyes at Peter's typical fatherly behavior. Yes, very cute. Don't be like that. Peter whined at her unenthused demeanor. You have a granddaughter now. It's a happy occasion. Since when am I your mother? The Ancient One raises a questioning brow. Teacher, master, mother. Same thing. Peter shrugged. Of course, she knew that Peter was right, but would never admit it. When you take a personal student in Camartage, that student is practically your child from that moment on. You teach and care for them as any parent would. Return the books. She states plainly. Without a word, Peter opens a small portal above the table, depositing the few books he stole with a smile on his face. There, are we good now? Peter asks. Yes, now why are you here? She asks, knowing that Peter only ever visits when he needs something. First, I wanted to invite you to meet your granddaughter, Peter says as he flashes her the picture once again. And secondly, I wanted to ask your advice on this. As he finished speaking, a Persian-style lamp appeared on the table between them. When her eyes landed on the lamp, the Ancient One's mouth hung open in shock as her eyes widened. I found this in the collector's collection, and based on your expression I'd say it's real, isn't it? A/N, 1747 words. Police car light hand over the gemstone and I'll give you this bento box and fulfill your weeb dreams, police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 274, C274 Genies. ZZZ insert sleepy gifs here sleeping face most likes wins ZZZ. I found this in the collector's collection, and based on your expression, I'd say it's real, isn't it? Peter looked at her expectantly. The Ancient One remained silent. Because if it is real. Peter says as he picks the lamp up and starts to play with it. Then you wouldn't mind if I summoned the djinn? Exclamation point. Acting quickly, the Ancient One reaches forward and pulled the lamp into her hands. Please think before you dash. Suddenly, the lamp in her hands turned to sand, which fell through her fingers and pooled in her lap. Of course, Peter wouldn't play around with a Jin's lamp like that, nor would he give it to the Ancient One so easily. You think I'm that stupid? Peter asks with a victorious smirk. Now, tell me about Jinn so I can figure out how to get my wishes. I can't talk you out of this, can I? She asks with an annoyed sigh. No, it's literally a genie. Peter says matter-of-factly. Unless everything I know is wrong, and they don't grant 3 wishes. They grant wishes all right. She says with a far-off look, remembering some sort of past experience. It just depends on your genie's alignment. Like good and evil? Peter asks in interest. Sort of. The Ancient One says as an old book appears on the table. With a wave of her hand, the book flipped open to a page with a portrait of a pitcher-black humanoid demon. It had large hands, a protruding stomach, 3 long horns, and the face of a wild beast with sharp tiger-like teeth. Meanwhile, on the opposite page was a much less threatening figure. It looked almost human except for the bluish skin tone and lack of legs and feet. In fact, both portraits lacked a lower body, as if they were some sort of disembodied ghosts. Jinn, commonly known as genies, are a powerful race of wish-granting beings made of pure energy. They're gifted with phenomenal cosmic powers that allow them to bend the rules of the world and take on any form they desire. It didn't take long for genies to be seen as highly desirable slaves due to their great powers, as such their entire race was slowly captured one by one until none remained free. Masters of the mystic arts and other energy users bottled them up in lamps or any other containers, which forced them into never-ending servitude. She continues. Were you alive when they were turned into slaves? Peter asks curiously. No, I'm not that old. She replies with a roll of her eyes. My master was though, and he always felt bad for what happened to the genie. Well, most of them. What do you mean by that? Peter asked. Not all genies were good-natured or neutral existences. In fact, the start of their enslavement was due to a rotten bunch that unleashed terrible and contagious plagues upon the world, among other catastrophes. The Ancient One pointed to the demon on the page as she spoke. From what my master told me, once the genies found out about their brother's horrendous actions, they sealed them away in random containers. So the genies sparked the craze for their own enslavement? Peter asked. Yes. The Ancient One nodded. They unknowingly started the downfall of their race. Masters experimented on the sealed genie and found a way to capture more of them, though that wasn't all. They also bound the genie to a master. So, basic genie stuff. I activate the lamp, a genie comes out, and I get 3 wishes. Peter sums up the rest. Does it just return to the lamp afterward? That depends on what type of container it is. The Ancient One shrugs unknowingly. You'd have to study the lamp and figure out its enchantments, though I can't emphasize enough how careful you should be. Why? Peter asks. Of course, he was planning to be careful in the first place, but the seriousness in her voice made him a bit nervous. Genies are an enslaved race of people and none of them are bound to be happy about it, not even the good-natured ones. She explains with a pointed stare. So what? If they're forced to grant me wishes, then what could possibly go wrong? Peter asks in confusion. They are forced to grant you wishes, but give them the slightest loophole or stray thought and they will pounce on it, twisting your wish for wealth into a theft leading back to you, or your desire for love into a curse of endless fanatical suitors. The Ancient One warned seriously. So be careful what you wish for. Peter muttered in understanding. Yes, that exact phrase was coined soon after the genie were enslaved. Remember it and be extremely careful. The Ancient One emphasized as she slammed the book shut. I would rather you just forget about this genie business, but dash. Yeah, no way. Peter shook his head as the Ancient One sighed tiredly. This is a wish-granting genie we're talking about. I've watched Aladdin far too many times to pass this up. After hearing a few more warnings from his bald teacher, Peter returned home just in time for Lily to get out of school. Quickly texting the family group chat that he would pick her up, he grabbed his keys and rushed out of the door. Pulling up to the school in his old rust bucket, which only needed some cosmetic upgrade at this point, Peter heard the bell ring and watched as the children started pouring out of the doors in waves. Beep beep. Peter honked the horn as he saw his daughter walk out with 2 children on each side of her. One of them was obviously Miles, who has quickly become Lily's best friend, while the other was someone that Peter hasn't met before. A girl about the same age as Lily with short blonde hair talked animatedly with them as she followed along. Insert picture of Gwen Stacy here. The group looked up as they heard the beeping and found Peter in his rust bucket. That's my dad. Lily explained to Gwen, who looked confused. Oh, I thought your mom was picking us up. Gwen asked as they all planned to go to Lily's house after school. Lily just shrugged as she walked over to the car and hopped in, followed by her friend filling up the back seat. Your friends are coming over? Peter asks as Lily nods and motions back to her newest friend. That's Gwen. She came over yesterday too, but you weren't home. She introduces. Question mark. Peter looked back at the blonde girl for a moment. What's with my daughter and befriending future spider heroes? First Miles Morales and now Gwen Stacy. It's like she's building her own superhero group. It's nice to meet you, Gwen. While the kids were eating pizza and playing some Lego game on the Xbox in the living room, Peter left them alone and locked himself in his bedroom. He pulled the genie's lamp out of nowhere and placed it on his desk, where he sat down and simply stared at it in awe for a moment. I need to study this and then come up with some airtight wishes. Maybe I should write them down like a contract and have some lawyers look it over for any loopholes. Peter wondered as he got to work. Snapping his fingers, the lamp floated up to eye level as a nexus of golden spell lines surrounded the thing, scanning it meticulously. Now, what kind of enchantments are keeping you locked away? Peter muttered as he started getting some information. First, the lamp has a very intricate and complex prison enchantment, which seemed to be the main purpose of the container. Once he found that out, Peter started looking for how to summon the genie, as the collector tried and failed to do so for a year. Of course, he wouldn't be activating just yet. Almost an hour after Peter started his research, the door flung open and MJ came storming in. Do you know, the wind instantly left her sails as she caught sight of the floating lamp. What is that? A genie's lamp. Peter says plainly. What's with the grand entrance? A genie. She muttered in shock before shaking her head. You know what? I'm going to ignore that for now. Do you know what your daughter was doing downstairs when I got home? No idea, but since she's only my daughter for this scenario, I'd say it wasn't good. Peter says with a small laugh. She was. MJ pauses to peek out of the door before closing it. She and Gwen were taking turns kissing Miles. One would peck him on the lips and the other would go next. I'm going to kill that little sh*t. Peter exclaims and he sprung out of his chair. A/N. I have an 8-year-old niece who told me some kids in her class kissed, so I thought that this would be an interesting development and a good reason for Peter to get P** set off. LOL, it can't always be Fury. Downstairs. Do you think we're in trouble? Gwen asked worriedly. I don't know. I don't think Lily's mom was mad. Miles shrugged unknowingly. The kids did it at school, so I don't see the problem. Lily muttered in confusion. I'm going to kill that little sh*t. Peter's voice carried through the house to the living room. Gwen and Miles both jumped out of their seats in fright. Upstairs. Calm down. MJ yells in a hushed tone as she pushes Peter back into his seat. It's normal for kids to experiment like this and you won't be killing anyone. They probably don't even know what they're doing. Can I at least beat him? Peter asked with a dangerous glint in his eye. No, they're children. MJ swatted him upside the head. I shouldn't have come to you for this. MJ instantly started regretting bringing this issue to Peter. Lily's grandmothers would have been a much better choice. Now, stay here while I talk to the kids. MJ sighs in frustration as she goes for the door, preparing herself for the awkward conversation. As she opened the door, MJ turned back to Peter with a piercing glare. If you leave this room and cause trouble, I won't sleep with you for a year. A/N, 1754 words. Police car light, hand over the gemstone and I won't axe your head off, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 275, C275 wishes. A/N, the times changed for the uploads and I didn't know, so here's an extra chapter. Enjoy. Seeing as he wasn't allowed to kill young Miles Morales for his transgressions, Peter threw himself back into examining the lamp. After a few hours, he came to a full understanding of the enchantments on the lamp and how to summon the genie. I just have to rub the lamp a few times while injecting it with energy. Peter thought as he sat back in his chair. Eldritch energy should work. Other than that, this particular lamp was made to do a few things. Although most of the enchantments are normal genie stuff, like summoning, becoming the master, getting 3 wishes, and all of that good stuff, the lamp also has a few add-ons. Though most of them don't really matter, except for one. The lamp will disappear after the 3rd wish is granted, alongside the genie of course. Meaning, after the wish is granted, the lamp will teleport itself somewhere in the vast universe, ready to be used once again by whoever finds it. Maybe I should waste a wish on keeping it out of other people's hands. Peter wondered. After all, this is a comic book world, where villains lurk in every corner of the universe. Just imagining Thanos, Ego, or even some small-time bad guy finding the lamp and getting 3 wishes sends a shiver down Peter's spine. Looks like I'll only get 2 wishes. Peter muttered as MJ came walking into the room and let out a tired sigh. How did the talk go? He watched in amusement as MJ flopped onto the bed and pushed her face into a pillow. That bad, huh? Peter laughed. You have no idea. MJ says as she pulls her face out of the pillow. I had to explain to them. Flashback. MJ sat on the coffee table in front of the kids, who were attentively listening to her explanation. And that's why kissing like that is only for somebody you love, like your boyfriend or girlfriend. She finished her long-winded talk. Does that mean we're Miles' girlfriends now? Lily asked in confusion. I don't think my dad will like that I have a boyfriend. Gwen mutters in contemplation. George Stacy is a high-level member of the police department, who has made quite a few joking threats over the years about shooting his daughter's future boyfriend. I don't think my dad does either. Lily nods in understanding. Little Miles just sat there quietly with a confused look and a blushing face. No, that's not what I'm saying. Flashback end. By the time I got them to understand that they weren't in Miles' harem, they started asking about sex, which was a whole other can of worms. MJ groaned as she threw the blanket over herself, disappearing from the world. Are you sure that I can't just beat the kid a little bit? Peter asks and receives a pillow to the face for his troubles. After having dinner, where Peter had to deal with May and Grace squealing about Lily's kissing fiasco, the family hung out for a while before Lily's bedtime. As Peter was leaving Lily's room after putting her to bed, he was immediately surrounded by the woman of the house. What's this about Lily being your AI assistant? Grace asks disapprovingly. Well, I made her because I needed an assistant, so I offered her the job. Peter explains with a shrug. But if she doesn't want to, then that's fine too. I can always make another less lifelike AI to do it. Good, because she's too young to be exposed to the type of criminals that you deal with. Grace seemed to be in favor of Peter's backup plan. Are you sure she's old enough to make this kind of decision? May asked worriedly. Lily isn't a normal 10-year-old girl. Peter says matter-of-factly. Actually, she's not even a year old, but that's not the point. Lily is already smart enough to have graduated college with a master's degree 10 times over. Yeah, she's childlike and naive and we'll keep treating her as a child, but that doesn't mean we should hold her back with the rules and expectations of a normal kid. That seemed to shut everyone up, as they didn't have a counter to Peter's little speech. Though, feel free to express your opinions to her. Peter says with a shrug. I have no problem either way. Fine, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Grace mutters as she walks off down the hall followed by May. Both of them didn't seem to agree with Lily making the choice herself, especially Grace, but they couldn't exactly argue with Peter's logic. After all, he is her father. The only possible route of changing his mind would be convincing MJ, though she didn't seem too bothered with Peter's decision. I'm going to sleep. Today has been an exhausting day. MJ says as she walks off. We could pick up where we left off. Bam. No. MJ denies him instantly as she slams the bedroom door behind her, leaving Peter alone in the hallway. Peter sighs as he looks down at his right hand and smiles wryly. At least I still have you. After relieving himself the good old-fashioned way, Peter sat in the living room with a notepad and pen, thinking of good wishes that he could make. The list started with the obvious stuff. At first, Peter was thinking of the normal superpowers. Invisibility. Superhuman strength, though he already had that. Flying. Shape-shifting. Super speed, like the Flash. Super senses. Telepathy. Mind control. Telekinesis. The list went on for a few pages before Peter gave up and crossed each of them out. It's just too generic. Peter thought as he started thinking more abstractly. Concept-type powers centered on an idea that allows essentially any effect related to it. For example, autopotence, omnipotence over oneself, boundary manipulation, and subjective reality. Function-type powers centered on what they do, which usually specialized in relatively specific fields. For example, creation, destruction, and most manipulations. Mechanism-type powers centered on the manipulation of immanent laws of reality. For example, causality manipulation, physics manipulation, and virtual warping. Source-type powers centered on their origin are usually supernatural, allowing a variety of applications. For example, divinity, lordship powers, magic, and supernatural dominion. Unfathomable powers without actual cause or mechanism, which are defined as beyond understanding. For example, author authority, logic manipulation, and systems. Systems like a game status screen, missions, shops, inventory, and everything else definitely piqued Peter's interest. I could literally live my life like a game character and grow infinitely in the process. Peter thought in interest, though the genie may not be powerful enough to do something like that. Actually, almost everything that I just listed is probably outside of any genie's power. Although he didn't believe that the genie would be able to grant him things like author authority, divinity, virtual warping, creation, and autopotence, Peter still left them on this list just in case it was possible. I only get 2 wishes, so I better make sure I'm thorough. Peter thought as he stayed up all night filling the pages of his notebook with all sorts of ideas. I could try tricking the genie into giving me more wishes. After thinking on that idea for a moment, Peter remembered the crazy intricate enchantments on the lamp. Yeah. That probably won't work. He muttered in disappointment. Every possible loophole he could think of seemed to be covered by the lamp's enchantments. A/N, I can't make him too OP after all. By the time the sun rose and brightened the dark living room, Peter was just finished picking his wishes. He made 3 different sets of wishes. The first set consisted of the most overpowered stuff that he could think of, so basically omnipotence-related stuff. Though in case that isn't possible, Peter came up with 2 other sets of slightly lesser wishes. And if those 2 aren't possible, then he'll just have to go back to the drawing board once again. Peter also thought of wishing Thanos dead, though that seemed like a waste of a wish, as he could already be dead for all Peter knew. And even if he isn't, then Peter can still handle him on his own, as he originally planned from the beginning. I need to get a lawyer to write up 3 separate contracts for these wishes. Peter thought as only one name came to mind. Whipping out his phone, Peter called the best and blindest lawyer he knew. "Ah, do you know what time it is?" Daredevil answered the phone with a tired groan. "Yeah, but I need some help with a few contracts." Peter heard another groan from the other end. "Wake up, get some breakfast, and meet me in my office in an hour." "Make it 2. Matt muttered as he ended the call. "So rude." Peter commented as he walked off to the kitchen and started making breakfast for the family. As Peter was cooking a large breakfast for the many women in his life, he heard a knock at the door. Who the hell is at my door? It's not even 6 a.m. yet. Peter thought as he walked over and pulled the door open. "Why are you here?" Standing across from him was the one and only bald spymaster, Nick Fury. "My wife and daughter live here. How else am I supposed to see them?" Fury scoffs as he pushes past Peter and strolls inside. "Sorry, let me rephrase," Peter says as he closes the door and follows after his father-in-law. "Why are you here so early in the morning? Not all of us can make our own hours, like you. This is the time slot that I have open today," Fury says as he walks into the kitchen and found a bunch of freshly cooked breakfast foods. "I didn't know that you could cook." Peter watches as the old spy starts making a plate of food for himself. "Well, no offense, but your daughter is a horrible cook, so I ended up filling that role in the relationship," Peter says with a laugh. "Oh, trust me, I know." Fury winced as he remembered the last time MJ cooked for him. "Well, make yourself at home, I guess," Peter says as Fury sat down at the table with his food. "I'm going to wake up." Peter was just about to say his daughter's name, but then he remembered that Fury has no idea that Lily even exists. Instantly, a smirk appeared on his face as Peter walked out of the kitchen, confusing Fury with his odd behavior. This will be an entertaining morning, Peter thought as he climbed the steps and opened Lily's bedroom door. Lily slept sprawled out on her bed with her mouth wide open and drool leaking out onto her pillow. "Rise and shine, princess," Peter says as he walks over and pulls the curtains open, lighting up the room in an instant. "Ugh." Lily groaned as the sun hit her face, waking her up. 5 more hours. "Isn't the line 5 more minutes?" Peter asks as he takes a seat on her bed. 5 minutes isn't long enough," Lily grumbled as she peeked up at her smiling father. "Can you stop being so happy in the morning? It's a time of dread and slothfulness, not joy and happiness." "Well, my little thesaurus, there's a reason for this smile," Peter says as Lily stares up at him in interest. "Your grandpa is here and he doesn't even know that you exist." "Is it Fury?" Lily asks in excitement. Instantly, her usual morning mood disappeared. She knew all about her grandpa from the data she stole from the tower. "Yeah, and I was thinking we could prank him a little bit. Are you in?" Peter asks as Lily's face blooms into a mischievous smile, matching her father's perfectly. "What's the plan?" A/N, 2006 words. Police car light hand over the gemstone and I'll give you this croissant asterisk insert Jimmy Neutron meme here asterisk police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 276, C276 Grandpa. Spouting whale insert fat gifs here, most likes win spouting whale, A/N. I'm a bit of a fatty myself so I give you guys the pass. Find me the best fat gifts that you can. After explaining the plan to Lily, Peter sent her off to the bathroom to get ready for the day and went to entertain his bald guest. Peter could already hear the rest of the house waking up, so he didn't bother them. After all, the grandmas have work and MJ has school. Technically, I have school too, Peter thought as he contemplated skipping out on school once again. "So, how has the new and improved shield been holding up?" Peter asked as he sat across from Fury with his own plate of food. "Good, we're just barely functional again," Fury answered tiredly. "Have you figured out which of the World Security Council was Hydra?" Peter asked as he hadn't checked up on them. "No, I've been too busy with S.H.I.E.L.D. and chasing after the remnants of Hydra to even think about visiting my old employers," Fury says with a smirk. He seemed to almost enjoy the fact that the group that once bossed him around and made his life difficult was still held in captivity. I'm guessing Steve and Peggy are the ones chasing Hydra stragglers down. Peter receives a nod from his father-in-law. Though they were reluctant to leave Mr. Barnes behind. Fury says. How has Bucky been? Peter asks curiously. The last time I saw him, he was suicidal and begging Tony to kill him. He's still in his cell. The same psychologist that worked on Blonsky sees him twice a week. You'll have to ask Steve or Peggy for more information. I've been too busy to look further into it. Fury explains with shrug. Now are you going to tell me what you've been doing in space? It's a long story. Peter was reluctant to get into it. Simplify it. Fury insists. I turned a group of alien criminals into a functioning crew of heroes for pay and fought Thanos, who might be dead. Peter explained simply, surprising Fury with the second bit of information. Did he have the Tesseract? He asks hopefully. Of course, Thanos wouldn't have the Tesseract as Peter was the one that stole it, but he wouldn't be admitting to anything. Not that I saw, but he's probably still alive, so we'll have another chance to find it soon enough. Peter technically wasn't lying. Just as Fury was about to ask more questions, MJ came strolling into the kitchen in one of Peter's old shirts, like a short dress. Since the majority of the house is women, leaving Peter as the only man around, they tended not to care about exposing themselves a little bit. For instance, MJ is currently wearing nothing but underwear and a shirt. Although this is normal for her in the morning, MJ instantly froze as she caught sight of her father, who was currently looking at her with a disapproving eye. Morning, beautiful. Peter says with a smirk as Fury turns to glare at him. Your dad came to visit. Exclamation point. His words seemed to unfreeze MJ, who rushed out of the kitchen and up the stairs to find some clothes. Fury sighs in frustration as he heard Peter chuckle to himself. Once MJ returned, she brought the grannies with her, who were thankfully fully dressed. She must have warned them. Peter thought as MJ glared at him while chewing on a piece of bacon. Due to the surprise visit, everyone but Peter seemed to forget that Fury didn't know about Lily. Though that worked perfectly for his plans. You're so cute when you're mad. Peter smirks as he enjoys MJ's glare. Shut up. MJ spat as she rolled her eyes. So, how has school been? Fury started asking the normal absent dad questions. And while they were all talking, Peter could hear the pitter-patter of little feet rushing down the stairs. It's showtime. Peter smirked inwardly as he eyed the door. Seconds later, the kitchen door swung open and a 3-year-old version of Lily came rushing in. Mommy. Lily exclaimed as she rushed up to MJ and jumped into her lap. Fury and everyone else were confused and shocked by her appearance. Even MJ had no idea what was happening. Though one thing was for sure. This little girl looked exactly like MJ when she was this age, solidifying the fact that Lily is MJ's daughter in Fury's chaotic mind. Good morning, Daddy. Lily separated from her mother for a moment and smiled at Peter. Morning, Princess. Peter smiled back as he peeked over at Fury, who looked like a deer in headlights. What is? Fury almost lost it at that moment. This mother *** got my daughter pregnant. His hands gripped tightly as he glared at Peter with enough killing intent to shake a weaker man. Thankfully, a child was in the room, so he quickly reined himself in. Who's this? Fury projected a false calmness as he turned to his daughter, who was almost as confused as him. This is. MJ went to explain and froze for a second time that morning. Explaining Lily's origins was easy as a 10-year-old because she couldn't have possibly given birth to her at that age. But as a 3-year-old the line begins to blur, which is why Peter used the reality stone to revert her to this form. This is our daughter, Lily. Peter finishes her sentence, enjoying the moment. Lily, why don't you go and give your grandpa a big hug? Okay. Lily jumps down from her mother's lap and rushes over to stand in front of Fury. She held her arms up, waiting for him to lift her into his lap. Fury matched his daughter and froze in place. Grandpa. Lily mutters as her eyes started to tear up. Do you not like Lily? Peter was filled with pride when he saw how great of an actress his princess was. And no. Fury practically shouted as he scrambled to pick her up. Grandpa would never. How could I not? He sounded so awkward and forced as he tried to pacify the poor girl that Peter and Lily couldn't contain themselves anymore. Ha ha ha. Peter and Lily broke out into a fit of laughter. Everyone looked at them in confusion. Although it took them a moment, the women of the house were the first to understand what was happening. Peter was **king with Fury, again. What the **ck is happening? Fury shouted in exasperation. Language. Grace reprimanded him as she reached over to cover Lily's ears. Dad, you can turn me back now. Lily said as she pecked her grandpa on the cheek and hopped out of his lap. Being small was fun, but I want to go back to normal. Sure. Peter snaps his fingers and the 10-year-old Lily returned in an instant. That's better. Lily nodded as she turned to Fury. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Lily Parker. Fury had no idea what was happening, but he knew one thing for certain. Peter was behind this. After explaining Lily's origins, Fury's confusion was instantly cleared up, though that didn't mean he was happy. You stole my daughter's DNA and made a child with it. Fury glared at Peter, ready to pull his gun at any moment. Would you rather I put a bun in her oven? Peter asks jokingly. I wouldn't mind, but the kids at school might say something. Hearing his words, Fury couldn't take it and pulled his Desert Eagle from the holster. No guns at the table. Grace glared as she swiftly plucked the gun from his hand before turning to Peter. And you, stop antagonizing him. Yes, ma'am. Peter throws his hands in the air as Grace unintentionally waved the gun in his direction. I'll take that. May carefully took the gun from her for safety reasons. Seriously though, yes, I took her DNA without permission and we've already talked about it. Peter says as he looks toward MJ to back him up. Yes, and he won't be taking my DNA again unless I agree, right? She says pointedly and receives a quick nod. And although I didn't know Lily would be entering my life so suddenly, I most certainly don't regret it. MJ reaches over and combed her fingers through Lily's hair with a fond smile on her face. Besides, you're a grandpa now. You should be happy. Peter says as Lily smiles adorably in Fury's direction. I never said I wasn't happy. Fury couldn't help but be swayed by his granddaughter's cuteness. She looks just like MJ. I know it's crazy, isn't it? Grace nodded in agreement. She might as well be a clone. She looks like me too, right? Peter turns to May for some assistance, though she simply looks away. Look, she has my ears. May refused to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. A/N, I like that meme. Whatever, I have to head into the tower for some business. Peter changes the subject with a huff. Lily, why don't you have your grandpa drive you to school today? She goes to school? Fury asks incredulously. Yup, and she kissed a boy yesterday. Grace exclaimed like an excited schoolgirl. Exclamation point. Fury didn't look happy about that either. Mom, why would you tell him that? MJ sighed as she saw her father react the same way as Peter. She wasn't the only one to notice this either. Maybe an anti-Miles alliance can be formed between us. Peter pondered thoughtfully. After all, they can't let that kid get away with it. A/N, 1,600 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone and I'll give you this spaghetti wow, what a great deal starstruck police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 277, C277 Godly Daddy. Hatching chick insert cute gifts here, most likes wins hatching chick. You want me to write up 3 separate contracts for a genie's wishes? Daredevil stared at Peter with a confused and incredulous look on his face. Yes. Peter nodded. Matt stared at him for a moment before speaking again. Did you find a genie or something? Because if not, then this is a giant waste of my time. I cannot confirm or deny anything, but I can say that this isn't a waste of time. Peter explains cryptically. After some more convincing, Peter clarified explicitly how important it was that the contracts were airtight, leaving no loopholes or room for misinterpretation. By the time Peter left him to do his work, Matt was convinced that his boss found a genie's lamp or some sort of monkey's paw that would grant him wishes. What a lucky B***** starred. While waiting for the contracts to be drawn up, Peter portaled back to the Guardians. As soon as he stepped into the ship, he found that his crew was rather somber and quiet, which wasn't like them at all. What the hell's going on? Peter asked in confusion. That city in Xanav we visited was destroyed by the Chitauri. Quill said as he showed a galactic news video of the decimated city ruins. They killed everyone. Drax said with a frown. In his experience, the fact that the rest of the planet was spared was truly a godsend. Drax has chased Ronan and Thanos across the galaxy since his family's deaths, so he's seen far worse than this. So sadly, compared to most of Thanos' victims, Xanav was lucky. They must have been tracking us and attacked the city when we left. Peter muttered as he watched the video, joining the Guardians in their somber mood. While everyone was watching, no one noticed the thoughtful frown on Rocket's face. After all, he purposely ignored a call from the Nova Corps recently. After finishing the video, Peter turned to the crew. Some were less down than others, but nobody liked the fact that this happened, especially since it was done in the name of tracking them down. I'm going to go and say my condolences to Irani and explain some things. Peter says as he opens a portal. Wait, I'll come too. Quill hops up and follows Peter through the portal with a bit of trepidation. After all, he's seen the portals countless times, yet he never used them before. Question mark. Peter wondered why he wanted to follow along but didn't care either way. Xander. Arriving at the front of the Nova Corps headquarters, Quill instantly spoke up. So, when are we getting Gamera back? Quill asks. And now I know why he tagged along. Peter thought in exasperation. I'll go pick her up once we're done here. That seemed to perk up Quill's mood, as he excitedly followed Peter into the downcast atmosphere of the Nova building. Peter could feel the mournful energy of most people inside. After all, they just lost the capital city of their empire's second most populated planet. Not to mention the fact that many of them most likely had some colleagues, friends, or family in the city at the time. I'm here to see Irani Rail. Peter stepped in front of the receptionist, who instantly recognized who he was. I'm so sorry, Irani. Peter says as he was escorted into the Nova Prime's office, followed by Quill. I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. Thank you, Spider-Man. Irani sighs tiredly from her desk, which was filled with all sorts of paper due to the tragedy. We tried to contact you, but... Peter raised an eyebrow at her words. I don't remember any calls, but we did just switch ships. Peter frowns unknowingly. I'm sorry, Irani. If we got your call, maybe Varys would still be standing. It's not your fault. Irani says understandingly, though her face hardens in the next moment. It's Thanos and his army. Speaking of Thanos. Peter quickly explains their run-in with Thanos and his children, as well as the fact that Varys was most likely attacked because of them. Once again, I'm sorry. Irani frowned as she took in everything that Peter just said. It's still not your fault. Maybe. Maybe not. Peter shrugs. Is it true about Thanos? Is he really dead? Irani asks hopefully. After all, one city for the death of a cosmic tyrant like Thanos was a good trade in her book. He was severely poisoned when he fled, though I would bet on his survival. Men like Thanos aren't so easily killed. Peter's words caused the Nova Prime to sigh sadly. You're right, we shouldn't get our hopes up. Irani nods in agreement. But you did kill his children. Yes, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight are dead. Peter answers. Can I have the bodies? Irani asks hopefully. Why? Quill asks as he didn't know why anyone would want that to begin with. We believe that the leaders in the destruction of Varys were these two people. Irani says as the video call before the invasion of Xanav appeared, showing Corvus and Proxima. And parading the bodies of the perpetrators around will help calm the scared masses. Peter understood her thought process. Not exactly a parade, but yes. We need to show our citizens that we can protect them and our enemies, that such attacks won't go unpunished. Irani clarifies. All right, you can have the bodies. Peter says as he opens a portal and deposits the corpses of Thanos' children by the door. Thank you. Irani says as she hits a button and some subordinates come to take the bodies away. It's the least that I could do. Peter didn't mind. After all, he already took their possessions and didn't have any other use for the bodies. Just as Peter and Quill were about to be on their way, Irani seemed to remember something. Starlight. Irani looks to Quill. It's Starboy. Peter corrects her with a smirk. No, it's not. Quill sighed in annoyance. It's Star-Lord. Mr. Quill. She opted to just use his real name. I thought that I should inform you. What? Am I dying or something? Quill asked as the mood in the room became serious out of nowhere. Do you know who your father is? Irani asks nervously. No, my mother called him an angel, but I think she was just covering up a one-night stand or something. She was very religious. Quill recalled the happy memories of his dying mother. Well, she may not have been wrong. Irani says as she shows them Quill's DNA, which was all sorts of weird. What is this? Quill asks in confusion. When we arrested you, we noticed an anomaly in your nervous system, so we had it checked out. Irani explains as she separates the image of his DNA. This is your mother's DNA and this is your father's. Compared to his mother's, which was the normal two linked strands that wind around each other to resemble a twisted ladder, his father was extremely odd and constantly changing shape, never remaining the same for long. I'm not a Terran. Quill asks in shock. You are half Terran. Your mother was of Earth. Your father, well, he's something very ancient that we've never seen here before. Irani says with a bit of trepidation. Peter watched as Quill finally learned a bit about his celestial origins. Now I have to deal with Ego's seed on Earth. Peter thought as he remembered the plot from the movie. Maybe I can get the Ancient One to deal with it. After all, Peter already had the genetic material from Nowhere's Celestial, so he didn't exactly need any more. Meh, I'll check it out anyway. Peter thought as he said goodbye to Irani and portaled back to the ship with his stunned second-in-command in tow. As they left, Irani started spreading the word of Thanos' defeat and the death of his children. She even shared images of their dead bodies on the news. Of course, Irani was truthful with who was behind it and even provided pictures of the heroes for the news. Although the goal was to stabilize the situation and show the power of the Nova Empire, she knew that it wasn't a good idea to take full credit. After all, she and the administration of the Empire were still too scared to offend Thanos too much. In a matter of hours, the galaxy's many news corporations coined the name Guardians of the Galaxy. Instantly, not only was Spider-Man a galactic celebrity, but even his new crew of former criminals were all famous as well. Spider-Man, Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket, Groot, and Drax the Destroyer were quickly becoming legends among the citizens of the Nova Empire and beyond. And of course, the Nova Empire made sure to explain the Guardians' close relationship to the Nova Corps. Sadly, Yondu was a new addition, so his name wasn't among them just yet. After dropping off Quill, who was still stunned into silence by the news of his father, Peter returned to the tower and picked up his 3 genie contracts from Matt. Though before he could summon the genie, which he was extremely excited to do, Peter went looking for Gamora, hoping that her return would help his first mate. Knock knock. Hey, where's Gamora? Peter asked as Nebula opened her apartment door. I don't know. Nebula shrugged uncaringly. Okay, I may have made a mistake. Peter thought as he rushed around the tower searching for his missing crewmate. Just as Peter was about to search Tony's penthouse, Jarvis' voice filled the room. Sir, Miss Gamora left the planet with Mr. Stark 20 hours ago. That mother asterisk cur. A/N, 1634 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone or I'll set lion Simba lion out on you, police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 278, C278 Trash or Treasure. Collision insert explosive gifts here, most likes wins collision. After questioning Jarvis, who thankfully wasn't barred from telling him anything, Peter found out exactly what was happening. Tony was annoyed and jealous that Peter didn't bring him along for a space adventure, so he pretty much kidnapped Gamora in order to navigate for him. Forget it. Peter shook his head as he opened a portal to the mirror dimension with his genie contracts in hand. I'll check on Tony later. Thankfully, Peter placed a tracking spell on each of their ships, so he can go and take back Gamora at any moment. It's finally time. Peter thought as he pulled out the lamp. I'm sure Tony and Gamora will be fine until I'm done. What's happening? Tony yelled as he awoke to what appeared to be a crazy amount of turbulence. The Kree ship he commandeered was shaking and creaking like crazy, sending him and Pepper tumbling from the bed and onto the cold metal floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling reinforced glass window, he could see an odd-looking planet below, which seemed to be filled with trash, like some sort of junkyard. Though that wasn't what worried him. He could also see a good portion of the ship from this angle, and it wasn't looking good. The engines were smoking and a good portion of the hull seemed to be missing, and when he looked behind them, Tony spotted the culprit instantly. A giant wormhole hovered behind the ship and it was still spitting out some of the debris, solidifying Tony's fears. We flew through a wormhole. He thought in a mix of excitement and horror. Though that wasn't all. This trash planet seemed to be surrounded by countless other wormholes, and each of them was dumping junk out as well. Can we even leave this place? Tony was worried beyond belief. After all, one wrong move and they could get sucked into the orbit of a wormhole, not that they could try with how damaged the ship is right now. Tony. Pepper called out in fear as she stood on shaky legs. Pushing his worries aside for now, Tony acted quickly and activated his armor, which covered his body in an instant. In a matter of seconds, Tony's chest lit up and a thick beam of white energy shot out, impacting the glass window. Sadly or luckily, depending on the situation, the glass didn't shatter as Tony hoped, so he had to melt it and slowly create an opening. As the hole was made, strong winds rushed into the room, nearly blowing Pepper off of her feet. Go. I'll meet you at the wreckage. Tony yells over the raging wind as he used his suit to remotely access Pepper's arc reactor. Before she even knew what was happening, Pepper was covered in her blue Iron Man suit and expertly launched out of the window. He watched as she landed safely before rushing out of the door, flying through the ship's spacious hallways. Rhodey, where are you? Tony called out over the communications built into each of their suits. Looking for you. Are you out of the ship? His friend's voice appeared in his ear. No, I'm looking for Gamora. Tony. Are you okay? Pepper's worried voice filled their ears. Yes, follow the ship. I'll see you soon. Tony tried to calm her down. I found Gamora. Rhodes exclaimed over the comms. She's a little banged up, but she'll be fine. Good, let's get out of here before this thing crashes. Tony says as he rushes toward the engine room of the ship. Since every one of the Avengers' ships is powered by one of his arc reactors, Tony had to be careful with each of them. After all, the arc reactor is a powerful weapon. In the wrong hands it could be used for some very nefarious deeds. Tony. Where are you? Pepper calls out worriedly. Rhodes and Gamera are already out. Just had to make a quick stop. I'm coming now. Tony answered calmly. Quickly ripping the small reactor from its connectors, Tony broke out of the ship, where he found Pepper, Rhodes, and Gamera waiting for him on a hill of junk. Thankfully, everyone was safe and in one piece. The only one that took some damage was Gamera, who only had a few bumps and bruises from the crazy turbulence. Moments after Tony made his exit, the large Kree ship crashed down into a mountain of trash, sending junk flying everywhere. Thankfully, the ship didn't explode, as the trash piles absorbed a lot of the impact, but it was definitely damaged beyond repair. This is. Gamera looked up at the sky, which was filled with all sorts of wormholes. Sakaar. You know this hellhole? Tony asked incredulously as he landed beside them and retracted his suit. Yes, Sakaar is an anomaly. As you can see, it's surrounded by numerous wormholes that deposit space waste on the planet below. It's said that Sakaarans and many other species are stranded here due to the wormholes. Though nobody is dumb enough to even come near here, so it's all just rumors. How did we get here? As Gamera explained the small amount of knowledge that she had about Sakaar, everyone took in the sight of the hills of junk, which were only growing larger thanks to the wormholes. This place is like a giant junkyard. Rhodes muttered. I refuse to believe anyone actually lives here. It's disgusting. Pepper winced as she covered her nose. Really? I think it's amazing. Tony smirks as he eyes the piles of trash for anything interesting. How could you possibly think that? Gamera asks in annoyance. I should have just waited for Spider-Man to pick me up. One planet's trash is another planet's treasure. Tony says as he bends down and picks up an advanced alien circuit board. In your point of view, this place is filled with garbage, but to any government or company on Earth, this place is a gold mine. They all watched on as Tony started running around collecting trash with a smile on his face. Oh, what's this? Is that a broken nuclear rubidium collector? How can someone throw this away? Oh my god. It's a cerium auto-sequencer's kit. I can use this quantum drive plate bonder to make an argon microfilament detonator. After a few minutes of scavenging, Tony started talking tech gibberish, which no one understood. Not even Gamera. Suddenly, as Tony was having a field day collecting his trash, a small dingy transport ship flew overhead before landing in front of the newly stranded group. People actually live here. Rhodes muttered in shock. As the doors of the ship opened, a large group of masked and hooded figures came walking out with weapons in hand. Tony. Pepper called out to her boyfriend, who wasn't paying attention. What? Tony turned around with junk-filled arms. Are you fighters? Or are you food? One of the masked aliens asks as he rested his rifle on his shoulder. We're just passing through. Rhodes says as he prepares to activate his armor at any moment. They look weak. You guys can handle this. Tony looked the horde of ragged aliens over before turning back to collect his space junk. Oh, is that cesium compactor wire? It is food. The leading man yelled as the horde rushed forward. On your knees, food! Exclamation point. Rhodes acted much quicker than Pepper, who stood frozen beside him, as his bulky armor formed over his body in an instant. The last to form was the giant gun on his shoulder, which immediately opened fire on the oncoming horde of enemies. Do-do-do-do-do. Aha. Ugh. Arg. Within seconds, the large wave of enemies was decimated by a never-ending stream of lead. For aliens, these guys were pretty weak. Rhodes mutters in disappointment. I told you so. Tony said as he dragged a pile of trash over to the transport ship. After throwing all of the junk inside, Tony turned back and waved everyone over. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Mirror dimension, Earth. With the lamp in hand, Peter laced his free hand with some eldritch energy before finally giving it a rub. Instantly, the lamp began to rapidly devour his eldritch energy. After a few seconds, Peter felt the lamp vibrate in his hand as it started to glow in a red light. This seems familiar. He thought. Suddenly, a loud screaming could be heard as a blue and red-hued shimmering smoke shot out of the lamp, filling the open space before morphing into a familiar blue character. Insert picture of Genie from Aladdin here. Ah. 10,000 years will give you such a crick on the neck. Genie held his neck in pain. Hang on a second. Genie motions for Peter to wait as he lifts his head off of his body and spins it around 360 degrees before putting it back on his shoulders. Wow, it feels good to be out of there. Genie says as a microphone appears in his hand. Nice to be back, ladies and gentlemen. Out of nowhere, clapping and cheering could be heard from all around, as if they were being watched by an audience. Genie looks down at Peter with his mic in hand. Hi, where are you from? What's your name? He asks as he held the mic up to Peter like a cringe late-night talk show host. Did you read my mind and copy the genie from Aladdin? A/N, 1592 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand in your gemstone and I'll do absolutely nothing, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 279, C279 friend like me. Question mark, insert random gifs here, most likes wins question mark. Did you read my mind and copy the genie from Aladdin? Peter asked as he caught a glimpse of a smirk on the genie's lips. Though it disappeared a moment later. As the Ancient One said, genies have the ability to read their master's mind, and although Peter's mental protections are perfect, it seems like it's still not strong enough for an entity like this. Peter. Hello, Peter. Nice to have you on the show. Can we call you Pete? Genie uses his name without being told, solidifying Peter's assumption even further. No. Peter refused to be called Pete. Do you smoke? Genie asks as the mic turned into a cigar, which he stuck in his mouth. Mind if I do? Sure, go ahead. He shrugged. At the very least, the genie was amusing and he sounded just like Robin Williams, which was a plus in his book. A/N, rest in peace Robin Williams Redheart. You're a lot smaller than my last master. Genie took a moment to size Peter up. Either that or I'm getting bigger. Check me out from the side. Do I look fat to you? Genie turned and stuck his stomach out before sucking it back in and flexing like a muscle-bound bodybuilder. Nope, looking good. Peter decided to just play along. Thanks, kid. So, what would you wish of me? The ever-impressive, the long-contained, often imitated but never duplicated. Genie of the lamp. With every word, Genie acted out different scenarios and characters. Right here direct from the lamp. All for your wish fulfillment. Wish fulfillment, huh? Peter smirked. 3 wishes to be exact. And no wishing for more wishes or other thought-up loopholes. That's it. 3. Uno, dos, tres. No substitutions, exchanges, or refunds. Genie explained theatrically. Sounds almost too good to be true. Peter continued to play along while wondering if he would actually start singing like the genie in Aladdin. Aladdin is my favorite Disney movie. The genie seemed to hear Peter's thoughts as that smirk returned once again. Master, I don't think you quite realize what you've got here. So why don't you just ruminate whilst I illuminate the possibilities? Genie said as familiar music started to fill the surrounding area. Musical notes Aladdin, friend like me musical notes. A/N, I heavily recommend listening to the song while reading, though if you don't like this kind of stuff, then just skip the song portion. P.S. Make sure it's the original with Robin Williams. When Ali Baba had them 40 thieves, Scheherazade had 1,000 tales. But master, you in luck, cause up your sleeves, you got a brand of magic never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your camp, you got some punch, pizzazz, yahoo and how, see all you gotta do is rub that lamp, and I'll say. Mr. Peter, sir. What will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, jot it down, you ain't never had a friend like me. Ha ha ha. Life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'. Come on, whisper what it is you want, you ain't never had a friend like me. Yes, sir, we pride ourselves on service, you're the boss, the king, the shah. Say what you wish, it's yours. True dish, how about a little more baklava? Have some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you, dude, you ain't never had a friend like me. Wahaha, oh, my. Wahaha, no, no. Wahaha, my. Can your friends do this? Do your friends do that? Can your friends pull this, out their little hat? Can your friends go, poof? Well, looky here, haha, can your friends go, abracadabra, let her rip? And then make the sucker disappear? So don't you sit there slack-jawed, buggy-eyed. I'm here to answer all your midday prayers, you got me bona fide, certified, you got a genie for your chair d'affaires. I got a powerful urge to help you out, so what you wish? I really wanna know. You got a list that's 3 miles long, no doubt, well, all you gotta do is rub like so, and oh. Mr. Peter, sir. Have a wish or 2 or 3. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend like me. Ahaha. Wahaha. You ain't never had a friend like me. Song end. As the song came to an end and Peter emerged from the whole crazy magical experience, which could almost rival the time his consciousness was thrown across the many dimensions, Genie sat there in front of him with a smirk on his face and a floating neon sign that read applause. Peter couldn't help it and started clapping. After all, he just had the chance to live out a childhood dream, so the least he could do is show some appreciation for the genie's effort. That was great. Peter says wholeheartedly. Though you can go back to normal now. You made your point. I don't think I will. Genie said as a huge mirror appeared in front of him. I quite like this genie, so I think I'll keep the image. Okay. Peter nodded dumbly. So, what'll it be, Master? Genie asked expectantly as the mirror disappeared. He seemed to be keeping with the Aladdin genie persona, which Peter didn't mind. Although he found it a bit weird, genies were already a complicated race to become with, and it's very likely that they've become a bit insane due to the many millennia spent trapped in containers. It's possible that this genie found Peter's idea of a perfect genie and latched onto it somehow. Or he's just evil and wants to put on a good front. Peter thought as the genie turned away, pretending not to listen to his master's innermost thoughts. Any more restrictions that I should know about? Peter asks. Well, there are a few limitations, a couple of quid pro quos. Genie says. Like. Rule number 1. I can't kill anybody. So don't ask. Rule number 2. I can't make anybody fall in love with anybody else. Rule number 3. I can't bring people back from the dead. It's not a pretty picture and I don't like doing it. Other than that, you got it. Genie explains in his usual exaggerated self. There are a few other unsaid additions, but you'll find them if you're greedy enough. You're an all-powerful genie and you can't even bring people back from the dead. Peter asked, though he didn't plan on doing Southwest in the first place. Excuse me? Are you looking at me? Did you rub my lamp? Did you wake me up? Did you bring me here? These are my rules. Take M or leave M. Genie says in annoyance. All right, here. Peter shrugs as he hands over his first and most powerful contract. Let's see here. Genie mutters as he takes the contract and morphs into a lawyer's appearance with a pair of big square glasses. Details of the exchange. Addenda. Confidentiality clause. Termination clause. Consequences of breach of the agreement, and finally the date and signatures. Wow. I like to be thorough. Peter nods. Yeah, well, not going to happen. Genie shook his head as he ripped the contract into confetti and tossed it at Peter. Why? Peter asked as he swatted the paper away. First, I'm not some godlike being. I can't just snap my fingers and make you into a god. Genie waves his hands around. I mean, really. Omnipotence and omniscience. How can I possibly give you something that I can't obtain myself? Come on, kid. I'm a genie, not a miracle worker. With omniscience Peter would know everything. Quite literally. What could be, has been, and will be, Peter would know it all. As for omnipotence, he would have unlimited power with the ability to do anything that he could imagine. He would be an all-powerful god. I thought that might happen. Peter shrugs uncaringly as he pulls out his second contract. Another one. Genie reached out and grabbed the papers. What the hell is a system? Status, shop, inventory, missions, sign in, gotcha. What's a gotcha? It's like gambling for losers. Peter explains briefly. I see, and your second wish is? Gamer's body. Genie mutters in boredom as he holds the contract up and snaps his fingers, lighting it ablaze and turning it into ash. Not happening. Why? Peter actually cared a bit this time around. I'm not asking for anything godly. Just the system alone is like 6 different wishes, and that's not counting every time you would use the shop. Genie explains with a wave of his hand. Get real, Pete. With the system, Peter would be able to live his life as if it were a game and increase his power with ease. And the gamer's body would assist in making him into a real game character, unlocking his potential into infinity. Of course, it came with a few extra perks, like receiving no physical damage from attacks. Only pain for a few seconds and a loss of HP. And after sleeping in a bed, it restores HP, MP, and cures all status effects. He would have truly lived as a game character. Please don't call me that. Peter sighs as he begrudgingly takes out his last contract. He couldn't help but hope it would work as he handed it over to the genie. After all, it's his last one. Let's see here. Genie pushed up his glasses and began to read for a third time. Infinite potential and perfect evolution. These might just work. Infinite potential is as simple as it sounds. Peter's body, mind, and soul would have unending infinite potential to grow. Perfect evolution is just as simple as well. Peter would be adaptable to everything, developing into the strongest being that he could be. And with his infinite potential, there would be no limit to how far he could evolve. With these powers together, Peter could simply inject himself with the celestial DNA that he recently took possession of and evolve, integrating the pros of the celestial race into himself while shooing off the cons. His path to godhood would be much slower, but still possible. If Peter could use his third wish, he would ask for instant mastery or something like that, which would hasten his rise to power by a lot. After all, he would still have to train his evolutionary powers just like any other person. Even Quill, who is a celestial, has lived his entire life as a normal human. Power doesn't just build up on its own. It needs to be practiced diligently over time. Really? Peter asked hopefully. Yeah, but remember when I said there'd be some unsaid additions to the restrictions? Jeannie said hesitantly. Yeah, why? Peter raised a brow in question. Well. A/N, 1,860 words, smiley face. Did you like the musical addition? I doubt it'll ever happen again in this story, but I thought it was fun. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone or I'll send out the clown face clowns clown face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 280, C280 Sokka Aaron welcome / trials. Man getting haircut insert bad haircut gifs here, most likes wins man getting haircut. Sakar. What the hell is that? Pepper muttered as she peered out of the transport shuttle's window. After flying in nothing but a giant never-ending junkyard for a while, the group found a big city, which seemed to be made out of the scraps that fell from the many wormholes. Though 2 buildings stood out among the rest. A grand multicolored tower as well as a huge arena. On the outside of the oddly shaped tower were sculptures of faces, which were big enough to spot from far outside the city. Insert picture of the Grandmaster's palace here. As for the arena, although it was huge, that was about it. It didn't have any crazy art or colors like the tower, but it was certainly impressive. Insert picture of the grand arena here. Okay, I was willing to believe that people live here, but this is just crazy. Rhodes muttered as he joined Pepper and Tony at the window. It's not actually that surprising. Tony says as he points to the pile of junk that he collected. This place is like a gold mine for alien tech and metals. As long as the people are smart enough to fix this stuff up, then a city like this is very possible. In fact, it's a bit pitiful in my opinion. Pepper, Gamera, and Rhodes raise a brow in question as Tony points to the rusted scrap metal buildings, which made up most of the rather large city. With all these resources, why didn't they just build factories to process the scraps and make some fresh metal to build with? The only 2 places that look to be built properly are that weird tower and the big Colosseum over there. Tony points them both out. Maybe the leadership isn't the best. Pepper assumed. Even on Earth situations like this pop up in a few countries, where the leaders are either incompetent or corrupt, forcing the civilians to live a much harder life than they could be enjoying. We can always have a look. Tony changed course to the colorful tower with a bit of gleam in his eye. Although Tony isn't overly greedy, it was like this entire world was seductively calling his name. He wants to reap the endless technology from it. And if the current leader is lacking in his duties, or even better, a tyrant that misuses the power he holds, then maybe Tony should step in. For the good of the people, of course. He. Tony laughed quietly to himself as he stared at the never-ending hills of junk in the distance. Is he all right? Rhodes asks worriedly. Yeah, I think so. Pepper shrugs unknowingly. Although he wanted the junk, Tony didn't exactly enjoy the responsibility of leadership, so he would have to think carefully about how to handle this. As the ship landed not too far from the tower, Tony, Rhodes, and Pepper disembarked and looked for an entrance. Of course, Tony made sure to lock up the shuttle, as he didn't want his precious junk to be stolen. Hey! Are you new? Just as they found the entrance, some guards stopped them from getting inside. Each of them was dressed in matching black and brown heavy leather-looking armor, covering their entire bodies from head to toe. Insert picture of Sokka Aaron guards here. And unlike the shabby scavengers that they met earlier, the guards were equipped with pristine weapons, which seemed to have been restored back to perfect working condition. Yeah. Pepper answered unsurely. Trash isn't the only thing that falls from the wormholes. People do as well. In fact, Sakar is said to not have a native species. Even the Solarians fell through the wormholes, though they were some of the first to arrive. Good, newbies have to use the other entrance. Follow me. A guard breaks off from the others and leads Tony's group to what appeared to be an amusement park ride on the side of the tower. Sat before them was an advanced roller coaster-style train cart that connected to a rail, which led into the pitch-black side entrance. Sit. The guard points to the seats. Gamera, Pepper, and Rhodes didn't move an inch as they suspiciously eyed the train cart. Maybe we should dash, Pepper tried to voice her suspicion, but stopped as she watched her boyfriend rush into the cart with an excited smile on his face. Come on, what are you waiting for? Tony turns to the group. This looks fun. Obviously, Tony had some suspicions as well, but with his suit always ready to deploy, not much could scare him these days. Tony Stark will be damned if he's afraid of a roller coaster ride. They all looked at one another for a moment before reluctantly following in Tony's footsteps. Taking out a small piece of paper, the guard starts reading in a bored tone. Please stay seated and keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. The Grandmaster is not responsible for any maiming, dismemberment, or decapitation that may or may not occur during your welcome experience. Please note that any defacing or destruction of the ride itself, including but not limited to littering, explosions, projectiles, and the excretion of bodily fluids will result in your swift and imminent death. Please enjoy your stay in Sakar. What? Wait! Pepper exclaimed as the ride activated, driving them into the pitch-black entrance. Before Pepper could continue speaking, suddenly, the walls lit up showing a perfect image of the universe, as if they were flying through space on a roller coaster. It looked so real that it shocked each of them into silence. While the trio was enjoying the view, a soothing female voice appeared. Fear not, for you are found. You are home, and there is no going back. Northwest One leaves this place. As the voice spoke, music reminiscent of the movie Charlie and Chocolate Factory started playing in the background. Instantly, metal bindings shot out of the cart and wrapped around each of their wrists and ankles, trapping them in place. Tony. Pepper called out as she and Rhodes struggled against the metal straps. Relax. Tony said calmly as a small collection of formless metal dripped out of his arc reactor and fell toward the cart. Only moments after fusing into the train cart, the bindings retracted and the metal returned to the arc reactor, as if it were alive. See, no big deal. Tony says confidently. But what is this place? The answer is Sakar. The tunnel walls change quickly, showing images of Sakar's place in the infinite cosmos. Surrounded by cosmic gateways, Sakar lives on the edge of the known and unknown. Images of the wormholes that cover Sakar's atmosphere appear in perfect clarity, exciting Tony even more than he already was. This place is like a dream come true for him. It is the collection point for all lost and unloved things. Like you. But here on Sakar, you are significant. You are valuable. Here, you are loved. What the hell is this brainwashing propaganda bullsh*? T. Rhodes blurted out incredulously. And no one loves you more than the Grandmaster. The tunnel's images change again, revealing the Grandmaster, in silhouette, arriving on Sakar all alone. He is the original. The first lost, and the first found. The creator of Sakar and the father of the contest of champions. Suddenly, videos of the Grand Arena were shown, depicting awe-inspiring battles to the death between all sorts of alien races. The crowd roared and cheered, filling the tunnel with the excitement of battle. Where once you were nothing, now you are something. You are the property of the Grandmaster. The soothing voice sounded like a fanatic at that moment. What the actual F***ck is this crazy sh**t? Pepper, who rarely ever cursed, let out her innermost thoughts. This place is crazy. Rhodes muttered as he readied himself for a fight. I knew it. Tony thought as he found his reason to act. Congratulations. You will meet the Grandmaster in 5 seconds. The images around the tunnel begin speeding up. Chaos, violence, and confusion mixed in with the Grandmaster's face filled the surroundings. Pepper, who was already beyond bewildered, looked on the verge of panic at this point. After all, she isn't used to high-stress situations like this. Her life is rather mundane for a CEO of a trillion-dollar company. She didn't have the Avengers experience of Tony or the military experience of Rhodes to help her through this. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. You are now meeting the Grandmaster. Mirror dimension. Remember when I said there'd be some unsaid additions to the restrictions? Jeannie said hesitantly. Yeah, why? Peter raised a brow in question. Well, for those that ask for something especially greedy, like yourself, a trial will appear for each wish. Jeannie explained as he morphed into a professor and a chart appeared behind him. See this? Anyone that asks for a wish that could lead to power higher than the Jinn granting it would need to be tested. Why? Who made that decision? Peter asks in annoyance. He just wanted his wishes already. It ain't me, kid. Jeannie holds up his hands to show his innocence. You can thank the PR**CKs that enslaved me and my people for this one. Jeannie broke character for just a moment, showing his true feelings about his predicament before reverting back to his chosen persona. Right, so how does this work exactly? A/N, 1651 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone or I'll fry up this front-facing baby chick front-facing baby chick and eat it face savoring food police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 281, C281 First Trial, Bone Saw is ready. Question mark insert weird gifs here, most likes wins question mark. Right, so what do I have to do? Peter asks, resigned to go through the trials. I don't know. Jeannie shrugs cluelessly. What do you mean, I don't know? Aren't you supposed to be the all-powerful genie of the lamp? Peter asks in a half-teasing and half-annoyed tone. Slave. Genie points to himself. Right, so can you tell me anything about the trials? Even the slightest bit of information can help. Peter asks hopefully. Look, kid. All I know is that every trial is different. They're never the same and seem to always conform to the master, so it could literally be anything. You could be sent to hell and told to survive for an hour, or you could be sent to a maze and told to find your way out. The possibilities are endless. Genie explains dramatically as always. Okay. Peter muttered in contemplation. While Peter was thinking to himself, Genie conjured a pen and prepared to sign the contract but stopped midway. Are you sure that you don't want the third wish? Genie asks. If Peter doesn't use the third wish, then the lamp can never leave his possessions, keeping it out of the wrong hands and giving him ample time to study the magic that makes it work. Of course, Genie knew this already, as he can read Peter's mind, but he just wanted to be sure. No thanks. Peter says as he breaks away from his thoughts. Whatever you say. Genie signed the contract and tossed it back over to Peter. Catching the contract, Peter opened a portal and stepped through for a moment, though he didn't go far. Whipping out his phone, Peter texted his friends and family and informed them that he may be gone for a bit, as he didn't know how long these trials would last. For all he knew, the trials could happen in an instant or take multiple months. Though he hoped that it would be finished sooner rather than later. Once he was finished, Peter returned to the mirror dimension, read the contract over one last time, and signed it as well. Though as he did so, he made sure to fill his mind with one sentence that repeated over and over again. Follow the contract dutifully. 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 Peter's entire mind was filled with this and only this. Of course, he did this to combat the possibility of the genie changing his wish based on the thoughts in his mind. Though this is just an extra bit of security, as the contract has a special clause for unintended wishes. Peter was just being extra careful. Easily hearing Peter's thoughts, Genie smirked for a moment before snatching the contract. It was time to get down to business. Snapping his fingers, the contract began to glow in a red hue, filling the mirror dimension with a light so bright that Peter was forced to shield his eyes. Good luck, kid. Peter awoke to the roaring of a crowd blaring in his ears. Bone saw. 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 Groggily opening his eyes, Peter found himself seated among the screaming crowd with a bottle of beer in hand. He felt a bit tipsy, which was odd as it would take a lot of alcohol to get him to this point. Peter looked up and realized that he was in some sort of arena that was hosting a wrestling match. 1, 2, 3. That's it. He saw the referee count as a muscle-covered leotard-wearing wrestler with long black hair pinned his overweight opponent, winning the fight. Bone saw. That sounds familiar. Peter thought as the bell rang, signifying the end of the match. As the chubby wrestler who lost was carted out of the ring, the winner stood up and enjoyed the cheering of his many fans. Bone saw. 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 Soon enough, a flashily dressed man with sunglasses and a microphone entered the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Bone Saw McGraw. For $3,000, is there no one here man enough to stay in the ring for 3 minutes with this titan of testosterone? Who? I know who. The Flying Dutchman. Boo. The crowd didn't seem very convinced. As the Flying Dutchman came strutting out and entered the ring, Peter tried to understand what was happening. He felt that this situation was very familiar, though he could quite put his finger on it. Maybe the slight buzz he was feeling from the beer was messing with his mind. Winner. The referee called out as Bone Saw threw his weak opponent out of the ring. Next victim. Bone Saw roared toward the announcer. Are you ready for more? The flashy announcer asked as Bone Saw pulled the mic toward himself. Bone Saw is ready. He said his trademark catchphrase. Pulling the microphone back, the announcer waited for the crowd to calm down before speaking again. Will the next victim please enter the arena at this time? The announcer seemed to wait for some information before continuing the show. If he can withstand just 3 minutes in the cage with Bone Saw McGraw, the sum of $3,000 will be paid to the terrifying, the deadly, the amazing Spider-Man. What? Peter blurted out in shock. Just like all of the other contestants, this one walked down the runway to the ring, though his appearance was rather shabby. He wore the worst-looking Spider-Man costume that Peter has ever seen. The colors were right, but the clothes were all normal and rather cheap, to be honest. Sweatpants, sweatshirt, Nike high tops, and a balaclava. Insert picture of the first Tobey Maguire Spider costume here. He looked truly pitiful. Is that who I think it is? Peter thought as he watched the new contender timidly enter the ring. Kill. 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 Everyone called for blood. The crowd roared as a huge cage descended to cover the ring, trapping both competitors inside. Cage. 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 The crowd was loving it. Will the guards please lock the cage doors at this time? The announcer called and the match was ready to begin. Hey, listen. This is some kind of mistake. I didn't sign up for a cage match. Unlock that thing. Peter heard the voice of the badly dressed Spider-Man and immediately knew who it was. That's Spider-Man. He thought dumbly. A/N, people die if they are killed, Shiro Amiya. Of course, he means Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man from the original trilogy. Hey, freak show. You're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Bonesaw exclaimed and the bell rang, starting the match. Did the trial send me to another universe, or is this an illusion? Peter wondered as he tried to use his powers. What the? Instantly, he realized that his powers weren't responding at all. Both his spider/super soldier powers and his mystic arts seemed unreachable. Not even the reality stone was responding, though that would prove this to be an alternate universe. After all, the Infinity Stones for one universe would be nothing more than a beautiful rock in another. Suddenly, as Peter was panicking due to his lack of abilities, something shocking happened. A floating text box appeared in his vision as if he were playing some sort of video game. First trial, save Uncle Ben. Details, an alternate version of yourself is about to lose his uncle/father figure to an armed carjacking. Your alternate self could have stopped this from happening, but instead chose to allow the men who would later kill his uncle to escape due to feelings of vengeance. Objective, save Ben Parker from his sad fate while still showing your alternate self the error of his ways. Reward, infinite potential. Limitations, all powers are confiscated until the end of this trial, slight inebriation. It's been a while since I've felt this weak. Peter sat there with an idiotic look on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the new champion, Spider-Man. The announcer exclaimed as Bonesaw lay passed out in the middle of the ring. Spider-Man. 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 The roar of the crowd knocked Peter from his shock as he watched his alternate self hold his arms up in celebration. Before he knew it, the match came to an end. I don't have much time. Peter thought as he sprung out of his seat. I need to find that thief. A/N, 1,500 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone or get crab pinched crab police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 282, C282 channeling the Joker. Loudly crying face insert sad gifs here, most likes wins loudly crying face. A/N, longest chapter yet. I think. Getting his bearings, Peter walked along the crowd and followed his alternative self. I need to find where the boss's office is. Peter thought as he tried to keep Toby, other Peter, in sight. The man who kills Uncle Ben will rob the boss of this WWE knockoff show, so he needs to find that office as quickly as possible. How the hell am I supposed to save Uncle Ben and teach Toby a lesson at the same time? Peter wondered as he used the skills he learned from Natasha to maneuver around the building. Although he didn't have any of his powers anymore, Peter took good care of himself and went through training under the Black Widow herself, so this shouldn't be so bad. If the task was to beat some supervillain with the same limitations, then I would have a much harder time. Peter thought as he snuck past security whilst keeping Toby in view. Luckily, this place wasn't some government facility, or else Peter would be having a much harder time dodging security. Peter remembered Natasha's words as he casually walked past some security guards. Most people won't question you as long as you walk with purpose. It's the idiots that creep around that get caught. Move as if you belong and the likelihood of being stopped is extremely low. I'm really thankful for basic training right now. Peter thought as he followed Toby to an elevator. This has to be the elevator to the office. Peter watched as Toby entered the elevator and headed downwards, not bothering to follow. Though he did pay attention to which floor the elevator stopped. Thankfully he's new to his powers, or else I'd be caught by now. Peter thought as a man walked past him and hit the button on the same elevator, waiting for it to return. Watching the man closely, Peter could see the outline of a gun in his waistband. That's the guy who kills Uncle Ben. Peter watched as he waited for the elevator, pondering how he should handle the situation. What makes his job hard is the fact that he has to save Uncle Ben while still teaching his alternate self the same lesson. I can only think of one way, but I need to remember where Uncle Ben will be. Peter thought as he tried to remember the movie. Time seemed to slow as Peter thought carefully. Toby wanted to go to the fights in order to make some money off of his power, but Uncle Ben wanted to talk to him. Southwest He offered to drive. After a small spat in the car, which could be completely blamed on Toby, Uncle Ben said he would pick him up at the same exact spot. The question was, where did his alternative self lie about going to his uncle? Wasn't it a library? Peter thought as he suddenly recalled the scene in the movie. The downtown library. Uncle Ben would be waiting at the downtown library. And thankfully, both Peters are from New York City, so he knew exactly where the downtown library is. Hopefully, this universe's New York City isn't too different from mine. Peter thought as he waited for the elevator to open before following Uncle Ben's killer inside. Hey, sorry. Peter apologizes as he stops the doors from closing and walks inside. The would-be thief and killer of a very beloved character merely stared at Peter in annoyance. Hitting the button for the floor directly below, Peter leaned against the elevator wall as the doors closed, locking him inside with a crazed criminal. Hey, you got a lighter? Peter asks as he steps closer to the men. Ah, yeah. He says as he reaches into his pocket. Instantly, Peter launches forward and decked him across the face. Ugh. The men grunted as his body slammed against the wall. Sorry about this. Peter mutters as he grasps the man by the hair and smashes his skull against the nearest wall. But you technically deserve it. Just as Uncle Ben's would-be killer dropped down to one knee, Peter reached by the man's waist and pulled out his pistol. It's not personal. Peter says as he rested the barrel against the guy's head and pulled the trigger. Some blood spattered on Peter, but most of it, including some brain matter, sprayed onto the opposite wall. Well, maybe it is kind of personal. Peter muttered as he stashed the gun in his waistband. After all, he's Peter Parker as well, and seeing his uncle die, even in movies, was something that needed to be avenged. Peeking up at the camera in the corner of the elevator, Peter smiled and waved uncaringly. This isn't my universe, so it's not like it matters if anyone sees me. Quickly hiding the body on the next floor, Peter took the bag that the men had on him and followed Toby down to the office floor. I can't believe I'm doing this. Peter thought as he exited the elevator and strolled up to the office. Just as he was about to open the door, Peter's alternate self pulled it open with a *set-off look in his eyes and a $100 bill in hand. I would be too if I was promised $3,000 and only got a tiny fraction. Peter thought as Toby brushed past him. Hey, what the hell? The boss shouted as Peter walked in uninvited. On the desk in front of him was at least $20,000 in cash, making Peter wonder why this guy didn't just pay Toby his money. After all, he would probably return to fight again if the money was good, and having Spider-Man as one of your wrestlers would have easily filled seats. Put the money in the bag. Peter orders as he tosses the bag in the boss's face and pulls out his newfound gun. And make it quick or I'll blow your brains out. Outside of the office, Toby stood by the elevator, listening to the men who just ripped him off get robbed and doing nothing about it. Seconds later, Peter ran out of the office with a gun in one hand and a bag full of money in the other. Hey! He stole my money. The boss yells from his office, alerting some nearby security guards. Peter didn't bother with them as he ran towards Toby in the elevator, and just like in the movie, his alternate self steps out of the way and allows him to pass without a problem. Stop that guy. The security yells. Thanks for the assist. Peter makes it very clear that he helped him get away. After all, he did call the elevator just in time for the escape. Stop him. He's got my money. The boss yelled as the elevator closed and Peter disappeared. What the hell's the matter with you? The security guard admonishes Toby before turning around and rushing off. I'll cut him off in the lobby and call the cops. As the security disappears, the boss comes walking over to Toby with a frown on his face. You could have taken that guy apart. Now he's going to get away with my money. He didn't sound too pleased. I missed the part where that's my problem. Toby stared him in the eye for a moment and then walked off. As Peter rushed through the arena and made his way outside, he was able to easily ditch the security guards. Blending into the crowd of fans outside, Peter quickly figured out where he was and rushed toward the downtown library. As he ran, Peter could hear sirens behind him, rushing to the arena, but thankfully he wasn't there anymore. Where is he? Peter muttered as he arrived at the library. Looking around, he spotted an old beat-up '73 Oldsmobile Delta 88, with an elderly silhouette in the driver's seat. Insert picture of Uncle Ben here. He has good taste in cars. Peter thought as he stalked up to the car and entered the passenger seat. Peter, I'm sorry about before. I know Ben spoke before he knew who it was, only to find a stranger with a gun in his car. Hello, I'm Peter. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry that it has to be under these circumstances. Peter greets the shocked old man kindly. Well, as kindly as someone with a gun could be. What do you want? I don't have much money, but you can take it all. Just don't shoot, all right? Ben spoke nervously. Sorry, I'm not here for money. Do you have paper and a pen? Peter asks, confusing the poor old man even more. Why yeah, in the glove box. Ben shakily points it out. Thank you. Peter nods as he pulls out a notepad and pen. Whilst keeping the gun trained on Ben, Peter quickly wrote a long note and handed it to him. What's this? Ben asks warily. Don't read it yet. That's for you and your nephew. Please put it in your pocket and read it with him once I'm gone. Peter says as Ben looks down at the paper curiously before stashing it in his pocket. Why are you doing this? Ben asks in confusion. The gun in my hand may make my answer unbelievable, but I'm here to save your life. Peter says as he looks through the rearview mirror, waiting for Toby's arrival. You're right, I don't believe you. Ben guessed that Peter was some sort of serial killer. That's okay. Peter says as he looks over at Ben for a moment. You know, I never met my Uncle Ben, so this is a weird experience for me. May rarely ever talks about him. Question mark. If Ben wasn't confused before, then now he definitely was. What did you say your name was again? Peter. He replied simply. All right, so why do you need to save my life? Ben asks out of curiosity. Well, technically I already saved your life. Peter says as he gestured to his gun. This gun belonged to the man that would have killed you tonight. Where is he? Ben asks. Dead in a bathroom stall about 3 miles that way. Peter points backward. You killed him? Ben asks in fearful realization. Yup, oops. I probably shouldn't have said that. Peter says as he looks over at Ben's horrified face. You're all about pacifism, aren't you? With great power comes great responsibility, right? How do you dash? Oh, action is coming. Peter mutters as he caught sight of Toby in the distance. Acting quickly, he hops over to the back seat and waits. Uncle Ben, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have said dash. Toby apologizes as he sat in the passenger seat, though he froze when his spider senses started tingling out of nowhere. Turning to the side, he found his scared uncle with a gun at the back of his head and a very familiar man in the back seat. Thanks for the assist. Peter's earlier words rang out in Toby's mind. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Peter smiles and waves with his free hand. Thanks for the help earlier. Ben looked at his nephew in confusion, wondering what Peter meant by that. Aye. Toby was lost for words. As thanks for helping me, I decided to give you a gift. Peter's smile turns a bit manic as he prods the gun forward against Ben's head. Channel the Joker. I'm the Joker. Why so serious? Do you want to know how I got these scars? Wait, stop. Toby begged. But before we get to the gift, we need to listen to Uncle Ben's important lesson about power and responsibility. Peter says as he turns to Ben expectantly. Say it. He froze on the spot. Just do what he says. Toby says worriedly as he eyes Peter with a deadly glare. With great power comes great responsibility. Ben says unsurely. See, this is why we need to listen to our elders. They're so insightful. Peter nodded as he looked his alternate self in the eyes. Anyway, here's your gift. Toby watched in slow motion as Peter's finger squeezed the trigger, yet he could do nothing about it. Not only was he new to his powers, but he had no experience in situations like this. He's just a high school kid. And just as he and Ben were waiting for the ear-piercing bang, which thankfully never came, click, Peter pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Just kidding. Peter says he pulled out the mag and showed that it was empty. It was never loaded. Toby seemed to freeze for a moment as he wound back his hand, ready to pinch Peter square in the jaw. Though before he could do so, another text box appeared in front of Peter, though only he could see it. First trial, save Uncle Ben, completed. Objective, save Ben Parker from his sad fate while still showing your alternate self the error of his ways, 2 halves. Reward, infinite potential, acquired. Limitations, removed. Oh, looks like my time is done here. Peter says cryptically as he ignores his counterpart in favor of Uncle Ben. Don't forget my note, and once again, I'm sorry about this, though you may be thanking me later on. That is if we ever meet again. As he finished speaking, Peter's figure began to fade, until he completely disappeared, though his alternate self still swung. This universe's Peter broke the back seat in half with a single punch, missing his target completely and shocking his uncle. What the hell was that? Toby muttered as he turned to his uncle, forgetting that he just revealed his strength. Ben stayed silent as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a letter. Holy *T. A/N, 2,305 words. Police car light, hand in your gemstone or I'll send out the skunk police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 283, C283 Second Trial. Stop sign insert disgusting gifs here, most likes wins stop sign. In a high-security laboratory, a shining blue-skinned man stood bound in the center of the room, forced into a deep sleep. Insert picture of Electro here. Maxwell Dillon, also known as Electro, is an electrical engineer turned villain. Shunned for most of his life, Dillon was extremely insecure and lonely, seeing himself as a self-proclaimed nobody despite designing New York's power grid for Oscorp Industries. However, Max was saved by Spider-Man on his way to work one day, in one of the hero's many fights against the Russian mob. That encounter could be said to be the highlight of Max's entire life. Treated with kindness by the superhero, Max became fanatically obsessed with Spider-Man, coming to reimagine his life as a fantasy in which he and the latter were best friends. Although he was deeply delusional, Max found himself becoming more confident and social in his daily life. However, his life would soon be changed forever when on the day of his birthday, he was forced to work overtime at Oscorp Tower in order to fix a loose electrical cable. Shocked by the giant cable, Max fell into a vat of electric eels, which mutated his body into a translucent form of living electricity. Confused and angry, Max's new electrical nature drove him to Times Square, where the police mistook him for a monster and swiftly attacked, provoking him into retaliating against them with his newfound powers. With the arrival of Spider-Man, Max's rage soon worsened, as the superhero couldn't recognize him in his new form. How could his best friend not recognize him? When Spider-Man tried to talk and settle the situation peacefully, Max was shot by a sniper rifle, despite the hero promising him that the police wouldn't shoot at him anymore. Max's built-up rage and anger finally bubbled to the surface as he lost it and started attacking civilians, police, and the hero who he felt had betrayed him. Thankfully, Spider-Man managed to capture Electro in the end, sending him to his current prison, where he's heavily sedated and bound. Suddenly, alarms began to blare across the whole building, though they weren't able to wake Electro from his sleep. Seconds after the alarms went off, a young man with messy hair and a black leather jacket rushed inside with a crazed look in his eyes. Insert picture of Harry Osborn here. Harold Theopolis Osborn, the son of the deceased Norman Osborn, also known as the Green Goblin, and ex-CEO of Oscorp Industries, as the board voted him out rather recently. After discovering that he has the same incurable illness as his father, Harry became desperate to live. At first, he decided to get Spider-Man's blood, as he thought it could be used as a cure based on a video of Oscorp spiders, but he was swiftly denied by New York's favorite hero. Of course, Spider-Man wanted to help his friend, but the possibility of a negative reaction to his blood was very likely. And sadly, all of Oscorp's spiders were long gone, and even if they weren't, Harry didn't have access to anything at Oscorp anymore. Not only was he voted out, but he was also barred from entering the building. Though upon learning that the venom of one of the spiders was still kept in Oscorp Special Projects vault, Harry decided that he had to steal it. It was his only way to survive, after all. Which is why he's here. To team up with Spider-Man's latest villain, Electro, and use him to get the venom that he so desperately needs. Staring at the bound glowing figure for a moment, Harry quickly hit a button on a nearby panel. Sedation off. A robotic voice spoke as the glowing captive groggily opened his eyes. I'm going to get you out of here, but we don't have much time. Harry says as he nervously looks over his shoulder. Who are you? Electro asks in a deep and rumbly voice. I'm Harry Osborn, and I have a deal for you. He offered. I should kill you. Max wasn't so fond of anybody related to Oscorp. Come on, think bigger, Max. Harry exclaimed as he looked Electro in the eyes. I'm not the one you want. You want Spider-Man and I can give him to you, but I need something first. Suddenly, Harry could hear the sound of footsteps rushing his way from the hall. Max, we don't have much time. Harry continues to frantically look over his shoulder. Give me one reason why I should trust you. Electro asks in suspicion. Because I need you. Harry was practically begging at this point. Those words seemed to spark something in Max's delusional brain. You need me. He muttered. No one has ever needed him before, not even Spider-Man, the friend who betrayed him. As they spoke, a whole team of heavily armed guards rushed into the room and grabbed Harry, who started flailing against their hold. I need you, please. Harry yelled and screamed as they pulled him away from Electro. Please, I don't want to die. I need you. With every word spoken, electricity began to dance around Electro's blue body, sparking hope in Harry as he thrashed against the guards. Aha! Electro screamed as he was covered in electricity and disappeared from his bindings. Tzzzzz. As he disappeared, a wisp of blue lightning shot across the room, zapping each of the guards, killing them in an instant. As the dead guards collapsed to the floor, Electro appeared in the air, surrounded by crackling electricity. What's the plan? In a packed road of standstill traffic, which was very normal for New York City, a beautiful blonde woman sat at the back of a taxi, on her way to the airport. Insert picture of Gwen Stacy here. Gwen Maxine Stacy was the classmate and girlfriend of Peter Parker and the daughter of the chief police officer, George Stacy. After Spider-Man's emergence, Gwen soon figured out that her boyfriend was a superhero and supported him as best as she could. A year into their relationship, Gwen was accepted into Oxford in England, which sadly caused the two to split apart. What the hell? The taxi driver mutters as he and Gwen watch everyone get out of their cars and walk over to the sidewalk. Wait here, Gwen says as she leaves the cab to check it out. From the sidewalk, Gwen could see across the water, where the Brooklyn Bridge stood with a giant message written across it in what appeared to be a spider's web. I love you. Just as a smile bloomed on her face, a man in a red and blue spider-themed costume swung by, lifting her off the ground and taking her with him. Atop the web-filled bridge, Gwen removed Spider-Man's mask and found her handsome boyfriend underneath. Insert picture of Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man here. Did you get my message? Peter asks as he held the love of his life in his arms. Yeah, I think the whole city got your message. Gwen smiled happily. I love you. Peter confesses as he looks into her eyes. I know there are a million reasons why we shouldn't be together, but I'm tired of them. We all have to make a choice and I choose you. Gwen was on the verge of tears. So, England. I'm following you. I'm following you everywhere. Peter states, shocking Gwen, as she knew how important New York was to Spider-Man. They have crime there, right? They got Jack the Ripper dash. Before Peter could do his usual rambling, Gwen leaned forward and captured his lips, shutting her boyfriend up real quick. As the budding couple was making out at the top of the bridge with the sun setting behind them, suddenly, the entire city's lights flickered for a moment before shutting down completely. Boom boom boom. Alongside the city-wide power outage, a handful of isolated electrical explosions could be seen as well. And as the two separated from their kiss to see what was happening, Peter's eyes flashed for a moment, though Gwen didn't notice it. Instantly, this universe's Peter took a back seat, trapped in his own mind as another took his place. What the hell? Peter muttered as he assessed his new surroundings, finding a familiar beauty in his arms and a sweet taste in his mouth. Is that Emma Stone? He instantly knew where he was. The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Is that Max? Gwen asks as she eyes a glowing figure in the distance, who seemed to be sucking in all of the power from the city's power plant. As Peter followed her gaze to get a closer look, a big text box appeared, blocking his view. Second trial, save Gwen Stacy. Details, an alternate version of yourself is about to lose the love of his life. Gwen Stacy will be killed by Harry Osborn, otherwise known as Green Goblin, after helping her boyfriend deal with the escaped villain Electro. Objective, save Gwen Stacy from her tragic fate and defeat the two villains, Electro/Green Goblin. Reward, perfect evolution. Limitations, stuck in the body of your counterpart, limited to only his powers. Okay, save one damsel and beat two villains. I can do this. Peter thought as he started formulating a plan. Hey. What's happening? Get me out of here. Suddenly, Peter heard a voice shouting in his mind, distracting him from thinking properly. A/N, 1596 words. Police car light, hand over the stones gemstone and you can have this banana police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 284, C284 vs Electro. ZZZ, insert sleepy gifs here, most likes wins ZZZ. Hey. What's happening? Get me out of here. Andrew, other Peter, screamed in his mind. He tried everything but for some reason, he was trapped in his own body, while another man took control. Get your hands off of her. He yelled as Peter continued to hold Gwen closely. Would you rather I let go and let a strong wind blow her off of the bridge? Peter asks as their current position wasn't exactly safe. Peter, are you okay? Gwen asks as she noticed the odd look on her boyfriend's face. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about how to deal with Max. Peter says as he looks off toward the power plant, where Electro was shining brightly compared to the dark city. I am not okay. We are not okay. Get out of my body right now. Andrew continued his angry yelling. Look dumb A*S. I'm here to fix things so you don't lose Gwen, so shut up. I need to think properly. I'm stuck in your weak body and about to face a pretty overpowered guy, so some peace and quiet would really be appreciated. Peter lost it as he couldn't take the constant screaming. Weak. Wait, what about Gwen? He asks but Peter ignores him for now. Well, technically all Spider-Men are pretty strong, but Peter had the privilege of having a plethora of other powers at his disposal, including an Infinity Stone. Are you sure? Gwen asks worriedly. Yeah, let's get you out of here. Peter says as his hold tightens around her. Wait Gwen tried to speak as Peter leaped into the air and swung off. As they swung across the city, in the opposite direction of the villain at the power plant, Gwen tried to protest and even struggled against Peter's hold, though she was far too weak to get away. Hey! Don't hold her like that. And what did you mean earlier? How can I lose, Gwen? Andrew continued to pester Peter. What about be quiet, don't you understand? Peter asks as he continues swinging Gwen as far away from danger as possible. You're giving me a headache. Well, it's my body you're using. So, if I want to give myself a headache, then I will. Andrew shouted just to annoy Peter at this point. Look, I'll answer your questions, but just stop yelling. Peter sighed in annoyance. Fine, who are you, what's happening, and why are you in my body? Andrew asks in a much lower tone. I'm Peter Parker and I'm here to complete a mission. Think of it like a quest in a game. Peter reveals a bit of what's going on. Though he made sure not to mention anything about the genie. You're me. Seriously, that's all you could come up with? Andrew didn't believe a word of it. It's true, though I went for MJ in my universe. I guess we have different tastes in women. Peter shrugs uncaringly. Who? Andrew asks as Peter continued to swing across the darkened city with an Emma Stone lookalike in his arms. Where are you taking her? Far away from danger. Peter answered. His goal was simple. Take Gwen so far from the villains that she wouldn't be able to follow him to her tragic death. After all, that's how she died in the movie. Okay, at least we agree on that. What do you mean by your universe? Is this like a weird multiverse thing? Andrew asked as Peter landed at the top of a tall skyscraper and set Gwen down. Hang on, let me deal with this. Peter says as Gwen glares at him. Good luck with that. You are not leaving me here. You can't even beat Max without me. I can help. Gwen set herself on tagging along. Andrew kept quiet compared to before. No, you're going to stay here and keep safe. Peter says as he turns to leave, but Gwen grabs his arm. You said that every time you get close to him, he fries your web shooters. How are you going to combat that? Gwen asks pointedly. I'll magnetize them. Peter answers swiftly. Huh. I didn't think of that. Magnetic fields can change the direction of electricity, repelling all of Electro's attacks. At least, on the web shooters. Gwen frowned as she was just about to suggest that. I can still help reboot the power grid. I saw the blueprints at Oscorp. No. Peter instantly denied as he pulled away from her grasp. Bye. After shooting her with a few webs, which locked her legs to the rooftop, Peter gave her a quick wave before swinging off toward the power grid. Peter. Gwen yelled angrily as he left. Okay, you just earned some of my trust. Thanks for not hurting Gwen. Andrew was very grateful. So, what's this quest of yours about? As Peter explained his trial to the voice in his head, he broke open a nearby car and stole some jumper cables and copper wire. Just like 8th grade science class, Andrew muttered as Peter used those materials alongside the car's battery to magnetize his web shooters. Wait, did you say Green Goblin? Who the hell is that? This would be easier if you had organic web shooters like me, but not all Spider-Mans can be as great and awesome as me. Peter gloats as Hell tossed the wires aside and rushed off to Electro. And yes, you'll see soon enough. Peter knew that explaining Harry's situation would both waste time and sadden his counterpart. After all, his friend has probably already turned into a monster. Yeah, we're not all narcissistic either. Andrew mutters though Peter ignores him completely. There he is. Arriving at the power plant, Peter could see Electro hovering between some destroyer electrical towers. You're too late, Spider-Man. Electro's gaze turns to Peter. I designed this power grid, and now I'm going to take back what's rightfully mine. I will control everything. I'll be like a god to them. What? A god that sparkles. Meh, I've seen gods and you don't measure up. Peter says as he leaps toward the enemy. Charging up his powers, Electro shot a bolt of energy at Peter. Watch out. Shooting a web at one of the many powerless electrical towers, Peter pulled himself out of the way as he kicked off of the tower, and punched Electro square in the jaw. What's the matter? Peter asks as Electro fell from the sky and impacted the ground. I thought you were a god. I am. Electro shouts as he picks himself up off the floor. Then how are you losing to a mortal like me? Peter asks as he sidesteps a barrage of lightning. It's a lot harder to maneuver when it's not my own body. Sorry. I guess. You should be. Peter thought as Electro turned into a shining wisp of electricity and started rapidly bouncing between the many electrical towers. Zigzagging across the power plant, Electro moved too fast for Peter to follow as he went on the offensive once again. Ugh. Peter grunted as was struck over and over again, unable to block or dodge. Hey. Fight back. I need to live in this body when you leave. Shut up. Peter muttered as he started shooting webs like crazy, whilst still taking damage. As some of the electricity made contact with the webs and climbed up to the web shooters on Peter's wrists, the magnetic field was able to repel it, keeping the web shooters from breaking. Soon enough, the webs formed into a large sparking electric net, which Electro dived right into on his own accord. You should really watch where you're going, Peter quips as he pulls on multiple lines of web, tightening the net around his opponent. Okay, time to delay, Peter thought as he started adding extra web to the net, thickening it while also making sure to connect it to every single tower in the power plant. Oh! Electro screamed as he struggled to escape, shooting more and more electricity into the webs. Be right back. Peter waved at the trapped villain and rushed off to a nearby building. Huh? Why are you leaving him there? What's the plan? Andrew asks as Peter entered the building. What happens when you overcharge a battery? Peter asks as he runs through the building, looking for the grid's control room. It explodes. You want to use his power against him, Andrew sounded impressed as he realized Peter's plan. Yup, so hopefully I can get it rebooted before he frees himself, Peter thought as he found the control room. Taking a minute to familiarize himself with everything, Peter started playing around with the system, trying to understand it as quickly as possible. Gwen would know how to do this, Andrew muttered. Yeah, and Gwen would die if she was here, so let's figure it out on our own, Peter replies as he started to understand the controls. Outside the building, Electro slowly began ripping his way out of the electrified net. Concentrating his power on his fingers, he was able to increase the heat of his electricity to burn the web net open. This, and here, there, connect this, flip these, Peter muttered as he worked quickly on the controls. Don't forget that lever, Andrew reminded him. I know. Peter rolled his eyes as he flipped the lever and held his hand over a large button. Spider-Man. Electro's scream carried all way to the control room, as he managed to free 1/3 of his body from the net. What are you waiting for? Hit the button. Hopefully this works, Peter muttered as he pressed the button. Instantly, the power plant lit up as the grid was reactivated. And enough electricity to power a large city filled the many towers in the plant, which soon coursed through the webs which Peter placed earlier. Each web led to the same place, the net which still trapped Electro's lower body. Though that was more than enough to get the job done. Aya! Electro screamed as the energy coursed through the net and entered his body. At first, he welcomed the additional power, but that didn't last for long. Electro quickly reached the limit as golden cracks began to form all over his body. Aya! His scream only got louder and louder before the inevitable happened. Boom! Electro exploded, sending a shock wave across the power plant without leaving shred of him behind, as if he never existed. Peter walked out of the building, arriving just in time to watch the explosion take place. One down, Peter muttered as he heard the faint sound of something soaring through the air. Ha 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 ha. A familiar manic laughter filled the night air. One more to go. A/N, 1807 words. Police car light, hand over the gemstone or I'll send out the T-Rex dinosaurs. T-Rex police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 285, C285 vs Green Goblin. Middle finger, insert insulting gifs here, most likes wins middle finger. Ha 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 ha. A familiar manic laughter filled the night air. Andrew watched in confusion as Peter turned to find a green armored figure flying their way on a hoverboard. One more and I get my prize, Peter says as the figure flew around for a moment before hovering a few meters away from him. Wait. That's, Andrew couldn't believe his eyes. Hello, Harry. Peter greets the crazed goblin-looking man. Spider-Man, do you see what you made me do? Harry asks a bit frantically. His hair was shorter and looked to be falling out, and although they could only see his face, his skin also had a green gaunt sick tone to it. Not only that, but his eyes glowed a haunting green and his teeth appeared to be rotting in his mouth. Insert picture of Amazing Spider-Man Green Goblin here. What happened to him? Andrew asked in shock. Green Goblin. You knew this would happen, didn't you? After all, he just saw Harry a couple of days ago and he looked perfectly healthy. Yes, though I arrived too late to stop him. Harry was desperate to not die like his father, so he did something rash. Peter explains partially as he looks up at Harry. You shouldn't blame others for your own mistakes, Harry. I didn't force you to do anything. I tried to protect him. I tried to protect you. Peter repeats out loud. Look at me. Harry screams in anger. It's going to be okay. Tell him it's going to be okay. I'll figure out how to fix this. Andrew sounded heartbroken. His friend was almost unrecognizable at this point. You don't give people hope. The goblin looks at Peter in betrayal. You take it away. Look, I'm going to be real here. Peter takes a moment to talk to Andrew. If I didn't show up for my mission, he would have killed Gwen. Now, I can capture him alive, but I'm telling you right now. He's a lost cause already. Based on movie and comic book logic, Peter knew that capturing Green Goblin would most likely result in him escaping, later on, to wreak havoc once again. Especially since Peter wouldn't be able to stay and help out. As soon as the trial is completed, he'll get ejected from the universe just like last time. Don't say that. Harry is my best friend, he exclaimed sadly. Look, I know that you probably don't want to hear this, but I'll say it anyway. If you want to guarantee Gwen and Aunt May's safety, then leaving Harry alive would be a very big mistake. He was silent for a moment before responding. No, I'll fix him. Andrew wouldn't take Peter's advice. He hasn't done anything yet. Gwen is still alive. Capture him and I'll deal with everything afterward. Besides, this isn't your world, and nor is it your body. It's not up to you. Are you sure? Peter asks one final time. Since he's your friend, I'll do what you want. Yeah, I'm sure. Hearing his counterpart's answer, Peter shrugged as he turned his attention back to the giggling green maniac on a hoverboard. Look, I'm going to make this quick since you're a bit of a small fry. Peter says uncaringly. Because compared to Electro, who was fairly overpowered and took some thinking to beat, Green Goblin wasn't much of an opponent. At least for Peter. If this was Andrew in the driver's seat, then maybe the fight would be a challenge, but sadly for Harry, that wasn't the case. All he had was a minor increase in his physique from the venom he took, and a bit more added power from the exoskeleton armor that covered his entire body. Other than that, he's nothing but a spoilt rich boy with power that he hasn't mastered yet. Ha 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 ha. Harry began to laugh like a madman. We'll see about that. As he finished speaking, the goblin flew off into the distance, though Peter acted quickly and shot a web at his back. Where do you think you're going? Peter asked as he yanked the web back and pulled it over his head. In an instant, the green goblin was pulled alongside his hoverboard and arched over Peter before slamming onto the concrete floor, creating a small crater from the impact. Hey! I said to capture him alive. Andrew complained. Oh, shut up. He's fine. Peter replied as Harry picked himself up. Looking down at his broken hoverboard, the green goblin clicked his tongue in annoyance before setting his sights back on Peter. That board wasn't cheap, you know. Harry smirked as he reached over to his waist and pulled out multiple advanced-looking grenades. Here, catch. Ha ha ha. Without a care for the surroundings, he started throwing grenades everywhere and laughing madly as he did so. Boom 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 boom. Peter merely backed up and watched as the power plant was being destroyed, shutting down the city's electricity for a second time that night. Shouldn't you be stopping him? Andrew asks worriedly. Why bother? It's not like there are any bystanders here. All of this can be rebuilt. Peter didn't really care. Since this isn't his universe, Peter won't be stuck with cleanup duty, so why should he care as long as nobody is hurt? After a minute or two of explosions, Harry ran out of firepower and stood in the center of the destroyed power plant with a grin on his face. Did I get him? He muttered to himself. I think so. A voice answered from over his shoulder, almost whispering in his ear. Exclamation point. The green goblin jumped in shock and turned around. Bam. As soon as he caught sight of Peter standing behind him, a fist met his swiveling head, sending the green villain crashing down to one knee. I'll give you chance to give up before I'm forced to beat you into unconsciousness. Peter offers kindly. Hee hee, no thanks. The goblin chuckled as he sprung to his feet and swung at Peter. Sigh. Peter let out an annoyed breath as he sidestepped Harry's pitiful excuse for a punch. You have bad technique. You want to use your hips and lean in a bit when striking. Like this dash. Pow. Without holding back, Peter sent a heavy punch to Harry's jaw, as the rest of his body was currently protected by armor. See. Now you try. Peter stood by and waited for his opponent to pick himself up off the floor. This instructional sparring match continued, though only one side was really enjoying it. Ha ha ha. Green Goblin continued to laugh as he took yet another blow to the face. Is that all you got? Luckily, he has a small healing factor, which slowly started healing him up to fighting condition once again. Alright, I'm bored now. Peter muttered as he stomped on Harry's knee, sending him falling to the floor. Good night. Bang. Using all of the power in his current body, Peter grabbed his opponent's head and sent a fierce knee to his face which thankfully seemed to knock him unconscious. There, captured alive and well. Don't say I never did anything for you. Peter says to his grateful counterpart. Though before Andrew could speak his thanks, the sound of a speeding car could be heard in the distance. Seconds later, a black sports car pulls up, and Gwen hops out with an angry glare. I can't believe you left me webbed up on a skyscraper. She exclaimed furiously. Well, it was either that or find the nearest prison cell. Peter replies jokingly. Please don't start anything because I'm the one who has to finish it when you're gone, Andrew begged in dread. After all, he's the one that has to deal with Gwen's bad mood when Peter leaves. Is that Harry? Gwen asked in shock. Just as she was freaking out about their friend's odd appearance, Harry's body twitched as he leaped off of the ground and rushed in Gwen's direction. No. Though just as he caught sight of Gwen, the goblin seemed to freeze for a moment, giving Peter just enough time to act. Shooting a web at his arm, Peter pulled Harry away from Gwen and kicked him upside head, knocking him out old for a second time. As I said, she won't be safe with him around. Peter reiterates his point as a familiar text box appeared in his line of sight. But I'll leave it up to you. Second trial, save Gwen Stacy, completed. Objective, save Gwen Stacy from her tragic fate and defeat the two villains, February 2nd. Reward, perfect evolution, acquired. Limitations, removed. Seeing that his second and last trial was completed, Peter knew that his time in this universe was coming to an end. Well, it was nice meeting you, Peter Parker. Peter says goodbye as his consciousness fades from his counterpart's body just in time for Gwen to rush into Andrew's arms. You too, Peter Parker. Mirror dimension. Huh. Peter grunted as he returned to his body, which felt different than before. Congratulations. Jeannie exclaimed as fireworks filled the sky. You are one of the few to ever pass multiple trials at once. I knew you could do it. A/N, 1545 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone and I'll give you unlimited bacon police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 286, C286 Drunken Debut. Face screaming in fear, insert shocking gifs here, most likes wins face screaming in fear. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. You are now meeting the Grandmaster. After going through a quick LSD nightmare in the tunnel, suddenly Tony, Rhodes, Gamera, and Pepper appeared somewhere else, surrounded by weirdly dressed rich folks and a bunch of palace guards, like the ones that were outside. Sat on an ornate throne by the window, a tall mysterious man in golden robes eyed them with interest. His silver hair defied gravity, similar to his brother, the Collector. A/N, yes, they are related. Insert picture of the Grandmaster here. He looks right at the group in question, though he doesn't know what to make of them. He's curious, thrilled, revolted, and titillated all at the same time. Meanwhile, the many odd-looking guests enjoy what seemed to be a penthouse party while eyeing Tony's group curiously. Sitting back on his throne, the Grandmaster turns to his trusty guard at his side. A round woman in black and brown armor with a spear in hand. Although she doesn't look it, Topaz is one of the strongest guards in the Grandmaster's employment. They don't look very strong. He lounges on his throne and looks over the group with an appraising eye. Especially that one. Of course, he pointed right at Pepper, who was still shaking a bit from the grand finale of the ride they were on. Topaz merely shrugs uncaringly. Peps, are you going to take that? Tony asked, though she didn't seem to care one bit. Do you think any of them could be a contender? The Grandmaster asked his quiet guard. No, they won't even last a day. She answers honestly. Last a day in what? Tony asks curiously. The Grand Arena, of course. The Grandmaster elegantly stands from his throne. Sakar's #1 form of entertainment, the contest of champions. A cosmic competition between the strongest fighters at my disposal. Did you not pay attention during the welcome ride? Well, it wasn't exactly clear, was it? Tony says as he steps out of the train cart and grabs a glass of what looked like orange champagne from a nearby waitress. Huh. The Grandmaster finally noticed that at least one of his guests wasn't bound, as they were supposed to be. Topaz, what the hell? Don't look at me. She had no idea what was happening. I'm not in charge of the welcome ride. So, you're the king around here or whatever? Tony asks as he sips his drink. Instantly, his eyes go wide as he looked down at his glass in shock. Wow, what is this? I've never tasted anything like it. Tony asks as he takes another sip. Pepper, come try this. Hearing him, the rest of the group leaves the cart, showing that they weren't bound either. Sigh, remind me to figure out what's wrong with the ride later. The Grandmaster told Topaz as he looks back to his guests. So, who are you? Tony Stark, genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Ow. Tony introduces himself and gets an elbow to the rib from Pepper. Seeing the glare she was sending him, Tony quickly revised his statement. Sorry, genius, billionaire, philanthropist. He says as he looks to Pepper for approval. And this is my dominatrix, Pepper Potts. Pepper just rolled her eyes as she sipped on the champagne. Rhodes. Gamera. The other two were short in their introductions, as they knew a fight would most likely break out soon enough. Wow, great. The Grandmaster seemed bored by them. After all, he was most likely hoping for stronger fighters, yet he received some normal-looking humans instead. Whilst they were talking, a guard whispered something to Topaz, who instantly brought the information to her boss. We located your cousin. She reports. Oh good. His bored mood flipped on its head as he turned to his guests. Yeah, come on. I think you're gonna like this. The Grandmaster struts forward with his robe fluttering behind him. As he walked, Topaz and the other guards formed up around him, making sure the new guests don't try anything. Strapped to a chair across the room, sat a terrified bald alien man with pale skin and golden eyes. There he is. The Grandmaster welcomes the man's arrival with open arms and a smile on his face. Hey, cuz. We almost couldn't find you. Where have you been hiding? The Grandmaster's cousin looked at Tony's group, weeping as he cowered in fear. So. The Grandmaster utters as he watched his cousin's display in distaste. Please, I'm sorry. He pleads for forgiveness. I won't try to leave again. Just please don't kill me. Sakaar is my home, I swear. Carlo. The Grandmaster walks up and rests a comforting hand on his cousin's shoulder. I pardon you. Thank you. Thank you. The man sighed in relief as he smiled up at his cousin. You're officially pardoned, from life. The Grandmaster adds as he casually takes Topaz's staff and jabs it toward his cousin's chest. Tony. Pepper didn't want to play the party guests anymore. I got it. Tony nodded as his body was instantly covered in red and gold armor. Pow, clank. Firing his palm thruster, Tony watched as it impacted the spear, knocking it out of the Grandmaster's hands and saving the bound man's life. The sound of heavy breathing and whimpering filled the room as Carlo seemed to be having a panic attack from the near-death experience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He repeated over and over again. As soon as the spear clanked onto the floor, every Sakaran guard in the room turned to Tony with their weapons drawn. Wait. The Grandmaster stopped them from firing as he turned to see the armor covering Tony's body. Excellent. He didn't care about the attack on his person at all. In fact, it helped reveal the possibilities of a new champion to him. Is that some sort of exoskeleton? He asked as he started circling Tony and his group. Of course, his guards kept their weapons trained on them, as the Grandmaster's safety is their top priority. No, I built it myself. Tony says as he turns to Pepper and Rhodes, who quickly activate their armor as well. As for Gamera, she simply pulled a knife out of her belt and waited for the fight to start. Amazing. Could you make one for me too? The Grandmaster asked hopefully. I would be willing to set you free in exchange for a set of armor like that. Not happening. Pepper spoke for Tony, as she felt more confident in her blue armor. You heard the lady. Tony nods. What a shame. The Grandmaster mutters sadly as he walks back to his throne. Capture them though, prioritize the armor. Feel free to kill them if you have to. Just make sure my armor isn't too damaged. Yes, sir. Topaz nods as she gestures to her men. Finally, the fun can begin. Mirror dimension. Congratulations. Genie exclaimed as fireworks filled the sky. You are one of the few to ever pass multiple trials at once. I knew you could do it, Master. Thanks, though it wasn't that hard. Peter shrugs as he still felt an odd sensation in his body. Seeing the look on his master's face, Genie quickly spoke up. What you're feeling is your wishes. They've already been granted. He explains. Right, why does everything feel tingly? Peter asked curiously. If I had to guess, I'd say you're evolving. Genie says as a chart of the human evolution appeared behind him. From monkeys to cavemen to modern-day humans. Normal humans evolve slowly over time, but you're on the fast track, my friend. Genie says with a smile. That tingling is you moving up the evolutionary ladder. Right. Peter muttered as he wondered if the feeling would go away. So, how long have I been away? 1,000. Genie spoke dramatically as always, worrying Peter as he had family and responsibilities to attend to. Seconds. It hasn't even been an hour, kid. Relax. Sigh. Please don't do that again. Peter let out a relieved breath. Hee hee, so how were the trials? Genie quickly changes the subject. Fine, but I should probably go. Peter says as he pulls out the genie's lamp. I have to pick up a crewmate and check on a friend of mine. Seeing the lamp in his hand, Genie instantly knew what Peter was thinking. He was going to send him back into the lamp. Oh. Can I come? Genie asked as his face morphed into the perfect set of puppy dog eyes. Ah, can you disguise yourself? Peter asked as he didn't need anyone knowing about Genie. Can I disguise myself? Is that even a question? Genie asks incredulously as he snapped his fingers and morphed into a blue-skinned human figure. See? How do I look? That could work. You look like a Cree. Peter muttered in approval. What should I call myself? Glenn. No. Javier, Coot, Sandra, Freddy. Genie starts listing off names as his outfits change to match them. Just stick with Genie. Peter says with a tired sigh. Nobody would believe that you're actually a genie, so it's fine. Just keep your magic use to a minimum. Sir, yes sir. Genie saluted. Good, also keep my secrets between us. Peter ordered seriously. He didn't know what Genie knew about him, but there were many secrets in his mind that he didn't want aired out to anyone. Hey. Do I look like that kind of genie to you? He asked, almost offended that Peter would have to ask that. Just making sure. Peter sighed as stashed the lamp away and opened a portal. Come on. Let's go. Sakaar. When Peter stepped through the portal alongside Genie, he was expecting a pristine Kree ship, but that certainly wasn't what he found. Are you sure you took us to the right place? Genie asked as he eyed the rolling hills of space waste in the distance. Yeah, look over there. Peter points to a destroyed Kree warship. That's our ship. Is this Sakaar? Peter wondered as he looked up to see a sky full of wormholes. Oh, my condolences. Genie offered some kind words for the dearly departed. Yeah, it was a good ship. Peter frowned at the loss of a very expensive warship. I meant for your friends. Genie clarifies. Meh, they wouldn't die so easily. Peter shrugged as the sound of a ship's engine fills the air. Suddenly, a ship flew overhead before landing a few meters away. It was rather sleek and dangerous looking too, matching the name written on its hull. Warsong. As the ship's cockpit opened, an alien form of rock and roll filled the area as a beautiful yet dangerous woman stepped out with a liquor bottle in hand. Insert picture of Valkyrie/Brunhilde here. A ramp extends in front of the ship, leading all the way to the ground below. As she stumbled drunkenly down the ramp, Brunhilde stops for a moment to lift a half-empty bottle to her lips and chugs it down. Swiftly finishing the bottle and smashing it on the side of the ramp, she continues her way down to Peter and Genie. Though she veered off course and fell straight into a pile of trash. A/N, 1890 words. Police car light, hand over the gemstone and I'll give you these mystery egg EGGS, egg wow starstruck what could be inside, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 287, C287 The Valkyrie's Downfall. Drop of blood, insert bloody gifs here, most likes wins drop of blood. Is she alright? Genie asked as Valkyrie fell from her ship and landed in a pile of garbage. I think so. Peter nodded as she stood up and looked their way. Her eyes were hazy and she stood with a sort of sway to her stance, but otherwise, Brunhilde looked to be fine. Unluckily, she held onto some dead alien beast's carcass for support, which collapsed due to decay, sending her tumbling back to the ground. Are you sure? Genie asks as she lay sprawled on the ground for a moment before picking herself up again. Maybe not. Peter shrugged. She might even be drunker than when she met Thor in the movie. Surrender. She exclaimed as she stood and stumbled over to the bottom of her ship's ramp. Ma'am. Are you all right? Genie asks, not seeing her as a threat at all. Do you need some help? I'm fine. Now surrender before I get violent. Brunhilde repeated, ready to fight at any moment. Look, lady. I don't know how much you've had to drink, but we can help. Peter decided to join in on the conversation. You probably shouldn't be flying your ship in that condition anyway. You want my ship, huh? She asks as she glands her metal gauntlets together which activate with a blue light. Peter quickly projected an eldritch shield as he knew what was coming. I love it when they choose the hard way. She holds out her fists as if she's operating machinery. You look strong, so hopefully you both survive. Instantly, her ship, Warsong, whirls to life as the two main turrets shine in a blue light, matching the color of the energy on her gauntlets. Clenching her fists tightly as if she were operating a two-handed turret machine gun, a horrible screeching noise filled the air as Warsong's turrets began to spin and open fire. Aiming in their direction, a blue-hued spray of gunfire shot out, only lasting about 3 seconds before dying down. That should be enough. Brunhilde banged her fists together for a second time, deactivating the guns and sending her trusty ship back into idle mode. As the smoke cleared, the confident look on Valkyrie's drunken face disappeared and was replaced with a frown. Peter and Genie stood in the same spot without a single scratch on either one of them, surprising the former Valkyrie. That wasn't very nice. Peter mutters as Genie nodded beside him. Definitely not how you should greet someone. Genie said in disapproval. Brunhilde sighed as she pulled a sword from her hip and marched forward. Are you sure that you want to do this? Peter asks before she got too close. The first attack can be forgiven due to drunken stupidity, but another one, and I'll have to retaliate. Shut up and fight. She started as she lunged forward and swiped her blade in Peter's direction. Peter, being the gentleman that he is, simply stepped back and avoided the attack. One last chance! Exclamation point. Brunhilde picked up the pace as she continued the attack. Continuing to skillfully dodge every single sword swipe of hers, Peter watched as Valkyrie grew more frustrated with every failed blow. Meanwhile, Genie walked off to the side and enjoyed the show. After all, he was asked to keep his magic use to a minimum and his master didn't exactly need his help. Why are you attacking us again? Peter asked as he ducked under a sword thrust aimed at his chest. You'll find out soon enough. She exclaims as she kicks her leg at Peter's ankles, trying to ruin his footing. Sadly for her, he has his Peter tingle, so her plan was easily seen through. Meeting her kick with one of his own, a loud thud was heard as the two crossed shins. Although Peter didn't use all of his strength, as he didn't want to snap her leg in half, he did use more than enough power to send someone like Captain America to the hospital. Though luckily, Brunhilde is an Asgardienne and not just any Asgardienne but a former Valkyrie, an elite group of female Asgardienne warriors that served as Odin's special force. Her strength was on a whole other level, allowing her to match Peter's kick without harm. You're pretty strong. Peter muttered as he put a bit more power into his leg. But not strong enough. Suddenly, Brunhilde was swept off of her feet and sent flying a few dozen meters, crashing into a big pile of junk in the distance. Bang. She seemed to hit a large piece of metal upon impact while sending other small bits of trash flying into the air as well. Is she dead? Genie asked as he munched on a bucket of popcorn with a pair of 3D glasses on his face. Nope. Peter replied as the hill of garbage that she landed in began to shake. Seconds later, the trash dispersed, revealing Brunhilde who was lifting a giant cube of metal over her head. Without wasting any time, she wound it back for a moment before using all of her strength to hurl the heavy metal object in Peter's direction. Okay, I think that this has gone on long enough. Peter mutters as he remains still and reaches out with both hands. Brunhilde watched as the cube smashed into her opponent. Though, oddly enough, it seemed to lose all of its momentum and freeze in place. This thing is heavy. Peter commented as he caught the cube and easily lifted it above his head, as if it were made of styrofoam. The expression on Peter's face betrayed the words that came out of his mouth, looking calm and relaxed as he lifted the metal and tossed it to the side. With a simple throw, the cube was sent flying into the distance before crashing into a mountain of garbage, which exploded upon impact. It was at this moment Brunhilde knew that she **ed up. Quickly reaching into her pocket, she tried to pull out a small disc, which could be used to subdue stronger opponents. Though sadly, she was too late. Peter disappeared from his former position far faster than her eyes could follow. Why don't you take a nap? A familiar voice whispered into her ear as something impacted her neck and everything went dark. Clapping. Woo, that's my master. Genie cheered as a foam finger in his red and blue colors appeared on his hand alongside other Spider-Man-related merchandise. Thank you. Peter bows dramatically as he looks at Brunhilde's ship. Since there's nothing but trash as far as the eye can see, let's take her ship and find some sort of town or city. What about her? Genie asked as he pointed to their knocked-out attacker. We'll take her with us. She could have some useful information. Peter answers as he reaches down and drags her to the ship. In a barren black void of death, the sky opens up as a wave of women mounted on winged horses poured inside, each of them dressed in Asgardian armor and armed with spears, swords, and shields. Brunhilde witnesses the event as if the moment was frozen in time, seeing herself among the sea of mounted Valkyrie. No. Go back. She screamed to her sisters but no one seemed to hear her voice. You'll die. Don't come any closer. Directly below the force of flying warrior women stood Hela Odin's daughter in all her glory, black lightning flashing all around her. Suddenly, an infinite number of black weapons appeared around Hela and fired off toward the wave of Valkyrie, slaughtering them all as Brunhilde warned. Please no. Not again. Tears filled Brunhilde's eyes as she watched countless Valkyrie falling through the dark space alongside their winged horses. Soon enough, the ground below was littered with the dead and Hela didn't even break a sweat. Brunhilde cried as she watched her sisters die all over again. Her friends, mentors, teachers, rivals, and family members. All of them were dead, again. Through an open portal only a few meters away sat the throne of Asgard. Ignoring the bloody scene around her, Hela advanced to the portal, but one Valkyrie stood in her way. Brunhilde, frozen in fear and shell-shocked. Hela smirked as she stalked forward and conjured a pitch-black sword into her hand. And just as Brunhilde was about to be decapitated, one of her sisters dived over at the last second, shoving her back through the portal and taking the fatal hit. Brunhilde watched it all replay, feeling just as useless and afraid as she did all those years ago. I should have done better. Lady Astrid would still be alive if I wasn't such a coward. Next, she watched her former self land in Asgard's throne room, scrambling to her feet as she rushed to re-enter the rift and save the sister that offered herself up for her. Or at the very least die alongside her. But sadly, it was too late. The rift closed and the last image she saw was Hela dealing the killing blow to the woman that saved her life before moving on to those who were too weak to defend themselves anymore. Aha! Brunhilde screamed in overwhelming rage and sadness. Brunhilde awoke with a start, her face uncomfortably smushed up against a curved wall of glass. As her eyes groggily opened, she saw the hills of trash through the glass below and instantly knew that she was in her ship's prison cell. I hate that dream. She recalled the same nightmare that always haunted her dreams. What a rusty city. A voice spoke from above. The tower is a bit gaudy for my tastes as well. Looking upward, Brunhilde found a familiar red and blue-clad man seated in the cockpit of her ship, gazing at the capital city of Sakaar from afar. It wasn't anything she hasn't seen a million times before. Just a city composed of salvaged items from all over the universe. Lying in the small glass holding cell of her own making, Brunhilde realized that all of her weaponry and gadgets were missing. Staying quiet, she tries to stand and work on her escape but TZZZZZ. Peter easily heard her movement and pressed a small controller in his hand, which activated the tiny metal disc attached to Brunhilde's neck. Instantly, she collapsed back onto the floor and began uncontrollably shaking in agony. Good morning. Peter greeted her cheerfully as she stopped shaking. Did you sleep well? Brunhilde ignored him and tried to stand for a second time, but of course, she was sent tumbling to the floor once again. I really like this device. Peter muttered as he watched her flail on the floor for a second time. I think I'll keep it. Brunhilde chose to remain silent and bide her time. So, what's your name and why did you attack us? Peter asks curiously, though he already knew. Was it just some drunken rage or what? Once again, she refused to speak. Whatever. Peter shrugged as he already knew who she was and what happened to the Valkyrie. Brunhilde was one of the many Valkyrie sent by Odin to drive Hela back into her prison. Although they succeeded in their mission, the Valkyrie were slaughtered, leaving only Brunhilde as the lone survivor. Being all that remained of the Asgardian warrior maidens, Brunhilde exiled herself to the planet Sakaar where she served the Grandmaster as one of his best acquisition specialists to this very day. Delivering him fighters and would-be champions ever since. How can Odin waste such a cool group of soldiers like that? Peter thought with a shake of his head. If I were him, I would have just got off my throne and spanked Hela myself. A/N, 1984 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone and I'll deep throat this banana police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote backhand index pointing down. Chapter 288, C288 Champion. Speaking head in silhouette, insert screaming/yelling gifs here, most likes wins speaking head in silhouette. Tony's group stood surrounded by Sakaran guards donned in their Iron Man armor, besides Gamera, of course, who had a pair of knives in hand, ready to fight without the protection of Tony's tech, unlike Pepper and Rhodes. Not happening. Pepper refused the Grandmaster's request for a set of his own Iron Man armor. You heard the lady. Tony nods in agreement. What a shame. The Grandmaster mutters sadly as he walks back across the room to his throne. Capture them though, prioritize the armor. Feel free to kill if you have to. Just make sure my armor isn't too damaged. Yes, sir. Topaz nods as she gestures to her men. Finally, the fun can begin. Tony mutters as the guards hop into action. Some shoot as they are armed with projectile weaponry, while others rush forward with spears and swords, ready to cut down the Grandmaster's enemies. Acting first, as she has the most battle experience, Gamera dashes to the oncoming guards with her knives at the ready. As two black and brown-clad soldiers swung their swords in her direction, Gamera dropped to her knees, sliding under the blades as she stabbed her long knives into their stomachs. Ugh! Both guards grunted in pain as she ripped the knives from them and rolled backward, barely slipping away from a spear thrust by a third guard. And as she took some distance, Gamera climbed back up to her feet just in time to watch the two guards she stabbed fall to the ground and bleed out. Pepper watched in awe, wishing that she had the skills and fearlessness to pull off something like that. Her only saving grace was the armor that Tony gave her. It gifts her power that she would never have otherwise and bolsters her courage in situations like this. Without it, she would be a shivering mess, weak and afraid. Seeing that Gamera beat them to the first kills, Tony and Rhodes jump into action as well. Activating their armor's thrusters, the two shoot off into the air and maneuver around the room, dodging Hale's blaster bolts in the process. Soon enough, the two refused to hold back anymore and started their offensive. Rhodes, being the soldier he is, preferred guns over most other weapons, so he immediately activated the turret in his suit. Instantly, Rhodes' armor morphed and a large turret appeared over his right shoulder. Opening fire. He called out in warning to Tony and the rest. Dud-dud-dud-dud. Suddenly, a rain of sharp metal projectiles assaulted a group of Sakaeran shooters, tearing through them one by one. And as Rhodes was demolishing the guard's backline, Tony rushes into the fray to assist Gamera, who was being swarmed by dozens of armed Sakaerans. "Watch your back!" Tony exclaims as he fires a thruster from his palm. Boom. Just as Gamera was about to be stabbed in the back by a sneaky swordsman, Tony stepped in and launched the attacker back with a burst of bright blue energy. Gamera didn't have the time to thank him, as she slipped under a long spear before grasping its pole and yanking it toward her. The guard at the other end of the spear instantly came tumbling forward, which gave her the opportunity to slice his neck open. Keeping her hold on the spear, Gamera kicked the dying Sakaeran away and used her free hand to throw it like a javelin! Pepper's eyes go wide as the pointed end of the spear came hurtling her way. At first, she thought that Gamera was trying to kill her, but then she saw its trajectory from the HUD in her helmet. Soon enough, the spear flew over her shoulder and pierced the chest of an armed partygoer, who decided to join the fight in order to curry favor with the Grandmaster. After all, being on the good side of a dictator is in everyone's best interest. Especially when no one can leave due to the wormholes blocking the way. Seeing that she was the only one who hasn't joined the fight, Pepper hesitantly steps forward as a large crystal-like flower appears in front of her. Instantly, the flower lit up in a blue light before firing a single beam of energy across the room, ripping through 4 different guards who were unlucky enough to be lined up in a row. A/N, Collateral X4. Overkill insert Halo kill streak voice. Seeing that his guards were being easily slaughtered, the Grandmaster grew antsy and turned to his trusted guard, Topaz. "Summon my champion and a few contenders. This armor is stronger than I imagined," he whispered as he watched 3 of his men get decapitated by a beam of blue energy. "Call the rest of the guards as well. We may need to buy some time." "Yes, sir." Topaz nods as she relays the order to one of her subordinates, who rushes off to do as he's told. Landing the warsong near the Grandmaster's tower, Peter looks down at Brunhilde, who continued to silently glare at him from her glass prison below. "Come on. Let's go," Peter says as he releases her from the cell, sending her falling to the ground outside. Acting quickly, Brunhilde spun around midair and landed on her feet like a cat. Following her out, Peter and Jeannie watched as she tried to run away while clutching at the disc in her neck. "You'd think she would be smarter about this," Peter muttered with a sigh as he hit the button in his hand for a 3rd time that day. Tzzzzzz. Just like the last 2 times, Brunhilde's entire body seized up as she collapsed to the ground, shaking like leaf. "I'm starting to feel bad at this point," Jeannie commented as he watched her flail around on the floor like a fish out of water. "Really? I'm not." Peter shrugged uncaringly. After all, she would have done the same thing to them if she could. If Peter wasn't stronger than her, she would have captured him just like Thor and treated him in the same manner. He had no doubt about it. Karma can be a real B***tch sometimes. Peter commented as he waited for Brunhilde to stand back up. As she climbed back to her feet and glared in Peter's direction, suddenly, a bright blue light filled the sky. Looking up, all 3 of them watched as a black and brown-dressed Sakaeran guard was shot out of the upper floor of the Grandmaster's palace by a familiar-looking blue repulsor beam. "Aya!" The guard screamed as he fell hundreds of stories and smacked into the hard ground with a loud thud. Peter could hear every bone in his body break as he hit the floor, dying instantly. "It looks like they're upstairs." Peter nods with a smirk. "You were right. Your friends are still alive." Jeannie seemed happy for Peter. "I told you they would be. They wouldn't die in a lousy crash landing." Peter replies with a shrug. They're main characters after all. As they were talking, a platoon of similarly dressed guards rushed past them and disappeared into the Grandmaster's tower. "They must be losing badly," Peter comments as he follows them inside. "Let's go and watch the show." After taking a few steps, Peter stops to turn and look at Brunhilde, who didn't move a single inch to follow him. "Are you going to come willingly?" Peter says as he holds up the device in his hand. "Or should I hit this button a few more times?" "Fine." She mutters in annoyance as she reluctantly follows after Peter and Jeannie. As they step inside the tower, Peter found that the whole bottom floor was empty. Is it usually this deserted? He turns to ask Brunhilde, who shook her head side to side. "The Grandmaster must have called all of the guards up to help combat your friends," she reasoned. "Makes sense." Peter muttered as Valkyrie swords appeared in his outstretched hand. "Here, take this in case you have to defend yourself." "Does defending myself count against you as well?" She doesn't hesitate to take her sword back. After all, it's the sword she was given when she became a Valkyrie, Dragonfang. Although she may not consider herself a Valkyrie anymore, Dragonfang means more to her than any other possession. After all, her fallen sisters gifted it to her so she would treasure it forever. No. Peter denies and ignores her bloodthirsty glare as he starts walking to the nearest elevator. Come on. As they all packed into the elevator, Brunhilde had a surmounting urge to stab Peter with the pointy end of her sword but knew it wouldn't be worth it. From how easily he handled her in their fight on top of the obedience disc in her neck, Brunhilde understood that she didn't have a chance. At least not yet. As Tony and his group finished off the last wave of guards, they turned to the Grandmaster, who was seated on his throne with Topaz at his side as usual. Congratulations, you passed the test. The Grandmaster smiles as he tries to buy time for his champion to arrive. You win an all-expense-paid trip to the Grand Arena. Aren't you lucky? Enough bullsh *T. We dash Rhodes wasn't buying it, though he didn't get to finish speaking as the floor began to shake slightly. Dun 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 dun. Loud heavy footsteps pounded on the floor, shaking the penthouse as they grew closer and closer. Why do we have to do this? I was just getting to the good part of the movie. A dumb-sounding voice carried into the room from the nearby hallway. Because helping the Grandmasters gets us one step closer to finding a way off of this garbage dump. Do you want to stay in this hellhole forever, you moron? A much more intellectual voice responds in irritation. No. The first voice answers in a sulking manner as the footsteps continue drawing closer. Soon enough, a large figure appears in the doorway, barely fitting inside the room. A large hulking brownish-orange-skinned monster with two faces could be seen. One face sat on top of the other. The top one was smaller than the bottom but held a much higher level of intelligence than the other. Meanwhile, the bottom face looked curious and almost idiotic, though he seemed to be much more at ease than his scowling counterpart. Insert picture of Beast here. A/N, 1,800 words, smiley face. Beast's face is on the Grandmaster's palace in the movie, so I added him since Hulk isn't the champion. The others didn't seem that interesting, so I picked him. Ares would have been cool too, but I didn't want to add a god to the story. At least not yet. Police car light hand in your gemstone or I'll backhand index pointing right poke backhand index pointing left you in the eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 289, C289 Battle, Fight, Pow. Titles are hard sometimes. Toilet insert pooping gifs here pile of poo most likes wins toilet. My champion. The Grandmaster exclaimed in relief as Beast arrived. It's so good to see you again. You're just as handsome as I remember. Question mark. The upper face of Beast looks past everyone in the room and locks eyes with the Grandmaster. Grandmaster, you called. Yes, I have some intruders that need dealing with. He waves toward the armored group of heroes. Be a dear and handle them for me, will you? Just try to keep that armor of theirs in good condition. It has piqued my interest. Eyeing the group of armor-clad individuals between them and the Grandmaster, Beast's lower face grunted, ready for a fight. We can take them. Yeah, maybe. Though his more calculative side was more cautious. But what's in it for us? The Grandmaster frowned upon hearing Beast's question, though he quickly put on a smile to cover up his displeasure. I'll gift you a ship with a route off of the planet. Sound good? The Grandmaster instantly knew that his words were enticing for the giant beast, as both of its faces showed sparks of interest at the same exact time. But, he adds with a huge amount of emphasis, I'll only do so if you deliver me those suits of armor in operational condition. Fine, just sit back and enjoy the show. The smarter half of the towering beast agreed as he stomped toward Tony and his group. Hey! Hang on a second. Rhodes exclaims as Beast ran up and sent him flying across the room with a powerful punt. War Machine screamed as he flew across the penthouse and hit a wall, which instantly crumbled under the impact. Tony. What do we do? Pepper panicked as she's never dealt with monsters like this before. Relax, Peps. Just keep your distance and attack when there's an opening. Rhodey and I will keep him busy. Tony says as his thrusters fire him toward the hulking beast. But Rhodes. She stuttered, thinking that War Machine would be out of the fight or possibly even dead. Though, those thoughts were immediately halted as a black metallic figure shot out of the rubble and rushed to Tony's side. See? He's fine. Now, do as I said. Tony practically orders as Pepper gets some distance from the two-faced monster and prepares to fire her lasers at any moment. Meanwhile, Gamera has already disappeared from the battlefield. With one look at the Grandmaster's champion, she knew that she didn't stand a chance. If he were to catch her for even a single second, it would be game over. All that he would have to do is squeeze her like a tube of toothpaste and her life would come to a horrific end. So being smart about it, Gamera ran off and allowed her armored companions to handle the giant beast in the room. After all, they're the ones who were equipped to do so. You know he's lying, right? Tony spoke up as he shot forward and pounded a metal fist into Beast's face, sending the giant stumbling backward a single step. Before their opponent could regain their footing, Rhodes soared forward like a missile and matched his friend's punch with one of his own. Instantly, Beast fell onto the floor and looked up to see two armored figures above him. Hoping to sway the Hulk-like giant away from their enemy's corner, Tony and Rhodes paused the assault and waited for a moment. If there really was a way off this planet, then don't you think that the Grandmaster would have taken it by now? At best, he'll give you a ship and send you into a wormhole, where you'll be ripped to shreds and deposited halfway across the universe. Tony's words seemed to sway the giant, who stood to his feet and turned to his employer questioningly. Who says that I've never left the planet? The Grandmaster smirked comfortably from his throne. I just see no reason to stay gone for very long. After all, why leave when I'm the king of my own world here? Nobody could tell whether he was lying or not, though the calm smile on his face portrayed an air of confidence which certainly helped convince Beast at the very least. Ding! Just as the fighting was about to start again, the elevator chimed as its doors swung open, revealing Peter, Jeannie, and Brunhilde inside. Yo! Peter called out with a wave as his eyes landed on Beast. Ah! Who's this two-faced ugly-looking guy? Both of Beast's faces frowned as Peter strolled out of the elevator with Jeannie and Brunhilde following closely behind him. Scrapper 142. It's so good that you're here. The Grandmasters grew even more relieved at Brunhilde's arrival. I love it when you come to visit, 142. You always bring me the best stuff. Completely forgetting about the ongoing conflict in the room, the Grandmaster turns to his trusted guard, Topaz. Whenever we get to talking about Scrapper 142, what do I always say? She is the... And it starts with AB. He asks with a smile. B*TCH. Topaz answers in distaste as she hates Brunhilde. No, not B*TCH. Were you waiting just to call her that? The Grandmaster asks, enjoying the odd rivalry between Topaz and Brunhilde. Try again. Boozy whore. Topaz answers insultingly yet again. No, I'm so sorry, 142. He quickly said, though he seemed more amused than apologetic. Best, I was thinking of the word best. Because I always say you're the best. She brought me many contenders for my beloved champion, you know. Yes, you say that every time she's here. Topaz sighed in annoyance as she glared in Brunhilde's direction. Right, well, why don't you assist my champion against these intruders and I'll pay you afterward as always. The Grandmaster offered as his eyes roamed toward Peter and Jeannie. You can show me your latest merchandise then as well. Your name is Scrapper 142. Peter asks teasingly, though he knew her real name all along. That had to be rough growing up. Brunhilde refused to correct the record as she gestured to the disc on her neck, surprising the Grandmaster. Ah. Wait. Are you the merchandise? The Grandmaster realized as Topaz smirked beside him. How much for her? I'll give you 1,000,000 credits. She offered as the thought of enslaving her longtime rival and enemy brightened Topaz's day. Glaring in Topaz's direction, Brunhilde hoped Peter wouldn't accept, as she would soon rather die than live a life at the whims of the jealous rotund hag. Not for sale. Peter turns her down in an instant. Then why are you here? The Grandmaster asks. He's with us. Tony shouts as he points to the giant two-faced monster across from him. Are you going to help us with this or what? Nah, you got it. Peter shakes his head as he looks around the room for a moment. Hey, where's Gamera? You kidnapped her, so she better be in one piece, or else I'll never hear the end of it. Quill would not be happy to learn that the love of his life was hurt or killed because one of Peter's friends decided to kidnap her for a space adventure. Ah. Tony hummed as he looked around and didn't find her. I'm right here. Gamera revealed herself from behind a large pillar. You sure took your time finding me. Well, I was busy. Peter shrugs uncaringly. I poisoned your father, by the way. He ran away like a little B*TCH too. Hearing his words, Gamera froze in place and just stared at Peter in shock. Why, you what? Gamera asks incredulously. Of course, she would be happy if it was true, though it sounded so far-fetched that she couldn't bring herself to believe it was even possible. Oh, and Quill found out about his dad. Apparently, he's half ancient alien or something. Peter explained vaguely. Right. Gamera found it all impossible to believe. Anyway, why don't you go and comfort him? He seemed down in the dumps the last time I saw him, so maybe a lover's reunion will cheer him up. Peter says as he waves his hand. We are not Dash. Gamera tried to deny it as a golden portal opened below her feet. Lovers. She yelled the last part in surprise as she fell through the portal and disappeared. Those who have never seen Peter's portals watched in shock as Gamera was sent away in an instant. What was that? The Grandmaster asks in interest. Nothing. Peter refused to answer as he turned to Brunhilde. Make yourself useful and kill the guy on the throne. And while you're doing that, Jeannie and I will check out the appetizers. Since this was originally a party with Sakar's upper echelon, the drinks and food were still out, so Peter walked over and started looking through them in interest. "Oh, hors d'oeuvres!" Genie exclaimed excitedly as he rushed to follow after Peter. "Hey! What about us?" Pepper yelled incredulously. "We could use some help here." "Meh, you guys can handle it." A/N, 1537 words. Police car light, hand in your gemstone or I'll give you one of these middle finger police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 290, C290 Heartbreaking Loss. Prohibited, insert gifs of the minimum wage jobs that every TikTok star will be applying for when the app gets banned, most likes wins prohibited. As Peter made himself a small plate of finger foods, he turned to see Brunhilde still standing in the same position as before. "You should really attack already," Peter commented as he conjured a comfortable couch, which he and Genie sat on as they ate. "If you impress me, I'll grant you a single favor. Of course, I won't go against my morals, but most things are possible as long as it's in my capabilities." As Peter was talking, Beast and the rest started fighting once again, filling the whole room with noise. Brunhilde remained silent as she remembered how easily he handled her earlier. In her many years of life, Brunhilde has fought against all sorts of people, including the strongest of Valkyrie, soldiers, generals, and even Asgard's royal family. Never before has anyone, besides the Allfather and his psycho B***tch of a daughter, been able to take her down so easily. Yes, she was drunk, but even then his display of strength was impressive. Especially after seeing the portal he opened. He can leave here whenever he wants and might be able to match Hela in strength. She thought as the small embers of vengeance in her soul began to burn brighter. "Would you kill a god?" She turns to Peter and asks. Although she was useless in the final battle of the Valkyrie, Brunhilde was easily one of, if not, the strongest out of all her sisters, and that was over 1,000 years ago. She may spend her days drinking herself stupid, but that didn't mean her skills had lessened either. In fact, they've only grown throughout the years. Asgardians are all drunkards, so the disadvantage wasn't very prevalent. The fact that she could lose to someone so easily means only one thing. Peter's far more powerful than her and could very well be on the same level as beings like Odin and Hela, though she wasn't quite sure. After all, he was practically playing with her the whole time. Depends on the god, though something like that reaches a bit higher than your average favor, don't you think? Peter answered as he put the puzzle pieces together. "I was thinking more along the lines of taking you off of this planet." Brunhilde wanted him to kill Hela for her, which wasn't impossible. "What would you want in exchange?" she asks as Topaz steps up in front of the Grandmaster. Neither of them knew what Scrapper 142 was getting at, but they knew that she would most likely be attacking them soon enough. What a pity. I always liked 142. The Grandmaster thought in disappointment. Work for me and I'll do it," Peter answered after a moment of thought. "She would make a good Avenger and I have to get some Asgardian blood for my evolution anyway." In this way, Peter would be killing two birds with one stone. He planned to kill Hela either way, as she was a maniac who would cause trouble sooner or later, so using the opportunity to take some DNA for his new evolutionary power while simultaneously gaining a strong subordinate was just too enticing. After all, in the movies, Brunhilde became king of what remained of Asgard after Ragnarok, so she would be an invaluable member of the Avengers. Peter thought as he stuffed a tiny sandwich with purple meat into his mouth, using the reality stone to bypass his mask. Not bad. Brunhilde remained silent and indecisive. On one hand, she would gladly swear her eternal servitude to anyone who could kill Hela Odinsdatter for her. Of course, Peter didn't mean for her to swear herself to him in that manner, but as a former Valkyrie, Brunhilde has always had this sort of mindset. Though he only meant to offer her a simple job. And on the other hand, just because Peter could beat her in a fight, whilst she was hammered to oblivion, didn't necessarily mean that he was capable enough to kill the woman she hated most in this universe. I need to make sure he can do it, Brunhilde thought as she looked over at Peter. I'll capture the Grandmaster for you, but that's it. You can decide what to do with him afterward. As for the favor, I'll save it for the time being. Without another word, Brunhilde remained still, waiting for Peter's confirmation before acting. This isn't exactly what I was hoping for, but it's a good start, I guess. Peter thought as he sent her a nod. Deal. Bring it, B***tch. Topaz expertly twirls her spear around her fingers before slamming the butt end of it against the floor, motioning for Brunhilde to come to her. With pleasure, you fat WH***re. Brunhilde replied in kind as she drew her sword from its scabbard and rushed forward. As the two collided, Brunhilde's sword strike was blocked by the pole of Topaz's spear, leaving the two at a momentary standstill. Who are you calling fat, you drunk floozy? Topaz spat as she swiped the sword away before stabbing her spear forward. Who are you calling a floozy, you ugly whale? Brunhilde sidestepped the spear and kicked Topaz in the stomach, sending her sliding backward. Though Topaz didn't lose her balance and managed to stay on her feet the whole time. She didn't disagree with the drunk comment. Peter thought in amusement as he turned his attention to the other fight going on. He watched as Pepper kept her distance and fired the beam from a crystal flower-shaped object, which appeared from her suit, hovering in front of her. Her target, the giant two-faced orange-colored monster, was just barely held in place by both Tony and Rhodes, leaving him no room for escape. Arg! Beast roared in agony as a beam of blue-hued light shot into his leg, tearing open a large hole and nearly severing his leg. Though that wasn't the shocking part. Through the hole in his leg, Peter and everyone else could see metal, wires, and a blue-colored coolant leaking out, rather than the flesh, meat, and blood of a living being. Exclamation point. Tony's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Are you a robot? Wait, no. You're an android, aren't you? This trip just kept getting better and better for him. First Tony found himself stranded in an engineer's paradise, where materials and unknown alien technology literally rained down from the sky, and now this godly planet gave him yet another gift. A conscious and living robot, an android. You aren't controlled by anyone, right? Tony asked as he completely forgot that they were fighting only seconds ago. Are you an artificial intelligence? Tony, I don't think that now is the time for this. Rhodes muttered in exasperation. Though Tony seemed to completely ignore him. Or maybe you were just a mindless robot that gained sentience over time. Who made you? Do you have your blueprints? Can you feel anything? He continued firing off questions with a look of wonder and curiosity. Tony couldn't hold himself back as Beast only became angrier and angrier with each word out of his opponent's mouth. Does he not like being questioned? Or is he sensitive about his origin? Peter wondered as he watched it all unfold. Standing back up while ignoring the hole in his leg, Beast snarled in Tony's direction before kicking off the ground and launching forward. Whoa! Tony shouted as he was tackled to the ground with Beast hovering over his body. I get it. You don't like questions. Shut up. The dumber face of Beast yells in anger as he punches down at Tony's glowing chest. Oh no, you don't. Rhodes exclaims as he Spartan kicks Beast in the head, which sends him rolling off of Tony. And just as Beast was about to pick himself up, a bright blue light shot toward his chest from across the room. Pepper, no. We have to capture him alive. Tony yells, surprising his girlfriend enough to divert her attack, though it didn't go as Tony would have hoped. Ugh. Beast screamed one last time as the beam of energy pierced his chest before jerking sideways and slicing his neck. Plop, A/N, does that sound work for a head falling to the floor? Although Pepper didn't mean to, her attack diverted and severed Beast's head from his shoulders. No. My beautiful research material. Tony cried out in horror as Beast collapsed to the floor alongside his severed head. How could you do this to him? He was innocent. He tried to kill us, Tony. Pepper replied in annoyance. That's not exactly what I would call innocent. He was innocent in my heart. Tony muttered in regret. Relax, you can still study its corpse. Peter joins the conversation whilst sipping on a blue-colored fizzy drink through his mask. Just be careful. Since it's an android, he's probably still alive and just needs a few repairs. Upon hearing Peter's words, hope returned to Tony's entire being as he rushed over the downed android. Don't worry, I'll fix you up good as new. Tony muttered as he started collecting all of Beast's scattered pieces. My champion. The Grandmaster whispered mournfully. Looking between Topaz and 142, who were still fighting one another, the Grandmaster couldn't help but eye the nearest exit. I may need to get out of here. A/N, 1585 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone or I'll send out the unicorn head to stab you with their horns, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 291, C291 blasted to dust. Pleading face insert puppy dog eyes gifs here, most likes wins pleading face. I may need to get out of here. The Grandmaster thought as he quickly and quietly left his throne, rushing to the nearest exit. Where are you going? Peter asked as the Grandmaster ran face first into a hard wall. Ugh. He grunted as he fell to the floor and craned his neck upward. The door that he was running to was now gone and replaced with a flat wall as if the exit was never there to begin with. The Grandmaster seemed confused for a moment before scrambling back to his feet and looking around the room. Each door leading into and out of the room had completely disappeared. Even the exit of the welcome ride was gone. What the dash, the Grandmaster muttered as he turned and locked his eyes on Peter, who was lounging on the couch beside Jeannie. As the host of this party, it's very rude to leave before your guests. Peter comments as he waves his hand. Instantly, the Grandmaster fell through a portal and landed but first back on his throne. How? He muttered in shock. The portal was one thing, as Peter already showed him that power when he sent Gamera away, but sealing up the entire room was another. The Grandmaster has been alive almost just as long as his brother, the Collector, yet he's never met anyone that could do such a thing. It's almost like he's bending reality. The Grandmaster thought to himself. Though that's just about as far as his thoughts on the situation went. Unlike his brother, the Grandmaster has lived the majority of his life trapped in Sakaar, leaving him clueless about the existence of the Infinity Stones. Which was good for Peter, as he didn't need anyone spilling that information just yet. Tony would whine about me not sharing my all-powerful toys with him if he found out. Peter thought as he rolled his eyes. Magic. Now sit tight and wait until the fight is over. We'll decide what to do with you then. Peter dragged his gaze away from the shocked dictator as Pepper and Rhodes walked over. Peter watched as their armor retracted back into the glowing arc reactors on their chests. Wow, looking good. He gave them an impressed whistle. I didn't know Tony was working on nanotechnology. You wouldn't, would you? Tony said accusingly as he strolled over, dragging Beast's headless body along with him. Because you're too busy having space adventures without me. Peter instantly let out a tired sigh. Yeah, he could have brought Tony along to meet the Guardians, but with Thanos and the Infinity Stones involved, he thought it best not to. I'm sorry. Peter apologized questioningly. On one hand, he felt bad for leaving out his friend, but on the other hand, it wasn't Peter's job to involve Tony in every facet of his chaotic life. You should be. Tony nods as his armor disappeared. So, what's with the girl? Are you thinking of cheating on Silk? You can tell me. I won't spill your dirty adulterous secrets. Brothers before hoes dash. Whack. Pepper slapped Tony upside the head as he took a seat beside Peter, rubbing his sore spot and kicking his feet up on top of Beast's headless body. No, I think she'll make a good Avenger. That's all. Peter shook his head as he turned his attention back to Topaz and Brunhilde. See. Not everyone's a sick pervert like you. Pepper glared at Tony as Topaz was thrown into a pillar, destroying it upon impact. Shouldn't we step in and stop them? Nah, they seem to have some sort of bad blood between them, so let them settle it on their own. Peter shrugged as Brunhilde knocked the spear out of her opponent's hands. Who's this? Tony asks as he turns to Genie, who was screaming at the fighters as if he was a coach in the UFC. Genie. He's a friend of mine. Peter gave Tony a made-up backstory as they watched the fight. At this point in the match, both sides have lost their weapons. Brunhilde managed to knock the spear from Topaz's hands, and immediately tossed her dragon fang aside, evening the odds once again. Based on the injuries to both sides, Brunhilde was winning by a landslide. Topaz was covered in bruises and a few cuts as she huffed and puffed for air, exhausted from the fight thus far. Meanwhile, Brunhilde only had a few minor injuries and appeared raring to go. I guess that's the difference between an Asgardian physiology and the rest of the universe. Peter thought. He didn't know what species of alien Topaz was, but it certainly didn't stack up against an Asgardian. Especially now that Brunhilde has completely sobered up. She hasn't had a sip of alcohol since Peter captured her, and Asgardians have a much higher metabolism than most alien races, so she sobered up fairly quickly. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Genie winced as Brunhilde grabbed Topaz by the hair and slammed her head into the floor. I think that ends it. Peter muttered as Topaz remained unmoving on the cracked floor. Standing from his seat, Peter walked over to Brunhilde, who retrieved her sword after a victory. Will you finish her off? He asked. Of course, Peter doesn't enjoy killing, but he has zero empathy for the Grandmaster and anyone related to him. Some sort of evil villain gene must run in the family. He thought as both he and his brother turned out to be psychos in their own weird ways. One would do anything to grow his collection, which included slaves, while the other seemed to revel in forcing slaves to fight to the death while collecting champions to battle in his name. No, she's not worth the rust on my blade. Brunhilde replied as she sheathed Dragon Fang and looked toward the Grandmaster. 142, come on. It's me. The man in question started to plead as he had no other way out. We go way back, don't we? You can't just serve me up to die, right? Brunhilde remained silent for a moment before turning back to Peter. He's all yours. I'll keep that favor for the time being. Her voice held no remorse for her former employer. Brunhilde spent many years on Sakaar, and although she and the Grandmaster met many times for business, she never grew to like him very much. After all, it's hard to sympathize with a dictator who runs his nation through slavery. He didn't even know her real name. Sure. Peter shrugged as he turned to the Grandmaster, who sat speechless while tightly gripping the armrests of his throne. Wait. We can talk about this, can't we? I'm a lot more valuable alive, I assure you. How would you like to be the Grand Duke of Sakaar, huh? I can make that happen. He started rambling about everything he could give away in exchange for his life, nobility included. What's with this guy and the word grand? Tony asks as he walks over. Grandmaster, Grand Arena, Grand Duke. I don't think he has a very good naming sense. Peter nodded in agreement. True, he's been calling me Scrapper 142 for almost 1,000 years. Brunhilde added from the side. You're 1,000 years old. Pepper exclaimed in shock. What's your skincare routine? Ignoring Tony's girlfriend, who rushed over to pester Brunhilde, Peter turned back to deal with the Grandmaster. Wait, he tried to enslave us, so I'll do it. Tony says as a liquid metal pours over his arm and forms into a red and gold glove with a repulsive at the palm. Wait. We can talk about this. There's a lot you don't know about Dash, the Grandmaster shouted as Tony's palm brightened. Asterisk VSSS. Bang asterisk. The thruster on Tony's palm charged up before firing off a thick pillar of blue light, which enveloped the entire throne. The attack was so powerful that it tore through the throne and melted a hole in the floor-to-ceiling windows behind it as well. Outside of the Grandmaster's palace, the whole city lit up, attracting everyone's attention as they wondered what the hell was going on. Damn. Peter uttered as the blue pillar of light disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a gaping hole, some ashes, and a few burnt pieces of the Grandmaster's yellow robe. That attack wasn't always that crazy. You really upgraded, huh? Well, I added some runes to reinforce the suit, so it could handle a higher output without melting. Tony explained as his armored glove morphs, revealing countless lines of tiny runes. Wow. Looks like I wasn't wrong when I said runes would be your greatest asset. Peter admired his friend's craftsmanship. So what now? Rhodes walked up and asked. Should we just leave? No. Tony refused instantly. Question mark. Everyone, including Peter, looked at Tony in confusion. We can't leave. Tony states with a determined look in his eyes. This place is a gold mine. There's enough tech and materials on this rock to take over the universe. Not that I want to do that, but I refuse to leave any of it behind. And how do you plan to do that? Peter asked incredulously. Although he saw the appeal, the work to accomplish what Tony wants is astronomical. Well, first we need a new king. A/N, 1,562 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone and I'll give you this brand new oncoming car CAR, automobile police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 292, C292 New Sakar. Frog face insert frog, Pepe, Peepo gifts here, most likes wins frog face. First, we need a new king. Tony said matter-of-factly. And as soon as those words left his mouth everyone turned to look toward Peter for some odd reason. No, not happening. He instantly denied. What? You like this kind of stuff, don't you? Tony whined as he didn't want to take on the responsibility, only rake in all of the rewards. I mean, you practically run the Avengers. Why not become a king while you're at it? Peter looked at his friend as if he were mentally deficient. A/N, you can't say the R word anymore. God, I miss that word. Because I already have a million other responsibilities. As you said, I run the Avengers, and that's a full-time job. Not to mention my hero work, my girlfriend, my kid, and now I have a new group of space heroes to look after. I seriously don't have the time for this even if I do like the idea of becoming king of an entire planet. Peter ended his rant with an exasperated sigh. Spider-Man has a child. Rhodes muttered in disbelief. Yes, and I would like to keep what little time I have to spend with her. Peter adds as Tony starts to lose hope in his plan. But this planet is heaven. Tony said as he looked out of the window toward the never-ending hills of resources in the distance. It's a never-ending tech mine. We can't just let it go. The room went silent as everyone could feel how important this was to Tony. There are only a few things in this world that could truly move Iron Man's heart, and this planet seemed to be one of them. Well, as I see it, we have three options. Peter says after a moment of thought. Question mark. Everyone turned to him, especially Tony who looked very eager to hear what his friend had to say. First, we could allow the people to vote on their next ruler and cultivate a good relationship with that person. Once there's some trust between us, we can trade for the junk you want. Peter says though Tony didn't seem that enthusiastic about it. I feel like that would take forever. Tony complained as he wanted to start carting off his tech today. Second, we could pick someone from the Avengers to run the place under the organization's banner, though we would be losing the exclusive rights to your precious hills of space trash. Peter offers another option. Hey, it's not trash. Tony counters as he thinks it over. Would I still get first picks for the tech brought in? I don't know. We would have to call a council meeting to decide that, though I can tell you now that Fury and Eric are greedy **stards. They won't let you hoard all of the good stuff to yourself. Peter shrugs. What's the last one? Tony asks, hoping it's better than the first two options. Third, we could portal every Sakaran off of the planet. I'd have to find a vacant world that's habitable for them to settle on, but that shouldn't be too hard. The universe is ever expanding after all. Peter says, though once again Tony had something to say. Then who would collect all of the technology for us? We still need a civilian workforce to collect everything. Tony sighs in exasperation. Of course, he didn't plan to treat the Sakaarans like slaves. They would get a very nice payment for their work, courtesy of the dearly departed Grandmaster. After all, he has to have a hefty sum of credits lying around from the many millennia of running this place. We could always portal a huge chunk of space junk to Earth and sort it there, or you could make some worker robots to do it here and I could pick up each batch once a month. Peter said, soothing Tony's worries in an instant. Fine, let's find a planet and kick everyone out. Tony was finally on board. I think that you guys are forgetting something important. Brunhilde spoke for the first time in a while. What? Tony asked with a frown. 1. What if people don't want to leave, and 2. Random people appear through the wormholes all the time. You would always have new arrivals to deal with. She explained. I'm of the understanding that this place is a sh*thol for most people. The only city is built with rusted scrap, while the rest of the planet is literally just trash. There's not even any flora or fauna, let alone a way to grow any plants on a large enough scale to feed everyone, which means herding animals is probably impossible as well. And that's if you're lucky enough for two opposite-gendered animals of the same species to fall out of a wormhole and live. I mean, am I wrong? Peter asks with a raised brow under his mask. True, but many of the citizens here are, for lack of a better phrase, dumb f***ck morons. They may decide that they like it here and just stay. In fact, I'm sure a small amount of them definitely will. Brunhilde nods to herself. You have to remember that there are no schools here. Most Sakaarans aren't the brightest of minds. Then we'll just have to force them out, I guess. If they're too stupid to see the opportunity we're giving them, then they don't deserve the option to choose for themselves. Peter says uncaringly. As for the new arrivals, we can always check once a month and portal them to the new Sakaar, and they can try to return to their home worlds from there. I like it. Tony smirked as he started thinking of designs for the labor robots, who would parse through all of the trash for them. We should find a planet as quickly as possible. And by we, I mean you. Tony gestured to Peter. Sure, but I expect a fair split of the tech from this since I'm helping. Peter says as he receives a nod from Tony. We can share everything like we always do. Tony shrugs as Peter opens a portal and steps through. I'll be back in a bit. He says with a wave as the portal snaps shut. Tony, are you actually about to evict an entire civilization just so you can take their resources? Pepper asked incredulously. This is giving heavy colonizer vibes. Of course, it wasn't that bad, as the Sakaarans would be getting a habitable planet out of the deal. A world for a world sounded pretty fair after all. Tony completely ignored his girlfriend as he stood by the window, eyeing the world below with a greedy spark in his eyes. Using the star chart in one of his many alien warships, Peter was able to compile a list of planets that could work for the Sakaaran migration. Checking them personally one by one, Peter found one planet that fit the description of a habitable and not yet colonized world. L221, a green planet, similar to the Earth, with a blue ocean covering a little over 80% of its globe, which is about 10% more than the Earth, though that wasn't exactly a problem per se. It was a bit smaller than the Earth as well, but Salker is only made up of one capital city, so they shouldn't have any problems with space for a long time. This should do. Peter muttered as he watched a few alien-looking animals run away, as they weren't used to seeing things like him. They better get used to it quickly because you're about to see a lot more soon enough. After testing the planet's air, soil, and water quality, among a slew of other crucial tests, Peter portaled back to the Grandmaster's palace and found Tony standing at the edge of the broken window with a microphone in hand. People of Sakaar. We have slain the men who turned you all into slaves. The Grandmaster is dead. Tony shouted onto the microphone, like a boxing match announcer. Looking out of the window, Peter could see a sea of people packed below the palace, as if the Pope was giving a speech at the Vatican. Not only have we killed your oppressor, but we've also found a way for everyone to escape this wasteland of a planet. Tony says, immediately piquing the interest of the crowd. Although they found this whole situation hard to believe, many Sakaarans have always wished to escape. The lack of food, water, safety, and almost every other basic necessity has made living in Sakaar a living hell for the large majority of them. We give you all 1 week to peacefully pack your belongings and prepare to set off. A friend of mine has already found a much more habitable planet for everyone to migrate to. Tony explained as the crowd stood in disbelief. Now things were starting to sound a bit too good to be true. Seeing the looks of those in the crowd with his enhanced eyesight, Peter waved his hand and opened a giant portal in the sky. Looking upward, everyone caught sight of a green and blue planet, filled with flora and fauna as well as all sorts of animals. Looking back, Tony was surprised to find Peter standing there but gave him a thankful smirk for his assistance. See for yourselves. This is your new planet as well as our exit. Hurry home and pack your things. The new Sakaar is waiting for you. A/N, 1609 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone and I'll give you this broccoli. What? It's healthy, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 293, C293 Oath of Fealty. Woman police officer insert police gifts here, most likes wins woman police officer. 1 week later. After sending everyone from Sakaar off the planet, including the stragglers who weren't cooperating and decided that they wanted to stay, Peter stood in front of Brunhilde outside the Grandmaster's palace. Tony returned to Earth with Pepper and Rhodes already, as he needed to start making the robots that would sort the trash on their new planet. So, any ideas for your favor, or should I just send you to the new Sakaar with the rest of them? Peter asked as she was the only one left on the planet besides him. Brunhilde remained silent for a moment, eyeing Peter up and down before drawing her sword. Although Peter removed the disc from her neck a week ago and set her free, she hadn't drunk a single drop of alcohol ever since then, leaving her completely sober for the longest time in many years. Fight me, she declared, hoping to truly ascertain whether he is strong enough to face Hela Odin's. Of course, he already beat her rather easily the last time they fought, but she happened to be very drunk at that time. And what do I get if I win? Peter asks as his posture remained casual compared to Brunhilde, who gripped her sword firmly in front of her body. Because we've already been through this before. Brunhilde stares Peter in the eyes for a few seconds before opening her mouth. As long as you beat me and agree to kill a special someone, I'll work for you as you asked. Her words certainly piqued Peter's interest. Deal, though just to clarify, who do you want dead so badly? He asked. Although Peter wanted nothing more than to return to Earth and experiment with the wishes that he received, he is rather adamant about recruiting the only living Valkyrie to his organization, so he could spare some time for this. Hela Odin's. Brunhilde spat as if the name itself brought her pain to utter. Of course, he knew the answer to his question already, but he needed her to say it for both clarification and so he wouldn't look suspicious. After all, nobody would agree to kill someone without knowing who they are first. Huh. I didn't know Thor had a sister. Peter mutters like the A-list actor that he could have been. Thor. Is that one of Odin's latest spawns? She asks in similar distaste. After all, the former Valkyrie has grown a very well-earned hatred of the Asgardian royal family over the years. Although Odin didn't technically do anything to slight her, he took a small amount of the blame for what happened to the Valkyrie, as he was the one to order the attack in the first place. As for Hela, the hatred was more than well-deserved. Everyone else was just unlucky enough to be related to the two. Yes, Thor is the new king of Asgard. He took over after Peter tried to explain, though his opponent didn't give him the chance. Enough talk. Brunhilde kicked off of the ground and appeared before Peter in an instant. With a swipe of her sword, she aimed at Peter's neck, hoping to sever his head as Pepper did to Beast only days ago. How rude. Peter muttered as he leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the attack by a few centimeters. Ha! Brunhilde shouted as she pushed forward and enacted another flurry of sword swipes. Shoulders, hands, stomach, legs, feet, and even his groin were targeted, though Peter simply moved out of the way of each attack, as if he could see them before they arrived. Hey! Watch where you're aiming. Peter yelled as he sidestepped yet another hack at his family jewels. If you slice off my golden finger, my girlfriend will be P** said. Then fight back, coward. She exclaims as she instantly went for his groin for the third time. This girl is ruthless. Peter thought as he reached down and caught Dragonfang with 2 fingers. No more swords for you. You can't be trusted. While Brunhilde was shocked by Peter's ability to so easily catch her sword by the blade, he sent an unsuspecting kick to her stomach. Pow! Instantly, Brunhilde folded like a lawn chair as she was launched backward, leaving her sword behind in the process. Bang! She flew back and crashed into one of the many vacant buildings in the deserted city, breaking the rusted metal wall and disappearing inside. You know, this isn't a bad sword. Peter muttered as he flipped the sword and caught it by the handle. I've been meaning to find a sword like this for my collection. I have a cool hammer from Ronin and a spear from Corvus Glaive, but I haven't found anything else worth taking yet. I don't know or care who those people are, but my sword will never belong to anyone else but me. Brunhilde launches out of the building with an angry look on her face. Like a missile, she shot over and threw a combination of punches and kicks, which all missed the mark, before swiftly reaching to snatch her sword back. Nope. Peter muttered as Dragonfang disappeared out of thin air just as she was about to lay her hands on it. You have to ask nicely if you want it. Slap. Peter decided to start the attack for real this time as he used his now empty sword hand to backhand Brunhilde across the face. Of course, it wasn't just a normal slap. He put in enough power to kill most beings in the universe, though thankfully, Asgardians are a rather sturdy race compared to most. As the slap landed, Brunhilde was sent skidding across the empty street like a rag doll. Though luckily or unluckily, she didn't hit anything this time and continued until her body ran out of momentum and slowed to stop on its own. Did I hit her a little too hard? Peter asked himself as he watched her lay in the middle of the road, unmoving. Before Peter could get too worried, Brunhilde twitched a bit before slowly climbing back up to her feet. As she looked toward him, Peter could see a big red handprint across her left cheek as well as a slow stream of blood cascading down her nose. Limping over, Peter expected her to start the attack once again, though that didn't happen. As soon as she was about a meter or two away, Brunhilde dropped down to a single knee and looked up at Peter with eyes glimmering in determination. I, Brunhilde Alfdottir, sister of the Valkyrie, swear to you that from this moment onward I will be faithful to you with regard to your life, your possessions, and those you care for, in good faith and without deception. I will serve you loyally and without question, fulfilling every order as they're given. I will bring you glory in battle and honor in victory. And lastly, I will be devoted in my duties. I promise you this on my life. May the old gods strike me down otherwise. Rumble. As she spoke those last words, dark clouds filled the sky and a stream of branching lightning cracked menacingly. Peter looked on in shock, as he never expected this to happen. Is that a coincidence or? Throughout his entire time in this universe, Peter has never run into proof of any sort that pointed to the existence of gods. Except for Stan Lee, of course. Though he gave off the feeling that he was something far more powerful than a god. Even the Asgardians, who egotistically thought themselves to be gods, were only very powerful and long-lived aliens. Yet Brunhilde just swore an oath to him on the old gods and there was even a confirming response. No, the old gods accepted my oath. Brunhilde said as if the storm clouds and lightning, which have already disappeared, were just a normal occurrence. Okay. Peter muttered as he looked down at her. You do know that when I said work for me, I meant like a normal sort of employment, right? Kind of like how you worked for the Grandmaster, but with monthly paycheck and a bit more respect. Brunhilde peered up at Peter in disbelief. You couldn't have specified that before I swore an oath to the gods. How the F***ck was I supposed to know you would do that? Peter replied with just as much disbelief. There were many things that Brunhilde wished to say right now, though they may invoke her oath, so she decided to simply keep them to herself as she glared at her new sovereign. May I rise, my lord? Yeah. Peter nodded unsurely as Brunhilde stood back up and held out her hand. What? My sword. She said plainly. Fine. Peter muttered reluctantly as Dragonfang appeared in his hand. But you have to stop with the stink eye. It's not my fault that you misinterpreted my words. Brunhilde sighed as she took her sword back and sheathed it on her hip. She knew he was right but refused to admit it to herself. Can't you just take back the oath? Peter asked as he never wanted this in the first place. I'd much rather keep far away from any sort of gods. No, the old gods aren't so forgiving. She answers with a shake of her head, resigned to her new duties. Right, so who are these old gods? A/N, 1589 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone and I'll do nothing and sleep zzz police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 294, C294 Evolving. Soccer ball insert soccer/football gifs here, most likes wins soccer ball. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Orion 1614 and Drojum Trophy, A/N, it was a tie. Right, so who are these old gods? Peter asked as he now had to worry about whoever these gods were. Not much is known about the old gods, other than that they visited Asgard once when we were nothing but warring tribes on a planet similar to yours. Before the Asgard you know today was even a thought, they appeared. Brunhilde explained what she knew. What did they want? Peter asked curiously. You'd have to ask Odin or Thor. Brunhilde shrugged unknowingly. Only the royal family was allowed to know. Great. Peter muttered as he waved his hand and opened a portal. Come on. Let's go. Arriving in his office at the Avengers Tower followed by his new dutiful servant, Peter immediately collapsed into his office chair and let out a sigh. Jarvis. Peter called out as Brunhilde beelined straight toward the minibar, where she immediately poured herself a drink. I guess she's back to drinking now. Yes, sir. Jarvis replied, dutiful as always. I need you to make my new friend here a United States citizen. Hack into whatever you need to. Just make sure you aren't caught. I'd do it myself, but I have some stuff to do after this. Peter orders. Yes, sir. I'll have it done by the end of the day. Jarvis replied as he got to work. So, what are we doing after this? Brunhilde asks as she took a seat on the couch along the wall with her drink in hand. I'm going to work on a personal project, but you, on the other hand, will be familiarizing yourself with the city and updating your wardrobe. Peter says as he opens his desk drawer and pulls out a credit card. Here. Tossing the card over, Brunhilde caught it with a single hand and looked it over curiously. What is this? She asked. That is my Avengers company card. You can use it to buy clothes and other necessities. Just don't go over the $100,000 limit. Peter says as he whips out his phone and makes a call. What's up, boss? After waiting a few seconds, a familiar female voice answered the phone. Jessica, are you working right now? Peter asks. Yeah, why? She answers as the sound of pages flipping could be heard in the background. Is it Spider-Man? Loki asked loud enough to be picked up by her phone. I need you to come to my office. I have a special job for you. Peter says cryptically. Really? Jessica sounded excited at the prospect of leaving her office for once. I'll be there in a minute. Good. Peter says as he looks over to Brunhilde, remembering her obvious dislike for the Asgardian royal family. Leave Loki behind this time. After all, Loki would no doubt do something to P*SS Brunhilde off even if he doesn't reveal his identity. Ah. Okay. She says as Peter hung up the phone and looked toward Brunhilde. An employee of mine is on the way. Peter explains as he writes a quick note and leaves it on the desk. Show them that note and they'll assist you. Without another word, Peter opened a portal, leaving his new sworn protector behind. Wait a minute, she tried to stop him. See ya. Peter waved as the portal snapped shut. Boss. I'm here. A knock could be heard at the door. What are you waiting for? Another voice asked in annoyance. Just open it already. As the door swung open, Jessica walked in with an annoyed look on her face as a smirking Loki followed behind her. Sorry, boss. Loki wouldn't listen. Jessica spoke as she found Brunhilde sitting alone on the couch without her boss in sight. Ah. Hello. Without saying a word, Brunhilde pointed to the note on the desk. Quickly reading it over, Jessica's former excitement was snuffed out, like a candle on the wind. After all, she thought that Peter was calling her for a mission, not this. So, I guess we'll be your tour guides. Jessica said in reluctance. Tour guides? Loki didn't sound happy at all. I am Loki Odinson, a prince of Asgard. I am nobody's guiding servant. Instantly, Brunhilde rose to her feet and reached for her sword as she glared in Loki's direction. Leave Loki behind this time. Peter's words played out in Brunhilde's head. Well, you're my servant now. She says matter-of-factly as she pulls Dragonfang from its sheath. Do you have a problem with that? Peter tried to keep them separated though that didn't seem to work, so she'll just have to make the best out of this situation. And what would be better than beating the sh*t out of an Odinson? Maybe a certain Odinsdaughter, but her time will come soon enough. Whoa, let's all just calm down. Jessica jumps to step between the two. Though she couldn't block Loki from seeing the sword in Brunhilde's grasp. Dragonfang isn't a one-of-a-kind sword by any means. No, it was the standard issue blade of the Valkyrie, but what really solidified Loki's assumption was the markings on her wrist. A/N, Google Marvel Valkyrie logo. How to explain it. Each Valkyrie is given that marking on the day of their induction to the sisterhood. You're a Valkyrie. I thought the Valkyrie all died gruesome deaths. Loki couldn't keep his venomous mouth shut if his life depended on it. Brunhilde pounced forward, though Jessica ended up being stronger than she thought and easily held her back. Choose your next words wisely. The Valkyrie looked ready to kill him. I'm terribly sorry. It must be a very painful memory. Loki's expression didn't match his words as he spoke with a provoking smirk on his smug face. Loki, stop. Jessica shouted as it became harder and harder to hold their boss's guest back. You must be a traitor or a coward because the Valkyrie are sworn to protect the throne, yet here you are with your blade drawn on a prince of Asgard. Loki continued, hoping to use this opportunity to acquire an elite Valkyrie guard. Though things don't exactly go his way. Ugh. Jessica was instantly thrown across the room. As Jessica crashed into the door, breaking it in half as she flew out into the hallway, Brunhilde matched toward Loki and jammed the blunt end of her sword handle into his stomach. Arg. Loki coughed up a mouthful of bile as he collapsed onto the floor, finding a sharp blade resting at his neck as he looked up. Has Asgard grown weaker in my absence? Brunhilde was surprised by how powerless he was. Though she didn't care enough to comment on it. Listen closely, Your Highness. Brunhilde says with a heavy dose of distasteful sarcasm. This is not Asgard and I am not a Valkyrie anymore. I've already sworn myself to your boss, so keep your mouth shut or I'll cut out your tongue and beat you to death with it. While Brunhilde and Loki were settling their differences, Peter stepped into his penthouse, which was still filled with Lily's old equipment. "So, are you finally going to test out your evolution?" Jeannie appeared next to him and asked excitedly. "Yeah, though I'm not sure if I should start small or not," Peter muttered as he paced back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, which showed a perfect view of the New York City skyline. In his possession, Peter has a very large amount of celestial blood from nowhere. "I say go big or go home, kid," Jeannie says dramatically as always. He didn't want to be swayed, but Peter couldn't help but want to agree. After all, with his unlimited potential and perfect evolution combined, the likelihood of any complications happening was extremely low. After a moment of silent contemplation, in which Jeannie started playing game show timer music out of boredom, Peter finally came to a decision. "Let's start small," Peter uttered cautiously. He can't allow Jeannie to goad him into doing something dangerous. Celestials are literal gods, after all. Peter needed to test out his power at least once before going straight into a godly evolution. "What are you going to do then?" Jeannie asks in disappointment. Waving his hand, Peter opened a portal and reached his hand through. Before Jeannie's curious eyes, Peter pulled out a case full of blood-filled vials. Each of them was labeled with different names, though they were all familiar. Magneto. Professor X. Storm. Black Panther. There were 10 vials in total, and this wasn't all that he collected either. Peter has made sure to collect blood from every enhanced individual that he has ever met. Though it was harder when it came to people like the Black Panther, as he had to sneak into Wakanda to take his blood. Meanwhile, it's the protocol for each member of the Avengers to hand over a blood sample for medical reasons, of course. Though Peter made sure to switch his blood sample with a fake, as he didn't need a clone of himself running around, which was likely to happen in a comic book setting. "Which one are you going to choose?" Jeannie asks excitedly. "I vote for Nightcrawler. He has a good teleportation ability." "Are you sure that you aren't being biased because he matches your skin color?" Peter asked jokingly. Jeannie looked away and started whistling innocently. Ignoring his blue companion's theatrics, Peter reached into the case and pulled out a vial. "Wolverine." "Ah. Why him?" Jeannie asks. "Because his healing factor will come in handy," Peter says as he loads the blood up into a syringe. "Do you know if it's going to hurt?" "No idea." Jeannie shrugs. "Great, you're about as useful as ever," Peter muttered as he stabbed the needle into his arm like a heroin junkie and pressed down in the plunger. Instantly, the blood shot into his body. Pulling out the empty syringe and setting it aside, Peter waited patiently for something to happen. The feeling of his body tingling was still the same even after a minute had passed. "Hey, are you sure that you granted my wish?" Because Peter was about to complain before he felt the tingling feeling increase drastically. "You okay, kid?" Jeannie asked worriedly as Peter looked down to see the small needle hole in his arm heal itself shut. "I think it's working," Peter muttered as the tingling he felt changed into excruciating pain as if he were being stabbed by a million knives in every part of his body at once. AAG. A/N, 1779 words. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone or no more chapters prohibited hee ha ha ha, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 295, C295 results. Slot machine insert gambling gifts here, most likes win slot machine. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Miharu, trophy. Before Peter's screams could fill the penthouse for too long, he collapsed to the floor and passed out cold. His brain couldn't register the amount of pain that was coursing through his body, so it temporarily shut itself down so that Peter could retain his sanity. Though that didn't mean his body was finished with its evolution. No, Peter continued to twitch and writhe on the floor whilst in his sleep. Meanwhile, Jeannie watched with a worried look on his face. Even after Peter fell to the floor unconscious, he seemed to worry for his master's well-being. When Jeannie was summoned by Peter, he thought this would be yet another greedy self-centered master. They would use him for their own personal gains before he was sealed back into the lamp and forced to await yet another undetermined amount of time before the next greedy summoner came along. Maybe he would be able to twist their wishes out of spite, though that was the only real sliver of freedom he had in his life. His only real enjoyment during every summoning was the quick update on the outside world that he would receive while reading his master's mind. A close second to that was the nice long stretch he would always get after exiting his cramped lamp. Luckily, his latest master wasn't so bad. In fact, Jeannie grew to enjoy his company more as time went by. His mind was filled with all sorts of useful and entertaining information, and he wasn't a complete A*shoal like most masters. Yeah, Peter was greedy, but his greed didn't extend too far past the regular amount that any living being should have. He won't even use his last wish. Jeannie thought incredulously. After all, from Peter's perspective, the universe was filled with villains who could accomplish a lot with the help of a few free wishes, leaving him no choice but to hang on to the lamp. The second genie was summoned, he was able to learn everything about Peter, and truthfully, he found his master to be one of the very few summoners who actually deserved his assistance. Peter was a real hero that fought to keep his city, planet, and universe safe from those with twisted minds and self-centered agendas. And although he knew everything, thankfully for his master's sake, Genie wasn't able to access the information pertaining to Peter's past life. A/N, he doesn't know that Peter transmigrated and he will never know. No one will. With a snap of his fingers, Genie summoned a comfortable bed underneath his newest master and friend. "You'll be all right, kid," he muttered hopefully, as even he wasn't sure how this would unfold. Nearly 12 hours later, Peter remained unconscious in his penthouse, though with every passing hour the pain that racked his body seemed to slowly fade away. By this point, Peter was sleeping comfortably on the bed without a single sign of pain or discomfort, which certainly eased his blue companion's nerves. When will he wake up? Genie wondered. Just as that question crossed his mind, Peter began to stir in his sleep once again. At first, Genie thought that he was in pain again, though he threw the thought away as Peter's eyes peered open and looked around the room in confusion. "Sigh, you're finally awake," Genie muttered as he morphed into an apron-wearing mother with curlers in her hair and a rolling pin held menacingly in hand. "Do you know how worried I was? Lower the volume a little, will you?" Peter said groggily as he covered his sensitive ears. Although he was both dazed from his impromptu nap and sore from the evolution, Peter couldn't help but feel the slight enhancement to his body. Wolverine's superhumanly acute senses are due to his very animalistic metahuman mutation. His most improved senses are hearing, sight, and smell, which are currently Peter's main three problems at the moment. Superhuman hearing, Wolverine is capable of hearing sounds from a far greater distance than any human, though he isn't quite on the level of people like Daredevil. Superhuman sight, Wolverine's sight is improved, allowing him to see further than a normal human. Superhuman smell, Wolverine's sense of smell is magnified, similar to an animal, which allows him to recognize and track objects and people just by smell alone. These three senses were currently out of control, leaving Peter with blurry eyes, throbbing ears, and an overloaded nose. "I can smell every dumpster and toilet within a mile of here," he thought in disgust. Peter was already enhanced far past Wolverine's capabilities, so the added enhancement from the successful evolution seemed to throw his powers out of control for the time being. "Are you okay?" Genie asked in a much lower tone this time around. "Yes, I just need some time to get my senses under control," Peter explained as he took a deep calming breath. Climbing out of bed, Peter quickly started testing his powers, as he wanted nothing more than to get himself back under control. Other than the already mentioned power-ups, Peter also seemed to receive every other enhancement that Wolverine had. Superhuman touch, Wolverine's sense of touch gives him greater sensitivity to air direction and temperature differentials in his environment. Superhuman strength, Wolverine's strength is increased slightly by his animalistic nature. Superhuman speed, Wolverine can move at low-level superhuman speeds. He can just barely attack faster than the normal human I can follow. Superhuman stamina, Wolverine's healing factor grants him superhuman stamina and is partially immune to fatigue toxins generated by physical exertion, giving him greater endurance than normal humans. "Damn, I don't feel tired at all," Peter muttered in shock. Although it was hard for him to get to the point of fatigue before, it was still a fairly regular occurrence during Peter's training sessions. Now, on the other hand, Peter hasn't felt anything and he has been testing his power under extreme conditions for almost 5 hours, non-stop. Would this enhance my bedroom game as well? Peter wondered as a perverted smirk appeared on his lips. MJ would be in for a rude awakening. "You. Stop thinking that." Genie looked like he was about to puke at any moment. "Then stay out of my head, you nosy B*****starred. Peter rolled his eyes. Continuing on. Superhuman durability, Wolverine has superhuman durability due to a combination of his healing factor and adamantium skeleton, though Peter doesn't have a metal bone infusion yet. Enhanced reflexes and agility, Wolverine's reflexes and agility are enhanced beyond the capabilities of the normal human body. That's it for the boring stuff. Peter sighed. Once Peter got all of those minor enhancements under control and out of the way, it was finally time to get to the good part. Conjuring a small razor-sharp scalpel, Peter rested the tip against his open palm and swiped it across. He watched as his skin tore open, but before more than a drop or two of blood could leak out, the cut on his palm zipped itself shut in a matter of seconds. "Cool," Peter muttered as he eyed his scarless hand in awe. Regenerative healing factor, Wolverine's body naturally regenerates most, if not all, damaged or destroyed tissues and organs at a rate that exceeds that of any normal human. The rate of regeneration is proportional to the damage caused. This process is automatic, and Peter seems to have no control over it. His healing factor, however, does not seem to stop Peter from feeling the pain of his wounds nor the pain of his body regenerating itself. though it's more of an itchy feeling than anything else. After a few more cuts along his body, where he did his best to ignore the pain, Peter brought out some powerful Asgardian alcohol and started chugging it down. A/N, insert Badlands chugs gifs here. For scientific reasons, of course. Contaminant immunity. Wolverine's natural healing also affords him virtual immunity to poisons, viruses, diseases, and most drugs. For example, it is extremely difficult for him to become intoxicated by alcohol. I guess I'm forever sober now. Peter concluded as he drank 3 times the amount that used to get him wasted without feeling a single buzz. Next, Peter took a small sample of flesh from his body and stuck it under a nearby microscope. Decelerated aging. In addition, Wolverine's healing factor provides him with an extended lifespan by slowing the effects of the aging process. Wolverine was born sometime during the late 18th century. Although he is almost 200 years old, Wolverine retains the health, appearance, and physical vitality of a man in the physical prime of his life. This will come in handy since I haven't used the dragon bone elixir on myself yet. Peter muttered in appreciation. As he said this, Peter made a mental note to task the hand with locating and excavating New York's buried dragon bones. I technically don't need the elixir right now, but it may come in handy later on. He thought to himself. After testing his cells and witnessing just how slowly they were aging, Peter sat back in his chair and looked down at his knuckles. Do I have it? He wondered hopefully. Retractable bone claws. Wolverine's skeleton includes 6 retractable foot-long bone claws, 3 in each arm, that are housed beneath the skin and muscle of his forearms. Wolverine could, at will, release these slightly curved claws through his skin between the knuckles on each hand. Come on. Peter goaded himself on as he tried to will his claws to appear. Suddenly, 3 long claws shot out of each fist, though he wasn't fully prepared. F***CK. Peter shouted in pain as his left hand's claws embedded into his leg, while his other set pierced the table in front of him. The bone claws are naturally sharp and tougher than normal human bone. Even without being infused with adamantium, they are dangerous weapons that can penetrate most flesh and many natural materials. I should figure out how to infuse my bones with metal, like Wolverine. Peter thought to himself, though he would have to be careful. Didn't he get poisoned from the adamantium later in his life? Pushing these thoughts back into his mind for future study, Peter could only think of one more power to test. Animal empathy. Wolverine has been seen to be able to understand the emotions of animals around him and communicate with them on a very basic level, showing them his intentions so he would not be perceived as a threat to them. Should I visit the zoo? A/N, 1782 words. Police car light, hand in your gemstone stones gemstone or I'll run you over oncoming car police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 296, C296 Bondage. Red heart insert romantic / love gifts here, most likes wins red heart. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, trophy. Although animal empathy isn't very helpful, Peter found the possibility of communicating with beasts to be fairly appealing. Even if it's only at the basic level of understanding each other's intentions and emotions, it's still a pretty interesting ability. Are you going to get a pet? Genie asked as he followed Peter into the closed Central Park Zoo, dressed as Crocodile Dundee. Due to how late it was, the zoo was closed hours ago, leaving only a few security guards around in order to keep away any would-be troublemakers. Maybe. Peter answered with a shrug as he and his blue companion walked right past the oblivious police academy dropouts. Invisibility is such a useful spell. Touring the zoo, Peter was surprised to feel the many ranges of emotions from each animal habitat they passed. Dude, I never knew monkeys were this horny. Peter muttered in shock. You think monkeys are bad? Wait until you meet a few rabbits. Genie commented with a disgusted look on his face. They may be cute, but all those things think about is sex. This animal empathy might have been a curse. Peter concluded as they arrived at the lion enclosure. Starring in, Peter watched as a large male lion slept amidst his pride of female lionesses. Instantly, the lion looked up and matched Peter's stare. Both sides remained still for a moment, neither aggressive toward the other. Well, I might as well test it further. Peter muttered as he leaped into the enclosure. Landing a few meters away from the pride of lions, Peter non-verbally made his intentions known. Feeling the emotions of the lion and his women, Peter had to hold himself back from laughing. They're really aggressive, huh? Peter muttered and received an annoyed nod from the only other male entity in the enclosure. As soon as Peter arrived, the lionesses seemed to start complaining and goading the lion into attacking. Though, the guy seemed to be smarter than he looked and kept calm during the whole situation, ignoring the complaints of his women. Roar. Just as the females in the group started becoming too much of a bother, the male lion turned and bared its teeth, shutting them up in an instant. Can I pet you? Peter asks as he walks up without a care. After all, he is strong enough to handle these animals with a flick of his finger, so even without his empathic powers, he still had nothing to worry about. Feeling acceptance from the large beast, Peter walked over and without hesitation started brushing his fingers through the lion's mane. I've always wanted to have a pet lion. Peter commented as he enjoyed the moment. Grr. The lion growled as he heard the word pet. Ah, sorry about that. I meant nothing by it. Peter apologized and watched as the lion huffed in distaste. Hey, I said that I was sorry. Don't be like that. After bickering with the lion and his pride until sunrise, Peter said his goodbyes and returned home. Of course, he thought about taking the lion, as it would be a cool PE companion to have, but Peter knew that the novelty would wear off soon enough. Not only that, but if he took the lion then the women would have to follow as well, and he didn't even have enough room for one big cat let alone 5 of them. Maybe I can find an interesting alien pet. Peter thought as he stepped into his bedroom and found MJ asleep on the bed. A/N, give me your ideas for a good pet. I already thought of a good one but maybe you guys would have a better idea. Instantly, he remembers his almost infinite stamina enhancement. R18 ahead, A/N, no C**CK block this time. I have to test it out for science and the good of mankind. Peter convinced himself as he felt his pants getting tighter near his midsection. MJ slept completely naked with the white sheets covering only her lower back and butt, leaving everything else exposed for Peter to see. You know I'm still here, right? Genie asks with his hand over his eyes. Either get lost or it's back to the lamp. Peter gave him a choice and smirked as his friend turned into a bolt of blue lightning and shot out of the window. The sound of his exit seemed to stir MJ from her sleep, which was exactly what Peter wanted. Acting quickly, Peter made sure to lock the door before removing his clothes and using a spell to freshen their body, as if they just stepped out of the shower. Huh. Peter. MJ muttered tiredly as he crawled into bed beside her. Morning, my love. Peter greeted her as his hands began to wander around her body. Wait. MJ spoke weakly as he reached down to grasp her naked A*S whilst diving his face into her neck, peppering it with kisses. For what? It's the weekend. There's no school today. Peter smirked as he pulled the sheets away and flipped MJ onto her back. It's cold. She complained as the chilly morning air assaulted her once warm skin. Don't worry, I'll warm you up. He pecked her on the lips before continuing down her body. Chin, neck, shoulders, chest, and stomach before finally arriving at his destination. You're really wet for someone who was so hesitant. Peter parted her legs and looked up to see his blushing girlfriend glance away in embarrassment. Without another word Peter dove mouth first onto her hairless lower lips. Exclamation point. MJ's eyes shot open as she felt her boyfriend's mouth circle around the peak of her P***SSY. Ah. Uncontrollable moans escaped her as she felt Peter's tongue brush against her clitoris over and over again. Hearing that he was doing a good job, Peter continued his assault as he hooked 2 fingers into her tight hole, pumping them back and forth. Oh, F***CK. Aw. She exclaimed in pleasure as her hips began to grind up and down against Peter's mouth. Don't stop, right, there. If you stop, I'll dash. Slap. Seeing as his lover was getting a bit too domineering for his tastes, Peter pulled back, turned MJ over, and whacked her on the A*S. Of course, as she's enhanced to a fairly high degree, Peter had to use enough power to kill a normal human, though it only left a red mark behind. That's the perk of having superpowers, I guess. Peter thought to himself. Ah. MJ's legs shook as her hand snapped straight to her womanhood, rubbing frantically. Did you just see *M from me slapping your A*S? Peter asked in disbelief. He knew that MJ was submissive, which was perfect for him, but he didn't know that it was to this extent. And no. MJ denied weakly, though Peter knew she was lying. That's so hot. He muttered as he sandwiched his steel pole between her legs and rubbed himself up and down. Wait. Give me a, MJ moaned as Peter slid his member up and down her lower lips, making sure to hit her clitoris with every passing motion. Oh, did you get a pedicure? Ignored her in favor of her freshly painted toenails, which rested on his shoulder. Looking cute. Tilting his head to the side, Peter gave her ankle a quick kiss before throwing her legs aside, leaving them wide open. You're so beautiful, you know that. Peter commented as he lined his tip against her twitching entrance. Stop stalling. MJ complained as Peter smirked down at her. If you say it, I may be persuaded to hurry things along. Peter said as he remained unmoving. MJ remained silent as she looked away. Okay, if you won't say it. Peter muttered as he pulled back and stepped off of the bed. Then I'll just go and dash. Please, Daddy. MJ mumbled unintelligibly. What was that? I didn't quite hear you. Peter looked over his shoulder and smirked. Please F***CK me, Daddy. MJ spoke loud and clear as he rubbed her P*SSY like a mad woman. See, was that so hard? Peter asked as he climbed back up and pierced right into her. After all, he didn't need to be too gentle thanks to her enhancements. Oh. MJ's mouth took an O shape as she screamed. Filling her up to the brim, Peter looked down and enjoyed the sight of the small bump below her belly button, which moved as he bucked his hips back and forth. Ah. God, I love your D*CK. It's the best, ah. MJ exclaimed as all of her inhibitions crumbled. Slap. You love whose D*CK? Peter asked as he slapped her other cheek to even it out. F*CK. I love Daddy's D*CK. She could barely respond. After enjoying the moment, an evil smirk formed on Peter's lips as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the bed disappeared and MJ felt herself become bound and restricted by silken ropes. That's much better. Peter commented as he took in the sight before him. I think the reality stone is the best thing that's ever happened to me. In the center of the room, MJ hung suspended by ropes that tied up every portion of her body, forcing her legs wide open as she stared down at the ground in confusion. What the dash, she muttered as Peter walked up and buried himself back inside without a care for her bewilderment. Aya. MJ screamed the loudest that he's ever heard as she grew tighter and tighter with every thrust. Slap. Damn, this must really turn you on. Peter concluded as he smacked her bare A*S yet again. And no, it's just, you're sick. Oh. Imagination. MJ could barely speak properly. Liar. Peter scoffed as he grabbed her by the hair and sped up his movement. Ah. My God, don't stop, please Daddy. MJ exclaimed as her eyes began to roll back and drool dripped from her open mouth. I'm about to see *M. Where do you want it? Peter asked like a true gentleman. Ah. In my mouth. MJ admitted as Peter pulled out and spun her around. Drink up. Peter ordered as he shoved the tip of his D*CK into her waiting mouth. F*CK. Instantly, MJ's eyes bulged open as she drank from Peter's P*NIS like a straw, swallowing every drop that she could. Good girl. Peter patted her head as he pulled out with a content look on his face. MJ smiled proudly for a moment, though that smile disappeared as she witnessed Peter's softened member immediately grow hard again. Time for round 2. R18 end. A/N, 1769 words, smiley face. Next arc is Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Time for Quill to meet his daddy. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone and. Frog face ribbit, frog face police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 297, C297 Guardians 2 Electric Boogaloo. Place of worship, insert religious gifts here, raising hands, most likes wins place of worship. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Bearable, trophy. Sovereign, a collective of planets bundled together to form the technologically advanced home world of the sovereign, golden humanoid beings who've been genetically engineered to perfection. At least their idea of what perfection is or could be. Currently, on a high-rise platform far above the planet's surface, a group of armed individuals stood guard around the glowing sun-like spheres that occupied the area. These spheres powered the entire planet and the Guardians of the Galaxy were hired to protect them. Showtime, *Shoals. It'll be here any minute now. Quill calls out as he rests his rifle against his shoulder. Which will be its last minute to draw breath. Gamera pulls 2 pistols from her belt. I thought your lady had a thing for blades. Yondu looked to Quill questioningly. Me too. Quill frowned as he looked toward Gamera. I'm not his lady, and we've been hired to stop an interdimensional beast from feeding on those batteries. Gamera gestures to the small batteries on the contraptions holding the sun-like spheres in place. How the hell am I supposed to stop something like that with a sword? It's just, swords were your thing and guns were mine, but I guess we're both doing guns now. I just didn't know that. Quill spoke as if his friend chose the same class as him in a video game. You gonna let your woman talk to you like that? Yondu asked without a care for the glare he received for it. Back in my day, if a woman gave me that kinda lip, I'd dash. Before Yondu could continue making his misogynistic views known, 2 blaster bolts impacted the floor next to his feet. Say another word. Gamera held 2 smoking blasters in Yondu's direction. I dare you. Yondu simply held his hands up and smirked. Ignoring the most insufferable addition to their crew, Gamera turned to Drax, who was shirtless as always. Drax, why aren't you wearing one of Rocket's aero rigs? She asked as she gestured to the jetpack vests that she and everyone else wore. It hurts. Drax answers in distaste as he cups his hands over his chest. I have sensitive nipples. Rocket laughed at Drax as he continued setting up some speakers, which sat next to Quill's Walkman. What about him, what's he doing? Drax says defensively as he continues covering his sensitive nips. I'm finishing this so we can listen to some tunes while we work. Rocket said matter-of-factly. How is that important? Drax asked, and everyone, even Quill, seemed to agree with him. While the group began to argue about the musical addition to their work, Groot, who was surprisingly small now, walked over and watched them in amusement. Insert picture of baby Groot here. After his roots were burned by the fire in the collector's ship, Groot was weakened to a large extent and reverted back to his childhood form, a foot-tall baby tree who seemed to smile much more than his old self. A/N, just to clarify, this is the original Groot, not his child like in the movies. As everyone continued to argue, lightning filled the sky as clouds began to form, opening a rainbow-colored dimensional rift in the process. I am Groot. Baby Groot warned as he pointed to the sky. Hearing his wise words, each member of the Guardians peered upward just in time for a giant gray tentacle monster with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth to come hurtling in their direction. Insert picture of the obelisk here. Oh, well, that's intense. Rocket muttered as the giant beast landed in the center of the platform. Roar. The monster bellowed as it started swatting at the Guardians with its tentacles. Instantly, each Guardian jumped into action. Gamera, Quill, and Rocket launched out of the way of its tentacles with their jetpacks as they opened fire on the squid-like monster. Though their weapons didn't seem to do much if any damage whatsoever. Drax, on the other hand, rushed forward like a crazed bull with his swords drawn, trying to slice through the interdimensional beast. Though, just like the long-range weapons, Drax's blades appeared to be useless against the monster's tough skin. Meanwhile, Yondu kept himself out of sight, behind the beast at all times as he whistled like a madman, sending his new arrow soaring across the platform. And although he made sure to replace his old broken arrow with the best and latest model available, none of his attacks could make it through the alien squid's skin. Seeing the Guardians fighting off the interdimensional monster, baby Groot ignored them and plugged the AUX cord into Quill's stereo. Instantly, the platform filled with the sound of music as Mr. Blue Sky by ELO started to play. A/N, feel free to listen to it while you read. Feeling the music, Groot started dancing his way through the battlefield without a care in the world for his well-being. Groot! Quill yelled as he was sent flying by a swipe of one of the beast's tentacles. Groot, get out of the way, you're going to get hurt. Gamera exclaimed as she passed the dancing tree, firing her gun off whenever she had the chance. The beast's hide is too thick to be pierced from the outside. Drax yelled as he eyed the beast with a glimmer in his eye. I must cut through it from the inside. What? No, Drax. Drax. Gamera screamed to stop him, though her words fell on deaf ears. She watched as Drax rushed forward and leapt into the beast's open maw, disappearing down its throat. What's he doing? Quill asked in alarming confusion. He said that the skin is too thick to be pierced on the outside, so. Gamera explains with an annoyed sigh. That doesn't make any sense. Quill exclaims in disbelief. I tried telling him that. She shouts in return. As the battle continued, Quill soon noticed a weakness in the beast that they could use to finish the job they were given. There's a cut on its neck. Rocket, get it to look up. Quill shouted and Rocket shot off into the sky above the monster's head. All right, you giant sea monkey, up here. Rocket yelled as he fired down on its head. The distraction seemed to work as the tentacle monster craned its head upwards and extended its body, revealing the small cut on its neck. Seeing the opening, Gamera tried and failed to hit it with her pistols before throwing them to the floor and pulling a long retractable sword from her belt. Just as she was about to rush forward to stab her sword through the beast's neck and end its life, a blue and red-dressed figure ran right past her. Leaping into the air, the figure summoned a long black spear into his outstretched hand before swiping across the beast's body. Swish. Landing behind the interdimensional beast, the figure turned around just in time to see it freeze in place for a moment. That should do it. Peter muttered as Corvus Glaive's spear disappeared from his hand. And just as the spear vanished, a long cut appeared across the beast's body as it fell to the floor in two separate halves, gushing out a green gooey blood onto the platform. And out of that goo rose a familiar gray and red figure. Yes. I have single-handedly vanquished the beast. Drax exclaimed, somehow thinking that he was the one who delivered the finishing blow. Yo. Peter waved as he walked over. I see you guys have been busy while I was away. Are we getting paid for this or? It's a job. Quill nods as he lands beside Peter. The Sovereign paid us to protect this place from that thing. Quill gestured between the contraptions that held the sun-like fireballs in place, and the dead dimensional alien squid thing. I see. Cool jetpack. Peter comments as Rocket walks over. I didn't think they would go to Sovereign already. Peter only planned to stop by to check in on his crew for a moment, as he wanted to evolve one more time using another vial he had, though that would have to wait now. I made M. He says proudly as he tosses a towel in Drax's face. Clean yourself up. You smell like sh*T. Good to have you back, Captain. Yondu said as he strolled over. It's good to be back. Peter replied as he looked to the palace in the distance. Should we go and collect our payment? Our. I don't remember you joining in on this job. Rocket asked incredulously. His greed wouldn't allow the cut he was promised to grow any smaller. Peter remained silent as he simply gestured to the giant tentacle beast carcass, which he just sliced in half. Fine. Rocket grumbled reluctantly. All right, let's go. Careful what you say around these folks. They're easily offended. The cost of a single transgression is usually death. Quill warned as he was the one to accept this job. Sure, let's go. Peter nodded as he caught sight of Rocket sneaking some glowing batteries from the platform into his bag. Rocket. Is that part of the job? Exclamation point. Rocket jumped as all eyes turned to him. I'll take that as a no. Peter shook his head and let out a sigh. Return what you stole. We're already getting paid. Don't push it. Screw these A**shoals. Sovereigns are just a bunch of grade A obnoxious PR**CKs. Rocket exclaimed as he held his bag tightly. These batteries are worth hundreds of thousands of units apiece. Sigh. A/N, 1,600 words. Police car light, hand in your gemstone and get a spin at the slot machine slots, slot machine police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 298, C298 Rambo. Face with tears of joy, insert funny gifs here, most likes wins face with tears of joy. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Miharu, trophy. After wrestling the batteries from Rocket and placing them back on the platform, Peter and the rest of the Guardians made their way to the golden circular palace in the distance. When they arrived, beautiful female palace guards with golden shimmering skin silently escorted them through the halls and into a black, blue, and gold-themed throne room. At the back of the room on a golden throne, sat a similarly colored woman who appeared to be the spitting image of a queen in her court. Insert picture of Aisha here. Aisha, the golden high priestess of the sovereign race. At both sides of the room, high-level members of Sovereign watched as the Guardians strolled in. The looks of disgust at the new arrivals and the air of superiority that they emanated solidified how prejudiced the sovereign race truly was. Even Peter, who was seen as an invincible existence in their eyes, was still somehow looked down upon as he wasn't a member of the great and perfect sovereign race. Though the high priestess was able to hide those feelings well, as she didn't want to anger a man who could go toe-to-toe with the Mad Titan. We thank you, Guardians, for putting your lives on the line. We could not risk the lives of our own sovereign citizens. Every citizen is born exactly as designed by the community. Impeccable, both physically and mentally. We control the DNA of our progeny, germinating them in birthing pods to perfection. Aisha greets them and explains the reason behind their inaction. After all, the sovereigns are a very advanced race. Though it all just sounded like bragging. Truthfully, they could have sent out an armed squad or two and handled the dimensional squid with ease. They just didn't want to dirty their hands. Peter thought as he wondered whether he should have allowed Rocket to rob them as he wanted. I guess I prefer to make people the old-fashioned way. Quill says as Aisha gives him a heated glance. Then perhaps someday, you could give me a history lesson in the archaic ways of our ancestors. For academic purposes. She pretty much just invited Quill to her bed. Oh, Gamera looks P** said. Peter watched as Gamera frowned and her eyebrow twitched. Though she's probably only making that offer to steal a sample of Quill's celestial DNA. I would be honored. In the name of research, of course. I think that could be pretty, a dash. Quill froze as he noticed Gamera staring at him and quickly changes his answer. Repulsive. I'm not into that kind of sick. Seeing that Gamera was already starting to grind her teeth in anger at Quill's behavior, Peter stepped forward and cut in before he could further ruin his chances with her. Your people promised something in exchange for our services. Please bring it so we can be on our way. Peter tried to hurry things along in a respectful manner. The high priestess looks toward Peter worriedly before quickly motioning for her guards to do as he said. I apologize. Allow me to double the original payment for wasting your time. Aisha offers, hoping to foster a good relationship with him. That won't be necessary dash, as Peter was about to decline, Quill reached over and covered his mouth. What he means is that we'll gladly accept your kind offer. Quill says as Rocket nods his furry little head in agreement. Soon enough, a golden palace guard walked in and handed over a single card, which was basically a debit card full of credits. We thank you, High Priestess Aisha. Quill says as he snatches the card and stashed it away. Just as they were about to leave, Aisha called out to them. What is your heritage, Mr. Quill? The High Priestess asked curiously. As the priestess of a race based on genealogy, Aisha had a keen sense toward the genetic makeup of other beings. And Quill had to be the oddest man she's ever met. Even Peter wasn't nearly as complicated, though that would change once he evolves with some celestial DNA. My mother is from Earth. He answers simply. And your father? She asks. He ain't from Missouri. That's all I know. Quill shrugged unknowingly. I see it within you. An unorthodox genealogy. A hybrid that seems particularly reckless and volatile. The High Priestess said as if she could see straight through him and into his origins. You know, they told me you people were conceited douchebags, but that isn't true at all. Rocket came to Quill's defense as he turned and winked, though every sovereign in the room saw it. Looking around, he soon realized this as well. Oh, sorry. That was meant to be behind your back. Rocket clarifies, but it does little to fix the awkward atmosphere. As they said their farewell, Drax carried out Rocket by the scruff of his neck. Even now he was still receiving some major glares from every sovereign in the palace. Count yourself blessed that they didn't kill you. Drax said. I just wish I still had those batteries. That stuff about my father. Quill muttered in anger as he paced back and forth on the ship. Who does she think she is? As soon as they set off from the sovereign home world, Quill's bad mood only seemed to intensify. I know you're sensitive about that. Gamera watched him work himself up. I'm not sensitive about it. I just don't know who he is. Quill said, though he wasn't very convincing. Sorry if it seemed like I was flirting with the High Priestess. I wasn't. I don't care if you were. Gamera lies as she walks off in a huff. Well, I feel like you do care. That's why I'm apologizing. So, I'm sorry. Quill calls after her, though she didn't reply. I say we celebrate our payday. Yondu said as they split the money. Sounds good to me. Peter says as he hops into the cockpit. Know any good spots? We have to wait until Ego shows himself anyway. Landing on a snowy planet, Yondu escorts the crew to a town that was lit up in neon lights. Everyone they passed seemed to be wasted to some degree as they went from bar to bar, enjoying their evening to the fullest. What is this? Some sort of pirate town? Peter asked as he saw nothing but shady individuals roaming around. Oh yeah, now let's drink. Yondu exclaimed as his 40 or so Ravagers bellowed in excitement and rushed toward the nearest bar. Haha. Wait for me. Drax rushed after them, followed by Quill and Rocket. Gamera sighed in annoyance as she slowly followed from behind, leaving Peter behind with Groot standing on his shoulder. Should we join them? Peter asked as he could already see some of the Ravagers getting into fights. I am Groot. Groot nodded his little head. After following the group from bar to bar for about an hour, where he watched his crew drink themselves stupid, Peter saw someone that caused him to double-take in shock. After going in circles for years with this woman I end up marrying. I said, Aletta, I love you, girl, but you're losing your mind. Then again, she's always been that way. I could never trust her. You know. A man that looked just like Sylvester Stallone spoke animatedly. He wore a jacket with the same flaming patch as Yondu, marking him as a Ravager clan leader. Insert picture of Stakar Ogord here. Stakar Ogord is a legendary Ravager captain and the leader of the Stakar Ravager clan. He holds so much influence over the 100 Ravager clans that he might as well be the leader and king of all Ravagers throughout the galaxy. Holy sh*T. It's Rambo. Peter thought in awe. Meanwhile, Yondu stood and stared at the man like a deer in headlights, both afraid and eager to speak with him at the same time. Stakar. It's been some time. Yondu worked up the courage to step up and greet the man with a respectful bow. Sadly for him, with one look at Yondu's blue face, Stakar's whole night was irrevocably ruined. It seems like this establishment is the wrong kind of disreputable. Stakar states as he storms out of the bar with his men at his back. Stakar. Yondu yelled as he ran after them. There's 100 Ravager factions. Stakar stopped for a moment to speak to the bar's owner, who was trying to convince him to stay. You just lost the business of 99 of them by serving one. Please, sir. Please. The owner begged as they rushed off out the door. You can go to hell then. I don't give a damn what you think of me. Yondu screamed, though he wasn't exactly telling the truth. In fact, Stakar rescued Yondu from the life of a battle slave for the Kree Empire and inducted him into the Ravagers. Yondu has always looked up to Stakar, so being treated like this by him was actually quite heartbreaking. So what are you following us for? Stakar asks as he turns to see Yondu follow him out into the snow. Are you gonna listen to what I gotta say? Yondu asked angrily. I've never seen him this emotional before. Quill mutters as he and everyone else watch the drama unfold. I don't gotta listen to anything. You betrayed the code. Ravagers don't deal in kids. Stakar yelled, piquing Quill's interest immediately. I told you before, I didn't know what was going on. Yondu tried to defend himself. You didn't know because you didn't want to know. All you cared about was trafficking kids for a quick buck. Stakar countered in distaste. I demand a seat on the table. I wear these flames, same as you. Yondu wanted to be accepted once again. Though that time has long passed. You may dress like us, but you'll never hear the hordes of freedom when you die, and the colors of Ogord will never flash over your grave. If you think I take pleasure in exiling you, then you're wrong. You broke all of our hearts. Stakar says in disappointment as he turns and walks off. Yondu stood rooted to the ground in a whirlwind of emotions as he watched the men he looked up to as a hero grow further and further away. Off to the side, a few of Yondu's Ravager clansmen spoke amongst themselves. Ah, pathetic. First, the captain joins Quill's friend's crew and now he lets another Ravager captain walk all over him. We followed him because he was the one who wasn't afraid to do what needed to be done. Seems he's going soft now. A particularly ugly Ravager with the face of a wrinkly ball sack spoke in a hushed tone. If he's so soft, why are you whispering? Another asks with a smirk. You know I'm right. He replies. You best be very careful what you say about Yondu, especially with the new captain around. One of the older Ravagers warned. Instantly, all eyes turned to Peter as a chill ran through their spines. You're right. I'll keep my mouth shut. Damn right you will. Peter thought as he overheard their entire conversation. I guess that there won't be any rebellions with me around. Just as Peter was about to walk over and say some comforting words to his newest crewmate, a white egg-shaped spaceship flew overhead before landing in the center of town, nearly hitting a few drunk alien girls in the process. He's finally here. A/N, 1944 words, smiley face. Long boy today. Police car light hand in your gemstone or I'll send out the Manguard King's Guard Manguard police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 299, C299 Family Reunion. Hot pepper insert spicy gifs here, most likes wins hot pepper. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, the _demon_child, trophy. After all these years, I've finally found you. A man spoke as the egg-shaped ship opened from the middle, revealing an old well-built bearded man alongside a large-eyed Asian-looking alien woman with two long fleshy antennae on her forehead. Insert picture of Ego here. Insert picture of Mantis here. Quill could feel Ego's stare directed straight at him as he spoke, but that wasn't all. He also felt this odd connection to the men, as if they were related in some way. And who the hell are you? Quill asks as he and everyone else in the town reach for their guns. I figured my rugged good looks would make that obvious. My name is Ego and I'm your dad, Peter, Quill. Ego revealed, shocking Quill into silence. Peter watched the father and son meeting with a contemplative mind. Because Ego's real body is literally a giant brain encased in a planet, killing him now would be absolutely pointless. His consciousness would most likely return to his planet, where he would swiftly build a new body. Peter hypothesized. Though that wasn't the only reason that he would have to play things slowly. And it wouldn't look very good if I just killed Quill's dad for no reason either. Peter thought as he caught a glimpse of hope in his vice-captain's eyes as he stared at his father in a daze. Peter would have to wait until they're taken to Ego's planet and then wait again until Quill's father reveals his true self. After all, no villain can ever resist the urge to monologue before their plans come to fruition. Why don't we find somewhere more private to continue this conversation? Peter steps between Quill and his father. And as he did this, for barely a second, Peter caught a glimpse of a frown flash on Ego's face. Is Quill's godlike daddy wary of little old me? Peter smirked under his mask. Though that wasn't the only person the old celestial seemed wary of. Yondu, who was standing next to Peter, also received a similar look as well. As for the man himself, Yondu was feeling a lot of emotions right now, and none of them had to do with Stalker's earlier words. No, as soon as Ego arrived, Yondu completely forgot about those mundane troubles and felt nothing but dread, fear, and protectiveness. After all, he knew what Ego had in store for Quill. He witnessed what happened to all of Ego's other children that he delivered. Ego really needed to find a way to keep him quiet. Yes, that would probably be for the best. Ego smiles charmingly as he turns to look at the large group of armed spectators. Why don't you go park your ship somewhere less conspicuous and we'll arrange for a private room in that inn? Peter says as he points to a nearby building. Ego nods as he turns to Quill. I'll be right back, son. Quill's hands tightened into fists as he watched his dad fly off, unsure about how to feel in this situation. On one hand, he wanted to spend some time with his father. Get to know him and learn everything about the man that enamored his mother to such a degree. After all, she would always talk about how amazing his angel/spaceman father was. And on the other hand, he wanted to pull his pistols and open fire. This is the man that abandoned him and his mother, leaving him without a father and her to die while being judged by their family. Because who would believe someone that said they were impregnated by an angelic alien? Of course, there was also the possibility that Ego was lying, though Quill could feel the connection between them. Come on, Peter said as he swatted Quill across the head. Ow. What the F***ck? He shouted in pain as he snapped out of his shock daze. Let's go, you idiot. Peter scoffs as he pushes Quill toward their destination. We need to talk before he returns. After paying for a large room, which had a spacious living room that could easily fit the whole crew, Peter quickly placed a few privacy spells around the room before turning to Yondu. You know something? Peter asked, causing all heads to turn Yondu's way. Yondu remained silent as he turned toward Quill with a complicated look on his face. Speak up already, you dash. Knock knock. Quill was about to snap at his adoptive daddy, though it was already too late. The real one had arrived. Sigh, we'll talk again when we have time. For now, we play along and see what happens. We need more information before anything else. Peter hints at his mistrust of Quill's father. And they all seem to understand as not a single crew member spoke up. Even Quill didn't disagree either. At least not yet. Opening the door and welcoming the Celestial and his servant inside, Peter took a seat on the room's large sofa with his crew at his back. Have a seat. Peter offers as he gestures to the seats across from them. Thank you. Ego replied as he sat down with Mantis standing dutifully at his side. I believe my vice captain has some questions for you. Peter says as he turns to Quill, who was seated beside him. If you're my dad, then where the F***ck have you been? Quill starts off strong. I hired Yondu to pick you up when your mother passed away. But instead of returning you, Yondu kept you. Ego says as he turns to glare in the Blue Ravager's direction. Of course, Peter said to play along so Yondu didn't argue and remained silent. Maybe having Yondu here isn't the best idea. Peter says as he turns to his newest crew member. Go make sure the Ravagers aren't causing any trouble. Yondu frowned as he felt the urge to whistle and shoot an arrow straight through Ego's head. Yes, sir. But in the end, he decided to go with the captain's plan. Of course, this action seemed to soothe Ego, which is exactly what Peter wanted. Yeah, relax and soon enough you'll get too comfortable and slip up. Peter thought as Yondu stomped out of the room. Is he a part of your crew now? Because if I were you, I'd stay far away from people like him. Ego put on a confused face as he spoke. I have no clue as to why he wouldn't just complete the job. I paid him handsomely too. One of my biggest regrets in this life is hiring him to retrieve you. You and me both. He only kept me around because I was a skinny little kid who could squeeze into places adults couldn't. I made jobs a lot easier for him. Quill complains though Peter couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. Well, I've been trying to track you down ever since. Ego says as he smiles warmly at his son. I thought Yondu was your father. Drax spoke up with a clueless look on his face. No, Yondu is his daddy. Peter says matter-of-factly as he gestures to Ego. This is his father. There's a difference. You shut up. Quill pointed angrily at Peter as he turned to Drax. We've been together this whole time and you thought Yondu was my actual blood relative. You look exactly alike. Drax seemed very sure of himself. One's blue. Rocket exclaimed in disbelief. No, he's not my father. Yondu was the guy who abducted me, kicked the crap out of me so I could learn to fight, and kept me in terror by threatening to eat me. Quill explains thoroughly. Eat you? Ego looked genuinely appalled. That son of AB*TCH. After all, if he actually ate Quill, then Ego's plan would be ruined. How'd you locate us? Peter asks, changing the subject. Well, even where I reside, out past the edge of what's known, we've heard a lot about the men they call Star-Lord. Ego gives his son a proud fatherly look. Of course, he's heard about Spider-Man as well, which is why he frowned earlier. What say we head out there right now? Your captain and crewmates are also welcome. Even that triangle-faced monkey there. Ego points to their raccoon mascot. What did he just call me? Rocket muttered in confusion. He wasn't sure whether that was an insult or not. I promise you it's unlike any other place you've ever seen. There I can explain your very special heritage and perhaps be the father I've always wanted to be. Ego was really laying it on thick. We would be honored to visit your home. Peter says respectfully as he rose out of his seat. Just give us the coordinates and we'll meet you there. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like my son to ride with me. Ego says as he gives Quill a hopeful look. We have so much time to make up for. Of course, you would, you sly old fart. Peter knew that Ego didn't want Quill out of his sight, as his disappearance would stall his plans yet again. Sure, some of us can ride with you, while the rest follow along separately. We just have to return to our ship for a second and grab some personal belongings first. After assuring Ego that they would meet him at his ship in half an hour, the Guardians alongside Mantis returned to their ship. Sadly, Mantis was forced upon them by Ego under the guise of escorting them to his ship, though Peter knew the real reason. To make sure the key to his plan didn't run off. Though just as they returned to the ship, Peter tapped Mantis on the shoulder and thought of all the sleepless days that he's been through. Instantly, the poor girl collapsed into Peter's arms. What the hell was that? Rocket shouted as the rest of the crew seemed alarmed as well. She comes from a race of empaths. Through touch she experiences other people's emotions as if they were her own. Peter says as he lays her down on a nearby couch. I just projected some exhaustion on her. That's all. Okay, we have half an hour before we have to meet up with Quill's dad again. Any thoughts? Peter asks the Guardians. I'm not buying it. A/N, 1755 words, smiley face. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone you mother dash face with symbols on mouth hashtag %yen $ at end face with symbols on mouth police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 300, see 300 plan / setting off. Japanese insert anime gifs here, most likes wins Japanese. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Lemaire_3815, trophy. I'm not buying it, Quill frowned suspiciously. I mean, give me a break. After all this time, he's just gonna show up, and all of a sudden he wants to be my dad. I agree, it's suspicious, Peter nodded as Quill complained. He gives me bad guy vibes. Trust me, I've got a sense for these types of things. And by the way, this could be a trap. The Kree purists, the Ravagers. They all want us dead, Quill added in a huff. I know, but... Gamera frowned in contemplation as she looked Quill in the eyes. But what? Quill asked. What was that story you once told me about Zarda Hasselfrau, she asked. Who? He asked in confusion. Do you mean David Hasselhoff? Peter guessed with a raised brow. What the hell does this have to do with some old actor from Earth? Right, Gamera nodded. And as a child, you would carry his picture in your pocket and tell all the other children that he was your father. Peter frowned sadly under his mask as he recalled this from the movie. That's really pathetic. Drax commented without understanding the vibe of the room. Shut up. Quill shouted at Drax before turning back to Gamera. I told you that when I was drunk. Why are you bringing it up now? I love that story, Gamera admitted. Yeah. Well, I hate it. As a kid, I used to see all the other kids off playing catch with their dad and I wanted that more than anything in the world. Quill felt embarrassed as the whole crew heard this. That's my point. What if this man is your Hasselhoff? And if he ends up being evil, we will just kill him, Gamera shrugged uncaringly. Then let me be the bearer of bad news, Yondu stepped up and ruined the moment. That F***Kerr is evil. Peter smirked under his mask as Yondu finally spoke up. Care to explain how you know that? Peter asked as all eyes turned to Yondu. Well, it all started back before I picked up Quill. Ego got in touch with me and hired me to traffic some kids for him, Yondu's words caused a few pointed looks to be thrown his way. At first, I refused. What changed your mind? Peter asked. The money, Yondu admitted in shame. Though he also promised that the children wouldn't be hurt. But that was a damn lie. So, you were kidnapping kids and bringing them to my father. And he was hurting them. Quill was beyond confused. Guess I should be glad that I was a skinny kid. Otherwise, you'd have delivered me to him too. You still believe that's the reason I kept you around, you idiot. Yondu didn't look very happy. That's what you told me, you old smuff. Quill responded in kind. Once I figured out what happened to them other kids, I wasn't just gonna hand you over, Yondu said in his defense. You said you were gonna eat me, Quill glared. That was me being funny. Yondu shouted in exasperation. Not to me. Quill yelled back. Damn, you got some serious daddy issues. Rocket commented. I am Groot. Groot nodded from his seat on Peter's shoulder. Keep quiet, you trash bandit. Quill just kept yelling. Alright, let's all just calm down, Peter interjected as he turned to Yondu. What happened to the kids? They. Yondu choked up on his words for a moment. They. He killed them all. What? Quill exclaimed. He wanted so badly for Yondu to be lying that a small part of him couldn't help but doubt this story. After bringing him hundreds of kids, I started getting suspicious. I thought, where are they? So I put a tracker on one of the little gremlins, hoping to find a school or a town where they lived, but... But what? Rocket asked in curiosity. I found a pit, filled with hundreds of skeletons. All of them kid-sized. I brought them to be slaughtered by that monster, Yondu explained in shame and self-hatred. And that's why Stakar and every other Ravager in the galaxy will never forgive me. Then I will forgive you in their stead, Peter said as he walked up and rested a comforting hand on the blue man's shoulder. Everyone deserves a second chance, and this is yours. Yondu remained silent as he looked at Quill. How do we know you aren't lying? Quill asked suspiciously. We don't, Peter said with a shake of his head. Which is why I say we go along with Ego and see what he's planning. We also need to figure out the other half of Quill's heritage, and his father is our only link to that. So we're just going to walk into what's most likely a trap so that Stardouche can learn about what kind of alien his daddy is? Rocket asked with a frown. Yeah, pretty much, Peter nodded. All right, Rocket nodded as he walked off. Where are you going? Quill asked. To clean my guns. Rocket yelled as he disappeared into the back of the ship. Smiling to himself, Peter turned to Yondu. Is there anything that we should know before heading out? He asked. Yeah. After having a quick strategy meeting, Peter, Quill, Gamera, Rocket, Groot, and Drax were led to Ego's ship, which immediately took off upon their arrival. Yondu and his Ravagers were left with the ship and would meet them at Ego's planet soon enough. Of course, Mantis was confused when they woke her up, but Peter just shrugged and blamed her, fainting on lack of sleep and overwork. As they took off, Peter couldn't help but admire Ego's ship. Once this is over, I'll add this ship to my collection. Peter thought as he took a seat in a milky white room alongside his crew and Mantis. I am Mantis. Mantis introduces herself with a smile and a small bow. Master is sleeping, so I will keep you company in his absence. Since Ego is just a giant brain encased inside a planet of his own creation, the human form that he projects his consciousness into grows weaker when he's away. Which is why he needs to sleep. What are you doing? Drax asks as he eyes her warily. Although she was trying to be nice, the smile on Mantis' face looked creepy, to say the least. Smiling. She answers as her smile intensifies. I hear it is the thing to do to make people like you. Not if you do it like that. Rocket said, wiping the freaky smile from her face. Oh. Mantis mutters sadly. I was raised alone on Ego's planet, so I don't understand the intricacies of social interaction. A/N, me neither, sister. Although she seemed sad for a moment, that seemed to fade as she eyed Rocket in infatuation. Can I pet your puppy? It's adorable. She asks, eliciting a glare from said puppy. Yes. Drax nods with a mischievous smirk. Grr. Raka. Rocket growled as her hand grew closer before snapping his fangs at her. Ah. Mantis screamed in fright as she pulled her hand away. Ha. That is called a practical joke. Drax laughed boisterously and was soon joined by Mantis, who had no idea what was happening. Hey, can I ask you a personal question? Quill asks after everything calmed down. No one has ever asked me a personal question. Mantis nods for him to ask. Your antennas. What are they for? He asks curiously. Their purpose. Mantis mutters as she goes on to explain her empathic abilities. If I touch someone, I can feel their feelings. You read minds. Rocket mutters as he looks at Peter, realizing that their captain wasn't lying earlier. No. Telepaths know thoughts. Empaths feel feelings and emotions. May I? Mantis holds her hand out to Quill. All right. He shrugged and grabbed her hand. Instantly, Mantis' antennas lit up as she felt his feelings. You feel love? She exclaimed with blushing cheeks. Yeah, I guess I feel a general, unselfish love for just about everybody around me. Quill started pulling out excuses as he looked toward Gamera, hoping that she wouldn't catch on. No. Romantic, sexual love. Mantis clarifies explicitly. No. No, I don't. Quill denied it in embarrassment. For her. Mantis exclaims as she points at Gamera. No. Quill shouts as Gamera looks surprised by this revelation. That is not. After all, she thought of Quill as more of a playboy, who simply wanted to get into her pants. Drax suddenly starts laughing uproariously and points at Quill in unending amusement. She just told everyone your deepest, darkest secret. He continued to laugh in Quill's face. Dude, come on. I think you're overreacting a little bit. Quill said in annoyance. I'm Groot. Groot seemed to agree with Quill. It's a little funny. Rocket admits with a shrug. You must be so embarrassed. Drax continues cackling as Gamera smirks in amusement. Do me. Do me, do me. Mantis reaches over and touches Drax's chest and immediately starts laughing uncontrollably as well. I have never felt such humor. After everyone was done having a laugh at Quill's expense, Mantis continued her explanation. I can also alter other people's emotions to a certain extent. She admits. Yeah, like what? Peter asks. If I touch someone who's sad, I can ease them into contentment for a short while. I can make a stubborn person compliant, but I mostly use it to help my master sleep. He lies awake at night, thinking about his progeny. She explains further. Oh, really? How many other children does Ego have? I thought Quill was the only one. Peter asks in interest. Mantis froze as she instantly realized that she spoke too much. I don't know. Master doesn't talk about them very much. She isn't a very good liar, is she? Peter thought with a smile. Though she'll make a good guardian when this is all over. Everyone else couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. They decided to keep an eye on Mantis and made a mental note to look into Ego's other children. As the ship grew closer to Ego's planet, the Guardians of the Galaxy prepared for what was to come. They had no idea what kind of dangers awaited them, but they were ready to face them head-on. A/N, 1742 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand in your gemstone or else, fearful face pistol police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 301, C301 interrogation. Waving hand, insert slap gifs here, most likes wins waving hand. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Wolfie, trophy. Upon arriving on Ego's planet, Peter and the Guardians were amazed by the psychedelic landscape. Ego's planet resembled a fantasy world with majestic waterfalls, towering cliffs, rushing crystal-clear rivers, lush flora and fauna of all colors, and species of animals and bugs which the Guardians have never seen before. Insert picture of Ego's planet here. It's so beautiful. Drax muttered in awe. Everyone else nodded with a similar awestruck look on their faces. Ego may be an egotistic maniac hellbent on universal domination, but at least the guy has good taste. Peter thought, as every aspect of this planet was sculpted by Ego himself. As they grew closer and closer to Ego's palace, which appeared to be made of some sort of bronze metal and green crystal, Peter was starting to wonder whether he should somehow preserve this planet. Ego obviously has to go, but the planet itself would make a good vacation spot to bring the family. Peter thought. He couldn't help but imagine waking up with MJ and watching the sun rise over the extraordinary scenery. Welcome, everyone, to my world. Ego says with open arms as the ship landed at the front of his palace. Wow, you have your own planet? Quill asked as he expected some sort of home world with a bunch of other aliens present. As they stepped out of the ship, Ego smirked as he seemed to enjoy his son's shock. Come on. It's no larger than your Earth's moon. Ego gives a minor brag. Humility. Drax mutters with an approving nod. I like it. I am extraordinarily humble as well. What race are you, again? Peter starts asking some questions in order to get the ball rolling. I'm what's called a celestial. Ego answers proudly, though he sounded narcissistic from Peter's perspective. A celestial, like a god. Rocket scoffs in disbelief. I am Groot. Groot didn't seem to believe him either. Believe what you will, though it's a small g. At least on the days that I feel as humble as Drax. Ego joked as he escorted them into the palace, where a large screen awaited them. I don't know where I came from exactly. The first thing I remember is flickering. Instantly, the screen lit up and showed the image of a giant brain floating in the darkness of space. The only light was the distant stars and the blue energy that the brain illuminated into the surroundings. Adrift in the cosmos, utterly and entirely alone. Over millions of years, I learned to control the molecules around me. As he spoke, the image changed, showing an entire planet growing around the brain into what it is today. I grew smarter and stronger. And I continued building from there. Layer by layer, into the very planet you walk on now. But I wanted more. I desired meaning. Once again the images on the television changed, showing a man matching Ego's current appearance standing in a field. I thought, there must be some life out there in the universe besides just me. And so, I set myself the task of finding it. I created what I imagined biological life to be like, down to the most minute detail. Did you make a penis? Drax blurted out his question without a second thought. Dude. Quill snapped his head to the side with a look of disgust. After all, no man or woman wants to think of their father's penis. A/N, nauseated face vomiting. What is wrong with you? Gamera asked as she unintentionally thought of her own father's private parts. A/N, Thanos has to be packing some serious heat though. I mean, come on. Somehow, her face turned a darker shade of green than usual as she felt an intense urge to puke. If he is a planet, how could he make a baby with your mother? He would demolish her. Drax argues as he didn't understand why they were upset. I don't need to hear how my parents, you know. Quill reluctantly argues back. Why? My father would tell the story of how he impregnated my mother every winter solstice. Drax reveals without shame. That's disgusting. Peter mutters. It was beautiful. You Earthers have odd boundaries. Drax looks between Peter and Quill in both confusion and pity. Yeah, it's us who are the weird ones. Peter scoffs. I'm Groot. Groot shook his head from his place on Peter's shoulder. Ever since he shrunk down to his current size, Groot has stuck close to Peter. Whether for safety reasons or whatever, he seemed to grow accustomed to riding on his captain's shoulder. Though Peter didn't mind. Yes, Drax, I made a penis. Ego admitted in amusement. Ha. Drax laughed as he pointed at both Peter and Quill. I told you so. We never said you were wrong. Quill slaps his palm against his forehead in exasperation. We just didn't want to hear about it. It's not half bad. Ego continued with a confident smirk. Did your dad just brag about his D***CK? Peter whispered to Quill. Quill seemed to deflate in defeat. He only hoped that remaining silent would stop the current conversation from continuing. I've also got pain receptors, a digestive system, and all of the other accompanying junk. I wanted to experience what it truly meant to be human as I set out amongst the stars. The images changed again, showing planet after planet, filled with all sorts of alien creatures and peoples. Until I found what I sought. Life. I was not alone in the universe after all. When did you meet my mother? Quill asks curiously. Instantly, the image on the screen shifted into Ego standing alongside a beautiful blonde-haired woman. Quill was instantly enamored with the image, as it has been a long time since he saw his mother. Before this, he could barely remember what she looked like. Only the songs on his Walkman could remind him of his loving mother, and even then it was still impossible to picture her fully. Not long after. It was with Meredith that I first experienced love. I called her my river lily. And from that love, I have you. Ego turned to Quill and smiled warmly. I have searched for you for so long. And when I heard the news of the great Star-Lord, Peter Quill, I knew you must be the son of the woman I loved. If you loved her, why did you leave her? Quill asked, eliciting a frown from his father. But before Ego could speak, Peter cut into the conversation. I'll give you one better. Peter spoke and all eyes turned his way. If you loved his mother so much, then how could you not know that she had cancer? Exclamation point. Quill's eyes went wide as he turned to his father, questioningly. Ego didn't know what to say. After all, you made this entire planet and all of its inhabitants, not to mention the body your consciousness currently inhabits, yet you didn't check to see if the love of your life had any ailments that needed curing. Peter asked incredulously. Though he spoke from experience. As soon as he had the money and resources, Peter was sure to test his family and friends for all types of ailments, diseases, and disabilities. He wanted to spend a long life with them, so it was crucial to make sure they could accompany him the whole way. Immediately, all eyes turned back to Ego, awaiting his answer. I didn't think of that. Ego stuttered out his makeshift excuse. It was the best he could do, as he couldn't admit to what really happened. Maybe you didn't love my mother as much as you claim. Quill watched his father in suspicion. Peter, Quill. Ego sounded heartbroken, though nobody was buying it. Listen, I'd love to believe all of this, I really would. But you left the most wonderful woman ever to die alone, while everyone around her thought you were just a delusion. Quill started to get heated. I didn't want to leave your mother, Peter, Quill. If I don't return regularly to my planet and the light within it, then this form will wither and perish. Ego explained. How long does it take to get to Earth from here? Peter cut in once again and asked. Ego remained silent this time around, though he was sure to glare hatefully in Peter's direction. How long? Quill repeated his captain's question. It can't be more than a few days with how fast that ship of his is. Peter adds as their ship still hasn't arrived yet. So why didn't you come back? Why send Yondu? A criminal, of all people, to come and fetch me? Quill asks, though that wasn't all. Actually, how haven't I met you? I grew up without a father around, so you purposely stayed away, didn't you? I loved your mother, Peter. I couldn't stand to set foot on an Earth where she wasn't living. You can't imagine what that's like. Ego starts shouting back. I know exactly what that feels like. I had to watch her die. Quill screamed at the top of his lungs. As the argument seemed to pause for a moment, Peter found the perfect opportunity to poke yet another hole in Ego's story. How did you know she was dead? Peter asked pointedly. What? Ego asked, hoping to buy time to come up with an answer. I said, how did you know that your sweet little river lily was dead? Peter repeats his question with a bit more emphasis this time. After all, you abandoned the family that you claimed to love. You weren't there, so how did you know? A/N, 1624 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand in your gemstone, stones gemstone, and I'll give you my heart with ribbon police car light. Backhand index pointing down. Don't forget to vote. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 302, C302. Insert cool title here. Peach insert but gifs here. Most likes wins Peach, A/N, in honor of yesterday's winner smirking face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Bono _of_my_SWORD, trophy. After all, you abandoned the family that you claimed to love. You weren't there, so how did you know? Peter's words seemed to strike a major nerve in Quill's father. Though instead of shouting, attacking, or even refuting Peter's claims, Ego reined himself in and turned to his son. Over the millions and millions of years of my existence, I've made many mistakes, he says as he steps forward and grabs Quill by the hands. As soon as their hands met, Quill's eyes went wide as they glazed over with the image of a starry night sky. Please give me the chance to be the father that your mother would have wanted me to be. There's so much that I need to teach you about this planet and the light within. They are a part of you, Peter. What do you mean? What's happening? Quill asked in awe of what he was seeing. Sort of like a dumbed-down version of the open your mind thing that Peter went through, Quill's sight was thrown across the universe and into infinity and beyond. A/N, Buzz Lightyear. Hey! What are you doing to him? Gamera exclaimed as she drew her knives and stepped forward. And she wasn't the only one. Everyone drew their weapons and were just about to pounce on Ego, but before they could. Don't interfere. Peter spoke up. But surprisingly, Rocket was the first to object, as he glanced worriedly at Quill, who looked like a zombie at the moment. Just wait a minute. Peter tried to sound reassuring, though they still looked antsy about the whole situation. I'll interfere if it gets out of hand, but for now let's just watch. Come on, help Quill activate his powers already. Peter thought impatiently. As they heeded Peter's words, Ego took the opportunity he was given and got right back to work. Now, you need to readjust the way you process life. Everything around us, including your friends, are temporary. Only we are forever. Ego explains as he gives the Guardians a sideways glare. The crew glares back as they wait for Peter to say the word, so they can attack. Meanwhile, Mantis stood off to the side without a clue as to what she should be doing. I told you how all those years ago I had an unceasing impulse to find life. But what I did not tell you was that, when I finally did find it, it was also disappointing. And that is when I came to a profound realization. My innate desire to seek out other life was not so that I could walk among that life. Son, I have found meaning. Meaning for the both of us. Both of us. Quill repeated back in his dazed state with the infinity of space still flashing over his eyes. Instantly, the monitor in front of them changed again, showing planet after planet alongside the image of Ego planting a large glowing seed. I call it the expansion. It is my purpose and now it is yours as well. Over thousands of years, I implanted extensions of myself on countless worlds. I need to fulfill life's one true purpose. To grow and spread, covering all that exists until everything is me. Ego ended his villainous monologue with a bit of excitement. This nut job is seriously insane, huh? Rocket comments as he took aim at Quill's father. I am Groot. Groot agreed as his tiny vines began whipping around threateningly. Are you sure we shouldn't do something? Gamera asks worriedly. No, we wait. Peter shook his head. As he wasn't a Celestial yet, Peter didn't know how to activate or train Quill's powers, so he thought it best to let his dad give him a helping hand before his timely death. I only had a single problem. One Celestial doesn't have enough power for such an enterprise. But two Celestials. Now, that just might do. Ego looked toward his son with hope-filled eyes as he reached out. Here. Hold your hands like this. Now, close your eyes and concentrate. As Quill complied with his father's words, he felt an odd sensation in his body. Take your mind to the center of this planet. Though he was still in a bit of a fog, Quill continued to comply as the image of a giant brain inside what appeared to be a cave flickered into his mind. Yes. Ego exclaimed in joy as he watched a ball of blue energy appear between Quill's outstretched hands. Whoa. Quill muttered in shock as he felt the energy in his hands, which partially broke him from his foggy state of mind. Even the Guardians were shocked, as Quill never showed any sort of energy-related powers before today. Out of all my labors, the most annoying was attempting to graft my DNA with that of another species. I hoped the result of such a coupling would be enough to power the expansion. I even had Yondu deliver them to me. In all of his excitement, Ego seemed to forget that he needed to lie and started to blabber as most bad guys tend to do. It broke the Ravager code, but I compensated him generously and to ease his conscience, I said I'd never hurt them. I mean, that was true. They never felt a thing. But one after the other, they failed me. Not one of them carried the celestial genes. Until you, my son. Out of all my progeny, only you carried the connection to the light. Wait, are Quill's powers connected to his father? Peter wondered as he put the pieces together based on Ego's words this far. It's times like this that I wish I watched the Marvel movies multiple times. Ego's words replayed in Peter's mind. If I don't return regularly to my planet and the light within it, then this form will wither and perish. There's so much that I need to teach you about this planet and the light within. They are a part of you, Peter. Take your mind to the center of this planet, only you carried the connection to the light. This makes things complicated. Peter thought, as he now needs to keep Ego alive somehow if he wants Quill to keep his powers. As Peter was thinking to himself, Ego seemed to grow even more excited, spreading his arms wide with a wide smile on his face. For the first time in my existence, I am not alone. Ego shouted like a madman as he noticed a frown on his son's face. What's the matter, Peter, Quill? My friends. Quill muttered as he turned to look toward the Guardians, his mind still partially clouded. You see, that's the mortal in you. Ego grabs his son by the head and forces him to look at him, face to face. We are beyond such things. Quill remained silent. Now. Ego turned to Peter and the Guardians, ready to make quick work of them. But my mother? Quill asked as his face began to harden. You said you loved her. I did. My river lily who knew all the words to every song that came over the radio. She was a sight to behold. Ego said with a far-off reminiscent look in his eyes. I returned to Earth to see her 3 times, and I knew that if I returned a 4th, then I'd never leave. Soon enough, that far-off look resembling a morningman looking back on his long-lost love disappeared, and a resigned almost uncaring expression took its place. The expansion. The reason for my very existence would be over. So, I did what I had to do. Ego said as a melancholy frown flashed onto his face for a brief moment. But, it truly broke my heart to put that tumor in her head. What? Quill sobered up in an instant as his eyes returned to normal. The murderous look he sent his father would send lesser men fleeing in fear. Now, all right. Ego holds up his hands, as he knew that was something he shouldn't have revealed. I know that sounds bad dash. Pew 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 pew. Without a second of hesitation, Quill pulled his pistols and opened fire on his father in a silent fit of rage. With each shot, parts of Ego's body disintegrated, revealing a ghostly blue figure underneath. Haha. Are we finally shooting? Rocket yelled happily as he pumped his large cannon-like blaster and joined Quill. Though when the shooting died down. Who? Ego muttered in shock, though he soon snapped out of it. Who in the hell do you think you are? You killed my mother. Quill yelled in a furious rage as the Guardians formed up behind him, ready for battle. Of course, Peter didn't stop them this time. He already got what he wanted. You know, I tried so hard to find the form that best suited you. Ego says as he heals himself in a matter of seconds. And this is the thanks I get. You really need to grow up. Dude, you just admitted to killing his mom. Peter rolls his eyes at Ego's behavior. Don't act like you're the victim. I wanted to do this together. Ego laments as he sends his son a deadly glare. But, I suppose you'll have to learn by spending the next 1,000 years as a battery. Without hesitation or sympathy for his own son, Ego whips a hand forward and shoots out a tentacle of blue energy, aimed right at Quill's chest. Exclamation point. Quill and the Guardian saw the attack coming, but none of them were fast enough to do anything about it. Except, slap. Appearing in front of his vice captain, Peter wound his hand back and swatted the blue tentacle aside like a true Chinese young master from a novel. A/N, you do not give this young master face. Slap. You did not see Mount Tai. Slap, courting death. Slap. I'm your grandfather. Slap, dare to covet my harem of fairies. Slap, okay. I may have gotten carried away. As the ethereal energy tentacle crashed into the monitor, which exploded into sparks and flickered off, Peter and Ego eyed one another dangerously. Only one person is allowed to beat my vice captain, and that's his daddy. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. And since Yondu ain't here right now, I'll have to whoop your A*S in his place. A/N, 1752 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand in your gemstone, and I'll give you this gold sports medal police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 303, C303 Fighting a Planet. Violin insert musical artist gifts here, most likes wins guitar. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, King_Gura 10, trophy. Only one person is allowed to beat my vice captain, and that's his daddy. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. And Yondu ain't here right now, so I'll have to whoop your A*S in his place. Upon hearing Peter's challenging words, Ego's face hardened as he looked his opponent up and down. Kid, just because you could go toe-to-toe with the Mad Titan doesn't mean you can fight me. Ego scoffed incredulously. I'm on a whole other level compared to that purple annoyance. I am AG-. Yeah, we get it. You're a god. How can I kill a god? Peter interrupted her sarcastically as he brought his hand to his chin and thought. Oh, wait. You already told us, didn't you? A/N, Dagathwave played in my head when I wrote that. As Peter finished speaking, he waved his hand and opened a portal on the floor between them, revealing a huge brain trapped inside a cramped cave. The brain pulsed physically and luminously as it filled the cave with a dull blue light. Exclamation point. Ego's eyes widened as he stared down at his own brain. What the hell is that? Rocket shouts in both disgust and curiosity. I am Groot. Groot questioned. Is that? Quill uttered in shock. It's his brain. Gamera revealed. It's beautiful. Drax admitted in awe. Question mark. Every Guardian turned to Drax in confusion. Meanwhile, Mantis looked down at her master's brain, completely shocked by the scene though she had no idea what to do with herself. You shouldn't have given us that whole welcome introduction. Peter says with a shake of his head as Ego stood stunned across from him. I mean, come on. Who would give a whole presentation about how to kill them? I guess that your name isn't just for show. You really do have a big ego, don't you? Wait. Let's not be too hasty. Ego's earlier haughty attitude completely disappeared. I don't think it was us that were the ones being hasty. Peter says as he snapped his fingers. Sadly, I can't kill you or else my vice captain will lose his new celestial powers, so instead let's do this. Suddenly, a giant metal cube appeared above Ego's head. Huh. The celestial grunted in confusion before the cube fell on his head. Asterisk splat. Squish, asterisk. The impact of the giant cube flattened Ego's human figure in an instant, swiftly turning him into a puddle of blood and meat paste. Is he dead? Rocket asks dumbly. Nope, all that did was make him angry. Peter turned to his crew as the brain below began to wriggle and pulse in fury. I'll figure out how to deal with this. Peter points to the brain as Ego's avatar begins to reform behind him. Though this time instead of the handsome fatherly figure that he originally showed, Ego now looked quite horrifying. He wasn't able to reform his body just yet, so he appeared as a giant ghostly blue figure, like some sort of angry poltergeist. All you guys have to do is distract Quill's dad. Peter says as if it were the easiest job in the world. Meanwhile, Ego floated menacingly behind him. What? The Guardians shouted. Good luck and don't die. Peter waved cheerfully as he hopped backward and fell into the portal. Arrgh. Ego's deep scream shook the palace as he quickly scrambled to grab Peter. Swoosh. Sadly for him, the golden portal swiftly snapped itself shut as his hand crashed into the palace floor, cracking it in half with ease. No. Ego bellowed as he tried to run off to catch up to Peter, but, boom. Just as he was about to fly out of the palace, a small object flew into his path and exploded, momentarily dispersing the blue energy of his body. Hee, I knew bringing those bombs would come in handy. Rocket smirked as he held another two similar explosives in hand. As he spoke, Ego began to reform yet again, though this time he took the time to create his fleshy body as well. Son, I know you're upset with me, but we can't allow your friend to meddle with my brain. I'm your father, Peter, Quill. Don't just abandon me over some past mistakes and a simple disagreement. Ego's voice sounded warped as he slowly regrew his entire body, floating only a few meters away. You killed my mother. Quill stared firmly. Soon enough, the two of us will be all there is, so why must you think like a human? You're a god. Act like it. Ego countered as the palace began to quake, showing his unending fury. And as the Guardians tried to stabilize themselves through the shaking, Ego dashed over in an instant and grabbed his son by the neck, lifting him high into the air. Peter, Quill. Gamera screamed as the palace floor collapsed, sending her and the other Guardians tumbling down into a dark pit. I told you. I don't want to do this alone. You cannot deny the purpose that the universe has bestowed upon us. Ego preaches as he squeezed down on Quill's neck. It doesn't need to be like this. Why are you trying to destroy our chance? Ah. Ka. Quill clawed at his father's outstretched arm as he choked for air. Stop pretending that you aren't what you are. 1 in billions. Trillions. Even more. What greater meaning can life possibly have to offer? Ego asked as he peered downward and found his son's Walkman strapped to his waist as usual. Your mother gave you this, didn't she? Ego asked as he snatched it off of his belt and pressed play. Musical Notes Brandy, by Looking Glass plays musical notes. My life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Ego muttered fondly before cruelly crushing the Walkman between his fingers, exclamation point. Quills watched in horror as the only connection to his dead mother was destroyed before his very eyes. Ah! The sounds of screaming echoed in the air as Drax, Gamera, Mantis, and Rocket fell down a winding cavern. Luckily, instead of free-falling to their inevitable deaths, they instead slid down a rough spiky cavernous slide, which cut them up on the way down. After sliding for about a minute, the four of them crashed down into a cave that was thankfully illuminated by a small hole in the ceiling. Ugh. The group groaned in pain as they picked themselves up. Is everyone all right? Mantis asked worriedly as the Guardians turned to glare in her direction. Should we kill her? Rocket spoke everyone else's thoughts. No, we need her to guide us back to Quill. Drax denied as he and everyone else watched Mantis cower away from their sharp glares. What is this place? Gamera stuttered as her horrified eyes surveyed the cave. Following her gaze, everyone's eyes widened in shock at what they found. The whole cave seemed to be filled with an uncountable number of skeletons. Some of the older ones seemed to be infused into the walls and entangled into the large roots of the planet, showing just how long they've been there. The bodies. Mantis spoke in sadness as they all turned to her. Our master's children. Instantly, Yondu's words rang out in all of their minds. I found a pit, filled with hundreds of skeletons. All of them kid-sized. I think I'm going to puke. Ascending down into the cave, Peter landed on the glowing brain with a wet squelch. You. He groaned as he lifted his shoe, dragging along a thick layer of mucus that was now stuck to the bottom of the sole. Luckily my suit cleans itself, or else I would have to scrub this off myself. Ignoring the brain buggers under his boots, Peter eyed the target below him as he pondered to himself. How should I do this? Peter thought as he needed a way to either get Ego under control, trap him, or kill him whilst keeping the brain intact and alive. After all, unlike the movie, Peter wants Quill to keep his powers after all of this. And since he's only half celestial, Quill can't produce his own celestial energy or light, as Ego would call it, so he has to piggyback off of his father's energy. Let's try that first. Peter muttered after a moment of thought. Thrusting both hands forward, Peter gripped the air as golden spell circles appeared in both hands. Usually, he could do his spells without any sort of exaggerated movements, but this spell would take a bit more effort than the rest. Each spell circle seemed to grow and twist as Peter turned his wrists in opposing directions. Hopefully this works. Peter muttered as he slammed both glowing hands down on the brain below. It's in between my fingers. Peter winced as he felt Ego's brain mucus stick itself to his once clean hands. Meanwhile, the cave below lit up in a golden light as countless spell lines drew themselves along the huge brain and onto the hard rocky walls and its surroundings. I am Groot. Peter could hear a small voice from his shoulder. Peter nearly jumped as he turned to see Groot sitting on his shoulder. Have you been here the whole time? A/N, 1549 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones gemstone, and I'll give you a big peach booty peach. Police car light, I still have butts on the mind since yesterday. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 304, C304 Father and Son. Melon insert booba gifs here, most likes wins melon. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, _justice, trophy. Exclamation point. Quill watched in horror as the only connection to his deceased mother was destroyed before his very eyes. As the broken bits and pieces of his Walkman fell from Ego's hand and disappeared down the large hole that swallowed up the Guardians only moments ago, Quill's eyelids began to droop downward as he found himself getting lightheaded. Up to this moment, Ego hasn't released or eased his grip on his son's neck, so the lack of oxygen was seriously starting to become a real problem. And just as Quill was about to pass out, a voice shouted from the entrance of the palace. Hey, there, jackass. Instantly, the sound of heavy gunfire filled the area as a hail of energy bolts of all sizes and colors shot across the room. Ego turned just in time for the barrage of gunfire to collide with his body, tearing it apart and revealing the blue ghostly figure underneath once again. And soon enough, the rain of blaster bolts collided with his outstretched arm, tearing it off and releasing Quill, who immediately plummeted down toward the dark hole below whilst simultaneously gasping for air. Whistle. A whistling sound filled the air as a blue figure flew across the spacious hall, hanging by the glowing arrow in his hand. I got ya. Yondu said reassuringly as he caught Quill with his free hand and slowly descended back toward his men, who never stopped shooting at Ego. Haha. After realizing what happened and catching his breath, Quill couldn't stop himself from laughing. What? Yondu asked in confusion as he held his arrow above his head. You look like Mary Poppins. Quill commented jokingly. Is he cool? Yondu asked hopefully. Quill couldn't help but smirk, as he found Yondu's cluelessness both funny and endearing at the same time. Hell yeah, he's cool. He nodded with a warm smile. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Yondu yelled proudly. A/N, I had to add that. It's one of my favorite scenes in MCU. You guys figure out why Ego wants you here? Yondu asks as they land near the other Ravagers, who still haven't ceased firing at Quill's father. Meanwhile, Ego was constantly growing his body back whilst taking what seemed like an unending amount of damage. If they planned to buy some time, then it was working, but sadly, they wouldn't be doing much else. Something about my genetic connection to this light thing. He basically wants to destroy the universe. Quill says with an unknowing shrug. He mind-controlled me for a minute and showed me how to control it. So, could you? Yondu asked curiously. A little. Quill says as he held out his hand and squinted his eyes as if he were constipated. Suddenly, a small ball of light appeared in his hand. A ball. Yondu didn't look very impressed. Does it explode or something? Quill dejectedly shook his head back and forth. I thought as hard as I could. It was all that I could come up with. This is only my second time. He reasoned. You thought. You think when I make this arrow fly, I use my head. Yondu whistled and showed off his glowing arrow, which circled around his body. Arg. Enough. Ego screamed in rage as vines grew out from under the group of ravagers. Exclamation point. The ravagers panicked as sharp thorn-covered vines wrapped around their legs and dug into their skin. Aya. I don't use my head to fly the arrow, boy. I use my heart. Yondu explained further as he let out a loud whistle. Instantly, the arrow shot from his hand and rushed toward his men before tearing through the vines, freeing them in a matter of seconds. I don't want to do this, but it's time to take the kid gloves off. Ego spoke as he reformed his flesh body and slowly floated forward. Let's start with him. Ego turned to Yondu before pointing a single finger forward. Instantly, a blue energy formed at the tip of his pointer finger before launching forward in a long beam of light. No. Quill screamed as the beam impacted Yondu's chest, drilling a hole straight through his body and out the other end. Quill froze in shock as the blue beam died down and Yondu fell backward onto the cracked palace floor, gushing blood. Remember. Yondu croaked out as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. I use my heart. Complete and utter silence filled the palace entry hall as Quill stared in shock at his adoptive father's bleeding body. You shouldn't have killed my mom and squished my Walkman. Quill turned to his biological father with a venomous glare. But before Ego could reply, his son shot into the air as a blue ethereal energy covered his entire body. Rushing forward, Quill collided with his celestial father and grabbed hold of him, bashing his back into multiple pillars. As they flew together, Quill's hand morphed into a thick metal fist, which he then used to hammer his father in the face over and over again. Arg. After taking one too many hits to the face, Ego finally retaliated, launching Quill away and into the ceiling with a powerful kick. Boom. Quill's body smashed into the roof before luckily coming to a stop, though he didn't stay still for long. After a hate-filled stare-down between father and son, the two shot toward one another, both summoning materials to their body as they did so. Ego simply called brown rocks to himself, which covered his entire body in an earthy set of armor. Meanwhile, Quill, on the other hand, summoned yellow pieces which all came together like Legos to build a giant 3D Pac-Man. And when the two finally collided, Quill's Pac-Man snapped its mouth shut on his father, breaking the rock armor with ease. After Ego's armor exploded, sending him tumbling to the palace floor, the yellow Pac-Man crumbled away, revealing an exhausted Peter Quill. Heavy breathing. Quill descended to the ground tiredly as he stood over his father's beaten body. Suddenly, Ego's eyes shot open as he started to panic out of nowhere. What's happening? He shouted like a madman as he scrambled to his feet. I don't. We need to stop it. Stop. Stop. Listen to me. Don't let him do it. Quill watched in shock as his father's body began to crumble like sand. No. Ego bellowed one last time as his form collapsed into a pile of mushy sand. Not even the blue ghostly figure of his father was left behind. Although he had some questions, Quill quickly remembered something as he turned and rushed across the rubble-filled hall. Yondu. Quill yelled in worry as he rushed toward his adoptive father. No. No. As he dropped to his knees at Yondu's side, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the gaping hole in his chest, which was leaking blood like crazy. Opposite to Quill's, who was on the verge of tears, Yondu smiled upward. What are you crying for, boy? Quit being AP*SSY. He spoke weakly. Shut up, you idiot. Quill lashed out as he quickly pulled off his coat and covered Yondu's wound. That ain't gonna do much. Yondu laughed lightly as he turned his head to see the pile that once was Ego. You know. He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy. I'm sorry I didn't do none of it right. I'm damn lucky you're my boy. No. Quill screamed as tears fell from his eyes. He watched as the light slowly draining from Yondu's eyes could do nothing about it. No. No. Quill screamed and cried as he applied pressure to the wound. What the hell are you screaming about? A voice spoke from behind. Turning around, Quill watched as Peter casually stepped out of a golden portal with Groot on his shoulder as usual. Captain. Yondu uttered, though it was getting hard for him to speak at this point. Yondu. He. Quill tried to speak but the words wouldn't leave his mouth. Ah. Oh. Don't worry. I got this. Peter said without worry as he waved his hand. Suddenly, a golden spell circle appeared above Yondu's bloody body. There, all better. Peter shrugged as his newest crew member started to heal at a visible pace. Quill watched in awe as signs of life returned to his daddy's face. Thank you. Quill sniffled as he wiped his tears away. No problem. Peter said as he rested a hand on his vice captain's shoulder. What kind of captain would I be if I let my men die so easily? After all, you have a long life of grunt work ahead of you. A/N, 1463 words, smiley face. I was thinking about doing a cliffhanger for Yondu's possible death, but I thought that might be a bit cruel of me. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone and I'll give you this trophy and if you don't I'll give you this kitchen knife police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 305, C305 titles are hard sometimes. Wrestlers insert fighting gifs here, most likes wins wrestlers. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, Trophy, A/N, the first person to win 2 times in a row since I started announcing it. Is that him? Peter asks as he points over to the pile of pale mushy sand. Yeah, I beat his A*S and then he started screaming random nonsense. Quill turns away from Yondu for a moment and looks his captain in the eyes. I'm guessing that was your doing. Yup. Peter nods. What did you do? Quill asks. Before we get to that, can you still use celestial energy? Peter asked curiously. Ah. Quill grunted as he held his hand out. Instantly, a faint blue light flowed between his fingers before forming into a mini-transformer, which seemed to move on its own. Optimus Prime to be exact. Autobots roll out. The small Optimus exclaimed before crumbling into bits, falling through Quill's fingers like bits of sand. Good, Megatron is cooler, but we all can't have good taste. Peter shook his head in disapproval. What? How could you possibly think Quill started to argue, but his captain interrupts. Come with me. Peter waved his hand, conjuring a golden portal. Wait. Quill shouted as he glanced back at Yondu, who passed out moments after the spell began healing him. What about him? His men can keep watch. Peter says as he glances at the nearby Ravagers. You can leave Yondu to us, Captain. One of the bigger Ravagers with the face of a deformed ball sack excitedly stepped up. No doubt hoping to curry favor with their new captain. What's that guy's name again? Laserhead? No, that's not it. Peter wondered. Good, just keep watch until we get back, and don't touch anything. Peter ordered as he and Quill walked through the portal, leaving them behind for the time being. Why are we here? Quill asks as the portal snaps shut behind them. In front of them was Ego's glowing blue brain, though that wasn't what drew Quill's attention at the moment. What the hell is that? He asked in awe as he eyed the golden engravings, which lined the entire cave and even crawled up onto Ego's brain as well. I don't remember this being here earlier. That's because it wasn't. Peter shook his head. Since flat-out killing your father would make you lose your power, I had to get a little creative. You did this. What does it do? He asks curiously. It's a combination of a few spells that I've learned over the years. Basically, I took a normal mind wipe spell, which could barely erase about a day's worth of memories from someone's mind, and overcharged it to a crazy degree with the help of a few other spells. Peter explains plainly. Quill stared dumbly between Peter and the golden spell that filled the entire cave. You're really a magician, aren't you? Are you just starting to realize that? Peter laughed. So, what? My dad's pretty much a vegetable now, right? Quill asks as he eyes the giant wriggling brain. Yup. Peter nodded. Then why is the spell still here? If the job is done, shouldn't it be gone? Quill asks further. Well, since your dad is a celestial, I decided to be cautious and keep it active. Peter explains further in depth. Right now his mind is completely blank, but as time passes a new consciousness could be born and I'd rather not have to deal with that. So, the spell is just gonna keep wiping his mind over and over. Quill guessed the rest. Bingo. Peter nods as he gives his vice captain a thumbs up. This way, he's all but dead and you get to keep your powers. It's a win-win scenario. I was thinking of transferring your consciousness into your dad's brain, but doing so would trap you on this planet just like him. He was trapped here. Quill asks in confusion. Did you not pay attention to anything Ego said? Peter sighed in exasperation. He may have been able to leave this planet, but he always had to come back to recharge himself or else his human form would wither and die. You, on the other hand, most likely won't have that weakness, though you probably won't be as powerful when you're off-planet. Cool. Quill stared down at his hands, which began to glow in a blue light. I wonder if I could use these powers to bring my mom back. Peter couldn't help but frown as he heard his vice captain whisper to himself. I'm sorry, but that's not something you would be able to do. Peter shook his head sadly. How do you know? Quill asks a bit defensively. If my dad could make a body for himself, can't I just find her grave and fix her body? Starting her heart shouldn't be too hard either. Yes, you can do that, but you'd be defacing the grave of your mother for nothing. Peter explained vaguely. What do you mean by that? Quill asked pointedly. Let me show you. Peter says as he steps up to Quill and thrusts his palm forward. What the dash? Quill's eyes widened in shock as he tried to dodge, but he was far too slow. Before he could even move an inch, Peter's palm slammed into Quill's chest, roughly knocking him backward. Hey! What the hell was that for? Quill shouted as he glared in his captain's direction. Look down, Dumba *S. Peter says as he points to the ground. Question mark. Quill reluctantly peered downward. What the F***? On the floor was Quill's sleeping body, which fell in an odd position, leaving his face mushed against the floor and his A**s held high in the air. That is your physical body. Peter explained as he summoned a mirror in front of Quill. And that is your astral body, where your soul and consciousness are kept. Exclamation point. Quill's eyes began to panic as he stared at his transparent form. Why, you killed me. I'm a ghost. How could you kill me? I haven't even asked Gamera on a proper date yet. She barely wants to be with me as a living guy. How the hell am I supposed to win her over as AF** King Ghost? Seriously. Peter didn't know whether he should laugh or feel annoyed. You aren't a ghost. I'm just trying to show you something. Relax. Really. Quill's idiotic whining disappeared as he floated over to Peter with hope-filled eyes. I'm not dead. No, now shut up and listen. Peter said in annoyance. The reason that you can't revive your mother is simple. When any living being dies, their astral body leaves their physical body. You can reforge your mother's physical body, but that's it. She won't have her astral body. And the astral body is where her soul and consciousness are. Quill seemed to understand after a moment of thought. Yes, she would be nothing but an empty husk. Peter made sure he understood. Where's her astral body? Quill asks with a determined look in his eyes. Peter couldn't help but reluctantly respect his vice captain's love for his mother. He would do anything to bring her back, yet Peter hasn't even thought of his parents. Meh, I never knew them and I'm a transmigrator. It's not the same. Peter shrugged uncaringly. That is a question that goes far over my pay grade. I don't even think my teacher would know something like that, and she's the most powerful sorcerer in this universe. At least, that I know of. Peter had no clue. Quill frowned sadly before floating back into his body and picking himself up off the floor. And as he rose to his feet, Peter caught a glimpse of determination return to his eyes. Well, as a demigod, I'll make it my mission to figure that out. He says as he turns his attention to the brain in the room. My mother didn't deserve to die like that. If my father wasn't such a genocidal maniac, then she would still be alive today. Yeah, but you wouldn't be born either. Peter says with a shrug. Nor would we have met and formed the Guardians. Not to mention Gamera. Who knows what would have happened to her without you? Sometimes you have to look at the bright side of life. But Quill tries to interject, but Peter continued. I'm not saying that you can't try to revive your mom. If that's what you want to do, then I'll support you as your captain, but I'm telling you right now that the odds are heavily stacked against you. Peter didn't sugarcoat his words. Quill remained silent for a moment before staring Peter square in the eyes. That's fine. Nothing worth doing is ever easy, is it? No. No, it's not. Peter nodded as he smiled under his mask. Maybe I can revive her with the Infinity Stones, though I would have to be careful not to mess up the timeline. Of course, Peter didn't have all of the stones yet, so this wouldn't be happening anytime soon. As for the timeline, he didn't want to revive Quill's mom and in doing so cause some sort of catastrophe or ruin Quill's life in some odd way. It just wouldn't be worth it. Peter could try using the Dragon Bone Elixir, as that seemed to bring people back from the dead in the Daredevil TV show, but he didn't want to risk any unknown side effects occurring. After all, Quill's mom has been dead for over 25 years. Also, Peter doesn't have enough dragon bones to share. At least not yet. And just as he was about to open a portal back to the palace, Peter suddenly remembered something. Wait, where's the rest of the crew? He asked as he didn't remember seeing them earlier. Oh, *T. Where the hell are we? Rocket muttered as he and everyone else followed Mantis through the winding cave system. It's just this way. I think. Mantis directed them with a lost look on her face. A/N, 1666 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand in your gemstone or I'll put you in a wheelchair, manual wheelchair police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 306, C306 Drax's Fetish. Stop sign, insert cartoon gifs here, most likes wins stop sign. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, Trophy, A/N, can anyone dethrone the 3-time heavyweight GIF champion of the world? After getting the whole gang back together, which took a few minutes as half the team somehow got themselves lost in a labyrinth of caves, the Guardians set up base in the palace. Of course, Quill used his newfound powers to fix what was destroyed during the battle, though it took him a bit to get everything right. When everything was settled, Peter invited Mantis to a meeting with the crew. Quill, Gamera, Drax, Groot, Rocket, and Yondu, who was now fully healed, were all in attendance. As for the Ravagers, they don't count as members of the crew. They're more like grunts, as they technically fall under Yondu's command. What's she doing here? Rocket asked as he and everyone else besides Drax glared in her direction. Didn't Drax have a thing for her in the movie? Peter wondered if his crew would be filled with couples in the future. Gamera and Quill. Mantis and Drax. Now I just have to find a furry companion for Rocket and another plant for Groot. Peter thought in amusement. Aye. Mantis stuttered as she cowered away from the many harsh stares. I invited her. Peter smiled warmly in Mantis' direction, though nobody could see it. She has a few words to say. Mantis froze as all eyes pierced into her. Well, get on with it, girl. We ain't got all day. Yondu spoke impatiently. He wouldn't give any assistance to the follower of the man that tricked him into breaking the Ravager's code and almost killed him. I want to apologize for not telling you of Ego's plans. Mantis built up the courage to speak. I won't make any excuses. There were a few times when I could have spoken up and I didn't. I'm terribly sorry for that. As someone who is used to serving others, Mantis gave a deep bow to show her sincerity. That ain't good enough. Yondu said uncaringly as he let out a whistle. Instantly, his glowing arrow unholstered itself and flew forward, hovering menacingly over Mantis' exposed neck. I agree, let's just kill her and be done with it. Rocket spoke up in agreement. Let's not be too hasty. Peter cut in as Yondu's arrow disappeared and reappeared in between his hand. Twirling the glowing arrow between his fingers, Peter could see the tears welling up in Mantis' eyes. How would you like to join the Guardians of the Galaxy? Peter asks as the room descended into chaos. Everyone besides Drax and Groot, who was snacking on chips in the corner without a care for what was going on, vehemently disagreed with Peter's invitation. I refuse to split our profits with another person. Especially one that tried to kill us. Rocket yelled as he stood on his chair for some added height. Most of the crew voiced their agreement as well. The Guardians may be heroes, but money is always their top priority. Then I'll take her as my subordinate. Drax spoke loudly, silencing the crew's complaints. Mantis' large eyes widened even further as she heard his declaration. I knew this would happen. Peter smirked under his mask. What? What the hell could you possibly need her for? Quill asked incredulously. It better not be for anything perverted. Gamera glared menacingly in Drax's direction. It's none of your business. Drax glared back. Before chaos could descend once again, Peter spoke up. Good, this solves everything. Peter nodded in approval. Similarly to Yondu and the Ravager, Mantis will fall under Drax, making her a member of the crew without receiving the split that we all enjoy. I will gladly serve Master Drax. Mantis blushed as she spoke. Drax calmly nodded in agreement, though Peter could see a small unnoticeable tint on his cheeks as well. Love is in the air. Peter thought as some more objections were shouted, though Peter simply waved them off. Welcome to the Guardians of the Galaxy, Mantis. Thank you for having me, Captain. Mantis bowed once again before taking her place at her new master's side. I never knew Drax had this kind of fetish. Peter felt as though he found a kindred spirit. Once everything calmed down, the crew was about to leave, but Peter said something that caused Quill to turn a challenging glaring in his direction. What did you say? Quill asked as his glare intensified. I said, I'm thinking of taking this planet as a vacation spot. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Peter stared back. The greed of both the captain and vice captain clashed at that moment. It is a beautiful planet after all. Let me get this straight. Quill stood up from his seat and looked down at Peter. You want to take the planet that my father owned? The same one that I need for my celestial powers. You do understand how messed up that is, right? Peter looked away and cleared his throat. How about we come to a middle ground? Although Peter felt a bit embarrassed to keep pushing for this, he had a dream that needed to be fulfilled. And that dream was vacationing in the summer with MJ and Lily, enjoying the sights by day and spending some mommy-daddy alone time at night. The whole crew looked in Peter's direction in amusement. After all, they understood his greed fairly well. Especially Rocket. "I don't know why you're fighting over this," Rocket said as he stepped forward and joined the two of them with a smirk on his face. "Because, obviously, this planet already belongs to me. I am Groot." Groot spoke up in support of his furry friend. Exclamation point. Instantly, the room was filled with yelling as everyone wanted a piece of the beautiful pie that was Ego's planet. Soon enough, the yelling came to an end, and a negotiation was had. "Okay, let me lay this out so that everyone is on the same page." Peter drew everyone's attention to himself. "The planet will be the property of the Guardians of the Galaxy to use at their own discretion. As long as nobody breaks the few rules that we set in place," he explains as everyone nods in agreement. "Furthermore, Quill will be the sole owner of the planet's core, as that is the source of his powers. Though, everything else is split equally between all of us. If you want to build a house or a palace, then go for it. Just follow the rules," Peter said, receiving satisfied nods from everyone in the room. As for the rules, they had to be put in place to stop a certain raccoon. "I don't get why we can't sell this rock." Rocket spoke up with an annoyed look on his face. "Can't you at least let me open a mine? I saw some brewed silver in the caves earlier. That stuff is worth a fortune, you know. And who knows what other priceless stuff we could find." At first, Rocket wanted to sell the planet for a quick buck, or at least his portion of it. Of course, his idea was quickly shut down and now he wants to harvest the planet's resources, which wasn't such a bad idea. Sure, if you can figure out a way to mine the planet without destroying it, ruining its scenery, or delving into the core, then you can mine all you want. Peter nods as Rocket smirks greedily. "Though, since the planet is the property of the whole crew, you would be splitting your profits with the rest of us." Rocket's greedy smirk instantly disappeared as all 7 Guardians seemed to steal his smile away for themselves. "Wait, we can talk about this." Rocket tried to speak though everything was already decided. Each Guardian gave him some encouraging words as they got up and walked off. "That was a good suggestion, Rocket." Peter nodded. "Work hard." Quill gave him a thumbs up. "Your contribution to the team is appreciated, my friend," Drax said as Mantis followed him out. "Thanks, Rocket. I've been meaning to order a few knives so this helps me out." Gamera joined in on the fun. "Thanks for the free money, Rat." Yondu laughed. "There ain't no way I'm sharing my profits with you, lazy freeloaders." Rocket screamed as the room cleared, leaving only him and Groot behind. "I'm Groot," Groot said as he climbed up and patted his friend on the shoulder in sympathy. A/N, 1450 words, smiley face. Next chapter returns to Earth. Police car light, hand in your gemstone, stones gemstone or I'll freeze you to death, cold face police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 307, C307 Second Evolution. Diamond with a dot, insert meme gif/images here, most likes wins diamond with a dot. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, Scar_Justice, trophy, A/N, face with steam from knows he can't keep getting away with it. Once everything was settled on Ego, which was now the official name for the planet headquarters for the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter left the Guardians and returned to Earth for the time being. Although Ego was a crazy egomaniacal maniac, who wanted to pretty much destroy the universe, he was still Quill's father and the architect behind the entire planet, so they kept the name out of respect. Before leaving, Peter made sure to do 2 things. First, he and Quill took a day to go to the pit where his siblings were dumped. Of course, they planned to turn the haunted-looking pit into a proper burial site. Quill was a bit emotional throughout the whole process, but at least he was hellbent on giving his family a proper grave. Which was something his father should have done, especially since he was the one to kill them. Flashback. That should do it, Peter said as the two of them stood in the center of a lush field with a huge pillar-like gravestone stood before them. "Do you want to say a few words?" Quill remained silent for a moment before speaking up. "I have to admit, I was a little shocked to find out about you guys. I mean, I always wanted siblings and I'm sure alien siblings would have been even better. I can't help but feel like I missed out." After speaking for a bit, Quill fell silent once again and stared at the gravestone in a trance. He wanted to say more but sadly couldn't find the words to sum up everything that he was feeling. Peter, on the other hand, stayed for about an hour before giving his vice captain some alone time. Quill would have probably stayed there the whole night if not for Gamera, who forced him to return to the palace so that he could get some much-needed rest. Though the two of them seemed to disappear into the same bedroom. I guess Quill needed some comfort, Peter thought in amusement. Flashback end. As for the second thing he had to do, flashback. On the day that Peter was leaving, he met with Quill and handed him a small black box. "What is this?" He asked as he held the box to his ear and shook it, like a child trying to decipher his Christmas presents. Open it and find out. Peter smiles under his mask. Question mark. Quill curiously lifted the lid and found a sleek handheld device inside. What is this? Mobile phone. It's an iPod, Peter says as he reaches over and turns it on. See this? Tapping the touch screen a few times, Peter scrolled through a long list of songs and played one of his favorites. Musical Notes. What is Love by Hadaway plays musical notes. What is love? Oh baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is love? Oh baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Whoa, whoa, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh. Quill's eyes widened as he heard music that's never graced his ears before, though he knew one thing for sure. This was from Earth. I heard that your dad destroyed your Walkman, so I picked this up for you. Peter said as he enjoyed the awestruck look on his vice captain's face. It has all of your favorite 80s songs, but I thought that you might want to update your playlist, so I added some of my favorites as well. As Peter spoke, he reached over and swiped the screen, skipping to another song. Musical Notes. Short Change Hero by The Heavy plays musical notes. Oh, this is such a good song. Peter muttered. This ain't no place for no hero. This ain't no place for no better man. This ain't no place for no hero. To call home. I made sure to give you music from all sorts of genres across the many years that you've missed. From Frank Sinatra to Tupac, you have it all. Holy sh*t. Quill muttered as his eyes began to water. I don't know what to say. A normal thank you is more than enough. Peter shrugged as Quill rushed forward and wrapped his arms around his captain. Thank you. Quill said wholeheartedly. You're welcome. Peter nods as they separate. You know, I'm really jealous right now. Huh? Why? Quill asked in confusion. You get to experience all of the best music I know for the first time. If I could erase my memories, I would spend weeks just listening to the songs on that iPod. Peter said nostalgically. After all, it's so hard to find good music these days. Most of the songs on the radio are just factory-made pop garbage. Quill couldn't help but laugh as Peter sounded like a grumpy old man. A/N, back in my day, old man. Flashback end. After handing over his gift, Peter said his goodbyes and portaled off. Stepping out through the portal, Peter arrived in his penthouse, which looked much different than before. All of the equipment that he used to make Lily was gone and replaced with all sorts of ornate furniture and decorations. The place looked like some sort of Arabian palace. What the? Peter muttered as he caught sight of a blue figure across the room. He's behind you. Turn around. Jeannie yelled at the TV as he watched some random horror film. I see that you've made yourself at home. Peter walked over and spoke. Ah. Jeannie jumped out of the couch in fright and smacked into the ceiling. Seriously? Peter asked incredulously. Master? Jeannie asked as he fell back down onto the couch. Yo. After talking with Jeannie for a bit, Peter got straight to business. There's a reason that he came here before heading home, and that's to evolve for a second time. Whose blood do you think I should use? Peter asked as he stared down at the many vials in his collection. Even Ego's blood was an option now. Nightcrawler. Jeannie spoke up for his brother in blue. Peter swiftly ignored him and reached over to a vial labeled in green. Hulk. After all, the only thing that Thanos can beat him in is strength, so solving that issue was of the utmost importance. Though even the Hulk couldn't overpower Thanos in the movies. Peter thought with a shrug. Still, increasing his strength was a must nonetheless. Isn't that a bit too risky? Jeannie asks worriedly. Isn't the Hulk supposed to be the incarnation of anger or something? Nah, the wishes should protect me. What I'm worried about is the pain and the damage to the surroundings. Peter says as he loads up a syringe. The reason that he didn't inject multiple vials the last time he evolved was simple. The pain was excruciating. So, Peter planned to space out each evolution so that he doesn't go insane. Maybe if I can find a good numbing agent or ability, then I can do this more often. Peter thought as he waved his hand and opened a portal to the mirror dimension. Stepping inside, he turned back to Jeannie for a moment. You want to watch? Peter asked. Sure, 1 second. Jeannie nods as he morphed into the form of a balding scientist with a lab coat and clipboard. Let's proceed with the procedure. Shaking his head, Peter moved further into the mirror dimensions followed by his eccentric assistant. And as the portal snapped shut, Peter reluctantly stabbed the syringe into his arm. I really should have added some sort of stipulation to my wishes that nullified pain. He muttered as he pressed the plunger, injecting one of his most powerful blood samples in an instant. Same as last time, the pain didn't start immediately. Instead, Peter felt the tingling, which still plagued his every waking moment, ramp up as his entire body vibrated with power. And here it comes. Peter muttered in apprehension as his teeth ground together. Ugh! The familiar body-shaking pain racked his body, sending him thrashing to the cold hard ground of the mirror dimension. Ah! He screamed in agony. Though it didn't end there. Peter's entire body seemed to wriggle and pulse as every fiber of his being began to expand. Arms, legs, torso, everything expanded into a giant Hulk-like appearance. F***CK. Peter screamed in a morph tone as he felt everything. Thankfully, the spider suit that the Ancient One made for him didn't rip. In fact, it expanded perfectly, making it look like the Hulk stole Spider-Man's clothes. Hey, pal. Genie spoke worriedly as he floated over to his master. Are you all right? Oh, you. Peter bellowed in rage as he swiped his hand forward. And with all of the power of the Hulk, he slapped Genie away like a fly, sending him soaring across the dimension. A/N, 1468 words, smiley face. Police car light hand in your gemstone stones gemstone and I'll give you these melons, melon police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 308, C308 Inner Battle / Evaluation. Warning insert prison gifs here, most likes wins warning. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, *Justice, trophy, A/N, will the champion ever fall? As Genie was slapped across the mirror dimension, Peter lost consciousness and found himself in a dark space. Where am I? He spoke curiously as he wandered across the pitch-black void. Of course, he could remember everything clearly. Injecting the blood. The excruciating pain. Feeling his entire body expands into a giant Hulk-like monster. He even remembered backhanding Genie, but nothing after that. After walking for what felt like hours, Peter found nothing whatsoever. He seemed to be in a flat black space with nothing in the surroundings but a smooth unbreakable floor. Not even his enhanced senses could find anything but open space. This has to be my subconscious mind. Peter guessed as he brought his hand to his chin and thought. But where are my memories? It shouldn't be this empty and dark. Although Peter wasn't exactly sure, as he never entered his subconscious mind like this, it was his best guess at the moment. Suddenly, deep angry breaths filled his surroundings. It sounded like an enraged dragon was huffing and puffing. ? Peter spun around and found nothing. But just as he thought that the sound was gone, a hot steaming breath tickled the back of his neck. Whipping his head around, Peter turned just in time for a red fist to impact his left cheek. Ugh! He grunted in pain as he flew across the black space. Of course, this wasn't his first fight. Peter twisted his body in midair and landed perfectly on his feet, surveying the area as he waited for his attacker to show himself once again. And when the dragon-like breathing filled his surroundings once again, Peter was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense its position. Though he should have known that since his spider senses didn't save him from that attack earlier. Show yourself, coward. Peter called out into the void. After those words left Peter's mouth, a deep growl could be heard as an intense heat emanated toward his back. Dashing to the side, Peter narrowly dodged another giant red fist. And now he could finally see his attacker. A giant red Hulk with glowing yellow eyes stood across from him. Insert picture of Red Hulk here. You aren't green. Peter commented in interest. Shut up. The Red Hulk screamed like an angry child before rushing forward. Hey, let's just calm down, okay? Peter tried to settle this peacefully as he dipped under yet another punch. Though his opponent didn't give up. Instead, he flailed around like an aggressive little boy, trying to land a hit in any way possible. Stay still. Red Hulk screamed in annoyance as Peter sidestepped his fist. You won't be able to beat me like this. Peter commented as he kicked off of the ground and sent a knee into his attacker's face. Ugh. Red Hulk grunted as he tumbled backward. Sizzle. Looking down, Peter found his clothed knee burning from the impact. Your face is really hot. Do you have a fever? Raph. The Red Hulk roared as his yellow eyes brightened. Peter watched curiously as power seemed to fill his adversary's eyes before two beams of fiery yellow light shot out in his direction. Interesting. Peter muttered as he waved his hand and formed a spell circle between himself and the attack. As soon as the fiery laser beam struck the spell, his magic jumped right into action, absorbing the attack with ease. Yeah, that's gamma radiation. Peter muttered as he deployed a separate spell in order to identify the energy. Red Hulk grunted in confusion as he found his attack doing absolutely nothing to his opponent. That's a pretty cool ability. Why don't I try it next? Peter said as he reached into the spell and pulled out the collected gamma radiation. Hee, I have a good idea. Cupping both hands over the yellow gamma radiation, Peter spread his feet farther apart and brought the energy to his side. Came. Haim, H.A. Peter spoke the noble words of Master Roshi as he swung both hands forward and shot out a thick yellow pillar of gamma radiation. Instantly, Peter's pillar and Red Hulk's two I-beams collided and fought for dominance. The collision of the two powerful attacks brightened the dark space with a blinding yellow light. Of course, Peter could have done this whole attack without the movements and the words, but where was the fun in that? Aya! Red Hulk screamed in anger as his eyes grew brighter, which in turn increased the power of his attack. Question mark. Peter watched in interest as his Kamehameha was overpowered, though thankfully the absorption spell was still up, saving him the trouble of dodging. Do you produce more gamma radiation when you're angry? Now that he said that, Peter could feel that the heat had increased by a large margin since they first started fighting. He could even see the waves of visible heat radiating off of the Red Hulk's body from all angles. Peter hummed as the Red Hulk gave up on his attack, as it seemed pointless. Want to fight again? Raph. His opponent roared for the 100th time before leaping forward. Let's see if you can heal like the Hulk as well. Peter wondered as he pulled on the remaining gamma radiation. Pointing his finger up to the red figure above, a yellow light gathered at the tip of his fingernail before firing in a bright beam. Red Hulk seemed calm as the beam impacted his chest and disappeared into his body. The attack didn't leave a single mark either. Energy absorption too. Peter commented as he felt the surroundings grow hotter once again. Not only that, but his opponent's eyes brightened as well. You have some cool powers, my friend. Peter says as he takes a few steps back. And just in time, Red Hulk comes smashing down where Peter once stood. Not friends. He yelled childishly. Whatever you say, pal. Peter shrugged as he planned to slowly win his inner Hulk over. Now let's check your healing ability. Snapping his fingers, Peter called forth a portal, which opened and deposited a long black spear into his hand. And without further ado, Peter kicked off the ground and launched forward. Red Hulk's eyes widened at his enemy's speed as Peter dipped under his guard and sliced at his right knee. Ah! Corvus Glaive's spear managed to cut Red Hulk's tough skin like a hot knife through butter, severing his leg from the knee down. Peter stepped back as his legless opponent fell where he stood, screaming in agony. After all, this was probably the first time he received such a severe wound. Though it didn't last very long. Ah! That's way faster than Wolverine's healing factor. Peter commented as Red Hulk's entire leg grew back in a matter of seconds. Peter and Wolverine could regrow parts of their limbs, like this, but the amount of time that would take was astronomically longer than this. From the bones, tendons, muscles, etc., everything morphed and grew until a brand new leg was formed, leaving Peter astounded. Can Hulk even heal this fast? Peter wondered as he never got to test the Hulk, since Banner is too afraid to do anything. Question mark. Even Red Hulk was left shocked by his own healing factor. Though that shock soon turned to anger, which was swiftly projected straight at Peter. What? You started this fight. Don't come crying to me. If you didn't want to get hurt, then don't attack others without good reason. Peter lectures the giant red child like a pro. After all, he had practice with Lily. Of course, Peter's words didn't have the effect that he was hoping for. Exclamation point. Red Hulk stomped to his feet and immediately closed in on his enemy. Die. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Peter muttered as he sidestepped a hot red fist before leaping up and tapping two glowing fingers on the giant man-child's forehead. Sleep. Instantly, Red Hulk's eyelids dropped downward and closed shut as he toppled over and snored into a peaceful sleep. I'll either need a meditation or sealing technique to deal with you. Peter muttered to himself as he stared down at the colossal figure. Hopefully, the meditation route works. I'd rather not seal what's basically a child away. That would be sad. Suddenly, Peter's vision blurred and shifted. And once he could finally see clearly again, Peter found himself laying in a pile of rubble somewhere inside the mirror dimension. You finally decided to wake up. A familiar voice called out. Lifting himself to his feet, Peter turned to see a heavily bruised and bandaged genie held up weakly by two crutches. What happened while I was out? Peter asked as a genie clone appeared, dressed as a cop. Question mark. Is this the guy? Policeman Genie asked his wounded self. Yes, officer. Genie answered his own question in a pitiful tone. Sir. Policeman Genie pulls out a pair of handcuffs as he steps forward. You're under arrest for assault and battery. Please lay flat on the ground with your hands behind your head. A/N, 1527 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone and I'll give you this phallic object banana. Police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 309, C309 Lily's Choice. Red circle, insert Susie gifts here, most likes wins red circle. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Moaning Frodo, trophy, A/N, a new champion has risen. But can he keep the title? Once Genie was done impersonating a peace officer, Peter dropped him off at the penthouse and portaled over to Camartage. Although he has a very well-protected mind, thanks to the technique that the Ancient One imparted onto him, as well as a few extra spells that only protected him from outside intrusions and manipulation. And since Red Hulk is a part of him, Peter needs a way to connect with his new alter ego while also protecting himself. In the movie, Banner was able to achieve this through simple meditation. He came to an understanding with his Hulk, and soon enough, they merged into one being. This merger seemed to give Banner the best of both worlds. He kept his genius mind, whilst also keeping the strength of the Hulk. Though Peter didn't want to do this. At least not in the same way as Banner. I'd rather not turn into a red-skinned giant with glowing yellow eyes. Peter thought with a shake of his head. The public would call me a demon. After all, he had a life outside of being Spider-Man, and the transformation that came with a merger would certainly ruin that. Of course, that didn't mean a merger was off the table. Peter has to simply find the best way for him to achieve his goals. Is the Ancient One around? Peter asked an elderly master as he portaled into Camartage. No, the Sorcerer Supreme left to deal with an issue in a small hell dimension. Can I help you with anything? The man answers respectfully. After all, Peter's position in Camartage is very high thanks to being their leader's only disciple. Thanks, but I'll be fine. Peter gave a quick bow and walked off toward the library. Although his position is technically higher than just about everyone else, it's always best to show respect. Especially when you could be dealing with an ancient master. After all, there are ways to extend your lifespan when it comes to the mystic arts, so there are masters in the temple who are far older than they appear. Seeing as he couldn't ask the Ancient One for advice, Peter ransacked the library of Camartage for a good meditation technique. Heaven's Breath. Primordial Body and Mind. Earth Evolution. Wandering Lotus Meditation. Peter pored through book after book, trying to find what would suit his situation best. And while this was happening, the old librarian kept a watchful eye. The last time Peter came to the library, he lied and used the Ancient One's name to take books from the forbidden section. Now the poor librarian is forced to suspiciously surveil his every move. Thankfully, meditation techniques aren't something that are considered dangerous, so Peter didn't have to steal anything this time. Oh. He muttered as he read through an old worn leather book. This could work. Sun and Moon Scripture. This meditation technique was made by a master named Lin Feng, who seemed to have dissociative identity disorder. Apparently, he went through some sort of crazy trauma as a child, though the book didn't mention any details. And due to this huge trauma, his mind fractured. In order to cope with this, multiple personalities were formed, which plagued his everyday life. In one moment he could be studying in his library, and the next, he wakes up completely naked in an alleyway. Basically, his other personalities would take control of his body and do whatever they wished. Tired of the constant craziness, Lin Feng went on a journey in search of a cure and found Camartage, similar to Doctor Strange's origin story. And after becoming a master, he was able to create his own meditation technique. The Sun and Moon Scripture. It sounds very wuxia, but it should work. Peter thought to himself. Using the Sun and Moon Scripture, Peter would, hopefully, be able to meld his mind with the Red Hulk's and become one, while keeping control and leaving the two bodies separated. At least until he could find a way to assimilate the Red Hulk's body into his own without becoming a giant monster for the rest of his life. Of course, the Red Hulk wouldn't be dying in this scenario. They would simply merge. After all, Red Hulk is merely the personification of Peter's anger. He was already a part of him from the very beginning. In the end, he would simply return to where he originated from. I should practice this every night before bed. Peter thought to himself as he checked the book out under the librarian's watchful eyes. It should take about a month to finish the merger. Of course, Peter would make sure to be diligent in his meditation. Because even now he can feel the simmering anger of his alter ego waiting to be released. If he were to become too angry, Red Hulk would surely use that opportunity to take control and wreak havoc. Though it wouldn't last long, as Peter could easily put him to sleep again. The only reason he took his time before was that his physical body was inside the mirror dimension. There, Red Hulk could go as crazy as he wanted without harming anyone. Well, except Genie, though he was faking those injuries from the start. Thank you. Peter called out over his shoulder as he portaled out of the library with his new book in hand. Stepping into his bedroom, Peter found Lily sitting at his desk with his ghost laptop wide open. She seemed to be trying to turn it on, but no matter what she did, the screen wouldn't light up. Ahem. Peter cleared his throat as he loomed over his daughter's shoulder. Ah. Lily squeaked as she leaped up off the chair and stuck to the ceiling using her spider powers. Dad. Lily peered down at her father, who instantly swapped his clothes to a normal outfit, revealing his face. I clearly remember telling you that my laptop was off limits. Peter says as he reaches out and closes it. And I also remember saying that you should regulate the use of your powers. If others see, then maintaining a normal life will be hard. Sorry, Daddy. Lily pouts as she falls from the ceiling and lands perfectly on her feet. The daddies always come out when you're in trouble, don't they? Peter chuckled as he leaned down and gave her a warm hug. So, why did you need to access my laptop? As they separate, Peter places the sun and moon scripture on a nearby bookshelf for the time being. You weren't here and I needed to call you. Lily answered with a smile. Well, I'm here now. What's up? Peter asks as he takes a seat on the corner of his bed. I made my decision. Lily spoke excitedly. I want to help you with your work. Peter raised a brow as his daughter declared her decision. Are you sure? Your grandmas didn't seem too happy about that. Peter said as he knew they would complain. Yes, they talked to me about it, but in the end, it's my decision to make, not theirs. Lily crossed her arms and huffed obstinately. Well, if it's what you want then that's fine. Peter nodded as he whipped out his phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. Lily looked confused as she waited to see what her father was doing. Yes, Black Sky. A male voice answered respectfully. Scythe, have you found my dragon bones yet? Peter asks. Lily seemed to perk up in excitement as she heard the word dragon. Based on her knowledge, dragons and other mythical creatures never existed. Yes, but getting to them is the problem. Either we waste time and do things slowly, or we can destroy Hell's Kitchen and take them quickly. Scythe explains. Okay, I understand. Peter says as he looks over at Lily. I'm placing my daughter in charge of the excavation. The hand will follow her orders as if they came from me. Is that understood? Oh, of course, Black Sky. We would gladly follow the princess. Scythe stuttered in shock as he never knew that his leader had a daughter, but he complied nonetheless. Good, she'll call you soon enough. Peter said as he hung up and looked toward Lily. What was that about? She asks in confusion. I didn't know that I was a princess. That was the hand. Peter says as he explained everything. You'll be starting off with them since I don't have the time to micromanage everything. Of course, Lily wouldn't be leaving the house, as she's far too young to be out on her own. But that doesn't mean that she can't order them around from the safety of her bedroom. After all, she's an AI. The sky is the limit. Okay, should I start now? Lily asks excitedly. Ninjas and dragons. What kid wouldn't be excited? No. Peter shook his head. First, you need a code name. It's not that Peter didn't trust Scythe, as the man has faithfully served him for a while without any trouble, but keeping Lily's identity a secret is very important to him. Otherwise, her grannies would kill me. Peter didn't want to deal with angry grandmas. Exclamation point. Lily started hopping up and down in excitement. Do I get a cool suit like you and Mom? Maybe later, but for now we need a name. Peter said as Lily started thinking to herself. Princess is fine. Lily admitted with red cheeks. I always wanted to be a princess and they already called me that. Sure, princess it is. A/N, 1640 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone stones, gemstone or I'll curse you, mage police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 310, C310 Demon Princess. Large orange diamond, insert Fortnite gifts here, most likes wins large orange diamond. Trophy, yesterday's gift winners, Scar_Justice, trophy, A/N, the old champ returns. After explaining the ground rules to Lily and telling her how he wanted things to go with the hand, Peter gave her Scythe's number and she excitedly ran off to her bedroom. Ninjas and dragons awaited her. When Peter walked out into the hall, May, Grace, and MJ were laying in wait for him. While MJ didn't seem bothered, the same could not be said for the two grannies. May and Grace frowned in his direction, very clearly making their feelings on the situation known. Did you have fun eavesdropping? Peter smirked as he leaned on the door frame. Their glares only seemed to intensify, though May was a lot less angry than Grace. I don't agree with this, but Lily made her choice so we won't complain. May sighed as Grace remained silent. I just hope she's ready. You know, I never said you guys couldn't watch over her. Peter says as their eyes widen in realization. After all, Lily isn't allowed out of the house for this, so you guys can help her all you want. At least in the beginning. This isn't as bad as you think it is. Silence filled the hall as MJ smirked alongside Peter. Right. Grace muttered as she turned around and made her way to Lily's room. We'll just check to see how she's doing. May smiled as she followed behind her fellow grandma, leaving Peter and MJ alone in the hall. Hello, beautiful. Peter wrapped his arms around her waist. Hello, handsome. MJ mimicked him as she peered up into his eyes. Since everyone else is so busy, why don't we spend some alone time together? And I can tell you all about the new vacation spot that I found for us. Peter whispers. I'm all ears. MJ tried to answer, but Peter swept her off her feet. Sorry, but I'm a bit impatient today, he says as he carries her into the room and closes the door with his foot. In Lily's bedroom. I just sent you the blueprints of the area where the dragon bones are supposedly located. Did you get them? Lily lay snugly on her bed as she kicked her legs in the air. Yes, princess. Side's voice could be heard from the phone, which sat on the bed in front of her. It was extremely easy for Lily to hack into the city's public records and download the blueprints. And as Lily spoke, the blueprints appeared on the screen, though she didn't even touch the thing. Glancing at them for a second, Lily swiftly made some changes. Illustrations alongside all sorts of plans and instructions appeared. Yet she still hasn't touched her phone a single time. Good, I just edited the blueprints, do you see it? Lily asked again. Yes, but something like this would take a lot of manpower and equipment. We won't be able to hide it for long. Scythe raises his concerns. That's okay. Lily said as her phone changed again. This time, it flashed between all sorts of government websites and databases before finally returning to normal. You should have some emails from the New York Department of Construction, Engineering, and Urban Planning. There should also be one from the city clerk's officer as well. Lily says as Scythe goes silent for a moment. How do you know my email? He asked in fear. As far as he knew, even the Black Sky himself didn't know his email. Don't ask silly questions. Do you have them? Lily asks again. Yes. Scythe answers as he reads through the emails. How did you dash? That's not important. Lily cuts him off. You have the digital permit to begin construction and the physical one will arrive by courier in a few days. The address is the same one that I marked on the blueprints. It's an abandoned building. I just took $13.7 million from one of the Hand's bank accounts and purchased the property, as well as the neighboring properties. Did you receive everything? It should be in your email. Why you? How? Scythe was speechless at this point. At first, he was immensely impressed by the Black Sky's daughter. She was able to grasp the situation and build out a plan through the blueprints, which she seemed to acquire herself. But then things got crazy. Forget about knowing his email, just the fact that she could hack into the government so easily and even take money from the Hand's bank account as if she were simply picking flowers was mind-boggling. Both impressive and scary. You really like to ask stupid questions, don't you? Lily huffs into the phone. My apologies, princess. Scythe quickly apologized. He soon realized that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. If there was one man in the world that inspired fear in him, then it was the Black Sky. Yet another contender has appeared. Hee. Lily giggled as she enjoyed being treated like royalty. But as soon as Scythe heard that laugh, he broke out into a cold sweat. Scary. They're both monsters. He thought. Okay, that's it for today. Lily says as she picks up her phone and rolls onto her back. I want construction to start by tomorrow. Only members of the Hand can be used for this. Yes, princess. Scythe replies dutifully. Oh, and I also want everyone working on this to strap their phones to their chest. That includes you. Lily adds. Why? Scythe asks in confusion. So I can watch, silly. Lily says as she hangs up the phone. Knock knock. Lily, can we come in? Hand Base, New York. Scythe stared at his phone in silent fear. Can she see me right now? It's safe to say that although Lily didn't mean to do so, she made one hell of an impression on the leader of the Hand. When dealing with cold-blooded assassins, it's always best to make them fear you to a certain extent. Peter did it and now his daughter followed in his footsteps. Though she didn't even know it. After spending the day with MJ, leaving her passed out on his bed, Peter whipped out the sun and moon scripture and got to work. The notes left behind by Lin Feng said that he used the technique once a night for a single hour before bed. And so Peter cracked the book open and followed its instructions. Unlike your average lazy meditation, where Peter would be sitting in a certain position whilst controlling his breathing in one way or another, this one was all about body movement. Meditation, controlled breathing, and erratic yet gentle movements were the key parts of the sun and moon scripture. After reading everything, Peter was ready to begin. Though once he finally got started, it didn't take long to realize that his room wasn't big enough for this. Instead, he would have to use the basement. The backyard was an option as well, but Peter didn't want to risk his neighbors seeing and labeling him as a crazy person. Descending into the basement, Peter didn't waste any more time. And when he finally started practicing, Peter thanked whatever god was out there that he didn't use the backyard. Insert the worst dance moves that you can find here. Although Peter knew that the movements would be odd, to say the least, he didn't think that it would be this bad. I just have to power through and do it. Peter thought to himself. It's only a month. After that, I never have to do this again. The next morning, Peter woke up ready to get some work done. He made a promise a while ago and was ready to make good on it. The Guardians of the Galaxy distracted him for long enough. Donning his spider suit and portaling into his office in the Avengers Tower, Peter was instantly greeted by Jarvis as usual. "Welcome back, sir." "It's good to be back, Jarvis," Peter says as he takes a seat at his desk. "I need you to do two things for me." "I'm happy to be of assistance," Jarvis replies dutifully. "Good." Peter nods as he leans back. "First, I need you to call a council meeting. If anyone asks why, tell them it has to do with Emil Blonsky. I'm contacting each councilman now." "Please continue," Jarvis said readily. "I want you to call Dr. Banner to my office. We'll have to wait for everyone to get here, so I'll have a talk with him in the meantime." Peter orders. "One moment," Jarvis says as he goes quiet for a minute. "Dr. Banner is on his way." "Will that be all, sir?" "Yes, thank you for your hard work as always," Peter says. "It's a pleasure, sir," Jarvis responded in a happy tone. Did Tony upgrade him recently? Peter thought as he never heard Jarvis change his tone like that before. Is he trying to compete with Lily? Knock knock. "Come in," Peter calls out as Banner came walking in with dark rings around his eyes. "What the hell happened? You look like Rocket." "Who's Rocket?" Banner asks as he tiredly dropped into a seat across from Peter. "That doesn't matter." "Why haven't you been sleeping?" Peter asks as the signs of sleep deprivation were clear as day. "You look exhausted." "I've been in the lab for a few days," Banner answers with a yawn. "And are you any closer to getting rid of your big green friend?" Peter asks as a frown forms on the doctor's face. "No," Banner admitted. "Have you tried meditation?" Peter asks as Banner rolls his eyes. I'll take that as a no. Even now he refused to take the hints that Peter gives him. "No offense, but I highly doubt something like this can be fixed by meditation. What's next? Should I buy Shunjit or wrap tinfoil around my head?" Peter sighed in exasperation as he heard this. "Fine, how about this? I'll give you two options." Peter held up two fingers. "One, you can try to meditate as I've been telling you, or two, I can extract the Hulk from you myself." "Why, you can do that?" Banner stuttered in shock. "Not now, but I can whip something up." Peter shrugged. Either Kamartaj would have something or he would make his own spell. "Isn't it dangerous to let it out?" Banner asked in fear. "The Avengers can easily subdue the Hulk." Peter answered with yet another shrug. "And even if they couldn't, I can handle him alone." Aye. Banner turned quiet as this was an important choice to make. "I'll do it." "The meditation or the extraction?" Peter asks for clarification. "Extraction. A/N, 1793 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone, stones, gemstone or die, pistol, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 311, C311 Controversial Recruitment. Smiling face with horns, insert evil gifs here, most likes wins, smiling face with horns. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, *Justice, trophy, A/N, the Demon King reigns again. Will a hero rise to free us all? After promising Banner that he would contact him soon about the extraction, Peter left for the council room, where his fellow councilmen were waiting for his arrival. "Yo," Peter called out as he strolled in. "You guys got here fast. Whenever I called a meeting in the past, it usually took at least 2 hours to get everyone together. Not even an hour has passed, yet you're all here," says the one who's late. Tony said jokingly. "I know, is today opposite day?" Peter asked as he checked the date on his phone. "Tony is on time and I'm late. It has to be some sort of miracle." "Okay, enough messing around." Professor X sighed in annoyance. "I have work to do, so can we get on with this meeting, please?" "Oh, relax, Charles." Magneto cut into the conversation. "You're far too uptight, my friend. A little small talk before business won't kill you." Charles merely glared in his helmeted friend's direction. "Well, now that the small talk is over, let's get this meeting over with." Fury seemed to be on the professor's side. "I have a few international incidents in the making to deal with, so." Everyone turned to Peter, who shrugged as he took a seat at the head of the conference table. "Then I won't waste any more time," he said as the nearby TV lit up, showing an image of Blonsky as well as his abomination form. "I called this meeting to discuss the release and subsequent recruitment of Emil Blonsky." Both Charles and Eric didn't expect this at all. Meanwhile, Peter already hinted at this with Fury and Tony, so they weren't nearly as surprised by the proposal. Have you gone mad? The professor asked genuinely. This is a man that can level an entire city block in a matter of seconds. Allowing him any sort of freedom is a huge risk. I must agree with Charles on this one. Although his power would be a huge boon to us, the risks far outweigh anything else. Eric spoke in agreement with his friend, which was odd as they usually disagreed. It's safe to say that the metahumans in the council weren't on board. Tony and Fury didn't look convinced either, though they remained silent, knowing that Peter would have more to say. I knew that there would be some doubts and pushback, so I prepared this. Peter nods understandingly as a video appears on the television. A very professional-looking woman with glasses appeared. She sat at a desk with a file labeled Blonsky in hand. Are we recording? She asks whoever is behind the camera. Yes. Peter's voice replied. Now, can you please give me your honest and unfiltered opinion? Is your patient, Emil Blonsky, fit to be released? As a psychologist, I can attest to the fact that Emil Blonsky underwent a successful therapy and rehabilitation process. Blonsky's treatment was designed to address his underlying psychological issues, such as his impulse control, aggression, and tendency to act and react violently, which were extremely exasperated by his transformation. Through a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management techniques, and medication, Blonsky was able to gain insight into the root causes of his anger and learn how to manage it more effectively. He was also taught coping mechanisms to help him avoid violent outbursts and control his aggression. As a result of this therapy and rehabilitation, Blonsky has demonstrated significant progress in managing his anger and controlling his aggressive impulses. He has also shown a strong desire to make amends for his past actions and contribute positively to society. Therefore, with appropriate monitoring and support, I believe that Blonsky is ready to be released from custody and recruited into the Avengers. His unique abilities and combat experience would be valuable assets to the team, and his willingness to work towards positive change is a testament to his commitment to redemption. She finished and set the file down as the video came to an end. Are there any questions? Peter asks the room. If we were to agree and set Blonsky free, how would we keep track of him? The man is a highly trained military specialist. The normal ankle monitor and surveillance detail isn't going to cut it. Fury was the first to speak. I agree, which is why I would place a tracking spell on him. And since he doesn't practice the mystic arts, he can never get rid of it. Peter answers easily. Simply tracking him won't be enough. Someone would have to watch his every move. Magneto seemed to be in agreement now. Yes, which is why we should build a team that can take turns accompanying Blonsky wherever he goes. At least until he's earned some trust. This team can also be in charge of his basic training as well. Peter said. After all, everyone has to go through basic training. Even highly skilled soldiers are no exception. The room seemed to turn silent as everyone processed the situation. Though it didn't last very long. I still disagree. Professor X spoke his mind. Although you may be right about his rehabilitation, Blonsky has killed an uncountable number of people. If he was a normal man, he would have been put to trial and sentenced to multiple life sentences. We shouldn't give him special treatment just because his strength would be useful to us. Silence filled the room once again. The professor's words seemed to strike a chord with everyone, leaving them contemplative about the whole situation. While I do agree with Charles to a certain extent, Peter spoke up after a moment of silence. His view is a bit too idealistic. No offense, Professor. None taken. Charles frowned as he motioned for Peter to continue. We live in a world that could be attacked by alien empires at any moment, or even destroyed by members of our own growing enhanced population. Peter shrugs as he looks around the room. Although we've been doing fine so far, I don't think that we should grow complacent. There will come a time when we need more power than we currently have. So we should just recruit murders then. Charles wasn't convinced. Though the others seemed to resonate with Peter's words. Rehabilitated murderers who are willing to work to redeem themselves. Yes. Peter answered resolutely. After arguing for a bit longer, it was finally time to decide. Let's put it to a vote. Peter sighed as he leaned back in his chair. All those in favor of recruiting Emil Blonsky, please raise your hand. Detainment floor, high security section. What's taking him so long? Blonsky asked himself for the millionth time as he paced back and forth in his cell. Spider-Man promised to get him released over a month ago, yet he hasn't seen or heard from him since. Can you shut up already? His neighbor spoke up from across the hallway. You aren't getting out. Get over it. Bucky, who is still imprisoned for his own safety, was forced to listen to the man whine and complain day and night. That's easy for you to say. Blonsky glared in his neighbor's direction. At least you have visitors. Hell, they even let you leave your cell every now and then. Meanwhile, I've been stuck here for more than 3 years. Bucky sighed and simply looked the other way. Hey! Are you ignoring me? Blonsky called out. Bucky remained silent. Sigh. Why did I think having company would be fun? Blonsky muttered as he flopped down on his bed. Suddenly, the high-security doors down the hall swung open and footsteps could be heard coming their way. Blonsky instantly shot out of bed and rushed up to the glass cell wall. Don't get your hopes up. It's probably Steve Dash. Bucky spoke though he was cut off. Yo. Peter waved as he strolled up the hall. Long time no see. Behind him stood 3 people. Wolverine, Hawkeye, and Nightcrawler. Is this it? Blonsky asks with emotion clear in his voice. Am I being released? Yup. Peter nods as Blonsky smiles with tears forming in his eyes. But there are some stipulations. Sure, anything. Blonsky agreed without care. He was just too excited to experience freedom once again. Walking over to the control panel, Peter opens Blonsky's cell. First is this. Peter waves his hand as a golden spell circle forms. Bucky and Blonsky watch in shock and awe at the magic happening before their very eyes. After the spell forms, it shrinks into the size of a pin before shooting into Blonsky's chest. Exclamation point. Blonsky held his chest, expecting to feel pain, yet everything seemed fine. What was that? A tracker. Peter answers simply. I see. Anything else? Blonsky asks. Yes. Peter nods as he motioned to the Avengers behind him. These will be your monitors. Wherever you go, they go. In shifts, of course. Okay. Blonsky started to realize that his new freedom wouldn't be as free as he thought. Good, that's all. Peter says as he steps aside, allowing Blonsky out of the cell. You'll be staying in an apartment in the tower. Clint can show you the way. With bated breath, Blonsky stepped out of his cell for the first time in over 3 years. Oh yeah, Blonsky. Peter calls out as he was leaving. Yeah. He peered over his shoulder, hoping that this wasn't some cruel joke. Welcome to the Avengers. A/N, 1581 words, smiley face. Police car light, hand over your gemstone or I'll poke your eye out. I backhand index pointing left, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down.